Additional text at the beginning, see the fan fiction brain storage. Please remember that the protagonist of this book is called John G., any prefix can be ignored. In the Spider Mountain, the night wind blew, and shrill screams were heard from the mountains and forests from time to time. I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. John G's face was filled with fear, and he ran around in the mountains and forests in a panic. John G had just been in this place for a year. He owned a piece of ancestral farmland and a country house. Everyone in the village called him G. He felt like he had forgotten something during this year. I spent the year farming during the day and sleeping at night in peace and stability. Until today, he learned from the villagers that the place where he lived was called not a Spider Mountain. His brain seemed to explode instantly. That Spider Mountain? Can I stay here, then? It's been a year, and it hasn't turned into food yet? It's simply God's blessing. John G recalled everything. It's very obvious that John G has traveled to the world of Demon Slayer, and he starts in the territory of the Spider Demon family, not a Spider Mountain, which is more like a cafeteria than a territory. John G believed that he absolutely could not sit and wait for death, so as soon as the sun came out, he immediately plunged into the nation's Spider Mountain. He decided to take advantage of the broad daylight to cross the Spider Mountain and go to the big city. Unfortunately, he completely underestimated the size of the Tianzu Mountain. He walked for a whole day, and when night fell, he was still in the mountain. Don't run, human, I'm so hungry. Hurry, let me eat you. The life-threatening voice came from behind again. John G's scalp felt numb and he ran even faster. Behind him, a pale-skinned woman in a white kimono followed him slowly, as if she was teasing her prey. It was pitch dark in the forest, and John G had no idea whether it was the ghost mother or the ghost sister chasing him. Finally, John G, like a headless fly, tripped over a rock, fell headfirst onto the ground, and landed flat on his face. As he got up, a pale woman's face appeared in his eyes. Oops, I fell down. Why are you so careless? He, where did you fall? Let me take a bite. The woman's mouth instantly opened to her ears, and her fangs flashed coldly in the moonlight. John G's eyes were bloodshot, and the fear of death forced him to stand up quickly and run away. As soon as he got up, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. A slender, bloodless hand pierced his chest. Ahem, John G opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked unwilling, but his consciousness gradually became blurred. Damage from a ghost detected. The 10,000 World Summoning System has been activated. Do you want to perform the first summon? A voice that could not be distinguished between male and female appeared in John G's mind, and a system interface slowly emerged in his blurred vision. John G used up his last bit of strength and tremblingly said yes. Let me taste it first. Don't worry, I will take your body back. Shared with the whole family. The woman bit John G's shoulder and tore off a large piece of meat. She squinted her eyes and chewed it carefully, with an expression of enjoyment on her face. Start matching. You are being matched with a character of equal strength to the enemy target. Match successful. Summoning. Summoning successful. The impure world reincarnation Uchiha Madara has arrived. For a moment, the whole world seemed to stand still. The woman had not yet swallowed the meat in her mouth when she suddenly felt someone behind her. She pulled out her right hand that was stuck in John G's chest and slowly turned her head away. She saw a man with domineering written on his face. Wearing armor from the Warring States period, his long hair swayed gently in the night breeze. The right eye was covered by hair, the left eye was bloodshot, and 3 megatama were slowly rotating in the eye socket. At this moment, he crossed his arms and looked at the woman expressionlessly. The woman noticed that there were several cracks on the man's face, and he looked lifeless. For a moment, she couldn't tell whether she was a ghost or the man who suddenly appeared in front of her was a ghost. Ban moved. He walked past the woman in a few steps and came to John G, who was lying on the ground with blood flowing from his chest. You little brat, you're so weak, you can't blame anyone else if you die. Ban stretched out his foot and gently kicked John G's body, saying with an unhappy look on his face, "Who are you?" The spider ghost woman had just said one sentence when Ben turned his head and glared at her. For some reason, that scarlet eye made the spider ghost woman feel a tremor from her soul. It was a fear that I had never felt before. Bang! Without any warning, the woman's head suddenly exploded. The headless corpse collapsed on the ground, and she didn't even see when the strange man in front of her made his move. Uchiha Madara didn't look like he had moved at all. This kind of injury can really be fatal, Madara said with a frown. Then he stretched out his hand and pressed it on John G's chest and continued, Hashi Hot Mom cells, I hope you can fit in. Obtain Hashirama cells. Hashima cell fusion is complete. Fusion? Little devil, I was right about you, Madara said with a smile. Hiss. After a while, John G took a deep breath and stood up. He looked at Yuji who was sitting next to him. For a moment, Habanero didn't know how to start. Little devil? What's wrong? Haven't you seen me for a while? Don't you recognize me? Uchiha Madara said with a smile. Just when John G was confused, the system prompt appeared. The summoned character will unconditionally support the host. This is irresistible. However, the character's personality cannot be rewritten. Madara.Madara-sama. John-ji spoke hesitantly. Snort. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, responding to John-ji. John-ji seemed to suddenly remember something. He turned his head and saw that the body of the spider girl ghost who was shot in the head by Uchiha Madara was gone. Madara-sama. Ghosts can't be killed by ordinary means. She escaped, John-ji said anxiously. Stinky boy, of course I know she ran away from something like this. I'm too lazy to take action against such a weak thing again. You almost got killed by her. You deserved it, brat. Uchiha Madara said expressionlessly. It seems we need to get along slowly. Madara is Madara after all. But system, you call this a character of equal stature? Who is on par with him, the spider demon or the entire demon slayer world? Things like Chibuka Tensei and Susanoo are extremely explosive even if they are used against demon slayer. Looking at the man in front of him with the word invincible written all over his body, John-ji was stunned. John-ji finally returned to his home with Madara. John-ji started a fire and the two of them sat beside it. Madara-sama, how did you find this place? John-ji, who had been silent for a long time, asked. He regretted it as soon as he asked. Why bother asking so much? What if Uchiha Madara himself didn't know how he came to be? With his intelligence, he might immediately suspect that something was wrong, and he might end up dying at the hands of Madara instead of the ghost. The summoned character has already been assigned events and memories. The system's prompts resolved John-ji's anxiety. Space-time ninjutsu. Madara uttered these words expressionlessly. Oh, I see. John-ji nodded. Then there was another silence. But I never thought that a little brat like you could actually come to another world. I thought you were dead. That's right. Madara stood up as he spoke, looking down at John-ji, and then said, I promised to teach you ninjutsu, but I didn't expect you to disappear inexplicably later. Why not start now? John-ji also stood up and said in surprise, now? What else? Madara frowned. John-ji nodded immediately, saying that Madara-sama was so heartwarming. Kid, chakra, you understand, right? Madara asked. Not understand. John-ji said seriously. I just watched the anime. Who knows how to sense chakra? Why would I ever accept a fool like you as my student? Madara said with a cold face. Student? Oh, the role I was assigned is Madara-sama's student. John-ji understood immediately. By the way, teacher, what happened to your body? John-ji knew that he was Madara's student, so he immediately changed his words. Body? Because I'm already dead. This is a body created by the impure world reincarnation technique, Madara said nonchalantly. Teacher, did anything happen before you came here? John-ji continued to ask. He had a very magical guess. Gee, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't you know all about my plan? You little brat. Are you under some kind of illusion? Ban asked with narrowed eyes. He felt that something was wrong with John-ji. Judging from his memory, this kid should know his entire plan. After all, he is his favorite student. When I was preparing to create Obito as a chess piece, I met John-ji. Madara inadvertently began to recall the past. No. Just curious, pure curiosity. John-ji quickly waved his hand and said, Snort, just as I originally planned, my goal is about to be achieved. I was standing on a high vantage point, facing a bunch of ants who called themselves the Ninja Alliance. I don't know why, but I suddenly felt your presence, and I felt like I was going to die. Madara paused here, and a look of disappointment appeared in his eyes. Then he continued, so I used the space-time ninjutsu to lock onto your location and find you. Good. So this is the moment when Konoha Dance King will be crowned the most glorious. In order to verify his guess, John-ji then asked, Then teacher, you have been here for so long, if I go back, will the war be over? Madara casually waved his hand and said, Impossible. When I go back, it will still be the same scene, the same time period. Wait, Madara said as he suddenly frowned. I always feel like something is weird. When did I acquire this ninjutsu? John-ji immediately interrupted Ban's thoughts upon seeing this and said, Teacher. Then what are you waiting for? Teach me ninjutsu quickly. Madara's thoughts were pulled back by John-ji's voice. He glanced at John-ji and a slightly sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Okay, then let me give you special training. As your teacher, I haven't really taught you anything yet. How can this be my style, Uchiha Madara? Madara crossed his arms and smiled. So, teacher, where do we start? I'm so excited. In John-ji's mind, there appeared a scene of himself using Chibuka Tensei to lift Muzan Kibutsuji into the sky to serve as the moon. Ha 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 ha. Your physical fitness is quite good, you can actually match Hashirama's cells so quickly. That is to say, under normal circumstances, you can't die. You understand me, don't you? Madara said with a big laugh. I don't quite understand it. I think I should learn the theory first to lay a solid foundation. A very bad feeling appeared in Zhang Ji's mind. Bang Ban kicked Zhang Ji and sent him flying. Theory is useless. As a ninja, you can only break through yourself through repeated battles. Theory? If you get beaten enough, you'll naturally learn the theory. Where's your Sharingan? After kicking Zhang Ji, Madara raised his head and asked. Zhang Ji was kicked so hard that his head was dizzy that he got up from the ground and felt that his waist was about to be broken by Madara's kick. Sharingan? Me? Zhang Ji asked doubtfully. Nonsense, haven't you already opened the single Magadama Sharingan? Aki, Ji. Madara's words are shocking. When this system summons a character, in order to match the relationship between the character and the host, it will randomly add an identity and the identity's symbolic performance to the host. Force. What, have you become so lazy? Looking at Zhang Ji, who looked confused, Ban showed a very dissatisfied look on his face. Well, I'll let you recall it. As soon as Madara finished speaking, he punched Zhang Ji in the face, and Zhang Ji slid on the ground for more than 10 meters. Cough cough cough, teacher, slow down, Zhang Ji said while coughing violently. Where is the Uchiha clan's iconic Sharingan? Let me get some help. Ban grabbed Zhang Ji and said loudly. Looking at Zhang Ji's swollen face caused by his beating, Ban immediately felt a surge of anger in his heart. How can the Uchiha clan be so useless? Like a poor creature. Give you a little stimulation. As Madara spoke, his scarlet Sharingan immediately met Zhang Ji's eyes. In an instant, Zhang Ji felt a sharp pain in his brain. This is such a mental blow. Zhang Ji was in great pain. Uchiha, extremely, the identity has been matched. Zhang Ji suddenly opened his eyes, and a pair of single-jaw Sharingan eyes slowly turned in his eye sockets. Call. Zhang Ji breathed a sigh of relief. When his Sharingan opened, he felt that his vision instantly reached an incredible level. He could now even see the details of the flying insects in the air. That's what an Uchiha should be like. Madara nodded in satisfaction and sat down on the steps again. I didn't expect you to be not surprised at all to see me like this. Your Madara-sensei is already dead. Madara supported his cheek with his hand and made a seal with one hand as he spoke. The flames of the bonfire in front of the two of them suddenly jumped higher. Zhang Ji walked to the campfire, squatted down, looked at the setting sun, sighed and said, Teacher Madara, even the sun will set one day. Besides, aren't you resurrected? It's so cold, and it's not even night yet. Zhang Ji said this and moved a few steps towards the campfire. Resurrection? No, it's still far from being resurrected. There's still one step left. Just one step away. Haha, if it weren't for you, little brat, I might have been resurrected now. Madara also turned around and looked at the sunset. Looking at Madara's domineering profile under the sunset, Zhang Ji's heart moved. He picked up a leaf from the ground and poked a hole in the middle of it. Then he picked up the leaf and placed it in front of his left eye, looking at the setting sun through the hole in the leaf. Mr. Madara, what do you think a true dream is? Upon hearing this, Ben turned around and looked at Zhang Ji in surprise. Zhang Ji let go of the leaves, and a gust of wind blew, and the leaves flew towards Ban. Ban grabbed the leaf and held it in front of his eyes, also looking at the sunset through the hole in the leaf. I may be about to find the answer to my true dream. Gee, what next? What are you going to do next? Come back with me. There is another big thing waiting for me to do. Madara placed the leaf flat in his hand and it floated away in the wind. Go back? How do we get back, Mr. Madara? Do you have a way to get back? Zhang Ji asked immediately. Of course, let's go back now. Madara stood up and formed seals with his hands. Zhang Ji looked at his hand speed and couldn't help but think to himself, don't they say that if you clap your hands, whatever you shout will come true? A vegetative person from another world who among normal people would cast a seal. Madara, do you cast a seal? He was still a little nervous. After all, he had lived in the Demon Slayer world for a long time. He was currently Madara's disciple and had the Sharingan. In theory, he should be very safe in the Demon Slayer world. But looking at Madara's condition, if I follow him to the Naruto world, it might be the time when Madara fights the allied ninja army. That Madara-sama is definitely dancing, and I am definitely useless. It's not possible? Why? After completing the seal, Madara frowned. When has Uchiha Madara ever failed in using a ninjutsu? Call. Zhang Ji breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Madara, if it doesn't work, maybe the recovery time of the technique hasn't come yet, or some condition hasn't been triggered? Zhang Ji immediately said this to Ban in an inferential tone. Well, what you said makes sense. I'll stay in this world for a while. When I return, it will be that time anyway. Bandian nodded, then turned and stared at Zhang Ji with a bad look. Mr. Madara, you don't want to continue? Zhang Ji asked hesitantly. He had a bad feeling. Zhang Ji let out a series of screams, but the strange thing was that no one in the village heard his screams at all. Even the villagers passing by couldn't see the two men at all. This is of course Madara-sama's method. Zhang Ji was beaten by Madara until daytime. While Zhang Ji was still being beaten, Tanjiro, Zenitsu Agatsuma, and Inisha Kashibaira, who were wearing hospital gowns, heard the words "it's cured" from a doctor. Tanjiro looked happy and felt much happier. Quack, quack, quack. A crow flew into the yard where Tanjiro and the other two were at the exact moment. Northeast north, northeast north, the next place is northeast north. All three of you are going to Nation Spider Mountain. All three of you are going to Nation Spider Mountain. From the mouth of the crow, a new task emerged. No matter what, please live with pride. I wish you good luck in fighting. The white-haired mother-in-law gave words of blessing. Then the three people and the ghost lined up and started on their journey. On the way, the wild boar boy was still struggling with the meaning of Wu Yun Chang Long. The three of them kept on traveling until it was getting dark. Extremely, it seems like a lot of people have entered the mountains. You're here to hunt that thing called a ghost, right? Ban beat Zhang Ji for a whole night and a whole day, and finally stopped. Zhang Ji had been beaten into a pig's head, but because his body was integrated with Hashirama's cells, his recovery ability was still amazing. Moreover, Madara's movements were very slow. He was deliberately teaching Zhang Ji, and he formed hand seals very slowly. Zhang Ji, who had the Sharingan, could obviously understand everything. He even had common ninjutsu firmly memorized in his mind. For example, that mere B-level fire escape technique, Great Fire Extinguishing. Of course, if you want to, this move in Madara's hands is the power of S-level ninjutsu. The Demon Slayer Corps has entered Nada Spider Mountain? People are going to die, a lot. Zhang Ji immediately thought of the original plot of Demon Slayer. The Demon Slayer Corps suffered heavy casualties in Nada Spider Mountain. Oh, you seem quite knowledgeable. Or you can go exercise. Madara said listlessly that he was not interested in ghosts at all. Interest. Zhang Ji looked at the calm Madara in front of him and couldn't help but complain in his heart, luckily Madara is here. If he had summoned Orochimaru, that's it. Maybe all the ghosts will be captured for scientific research. Zhang Ji had no doubt that Orochimaru could do it. What's wrong with Demon Slayer? Who isn't an undead creature? The key is that they are not afraid of the sun. We still have core technology in our hands. Good. Mr. Madara, aren't you afraid that something might happen to me? Zhang Ji was just about to leave when he suddenly stopped and turned back to ask a question. Accident? If you can't solve this kind of thing, you might as well just die, Madara said expressionlessly. As expected of you, Mr. Madara, this is indeed your style. Well then, Mr. Madara, I'm off. Zhang Ji gave Ban a thumbs up and ran into the mountains without looking back. Not long after Zhang Ji left, a wooden clone took a step out from Madara's body. The wooden clone crossed his arms over his chest and disappeared abruptly from the spot. If I summon a character again in the future, won't I have to change my last name countless times? In the dark forest, Zhang Ji thought of his current identity, which is Uchiha Zhang Ji. The combination of the Sharingan and Hashirama's cells is astonishing. A day ago, he was just a scum that was regarded as food by demons. And now, he felt a sense of confidence that there was absolutely no ghost in the Spider Mountain that could eat him. Hashirama's cells gave him a strong physique, and the Sharingan gave him a strong learning ability. What he lacked now was actual combat experience. In short, he had to continue to be beaten by Madara-sama. Anyone? A member of the Demon Slayer Corps? In Zhang Ji's sight, a young man wearing the Demon Slayer Corps uniform was lying in a pool of blood. His chest was still slightly heaving, and it was obvious that he was still breathing. He's still breathing, but this injury. Zhang Ji said this and squatted down. There was a large dent in the boy's chest, as if he had been hit by a blunt object. His left shoulder was bloody and it was obvious that he had been bitten. Zhang Ji sniffed, and a strong smell of blood entered his nostrils. In the darkness, Zhang Ji noticed that there were many people lying in front of him. He stood up and walked over slowly, immediately gritting his teeth. Heads shattered, bodies torn in two, necks bitten off. Seeing such a tragic scene, Zhang Ji was extremely confused and even felt a surge of anger rushing straight to the top of his head. A faint breathing sound came into his ears, and he ran over a few steps following the sound. When he saw the little girl lying on the ground, his eyes widened instantly. Not flower. Zhang Ji lived at the foot of Nation Spider Mountain. He didn't know why there was a village in such a place, but since he had lived there for a long time, he was familiar with the people in the village. Jahua is a 15-year-old girl whose father is a farmer and she has no mother. In the past, Jahua often went to Zhang Ji's house to play. Why did you join the Demon Slayer Corps? Zhang Ji squatted beside Jahua. There was a huge hole on her chest and several pieces of flesh were missing from her arms. She was already dying. Run. Jahua's eyes were filled with tears and blood kept flowing from her mouth. There was a sound of heavy breathing behind Zhang Ji. Don't worry, Yuka, you won't become food, absolutely not. Zhang Ji tried hard to force a stiff smile and spoke softly. Jahua's dull eyes suddenly burst into a brilliance, and she was full of anxiety, as if she had a last burst of light, because she saw that the ghost was behind Zhang Ji, and she wanted to urge Zhang Ji to escape quickly. Zhang Ji stood up, took a long breath and turned around suddenly. In sight, there is a tall male spider ghost, who is Spider Ghost's father. Destroy. All the ghosts. John G glared angrily, his eyes emitting a faint red light in the dark night. The single Megatama Sharingan in both eyes twisted and turned into double Megatama. The strong sense of anger made him open the shackles. Roar! Have you opened your eyes again? It seems like that little girl is the key to his emotions. It seems like she can't die yet. She might be useful in the future. Madara's wooden clone was standing next to Spider Ghost and John G, but the amazing thing was that no one noticed him at all. This is Uchiha Madara, Kami no Shikara. As long as he wants, you can't see him even if he is standing in front of you. You can understand this as the application of illusion. Madara crossed his arms and looked at Spider Ghost Dad not far away with interest, his eyes as if he was looking at animals in the zoo. John G moved. He walked towards Spider Ghost's father at a steady pace, with no expression on his face. Are you going to take action? Something of this level is just right for that brat G. This little Uchiha kid is dancing for the first time. Let me wait and see. Madara walked towards Yuka, leaning against the tree next to him without even looking at her. Roar! Spider Ghost's father roared at John G. With his intelligence, he couldn't imagine why the food in front of him didn't run away. According to past experience, he should have run away in fear, and then he should have chased it and finally killed it. If he was hungry, he should have eaten a few bites and then taken it home. But he had killed so many people today and there was plenty of food, so he was almost full. Spider Ghost father raised his hands and began to rush towards John G. His power was so great that he was like a galloping truck. In the blink of an eye, Spider Ghost's father was in front of John G, and his fist, which was almost as big as John G's face, smashed towards John G's head. But in John G's sight, his movements seemed to be slowed down several times. Although it seemed that the fist was about to hit his head in the next second, in John G's eyes, Spider Ghost father was full of flaws at this moment. John G paused, his body suddenly turned sideways, and a fist passed in front of him. Then John G kicked his feet, jumped up, and hit the Spider Ghost's father's abdomen with his right knee. How powerful is Hashirama Senju's strength? John G, who perfectly matches Hashirama's cells, has become a boy with super strength. The Spider Ghost's father, who was hit by the knee, opened his mouth wide and stretched out his tongue. Boom! John G threw another punch, and this time, it seemed as if a circle of transparent ripples vibrated out in all directions. Spider Ghost's father fell to his knees, trembling all over and foaming at the mouth. Not bad, you can play these two moves well. You should be able to grow into a good taijutsu master. Spot nodded and continued commenting on his own. John G squatted in front of Spider Ghost's father, looked at the pair of compound eyes on his face and said quietly, "How could it appear like this? I don't remember clearly. Can ghosts feel pain? Please tell me with your body." As soon as John G finished speaking, Spider Ghost's father felt a flash before his eyes. John G punched the Spider Ghost's father's compound eyes. There was a faint blue glow emanating from his fist. It was chakra. Roar! The Spider Ghost father covered his face and howled in pain on the ground. Ha ha ha, is chakra that effective against ghosts? What an unexpected gain! John G said with a big laugh, then his eyes fixed and his expression became a little ferocious. I'm going to see if I can beat you to death. If not, I'll keep beating you until dawn. John G kicked out, and the Spider Ghost's father's head was crooked. Die. John G's face was full of madness. He jumped onto the Spider Ghost father and his fists wrapped in chakra fell on the Spider Ghost father's body like raindrops. Spider Ghost's father's body was as big as an iron tower, but he had no power to fight back in the hands of this little guy John G. What is this? Inashuk Hashabira looked at his hands and said in confusion. At this moment, they were walking in the Spider Mountain, and Inashuk's hands were wrapped in sticky spider webs without knowing when. It's a spider web. Tanjiro looked around and saw that the trees around him were covered with spider webs. Tisk, it's all spider webs, so annoying. Inashuk was shaking his hands wildly in frustration. Not far away, a rustling sound was heard. A young man wearing the Demon Slayer Corps uniform moved cautiously. He squatted behind a big tree, his face covered in cold sweat and his expression was very nervous. Tanjiro and the other man approached the Demon Slayer Corps member, which really scared the nervous boy. I am Tanjiro Kamadu of the GUI class. We're here to support you. Tanjiro immediately revealed his identity. GUI. Why not Zoo? It doesn't matter how many GUI come, it's meaningless. The boy looked panicked. Inashuk punched the boy in the face. A pig head came forward and said angrily, "What do you mean by meaningless? Your life is meaningless. Hurry up and tell me the information, coward." Finally, the boy told his group of 10 people that they had received orders from the Crow and came to Spider Mountain. However, they had not walked far in the mountain when the team members started killing each other. In the end, only he escaped. Not long after, footsteps were heard in the forest. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps who had been killing each other before, covered in blood, walked towards them like puppets. After walking a few steps, all the team members raised their swords and attacked Tanjiro and others. What strange movements! It's like I'm being controlled by something. Tanjiro keenly noticed the abnormality of these Demon Slayer Corps members. When Tanjiro and his companions were entangled, Spider Ghost's father had been beaten almost to pieces by Zhang Ji. Don't you know how to shed your shell? Shedding my shell. What about tough skin? That's all it is. Zhang Ji roared loudly, lifted up the Spider Ghost father, threw him forward, and kicked the Spider Ghost father away with a flying kick. Ga. The Spider Ghost father's body began to tremble, making a series of teeth-grinding noises that it really began to shed its shell. Oh Moses Roy. Madara was still leaning against the tree, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, as if the spider's successful molting had aroused a little interest in him. Zhang Ji stood still. He moved his wrists, then crossed his arms over his chest and looked expressionlessly at his Spider Ghost father who was shedding his shell. His standing posture is almost exactly the same as Uchiha Madara's. Looking at Zhang Ji, whose movements were very similar to his own, Madara showed a relieved smile on his face. This kid is good, just like me back then. Train him well, but I'm definitely going to have to include him in my awesome plan. Madara was calm and composed, and had already started imagining the scene of the two of them going back to face the allied ninja forces. After a while, the Spider Ghost father completed his molting. It slowly stood up, and its entire body turned pitch black, even beginning to reflect light under the moonlight. A row of sharp blades also grew on his arms, and the teeth in his mouth became more numerous and sharper. Roar! Spider Ghost's father's strength has obviously increased a lot. It's furious now. It's determined not to eat the food in front of it. It's going to tear it into pieces. It's going to tear it into pieces. It can't even put it back together. Can you understand what I'm saying? Come here. Why are you standing there? You look like a pitiful puppy with its tail between its legs. Zhang Ji looked at his Spider Ghost father who was grinning at him but not attacking, and decisively started to mock him. Apparently, Spider Ghost's father understood. Zhang Ji had just finished speaking when Spider Ghost's father rushed over. Seeing this, Zhang Ji spread out his hands, then quickly crossed them together, and a dazzling series of seals were completed in the blink of an eye. Ha! Is it the great fire extinguishing? Does this brat know how to handle things properly? Madara looked at the seal Zhang Ji had formed and said to himself with a smile. As expected, Zhang Ji spat out a few words coldly. Fire style, great fire extinguishing. At this moment, Zhang Ji felt a ball of blazing fire in his throat, and he simply couldn't relieve himself until he spit it out. Boom! It is hard to imagine how a person can spit out flames like waves from his mouth. The range is very large, the enemies in front of you can't dodge at all. With this spit, Zhang Ji was proven guilty of arson. The Spider Ghost father was so confused that he even forgot to hide. Of course, he couldn't hide. As a demon, since he started eating humans, he has encountered people with extraordinary talents who call themselves the Demon Slayer Corps. But no matter what, no one plays like this. What the hell is this flame that's 10 meters wide? The raging and extremely hot flames engulfed Spider Ghost father's body in the blink of an eye, and Spider Ghost father turned into a fireman in an instant. But it was still moving, it was scared, it turned around and was about to run away. Don't even think about escaping. I'm going to burn you to ashes. No, not even ashes left. I want to see how you can be resurrected. Zhang Ji's face was filled with anger, and his double Magadama Sharingan even began to rotate. An inexplicable feeling appeared in Zhang Ji's heart. A piece of wood suddenly extended from the ground. The front end of the wood was extremely sharp and instantly penetrated the body of the Spider Ghost father, firmly fixing it in place. Wood release? This brat has quite a talent. The art of grafting? He, ha 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 ha. Madara seemed to have seen something that made him very happy. He covered his eyes with his hands and started laughing. Disappear completely. Zhang Ji roared and increased his chakra output, and the momentum of the flame immediately became more violent. The Spider Ghost father's screams echoed through the mountains and forests. Zhang Ji continued to attack Spider Ghost father for several minutes. In the end, just as he said, not even ashes were left of Spider Ghost father. At this moment, the forest where he was had become a sea of fire. Water style. How do I use water style? Madara-sama didn't use water jutsu when he beat me. Zhang Ji looked at the burning forest and subconsciously wanted to put out the fire. That's right, when Madara beat him, he used Dragon Flame Song, Great Fire Extinguishing, and Wind Style, Cyclone. Madara deliberately suppressed the power, just wanting Zhang Ji to learn it. Pull, Madara shouted. Madara-sensei? Zhang Ji subconsciously looked back. Mr. Madara, when were you here? Zhang Ji was a little surprised. Madara ignored him and started to form hand seals very quickly. Zhang Ji's Sharingan immediately focused on it, and his hands quickly began to imitate Madara's hand seals. After completing the seal, Zhang Ji opened his mouth and spurted out a huge ball of water. It's indeed water escape. After a while, Zhang Ji used water escape, water array pillar to put out the forest fire. When he finished and walked back, wanting to take Jihua back for burial, his expression was wonderful. The hole in Jahua's chest is gone, filled with a white mass. Moreover, the missing flesh tissues in other parts of the body were all replaced by white substances. How could he not know that this thing was 99% likely white zetsu? After all, white zetsu was a tool that could be called a universal tool in the ninja world. The most important thing is that Jahua's breathing became steady and her life was saved. Zhang once again refreshed his understanding of Madara-sama. With the power of God, doing this kind of thing is indeed very simple. Gee, you look a little surprised too. With this level of injury, she definitely wouldn't die if I wanted to. Madara's wooden clone walked up to Zhang, looked at Zhang's face and said, "No, Madara-sensei, I'm not surprised at all that you can do such a thing. What I'm curious about is that without relying on sunlight and the Nichiren sword, can I really destroy the demons?" Zhang turned around and looked at the charred ground behind him, frowning slightly. "Didn't you say you wanted to burn that thing until not even ashes were left? If there's no ash left, then there aren't any cells left. How can it grow back? It's not that they can't be killed, it's just that we don't have enough firepower." Madara raised his head and said domineeringly, then he walked to Yuaka's side, stretched out his hand to pinch Yuaka's chin, smiled and spoke again. "Although she looks rustic, she has a decent appearance. Since she can join this Demon Slayer Corps, I think she is not a weak child." "Extremely, that's enough for you." Mr. Madara, what are you talking about? This is just my neighbor." Zhang quickly waved his hands and said, "Ha, just an ordinary neighbor. What a pity, it would be great if it was the girl you like. In that case, I'll be waiting for you." "Never mind, it doesn't matter if it's like that," Madara said, shaking his head slightly. "I understand. Mr. Madara, your idea is very dangerous." Zhang subconsciously took a step back. He probably guessed what Ban was thinking. Seeing Jahua like this, Zhang has already activated the double Mega Tama. It would be even better if they got married. Anyway, such weak people will die sooner or later, right? If she died for a good cause, maybe Zhang could open the Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, the stronger the anger and hatred, the stronger the power of the Sharingan. That's right, the life of such a person means nothing in Madara's eyes, even if she is the lover of his disciple. That's what Zhang thought. "Do you know what I'm thinking? When I first met you, I felt that you were very similar to me. I'm not surprised that you could guess what I was thinking. Ha ha ha, but, you have to understand that you are not my pawn." Madara's wooden clone raised his eyebrows and said something that was very inconsistent with his style. Zhang didn't know how true or false this was. After all, the system had said so. Those who are summoned will support you unconditionally, but the character of the summoned person cannot be changed. Well, based on Madara's personality, he is totally capable of doing that kind of thing. That's good, Madara-sensei. Can the Sharingan's power really only be enhanced through hatred and anger? So it seems that our Uchiha clan is a race born to fight. Zhang asked this question. "It seems you are very interested, so I will talk to you about the Sharingan," Madara said as he sat on the ground. Zhang immediately sat in front of Ban. At this moment, Lei was rushing here in the forest. He heard the wailing of the spider ghost father and the flames rising into the sky. The whole family could sense how tired they were. For example, right now, the contact with Spider Ghost's father had completely disappeared. In other words, Spider Ghost's father is dead. A pillar. Lord Musen, my chance has come. I will kill the pillar with my own hands. Just wait for my good news, Lord Musen. A very excited smile began to appear on the tired face. Obviously, it was overthinking it, not to mention whether it was a match for Zu. Rather, it is about to face the top powerhouses of the Naruto world, whose combat power is several levels higher than that of the Demon Slayer world. The wooden clone. Breath of the Beast, 7 Fangs, Spatial Perception. At this moment, Tanjiro and others could not find the demon that controlled the Demon Slayer Corps members, so Inosuke used his own tricks. He stuck his 2 swords into the ground, spread his hands, squatted on the ground, and began to search for the ghost's location like a perceptive ninja. As his perception distance became farther and farther, he finally discovered the spider ghost mother sitting on a big rock. "Found it. There it is. Did you find it?" "Oh, yes, over there. I felt a very strong and powerful aura." "Really? That's amazing, Inosuke." Tanjiro praised Inosuke, and a slightly shy look appeared on the pig's face. "But, damn it, there's no way out of here. The Demon Slayer Corps members who were controlled around them continued to attack them. How can I repair it? You guys go, leave this to me. Although it's a shame for you to know that I ran away, but I'm still a member of the Demon Slayer Corps after all." Their actions are also very simple. All they have to do is cut off the silk thread on their backs, right? The Demon Slayer Corps member who had escaped earlier mustered up his courage and made his own decision. "Okay, thank you very much, Inosuke. Let's go." Tanjiro carried the box on his back, grabbed Inosuke's arm, and ran all the way with Inosuke, who started cursing. "Extremely, there are a few of those things here. Theoretically, words are useless. This little girl will stay with my wooden clone. Go and kill all those things called ghosts. According to your words," Madara said as he stood up and looked around. The distance is indeed quite far. Gee, I'll give you an hour. 1 hour, wipe them all out, then come back here to see me. If you exceed the time limit, you know the consequences. Madara looked at John-ji with a smile. John-ji got goosebumps all over his body when he was looked at. Is there any need to ask? That must have been an inhumane beating. Good, there's no time to lose, I'm leaving now. John-ji immediately turned into serious mode. Wait a moment. As Madara said this, he took out a scroll from his arms and swung it violently. Bang! A very strange-looking weapon appeared in front of the two. Uchiha fan. John-ji recognized this strange weapon at a glance. Use it. Don't say I'm making it difficult for you. After all, I gave you a weapon. An hour should be more than enough. And then, Madara's Sharingan suddenly kicked, and John-ji immediately felt dizzy. This is how to use the perception technique. Although I'm not a perception-type ninja, it's enough. Okay, go ahead. After saying this, Madara waved his hand casually and sat down on the ground again. He supported his cheek with his right hand, looking like he was about to take a nap. John-ji picked up the Uchiha fan and swung it behind him. If I get another mask, I can go and make a fourth announcement. Ahem. Let's get going. What the hell is this annoying string? Zuzu was furious. He waved his hands wildly while running. The spider webs on the road became more and more numerous and thicker. This means we are getting closer to the ghost. Tanjiro put one hand in front of his eyes to protect them. He now felt that he could smell the scent of ghosts. A figure appeared in front of the two. The two stopped. It's appeared again. Inosuke looked at the person in front of him and spoke. No, don't come over here. Who brings someone of high status here? Otherwise, I will kill everyone. Please, please. The young girl's eyes were filled with tears, her body was covered with threads, her left hand was holding the head of an obviously dead demon slayer, and the Nichiren sword in her right hand was stabbed into the neck of another demon slayer. He, can you defeat him? The closer you get to me, the thicker and harder the line will be. The puppet will become stronger. Sitting on a rock not far away was a woman with a hot body, barefoot and showing her white thighs. There were red lines on her face connected by red circular marks. If Zhang-Ji was at the scene at this time, he would immediately recognize that this guy was the spider ghost who had eaten him a few days ago. That is Spider Ghost Mom. Mother, did you win? Suddenly a cold voice came into her ears. Spider Ghost Mom subconsciously shuddered, turned her head tremblingly, and looked to the side. A young man with a cold face stood not far away, looking at her with eyes devoid of any emotion. Tired. Spider Ghost Mother's voice even had a hint of tears in it. She was really afraid of her son, that is, Lei. Isn't this taking a little too long? If you don't hurry up, I'll go tell Dad. Lei said softly. Yes. Mommy can do it. I will definitely protect you, so don't tell Daddy. Don't tell Daddy. When Spider Ghost Mom heard the words tell Daddy, she immediately became agitated and begged anxiously. Dad, you mean that clueless young man, right? That's really unfortunate. Because I have burned your father to ashes, not even a single drop remains. Zhang-Ji, here we are. The dense spider webs on the road did not hinder his steps at all. Lei and Spider Ghost Mom all turned their eyes to Zhang-Ji. A look of surprise appeared on Spider Ghost Mom's face. This made no sense. This entire forest was covered in spider webs she had laid. Logically, she would have noticed if someone approached. How could she have let this guy walk right up to her without even noticing? Moreover, Spider Ghost Mom looked at this boy and felt that he looked familiar. Who are you, man? Did you cause such a big commotion just now? Lei asked, tilting his head. Yes, I set the fire and burned your father, and your mother. Wait. Aren't you the ghost who took a bite of me before, you bastard? So it's you. I've been searching for you so hard, Zhang-Ji said with a grin, revealing a row of big white teeth. What? Dad. Is Dad dead? Spider Ghost Mom subconsciously looked at Lei with a cautious look and asked. It doesn't matter if I will have a new father. The bond between our family will never be broken. Being tired is tantamount to admitting this. Your father is already dead, and you're still using him to scare your mother. I'm really overwhelmed by filial piety again. But your mother will be gone soon. As soon as Zhang-Ji finished speaking, he took action and jumped towards the Spider Ghost Mother. Zhang-Ji turned his Sharingan and saw several sharp spider silk sweeping towards him. He took the sickle connected to the handle of the Uchiha fan with his backhand and slashed forward. Broken. Lei was stunned. His spider silk, which was always effective, was actually cut off by an ordinary-looking sickle? Madara-sama only gave me an hour, and you two are actually together. It really saved me a lot of effort. Just in time, let me practice using the Uchiha fan. Zhang-Ji transferred the sickle in his right hand to his left hand, slowly reached behind his back with his right hand, and took down the huge Uchiha fan. Lei's pupils suddenly dilated and he stared at Zhang-Ji's eyes intently. Your eyes. Are beautiful. Just stay here and be my brother. We will be a very harmonious family. Tired face actually looked a little excited. The Spider Ghost Mom was almost scared to tears. She remembered, the person in front of her was the boy she had bitten. The most important thing is the man with long hair and dark red armor with cracks on his face. This kid's eyes are almost the same as that man's. No, it's okay, it's definitely okay. Yes. Yes, Lei is here, Lei will definitely kill them. Spider Ghost Mom, her spirit was a little broken, and she began to give herself self-suggestion. Come on, I'll give you Con, my big baby. The Uchiha fan in Zhang Ji's hand began to be covered with a layer of light blue light, and he covered the Uchiha fan with a layer of chakra. He, be my family. As Lei waved his hands, countless spider silk swept towards Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji did not dare to be careless. Although his cells were compatible with Hashirama's, he would still be injured if pierced by a sharp weapon. He didn't want to test his recovery ability. He swung his sickle and the ball frantically hitting the spider silk around him. Just wait, if I get close to you, I'll smash your head into your ass with a fan. In the interval between the attacks, Lei said to Spider Ghost Mother in a cold voice, what are you doing, Mom? Hurry up and get rid of those guys who are in the way. Upon hearing this, Spider Ghost Mother trembled again, and the white on her chest trembled and rose and fell. I know, Mom knows that I'll kill all the guys who get in the way right away. Spider Ghost Mother quickly responded and began to control the Demon Slayer Corps members under her control. A spider silk swept across Zhang Ji's arm. He took a look and saw that it was just a shallow wound, and it had even begun to heal. That's it. How can I block this? Zhang Ji swung the Uchiha fan forward, and a tornado rose from the ground and blew towards Lei at an extremely fast speed. The moment he fanned himself, he felt a sharp pain in every part of his body. Apparently, this guy's spider silk was very fast. And Lei, like the spider ghost father who was facing the extinguishing fire at that time, was stunned for a moment. What the hell is this? Tornado? Can humans already create this thing out of thin air? Shouldn't we use a knife with special effects to chop it? Tired of feeling that his brain wasn't enough, because he could sense that what was in front of him was a real tornado. And it was very powerful. As the tornado approached, it felt a little unstable. Lei jumped back. Of course, as a normal ghost, he didn't want to be blown away by a tornado that looked out of place. Fire style, dragon flame song technique. Zhang Ji stuck the round fan into the ground with his backhand, formed seals with his hands in the blink of an eye, and opened his mouth to spit out fireballs like dragon heads. What, Dad, was he burned to death by this kind of flame? Before the fireball even got close, it could already feel the extremely high temperature. The spider silk that approached the fireball melted in the blink of an eye. Zhang Ji really didn't know how to kill it, so he could only use the old method and burn it until there was no ashes left. Although he was very confident in his ghost body, no ghost with a bit of common sense would want to be hit in the face by a fireball of such high temperature. So Lei began to dodge. Zhang Ji pulled out the Tuanshan that was stuck in the soil, kicked off his feet, and rushed to a place at a very fast speed. There was no one there. But with the analysis of the Sharinan, he has deduced that Rui will definitely appear at that location to avoid the fireball. Sure enough, when Zhang Ji rushed to that position, Lei jumped over. Zhang Ji waved his round fan and smashed it hard. Boom! The force was so strong that it sent the person flying, crashing into a tree and tumbling on the ground. I advise you to run. Otherwise, you'll end up like your father, burned to ashes by me. Zhang Ji slowly approached Lei with Tuanshan in his hand. He planned to break Lei's limbs, or fix them with cuttings as before, and make a Uchiha kebab. Lei no longer had the calm expression he had before. His face was ferocious now. No matter how stupid he was, he could tell that something was wrong with the guy in front of him. The blow just now had broken several bones in his body. At this moment, Tanjiro and Inashuk are being harassed by several members of the Demon Slayer Corps who are controlled by the Spider Ghost Mother. Please, kill me. The bones have pierced my internal organs, and every movement makes me feel excruciating pain. I'm going to die anyway, please let me be free. A member of the Demon Slayer Corps said in a miserable tone. Yoshi, the simple-minded Inashuk, was ready to take action immediately after hearing this. Inashuk, no, there must be a way to save them. There must be. Tanjiro stopped Inashuk's impulse. He was still thinking about how to save these Demon Slayer Corps members. Even if the spider silk is cut, it will reconnect quickly. What should I do? Tanjiro gritted his teeth. While dealing with the attack, he was racking his brains to think of a countermeasure. Suddenly he seemed to think of something and turned and ran away. The bodies of the Demon Slayer Corps members were controlled and they immediately chased after them. Damn it, these guys, why haven't they died yet? Kill you, kill you. Spider's face was covered in cold sweat at this moment. What did she see? Lei was actually knocked down by that human's fan? Although she didn't believe that Lei would die, after all, that guy didn't have the Nichiren sword. But those blood-red eyes left such a huge psychological shadow on her. She didn't even dare to tell T.I. In a hurry, she just wanted to kill those troublesome guys as soon as possible. It's better to complete the tired order and leave here quickly. She gritted her teeth and began to exert force again. The speed of the female demon slayer chasing Tanjiro began to increase, and her body movements became more weird. It was also accompanied by the sounds of broken bones and the girl's screams. Tanjiro, who was running wildly, suddenly stepped on the ground and braked suddenly. He turned his head abruptly and hugged the female Demon Slayer member. With the force of both hands, he threw the Demon Slayer member directly onto the tree. All the spider silk was tangled together. Although the thread was still connected to her body, it seemed she had escaped the control of the spider silk. Ah, what kind of operation is this? I really want to do it like this. Yoshi. Inosuke stuck his two swords into the ground and followed suit, faster than Tanjiro. In the blink of an eye, the two of them threw all the controlled Demon Slayer core members into the tree. Damn, they are just some useless puppets. The only thing we can do is take out that doll. Spider Ghost Mom obviously noticed something was wrong. Her hands, which were connected to the spider silk, became very strained and she was completely unable to control the puppet to fight. I got you. John-Ji shouted loudly. His body was covered with wounds in many places, and many of the wounds even showed the bones. But without exception, all of them are healing. You held back on the spider silk earlier, didn't you? Thank you so much. John-Ji threw the sickle in his hand and it entangled Lei's arm. He pulled hard and Lei was pulled over. Damn, where on earth did this guy come from? How can there be such strange power? Bang! Like swatting a fly, Uchiha's fan slapped Lei's body hard. When Spider Ghost Mom saw the tired one being beaten, she became even more anxious. It was obvious that she was afraid that the huge fan would be directed at her in the next second. Fragile human puppets are no longer needed. Spider Ghost Mother immediately decided to kill the Demon Slayer members under her control. She stretched out her hands and was about to take action when a strong wind swept past her. A cold light swept across, her hands were cut off. I heard that. So here I am. I still have to ask, am I delicious? John-Ji said with an indifferent expression, staring at Spider Ghost Mother's face. There was a large patch of white on Spider Ghost Mother's chest, but John-Ji didn't even glance at it. I'm sure. The line seems to be broken. Tanjiro keenly discovered that the spider strings connecting the Demon Slayer core members had all become limp, and even the members hanging on the tree began to slide down. Spider Ghost Mother looked at the frosty-faced boy in front of her, her mouth open but unable to speak. I don't know why, this guy was just food the day before yesterday. How can one achieve this without the Nichiren sword? I was beaten so hard by him that I had no power to fight back. I think my father is dead. Died at the hands of this young man. Not talking, I asked you if I was delicious. John-Ji punched out, knocking the Spider Ghost Mother back, and the Spider Ghost Mother had no time to react. As soon as she fell to the ground, a round fan fell from the sky and cut off her head. Stop. Stop. I know I was wrong. Spider Ghost Mom was already crying out loud. John-Ji walked over, picked up the round fan, and slapped the Spider Ghost Mother with the fan regardless of her pleading. The charming face was beaten into mud in the blink of an eye. Of course, this can't kill Spider Ghost Mom, but Spider Ghost Mom is already scared. This guy beats up ghosts, and it feels so huge, it's too exciting for the ghosts. Mother, can't you help me, but you're holding me back. What an incompetent mother. Lei's face was very gloomy that he no longer had the idea of having John-Ji be his brother. He just wanted to kill this guy quickly and eat him whole. John-Ji picked up the round fan and looked at the shattered head on the ground, thinking that it would not recover quickly. Brother, you are an orphan. Your father and mother are both gone. John-Ji launched a trash talk attack. Tiredly frowned, it was obvious that the trash talk attack had worked. Blood Demon Art, Engraved Prison. I didn't want to waste any time talking and just activated the blood vampire technique. A huge net appeared, flashing coldly in the moonlight. John-Ji did not dare to be careless. He waved his fan and created a hurricane that blew the net away. Whispering sound. Lei began to move, running in circles around John-Ji. The spider web in his hand changed into various shapes as his hands moved, like a cat's tuck. All kinds of nets rushed towards John-Ji. It doesn't want to get close to this strange guy anymore. This guy is so strong he's almost inhuman, he's even stronger than a ghost. The Uchiha round fan in John-Ji's hand danced so tightly that it broke all the nets. Wood release, cutting technique. John-Ji held the round fan horizontally in front of him and used wood release. Out of nowhere, wooden stakes with sharp tips emerged from the ground. As soon as the pile of wood lands, the stake will pierce the ground and stick out. So when it is tired, it can only keep running, it can't stop at all. What? How did this wood appear? I was so shocked. Above his head, 3 wooden stakes stood out very abruptly, as if they appeared out of thin air, and pierced into it from top to bottom. It immediately twisted its body to avoid it, but was still pierced by a wooden stake in its arm and finally stuck in the ground. It was obviously just a simple wooden stake inserted into the ground, but for some reason, it couldn't be pulled out. Fire style, great fireball technique. John-Ji's hands began to change again, performing mysterious operations that Lei could not understand at all. A huge fireball was actually spit out from his mouth. This thing is much bigger than the dragon head-shaped fireball before. How did he spit out this real flame from his mouth out of thin air? I can't figure it out no matter how hard I try. What Madara instilled with the Sharingan was very messy. In addition to the basic methods of using perception techniques, there were also a mess of basic ninjutsu, and most of them are fire escape. After all, the Uchiha clan is good at playing with fire. Seeing that he was about to be hit by the fireball, Lei was very decisive. He used a silk thread to directly cut off his arm that was pierced by the wooden stake and avoided the fireball. Feeling the temperature of the fireball, Lei clenched his teeth. It now has no doubt that this thing can burn itself into ashes. If I were really burned to ashes. God knows if I could be resurrected? Who are you? Are they the same guys as the Demon Slayer Corps? Are they specifically hunting us down? Lei asked with a fierce look. Zhang Ji didn't answer it at all. He formed seals with his hands again, and a huge fireball spewed out again. He waved his hands and an impenetrable net appeared in front of him. The fireball hit the big net and exploded directly. The huge impact sent Lei flying. It would be great if it were Amaterasu. Once it sees its target, it will be burned to ashes by the never extinguished black flames. What a pity, I don't know what the kaleidoscope capabilities of my eyes are. Zhang Ji spoke to himself. A wildfire has broken out around where Zhang Ji and Lei are fighting. The sky was dyed bright red. Lei's range of activities also began to get smaller and smaller, because it's on fire all around. The fire spread so fast that even ghosts couldn't understand it. A big tree could be burned to charcoal in a few seconds. It has already begun to think of retreating. Fire. Inashuk, you stay here and look after your companions, I'll go over and take a look. Tanjiro called out, then started running with the wooden box on his back. Baka, why do you make me do such a boring thing? How can I repair it? Pig is very angry. The closer you get, the higher the temperature becomes, and the stronger the smell of ghosts becomes. There's no need to get close to me, I can just use my ninjutsu to beat the demon so hard that he can't even take care of himself. Zhang Ji nodded slightly, expressing his recognition of his own strength. Why do you want to disturb the harmonious life of our family? Lei gritted his teeth, not knowing when his broken arm had recovered. I don't want to hear your nonsense, I don't want to know about your past. Whether you lack love or not, it's none of my business. Today, you will go to hell obediently. Zhang Ji started to criticize directly, and his words' lack of love dealt a critical blow to Tired's heart. You damn human. Tired of Deo heart collapse, eyes bloodshot. It actually rushed directly towards Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji sneered at the sight, stuck the Uchiha fan into the ground with his backhand, and rushed towards Lei. There was absolutely no suspense at all, and the one who took the initiative to get close was beaten up by Zhang Ji. There is no chance to even use blood vampire magic. He was completely reduced to a ghost punching bag for Zhang Ji to vent his brute force. Spider Ghost Mom's brain. The bag gradually recovered until her face reappeared. A thread began to appear from the broken neck, pulling the head closer to the body. There was a sound of something heavy falling to the ground. Tired and twisted, his body fell beside the Spider Ghost Mother's head. Wooden stakes burst out of the ground, piercing through Lei's body and controlling its movements. Tired, I actually defeated Rui. Spider Ghost Mom is almost going crazy, it's scary. Has it recovered? That's great, I'll burn you to ashes first so you can go see your dead husband sooner. Zhang Ji's voice sounded like the whisper of a devil to Spider Ghost Mother's ears. Don't worry, I'm going to hit you hard that you can see the wildfires all around here. Your body is so small, that you probably have a lot of FAT. That IT should burn quickly, so it shouldn't be too painful. Zhang Ji squatted beside Spider Ghost Mom and said with a smile, let me go, please, that's not my husband at all. I was forced, it's all because of exhaustion. It forced me with brute force, I don't want to kill anyone, please, let me go. I was forced, the culprit is tired. Tears kept flowing from Spider Ghost Mother's eyes and she begged for mercy frantically. Looking at the Spider Ghost Mother begging for mercy, Tired's expression was very shocked. Mom. How could you? How can you say such a thing? I always thought you were the best mother ever. Damn it, kill you. His face was full of anger, his mouth open showing a mouthful of fangs. Ha 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 ha, that's what I've been waiting for. It's so funny. Feel sorry. After Zhang Ji laughed, he looked at Spider Ghost Mother's head and shook his head slightly. Well, you want. Spider Ghost Mom was stunned. What did he mean by sorry? Fire style, great fire extinguishing. When Tanjiro arrived at the scene, he saw only flames everywhere and a man with his back to him, spewing out flames as raging as the waves of the sea. Who is it? Tanjiro was stunned, the scene before him was too shocking. Look at the fire all over the mountain and the waves of fire sweeping across the ground in front of you like waves. He even felt that his understanding of breathing techniques had improved a lot. Cough cough cough, can you choke on your saliva while breathing fire? My skills are not very good. I hope that Madara-sama's wooden clone is not around here. Zhang Ji suddenly stopped spitting fire and coughed several times. At this moment, the Spider Ghost Mother had completely disappeared and was completely burned to ashes. The strongest puppet of Spider Ghost Mother has completely lost the opportunity to appear. John-G is not as gentle as Tanjiro, but you should know that when Tanjiro finally killed Spider Mother, he suddenly changed his attack method, allowing Spider Mother to disappear without pain. That John-G couldn't care less, this thing ate itself, and it also killed so many people. But I am tired, and my body is still there, even though it has been burned to charcoal. Who are you? Tanjiro, good evening. John-G looked back and saw Tanjiro with a dull look in his eyes. Tanjiro was taken aback and immediately responded, evening. Good evening. John-G walked to Tanjiro, patted his shoulder gently and said, Tanjiro, use your knife to chop off the demon's head. I have something important to do. Please. John-G said this sincerely and left without looking back. He remembers it clearly. Spider ghost, and more. It has a human face, it's a human-faced spider. What's going on? What's happening? Are you dreaming? Is this a dream? Wake up quickly. If this is a dream, I hope I'm on Nezuko's legs when I wake up. If that's the case, I'll try my best. I can farm in both Ikatanda and Nightanda. So, please wake me up from this nightmare. In the mountains and forests, Zenitsu, who was looking for Nezuko, ran wildly, talking nonsense and roaring loudly all the way. Suddenly, he stopped and saw a small house hanging in the air by spider silk in front of him. Many humans with missing limbs were hanging on the spider silk around it. Some of them were not dead yet and were still breathing, wailing constantly. What is this? What is this? Have humans been made into spiders? And what's that smell? It stinks. If Tanjiro, who has a good sense of smell, were here, he would definitely be suffocated to death. Zenitsu covered his nose and felt like he was about to vomit. The wooden house shook, and a huge spider with a human head fell down hanging on a silk thread. Hey. The spider's human head gave Zenitsu a sinister smile. Zenitsu and the little sparrow on his shoulder all got goosebumps. I will never talk to someone like you, absolutely. After saying this with a disgusted look on his face, Zenitsu turned and ran away. There's no point trying to escape. You've already lost. The human-headed spider said with a sneer. What nonsense are you talking about? Listen carefully, don't talk to me. I hate guys like you. Zenitsu paused and slammed on the brakes. He was a little angry. You already understand, the situation is already bad. The human-headed spider's spider legs kept shaking and it spoke. Look at your. Before the human-headed spider could finish his words, a figure fell from the sky, seemingly jumping down from a nearby tree. There is no other way. Climbing through trees is a basic ninja operation. John-G landed beside Zenitsu. Before Zenitsu could react, John-G reached out and pulled out Zenitsu's sun blade. What? The human-headed spider didn't finish his words again, and a cold light flashed. The sun-will sword that John-G threw with all his strength was invisible to the naked eye. The human-head spider's human head has fallen from mid-air. The spider's body turned into ashes as it was blown by the night wind. Okay, I'm not responsible for picking up the knife. Goodbye. John-G patted Zenitsu's shoulder, then touched Sparrow's head and turned away. After walking a few steps, John-G came back. Oh right, you've been poisoned. Look at your hands. Stay where you are and wait for someone to come and save you. They should be here soon. After John-G gave another instruction, he turned around and jumped onto a big tree. As he turned around and moved, he disappeared from Zenitsu's sight. Who is that guy? But he must be a good person since he helped me get rid of the ghost. Shani looked at the direction where John-G left and whispered softly. Twitter. The little sparrow Chitaro chirped frantically beside Zenitsu's hand and even pecked it a few times. Shwutaru, what are you doing? This is. Am I poisoned? Zenitsu's eyes widened, his face horrified. The ghost father is gone, the ghost mother is gone, and the ghost son, the lower 5, should have been killed by Tanjiro by now. The one just now was Brother Gui, it's gone too. Then there's only one left. Bitch. John-G counted the heads quickly and started running wildly in the mountains and forests. He was looking for Spider Ghost Sister. At this time, Tanjiro cut off Rui's head with a knife, and without even looking at it, he ran to put out the fire. Ghost Sister is a little anxious at this moment. She is frantically searching for Lei and Spider Ghost Dad in the woods. For some reason, she can't find her family. She had just killed many members of the Demon Slayer Corps on the road, and now they were all wrapped in her cocoon. Tired. Dad, Spider Mountain is the territory of the Spider Ghost family, she shouted in the mountains and forests. Her cries did not find her family, but instead attracted evil spirits. Jiyu, under the orders of his lord, supports Spider Mountain together with Shinobu Koko. I don't know why, but I didn't see any powerful ghosts. No, there is not a single ghost. Until he heard Ghost Sister's cry, he followed the sound and found Spider Ghost Sister. Yi Yong appeared in front of Ghost Sister with an expressionless face. Ghost Sister is the weakest in the Spider Ghost family. She looked at the person in front of her and subconsciously felt that he was not someone to be trifled with. After shouting Dad several times, she found that there was no response from her father at all. She turned and was about to leave. As a result, a guy carrying a strange round fan jumped down from the tree and blocked her way. Who are these people? Could it be someone called Pillar? Why aren't Ti and Dad here? Where did they go? An anxious look appeared on Ghost Sister's face, with tears welling up in her eyes. She looked so weak and harmless. Yang didn't say anything extra and slowly drew out his sword. So far, except for Nezuko, he has not killed any other demons. No matter how good-looking or harmless they are, he will always chop off their heads. My beautiful lady, why are you alone in this deep forest? I see flames shooting up into the sky over there. It's very dangerous to be out there alone. Janji looked serious and approached Sister Gui. Oh, I got separated from my father. Can you take me home? As Sister Gui said this, she immediately ran behind Janji. A sly smile flashed across her face. Hey, that's a ghost. Get out of the way and let me kill her. Yang looked at the strange man in front of him expressionlessly. What was he doing here in the middle of the night with such a big fan on his back? Suddenly, Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. He noticed that there were bloodstains on the strange round fan carried by the person in front of him. Not only bloodstains, but also small pieces of what looked like human tissue stuck on it. It's boring. Janji took off his round fan. He had already noticed Yang's focus. I originally wanted to tease this dull water column. Beautiful lady, look, all this blood and all this mess, these are all left by your family. Under the moonlight, Janji held out the round fan in front of Sister Gui and said with a smile on his face. Sister Gui was so scared that she was shaking all over, and her eyes were all focused on Janji's scarlet eyes. In this situation, even a ghost can see that something is wrong with this guy. Dad was.byu. Wrong, I was forced, they forced me to eat people. I've never killed anyone. Sister Gui suddenly felt dizzy, and the young man in front of her suddenly attacked and cut her neck with a sickle. The beautiful head fell to the ground, and the ghost sister looked desperate. No, not the Nichiren sword, Ghost Sister said with a dull mind. The next second, Yang's expressionless face appeared in her sight. Puff Yang raised his knife and stabbed through Gaija's head. Now it is. Yang made a sword flower in a graceful manner and sheathed the sword. You are very good, do you want to? Goodbye, I have something important to do. Janji waved his hands, kicked his legs, and climbed up the tree, starting to move madly. His speed was so fast that Yang was stunned. When Janji returned to a distance, he found that Madara's wooden clone and Yuka were gone. He was not in a hurry, after all, that was Uchiha Madara's wooden clone. He sensed it a little and found chakra fluctuations left intentionally by Madara. Are you back to my yard? About 40 minutes have passed now. Okay, I won't get beaten this time. Janji nodded, then started running wildly with his round fan on his back. Yuka is very nervous now. When she woke up, she found someone sitting next to her. No, her first reaction was, ghost. Have you ever seen any good man wearing dark red armor and sitting next to a little girl watching the moon at night? The key point is that his face is full of cracks. And he has two bodies. The body he brought her back actually melted into the body that was sitting in Brother G's house for some reason, like a piece of wood. The most important thing is that although this uncle looks extremely handsome, there is no trace of life in him. It's more like a ghost than a ghost. And these white things on her body. Dad, I'm going to become a ghost. I feel like I'm already a bit cannibalistic. Why am I so miserable? When Jahua thought of this, tears began to appear in her big eyes. Pour water. Madara sat cross-legged in front of a table, his chin resting on his fist. Although his body was reincarnated from the impure world reincarnation, he did not feel thirsty or hungry at all. But this kid is a bit annoying, he keeps shaking, and now it's even worse, he looks like he's about to cry. There was no other way, so he decided to find something for the little girl to do. Yes, sir, we have you. Jahua started to kowtow and took the opportunity to start crying loudly. Madara helplessly held his forehead with his hand. How about kill him? Let's just say this kid's body is rejecting white Zetsu cells. Maybe if that guy is lucky he can even get 3 Megatama. Madara was a little conflicted, because according to his personality, he usually wouldn't bother to kill a brat of this age with his own hands. Madara-sama. Janji opened the door and shouted loudly. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Jahua with tears on her face. You can still cry, it's all right now. A relieved smile appeared on Janji's face. You're back. Uchiha-fan, is it useful? Madara glanced sideways, looked at Janji who was covered in blood, and asked with a smile. That's right. Does this look like a member of the Uchiha clan? It works great, there's no better weapon than this. Mr. Madara, how do you use the Uchiha rebound? Janji sat down next to Madara, winked at Yuka and asked. Teacher. Jahua was stunned. How come Brother G regards a ghost as his teacher? Could it be? Woo, Brother G, it turns out you've already turned into a ghost. It must have been very hard for you to endure not eating me. Jahua suddenly threw herself into Janji's arms and cried even harder. What do you mean? Janji held Jahua's head and gently stroked her long hair. To Janji, Jahua was like a younger sister. It's okay, Brother G, I've become a ghost too. You don't have to eat me, Jaehua said as she pulled open her clothes, revealing a large area of unseen white skin in front of Zhang Ji. She pointed at the white Zetsu cells on her body and said, "Look, I've become a ghost too. I'm already starting to want to eat people. What should I do, brother Ji?" Woo! The corners of Madara's mouth twitched a few times. This kind of scene was what annoyed him the most. What's so good about being a woman? Find a buddy with the same strength as you, fight together, and talk about the future together. Then they started fighting each other. That's what a real man should do. How can we fix this? Hashirama said he wanted to get married. I'm strongly against it. Madara's mood suddenly became very bad. You want to eat people? What nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Ji held Jaehua's shoulder with one hand, put his hand on Jaehua's forehead and tested it. That he said to himself with a strange look on his face, "You don't have a fever?" Whispering sound. "Gee, time is running out. That kind of stuff hasn't been cleaned up yet. Aren't you afraid that I'll deal with you when you come back?" Madara interrupted at a very inopportune time. "Mr. Madara, stop making trouble. A family of 5, if they weren't burned, I would have beheaded them. How could they possibly survive?" Zhang Ji waved his hands proudly, thinking that Madara was teasing him, but looking at Madara's handsome and serious face, Zhang Ji's expression froze instantly. "Tanjiro, teacher, if I don't catch up, can I still keep half my life?" Zhang Ji sat up straight and asked with a serious expression. Madara nodded slightly and said, "It's only half life left." "That's outrageous." Zhang Ji estimated that there were still about 10 minutes left, so he pushed Jaehua down on the seat, stood up and breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Ji, what happened?" Yuka asked blankly. Zhang Ji wanted to cry but had no tears. He gave Jaehua a smile that was uglier than crying, then grabbed his round fan, opened the door and rushed out. "It's impossible to completely destroy it. How do you do it? Why can such a fierce flame burst out of the mouth? Who the hell is that guy?" Tanjiro was sweating profusely at this moment that he couldn't put out the fire by himself. The scope of the wildfire is expanding, and it seems that it will not stop until Spider Mountain is completely burned out. Zenitsu has been rescued by Shinobu Koko, who fell from the sky. Looking at the raging fire in the distance, Shinobu Koko began to summon people from the Demon Slayer Corps to put out the fire. As for Jiyu, he didn't take the forest fire seriously. He simply wondered if that seemingly weak demon from earlier could truly wipe out the entire advance team of the Demon Slayer Corps. So he continued to wander, feeling that something was amiss. There must be more demons in this forest. How can I repair it? Tired, his body covered in charred skin, slowly crawled up from the ground. The burns on his body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. When Tanjiro swung his sword towards his head, Rui cut off his own head with silk thread in advance, avoiding the attack of the sun blade. His tired face was distorted, and the two words Zioa were emitting a faint light in the pupil of his left eye. He was so tired that drool was flowing from the corners of his mouth. He was burned too badly by the fire and now he really wanted to eat. Not far away, Tanjiro, who was putting out a fire, became his target. Tanjiro's nose suddenly twitched and he was stunned for a moment. The smell of the ghost is still there, it seems stronger than before. Tanjiro felt that this made no sense at all, as he had clearly cut off his head with the Nichiren sword. There's no way a ghost could survive after having its head cut off by the Nichiren sword. Ghost. More than one. Tanjiro came to the conclusion immediately and turned his head sharply. He was so tired that his whole body was charred, drool was dripping from the corners of his mouth, and he looked at him with a ferocious face. "Not dead. Why?" Tanjiro drew out his Nichiren sword and prepared for battle. "That doesn't make any sense. Tanjiro isn't the type to be careless. Is it impossible that the head was not chopped off? My goodness, it took us 10 minutes to get to the scene." Zhang Ji ran wildly. He has been traumatized by the beating he gave to Madara-sama. After all, he was beaten by Madara for a whole day and night. Water-breathing 4 forms strike tide. The moment Rui started to approach, Tanjiro used the breathing of water, and the sun blade in his hand slashed forward with multiple attacks like a tidal wave. Rui's attack was swift, wrapping spider silk around his body to block Tanjiro's slashing blows. So hard. Tanjiro slashed the spider silk with a knife, but found that the expected cutting did not happen. The spider silk of this ghost was incredibly willful. Lei was very anxious that he had to end the battle as soon as possible. Who knew if the guy with the round fan was still in the spider mountain? What if he came back again? That's useless. Lei waved his hand and a spider silk swept across. Tanjiro did a elbow lift on the spot, and he clearly felt a sharp breath passing by his nose. Water-breathing first form water surface slash. Tanjiro supported himself on the ground with one hand, spun on the spot, and swept the sun blade in his hand from bottom to top. Although the water surface slash only has one hit, its power is indeed much greater than other forms of water breathing. He pulled with both hands, and several silk threads appeared between his hands. Ding! The sword blade and spider silk collided with each other, making a crisp sound of steel hitting steel. It's useless, just let me kill you. With an angry roar, he exerted force with both hands, and the spider silk instantly straightened, rebounding Tanjiro's sword. Tanjiro took the force, somersault backwards several times, braked on the last step, sprinted forward a few steps with the sword in both hands, and then jumped high. Full focus, water breathing, second form, water wheel. His body spun in the air, and he gritted his teeth, and air rushed out of his mouth. This blow accelerated the building's body's rotation, slashing from top to bottom with incredible power. Tired after all, his body was severely injured, and he couldn't withstand this blow at all. The sun blade cut through the spider silk and slashed fiercely into Rui's shoulder. Ha ha ha, I got you. Instead, Lei laughed and grabbed the sun blade. What? Tanjiro was shocked. The Nichiren sword seemed to have cut into the mimicry. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it out. You have to know that once the members of the Demon Slayer Corps lose their Nichiren sword, they will be completely helpless against demons. Because it can't be killed at all, not everyone can use chakra to set fire like John G. There's nothing else to do, we can only abandon our weapons and run away. Hurry up. Tanjiro was very decisive. Suddenly, he hit Rui's forehead hard with his own head. For a moment, I felt as if my head was hit by an Uchiha fan, and my brain froze for a moment. The power of the head pillar is so terrifying. Now, Tanjiro used both hands to try to pull out the Nichiren sword. However, Rui did not give him this chance, and quickly grabbed Tanjiro's neck with his other hand. Damn it! Tanjiro gritted his teeth, immediately loosened his grip on the hilt of the Nichiren sword, turned around and ran away. Rui shook his head, threw the Nichiren sword aside, and threw several spider silks at Tanjiro's back. Da-da-da-da. At the critical moment, Yi-Yang rushed in and cut the spider silk with a few strokes. Tanjiro also stopped running and looked back at his senior brother. My inference is correct, Ghost, isn't this still there? I'm really smart. Yi-Yang said something expressionlessly that was totally inconsistent with his own style. How could I repair it, you annoying Demon Slayer Corps? When will this end? I will kill you all. Lei's spirit was already somewhat out of control, and he roared at Yi-Yang. Hate? No, I'm not hated. Yi-Yang answered the ghost's question for the first time. What? Forget it, it doesn't matter if it's one or two people, let's die together. Lei gritted his teeth and danced wildly with his hands, shooting out sharp spider silk. Be careful, that thing. What? So fast? Tanjiro, who was about to warn, was stunned by the scene before him. Yi-Yang's speed is so fast that it can't be seen with the naked eye. He blocked all the sharp spider silk, and his knife drawing speed seemed to be faster than the speed of the spider silk. In less than a few seconds, Yi-Yang rushed to Lei's front and cut off Lei's left hand with a knife with an expressionless face. Column. Just as this question popped up in Lei's mind, the head had already left his neck. This time, he didn't have the chance to cut his own neck with the spider silk. Zhang Ji ran all the way to the scene just in time to turn into ashes from exhaustion. Well, it was all in vain. And never mind, let's go back. Zhang Ji turned around and was about to go back the way he came. Wildfire, you put it there, didn't you? If it's not destroyed, this mountain will be finished. There are still many members of the Demon Slayer Corps who are still alive but have lost their ability to move. Tanjiro shouted loudly to Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji glanced sideways slightly and smiled faintly at Tanjiro. What is he doing? Tanjiro looked at the man in front of him who was being fanned by this strange fan and was dancing wildly with his hands. There were afterimages left by the movements of his hands. Water style, water formation pillar. Zhang Ji's abdomen swelled up visibly, and then he vomited a huge ball of water. The water ball blocked the moon in the sky, and a dark shadow enveloped everyone. Zhang Ji used the water array columns one after another, and the fire in the forest began to extinguish visibly. That's all right, goodbye. Zhang Ji looked very anxious and turned around and ran away. A hint of change appeared on Yi-Yang's calm face as he held the hilt of the knife with one hand and followed Zhang Ji. He wanted to see where this mysterious guy was going and why he looked so anxious. Could it be that there are ghosts? Yi-Yang began to speculate. After the two left, Tanjiro quickly put the box behind him on the ground and opened the small door on the box. Nezuko was still sleeping soundly. Tanjiro smiled and reached out to touch his sister's hair. Nezuko, it's okay. Brother will definitely find a way to turn you back into a human, Tanjiro said to the sleeping Nezuko with a firm expression. Why are you following me? Zhang Ji, who was on his way, obviously noticed Yi-Yang following him all the way. He began to analyze secretly in his mind. I'm tired of crushing people, and I'm tired of killing people instantly. So I'm a little weaker than him. No, the comparison method is wrong. If I had the Nichiren sword, I could kill him instantly. Yi-Yang followed Zhang Ji and ran all the way down the mountain. He found Zhang Ji waiting for him at the village gate. Yi-Yang slowed down his pace and walked to Zhang Ji's side. I didn't expect there was a village in a place like this. Ji-Yu looked at the peaceful village in front of him and spoke. There are many things you didn't expect. There is not only a village here, but also members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Demon Slayer Corps. I've never heard of anyone from the Demon Slayer Corps in a place like this. Yi Yang recalled that he really had no impression of this place. It doesn't matter, I'll take you to see him. Maybe with outsiders here, the teacher will give me some face and not beat me up. Zhang Ji began to feel a little bit of luck. Damn it, I'm going to get beaten for another day and night because of this. I'm going to turn around and beat up Tanjiro. This isn't over yet. Zhang Ji thought with gritted teeth. Is this your place? Yi Yang asked as he looked at the farmhouse in front of him. Yes, please come in and do it. Zhang Ji walked into the yard first, took a few steps to the door of the room, and opened it. Mr. Madara, I'm back. Zhang Ji nodded at Ban and sat next to Ban. Jihua sat upright. She had a strong sense of fear towards this handsome uncle who had been silent all the time. Yi Yang walked into the house and the expression on his face instantly sank, looking at the cracks on Madara-sama's face and the aura of decay all over his body. If this isn't a ghost, what is it? Jia slowly placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword. Madara glanced at him slightly sideways. All the hairs on Yi Yang's body stood up. In just a moment, he felt like a baby mouse, and facing him was a cat with a calm expression. My hand pressing on the hilt of the sword trembled slightly. No, his whole body began to tremble. How could such an outrageous ghost appear here? Could it be the Ghost King Muzan? After all, as the king of ghosts, it is normal for him to appear in any form. Are you shaking? Why? Madara asked in a flat voice. Yi Yang noticed that the uncle who looked like the Demon King Muzan had bloodshot eyes. He glanced at Zhang Ji, and sure enough, the same eyes. Trap, it's a trap. They are all ghosts. And that girl with the white stuff on her neck. They are all ghosts. Just why ghosts want to kill ghosts? And why is there no smell of ghosts? Yi Yang's heart is in a mess. Ha 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 ha. Extremely, this kid can think of so much in just a split second. Okay. If you have anything to say, let's talk first. I need to verify something. Madara laughed loudly, and then with a bang, he exploded into a cloud of smoke. As Madara-sama left, Ji-Yu felt the pressure he was under immediately dissipate. His legs went weak and he almost fell. Okay, that's an illusion. Once you're under an illusion, you can no longer control what you think or what you're about to do. You're lucky you didn't die when you saw Madara-sama put his hand directly on the hilt. Zhang Ji was stunned when he spoke, and scratched his head and said again, no, he will definitely not die. You're ghosts, right? Yi Yang calmed himself down and asked. No, don't look at my teacher's appearance. He is not the ghost you think he is. What you think of as ghosts are, in a fundamental sense, also living things. As for my teacher, he can't be called a creature at the moment. He should be a real ghost. Zhang Ji said thoughtfully. You just said I won't die. Why? Yi Yang continued to ask questions. The reason is simple. Have you ever seen an adult get angry with a child? Zhang Ji said in the tone of Madara. Child, but I'm not a child. I'm 21 years old. Ji-Yu answered very seriously. I didn't expect that, Yuka. Your father is actually a swordsmith in the Demon Slayer Corps, Zhang Ji said with a strange expression as he looked at the middle-aged old man carrying a hoe in front of him. Yes, Zhang Ji is preparing to join the Demon Slayer Corps. He just wants to get an Ikarin fan. Because when Madara-sama exploded into smoke and disappeared, the Uchiha fan also disappeared with him. Zhang Ji thought that the trial period was over. Yes, our family is also a hereditary member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Jihua nodded and said that she had now faced the reality and that she had not turned into a ghost at all. The white stuff on the body can be understood as some kind of herb that fills the body. Yes, she understood that well. After you have forged your Ikarin sword, come with me back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. I will take you to see the Lord. Everyone had rested for a night at Zhang Ji's house, and Yi Yang had recovered. Didn't you expect that? Yuka's father asked with a smug look on his face. Yeah, I didn't expect that. I thought you only knew how to farm, but it turns out you can also forge swords. But uncle, can you really forge swords? I doubt it. Zhang Ji looked at Jihua's father with suspicion and said, What are you talking about? You're Jiyu, right? That guy Yorokadake Kanji mentioned you to me before. Your teacher and I are from the same era. Come on, Yi Yang, tell him if the swordsmiths who worked in the same period as your teacher could forge swords. Jihua's father raised his beard and shouted loudly. Zhang Ji turned his puzzled look towards Yi Yang. Yahua's father also looked at Yi Yang, waiting for this taciturn guy to speak. I have no idea. Yi Yang whispered these 4 words. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Ji burst into laughter. Yahua's father was so angry that he threw away the hoe in his hand and said angrily, Yi Yang, you are really not likable at all. Fool. As he said this, Yuka's father raised his fist towards Yi Yang. I'm not hated, and besides, I'm not stupid. Yi Yang is a stubborn person who refuses to listen to any words or suggestions. Alright, father, don't be angry anymore. Mr. Yi Yang has always been like this. Brother Ji, stop laughing. Jihua grabbed Zhang Ji's arm and began to shake it wildly. After a while of arguing, everyone followed Jahua's father to the backyard of their house. Wow, they actually have a full set of equipment. I never even noticed it. John G looked at the sword forging equipment in front of him and secretly clicked his tongue. Okay kid, actually I'm the most surprised one. I didn't expect a farmer to have such skills. Saving Yuka from the devil must have been very dangerous, right? Thank you so much. Jahua's father knelt down on the ground and was about to kowtow to John G. Seeing such a great gift from such an old man, he immediately grabbed Jahua's father's arms and spoke politely. No, it's not dangerous at all. It's a crushing blow. Yi Yang interrupted again at a very inappropriate time. Crush, Brother G, is that true? You clearly don't even have the sun blade. Little stars appeared in Jahua's eyes, and she looked at Zhang Ji with admiration. She didn't see how Zhang Ji fought the ghost. Ji Yu saw it. That thing is much more cruel to ghosts than the Nichiren sword. It's okay, it's okay. My ancestors were ninjas, so I'm good at both. Zhang Ji touched his nose embarrassedly and said. Yuka also wanted to ask questions about ninja, she was so curious. Okay, Jahua, Zhang Ji still has to go to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, so let me give him a sword fight first. I still have a lot of materials. Ji, what kind of knife do you want? Yuka's father asked. Knife? No, I don't want a knife. Zhang Ji shook his head and said. Sunwheel sword, you don't want a sword. Jahua's father was a little confused. How could he cut the ghost's neck without a knife? He wants a round fan, big on top and small at the bottom, with a chain at the end and a sickle at the end of the chain. A weapon of this shape. Ji Yu said expressionlessly while gesturing in the air with his hands. At first glance, the thing he was demonstrating looked a bit curvy, just like what Jiraiya and Naruto were showing each other. I think I understand, Yuka's father said hesitantly. Although the old man said he understood, Zhang Ji still gave him the blueprint. That night, Yahua's father was shirtless and had a serious look on his face. This is the time to test his skills. In this way, Zhang Ji and Yi Yang waited in the village at the foot of Spider Mountain for Zhang Ji's sun fan to be completed. Tanjiro and his companions have been taken back to the headquarters by the Demon Slayer Corps for treatment. Late at night, Madara was wandering around, looking for something called a ghost. It's nothing, it's all because after Zhang Ji killed the ghost, he seemed to have a little more perception of the ninja world. So he wanted to give it a try and kill a few more ghosts. After all, in his opinion, these things were as weak as a chicken. But obviously, Madara's luck was not very good, and he wandered around for several days without finding anything. There's this thing called a ghost. Late at night, he walked on the street with his arms folded across his chest. Occasionally, a few passers-by passed by him, but they acted as if they didn't see him. This kind of thing is. Madara was stunned when he looked at the train in front of him. There was something he had never seen before. Unlimited. Madara suddenly became interested when he saw the two words on the hood of the car. He wanted to go up and take a look. Who I finally got to meet you. Madara suddenly gave up the idea of getting on the train because he sensed that a ghost had appeared not far away. In a dark alley, a ghost with dark skin and dark blue stripes all over its body was torturing a woman. He grabbed the woman's neck with one hand and dug the fingers of his other hand into her face. The hand holding the woman's neck exerted a little force, and the finger sank a little bit. Wow. The woman was speechless and could only let out miserable moans. The ghost looked excited. It didn't seem hungry, nor was it in a hurry to kill the woman. It seemed like it was just having fun. He, what a great expression. Act in a more painful way. The ghost licked his tongue excitedly, looking at the woman's gradually unfocused eyes. He felt a surge of pleasure rushing straight to the top of his head. Da. The sound of unhurried footsteps reached the ghost's ears. The ghost looked back and saw a tall figure slowly walking towards him from inside the dark box. It sniffed and found that it was not human. Hey, I found this human first, but I'm not hungry. You can eat it when I'm done playing. I advise you to listen to me, because this is my territory, the Ripper. The bald ghost actually reported his number to Madara. The Ripper, your territory, humph. Madara's tone was filled with sarcasm. What caught the Ripper's sight was a pair of scarlet eyes that looked like they were made of blood. As he got closer, the Ripper noticed that the face of the guy in front of him was full of cracks. This must be a ghost. Same kind, you and I are both ghosts, right? The Ripper is not afraid. With his abilities, how could he possibly discover how powerful Madara is? As long as Madara-sama doesn't show off his power, he just looks like a handsome uncle. Madara ignored him completely and didn't stop. Given Madara's personality, he was already giving him a lot of face by talking to this ant when he showed up just now. Hey, you, why don't you speak? You don't take me seriously at all. Who do you think you are? The 12 demon moons? The Ripper got angry and let go of the woman in his hand. The woman had been tortured by him to the point of being on the verge of death and covered in blood. He decided to teach this guy who broke into his territory a lesson. The Ripper's ability is to move at high speed. His movement speed is so fast that it is invisible to the naked eye. A gust of wind blew past Madara-sama's ears. No one can stop my speed. The Ripper has appeared behind Madara. Madara slowly raised his hands and made his classic pose, crossing his arms across his chest. I am. The next second, the Ripper's voice appeared directly in Madara's ears. In an instant, he was close to Madara-sama again. The fastest. Bang! Before the Ripper could finish his words, Madara swung his fist backwards, sending the Ripper flying backwards with his nose broken. It would be more accurate to say that his nose had been smashed into his face. His face was flattened by Madara with just one blow. How can this be repaired? The Ripper was furious and sped up with all his strength. He seemed to have turned into blue lightning and moved madly around Madara. No one can catch up with my speed. I will make you pay for your arrogance. The Ripper's voice seemed to come from all directions, and Madara stood there, motionless. Well, Madara let out a slight sigh, then casually reached to the side with his right hand. The Ripper, who was moving frantically around him, was suddenly grabbed by the neck by a hand. Baka. Bacona. The Ripper's face was full of disbelief. He immediately raised his hands, and the black nails on his index fingers were extremely sharp, and they all penetrated into Madara's wrist. Your speed is indeed quite good. If you want to escape, you should be very good at it. The corners of Madara's mouth curled up slightly. The Ripper was stunned for a moment, and then a violent wave surged out of Madara's body. The chakra in Madara-sama's body was incredibly powerful, forming a force field similar to Shinra Tensei. In the blink of an eye, the Ripper's body was reduced to ashes under the impact of this chakra. No matter how serious the injury to the reincarnated body is, it is insignificant, so Madara didn't even look at the small hole on his wrist made by the Ripper's claws. No bloodshed anyway. Save me. The dying woman tortured by the Ripper had a glimmer of hope in her eyes, and she used all her strength to say these words to the domineering man in front of her. The perception of the ninja world. Has reappeared slightly. It seems my guess is correct. I should have asked that bug to show me the way. Well, never mind. Madara thought to himself, then walked past the woman without stopping. From beginning to end, he didn't even look at the dying woman. The woman looked at Madara-sama, who had just left. The last bit of light in her eyes quickly faded, and her pupils began to dilate again. Found it. The person attacked by a ghost. Where's the ghost? Where is it? No trace of the ghost. He might have left. Take this woman back for treatment. A series of voices came into the woman's ears. The Demon Slayer Corps are here. In a certain carriage of the infinite train, Madara appeared out of nowhere. He sat by the window, looking at the night outside with indifferent eyes. The next morning, a man with long yellow hair with red edges boarded the infinite train. He had thick black eyebrows, bright eyes, and a faint smile on his face. The flame pillar, Rengoku Kyojuro, has boarded the infinity train. When Kyojuro passed by a carriage, he always felt something was strange, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Then he shook his head and continued walking forward. Oh, there are people in this world with such sharp intuition. Madara supported his chin and spoke softly. I saw that Madara was the only one sitting in the carriage. All the passengers passing by ignored Madara and the section of the carriage he was sitting in, outside the infinity train. What kind of monster is this? Zuzu's face was filled with shock. He had never been to the city before. This is the first time I've seen a train. Pigs swooping in. Inashuk hit his head against the train car, drawing puzzled looks from the people around him. Stop it. You're making me so embarrassing. Zenitsu angrily scolded Inashuk, begging him not to do anything strange again. What happened? A little bento selling girl wearing a beret, a large silver mirror on her face, and a wide ponytail looked at the man wearing a pig head mask not far away with curiosity. Moshi. Suddenly, a call came from behind him. Would you like a bento? The little girl immediately turned around and walked the lunchbox she was selling forward. A premium bento. The man in front of him raised a finger with a warm smile on his face. A premium bento, 36 coins. The little girl handed over the lunchbox and said. The man grabbed the lunchbox, opened it and started eating. He chewed it once and then stammered, Jihua. Pay the bill. After he passed the little girl, she realized that the man was carrying a very strange huge fan on his back. Why is this happening, Brother G? You're going too far. Even if I pay, you should at least have two. Jihua raised a fist towards Zhang Ji's back and said with gritted teeth. Everyone I met today. Is so weird. The little girl muttered to herself helplessly, and then began to sell her lunchbox. A few days ago, in the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Tanjiro's hands were tied, and in front of him were the pillars. Before the trial begins, state the crime you committed. Shinobu Koko's voice was soft and her tone was soothing. There's no need for a trial. Sheltering a ghost is a clear violation of team rules. We can deal with it alone and behead the ghost together with him. The flame pillar spoke in a loud and convincing voice. Then let me chop his neck off in style. I'll make his blood splatter everywhere more spectacularly than anyone else. It's already too gorgeous. Sound pillar Tenjin Uzui struck a very showy pose. Are you going to kill such a cute child? It's so heartbreaking, so painful. Love pillar Kanroji Mitsurai covered the corners of her mouth with her hands, with an expression of reluctance on her face. What a chill child. It's really pitiful. The fact of being born is pitiful enough. The rock pillar, the tallest of all the pillars, clasped his hands together, tears streaming from his eyes. What was the shape of that cloud? What's it called? Kazumi Hotokaito Muchiro's eyes were dull, and he had completely emptied himself at this moment. Where's Nezuko? Where's Nezuko? Tanjiro looked around anxiously. He was very tired and injured. He never expected that when he woke up he would be tied up and his sister was missing. What are you looking at? The pillars are talking. These adults are the 9 highest ranking swordsmen in the Demon Slayer Corps. The Demon Slayer Corps member who was kneeling on one knee next to Tanjiro reminded him in a low voice. Let me kill you. Yeah, it has to be gorgeous. Several pillars who advocated killing Tanjiro spoke one after another. Nezuko, where the hell is Nezuko? Nezuko, Zenitsu, Inashuk, Mr. Murata. Tanjiro ignored the pillars in front of him and started shouting loudly. Compared to that kind of thing, how should Fukuoka deal with it? A deep voice came. Hearing the sound, Tanjiro looked towards a tree in front of him. There was a man in black and white striped clothes, with a bandage on his face and a white snake spitting out its tongue wrapped around its neck. He's not even tied up, and that's giving me a headache. According to Butterfly, Tomioka also violated the team rules, right? How should we punish him? How should we make him take responsibility? What kind of situation are you going to put him in? Say something, Tomioka. This is the snake pillar, Iguro Obanai, he said, pointing downwards with his finger. Tanjiro turned his head to look in the direction of the snake pillar's finger, and Tomioka Gyuu had stood beside him without him knowing when. Behind Yi-Yang, there is a familiar face, the man with a round fan on his back and fire spitting from his mouth. At this moment, Zhang Ji was looking at the pillars present with curiosity. Because of me, even Mr. Tomioka. A look of guilt appeared on Tanjiro's face. Let's consider the punishment later. After all, he came along obediently. In contrast, I'd like to see what this little guy has to say. This little guy is a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, but he brings demons with him on a mission. I'd like to hear your own explanation about this matter. Shinobu Koko spoke. Punishment? Hey, Jiyu, why is it a punishment? Haven't you already completed your mission? Zhang Ji raised his hand and put his arm around Yi-Yang's neck, looked at the pillars in front of him with suspicion, and whispered in Yi-Yang's ear. New here, Jiyu, you've been injecting fresh blood into the Demon Slayer Corps quite frequently lately, as expected of a disciple of the trainer. Koko Shinobu said with a smile looking at Jiyu. Yi-Yang hummed lightly and ignored it. Tanjiro and the pillars then began to explain, but it was obvious that no pillar was willing to listen to his sophistry. A ghost is a ghost and will never change. Hey, HEY.IT seems like something interesting has happened. According to the original plot, Wind Pillar Uzui Kagawa Miyabi arrived at the scene dragging the box where Nezuko was hiding with one hand. Zhang Ji was a little speechless, because he knew that if he continued like this, it would take a long time before he could get into his main storyline. Is that the idiot team member with the ghost the guy? What exactly is the plan? Nanny. Before Bussei could finish his words, he suddenly felt his hand lighten, and the box in his hand had disappeared. Zhang Ji carried the box and walked a few steps to Tanjiro. He placed the box in front of Tanjiro, squatted down and began to help Tanjiro untie the rope. Tomioka Jiyu still looked at Zhang Ji expressionlessly, not worried that Zhang Ji's actions would cause him to get hurt, because this guy, maybe he is stronger than all the pillars present. The kind of flames he spewed out, if it was a ghost, it could last for a while, but if it was a human, I'm afraid it would turn into ashes in an instant, right? You bastard, who are you? Is he a demon's companion? Bussei roared angrily, then drew his sword and slashed at Zhang Ji. Stop it, the Lord is coming soon. Jiyu shouted, causing Busui to freeze in his tracks. The next second, he suddenly felt that his knife was frozen in midair. Oh, you used the back of a knife, I'll just have to be reluctant and not kill you then. Zhang Ji stretched out 2 fingers and clamped Bussei's knife tightly. Silence. So cool. Ganla C's face suddenly turned red. Pull. Yi-Yang frowned slightly and shouted. He was also unsure whether Zhang Ji would really kill someone, but he didn't dare to gamble, because Zhang Ji and his teacher, this pair of guys with the surname Uchiha, were too mysterious. Ninja, never heard of it. That kind of physical fitness far beyond that of ordinary people and the ability to manipulate fire and water at will. It was simply unbelievable to Yi-Yang, and for some reason, whenever he saw those scarlet Sharinan, Jiyu always felt uncomfortable. It seemed as if those eyes were filled with malice towards everything. I see. Zhang Ji loosened his fingers and responded impatiently, then exerted force with one hand and broke the rope that tied Tanjiro's hands. Thank you, Mr. Ji. Tanjiro looked grateful. Zhang Ji nodded to Tanjiro, stood up, glanced at the pillars, and said, if you can't even distinguish between good ghosts and evil ones, just stop being a pillar. Anyway, you guys don't look very strong. As Zhang Ji spoke, he raised his hands, clasped them in front of his chest, and slowly raised his head. In his eyes, there was a scarlet color that made Jiyu feel uneasy. You bastard! 100%, he's in cahoots with the devil. I'm going to kill you and that brat. The pillars deeply hate ghosts, and Uzui is the most extreme among them. Oh? If you have the courage, then you can give it a try. Zhang Ji stretched out a hand and hooked his finger at Busui River. Basii held the knife in both hands. For some reason, when he was stared at by those scarlet eyes, he actually felt like retreating. The Lord has arrived. Just when the atmosphere at the scene was getting a little weird, two almost identical girls' voices were heard. Here you are, my lovely children. A gentle voice came from inside the house, followed by steady footsteps. The Lord appeared and walked out of the room. His pupils were pale, and the area above his nose looked as if it had been burned by fire, with not an inch of intact skin. Supported by two pale girls, Lord Yubayashiki Yuya stood in the sunlight. Good morning, everyone. What a nice day today. Isn't the sky blue? I'm very happy that we can hold the semi-annual meeting of the pillars without any changes in the membership, Yubayashiki Kazuya said in a gentle tone. Injured? No. Are you sick? Is this person the Lord? Tanjiro looked at Yubayashiki Kagaya's face, a little lost in thought. Hua la la. In an instant, all the pillars lined up in a row and knelt on one knee. Tanjiro. Jiyu looked up at Tanjiro and reminded him. Ah, oh. Tanjiro was stunned for a moment, then immediately knelt on one knee next to Jiyu. Zhang Ji took a few steps back and leaned against a tree in the yard. He had no intention of disturbing the pillars. Hearing footsteps, Yubayashiki Yoya looked in the direction of Zhang Ji, although he could not see anything at all. It would be great if my lord is still in good health. I sincerely wish you better health. Fuzuko Amiya changed his previous irritable look and spoke in a sincere tone. Thank you, Shaimai. Yubayashiki Kazuya turned his face towards Sanamai and spoke calmly. That's what I wanted to say, greetings to the Lord. Ganla Temple pouted, looking aggrieved, with his eyebrows twisted into the shape of an 8. Excuse me, but before the Hashira Council meeting begins, I'd like to explain this demon-carrying soldier named Kamado Tanjiro. What do you think? Fuzukawa Minoru continued. I'm sorry to disturb you, but Tanjiro and Nezuko are recognized by me, so I hope you can recognize them as well. Yubayashiki Yoya's statement is shocking. As expected, this decision was immediately opposed by most of the pillars. Then I took out the letter from Urokodake Seikanji. Zhang Ji looked at the scene in front of him with great interest. He found it quite interesting to see such a vivid reenactment of the scene. If Nezuko attacks anyone else, Kamado Tanjiro, Urokodake Seikanji, and Tomioka Jiyu will commit seppuku. As expected, these words were repeated by the girl, which moved Tanjiro to tears. Obviously, this cannot make the pillars let go of their prejudices. Just like what the Sunny Boy Flame Pillar said, if she captures people to eat, then the dead will be irreversible. Zhang Ji also agreed with this point of view. That he had a deep understanding of what would happen if he and Madara returned to the Naruto world, and Madara pointed at Black Zetsu and said to him, "This is the product of my will, that you can trust it as much as you trust me." Then Zhang Ji would definitely rush forward like a tiger king and shout 3 words, "You fart." I don't understand, my lord. If it's a human, I can let it go, but not a ghost. We, the Demon Slayer Corps, have fought with such great faith, and so many have sacrificed our lives for this, therefore, I cannot agree. Fuzuko Amiya's face was full of anger. After saying that, he drew out his knife and cut his arm. Aha! What are you doing? What are you doing? If it makes the yard dirty. Ganla Temple was full of confusion and started to complain wildly in his heart. Swish! A gust of wind blew up Ganla C's hair, and Zhang Ji instantly came behind Ganla Si. Why do you keep complaining in your mind? I heard everything, Zhang Ji said while suppressing a smile. That's right, Zhang Ji completely guessed the time period, because he remembered that Ganlo Si was a character who liked to complain wildly in his heart. He picked the right time period. Well, did you hear that? Ganla Temple was so scared that he stood up and took a few steps back, saying with a look of shock on his face, "My lord, I will prove it now." The ugliness of ghosts. Everyone's attention was focused on Busii-kun, leaving Kanroji standing there looking at Zhang Ji and sighing non-stop. Musashi Fuzuka stepped on the box containing Nezuko, and all the blood from the wound on his arm fell onto the box. Stop! Tanjiro shouted and immediately stepped forward. Righteous Yang grabbed Tanjiro's arm and said in a serious tone, "Tanjiro, let your sister prove herself. Hey, ghost, it's time to eat, come eat." Blood seeped through the cracks in the wooden box and dripped onto the hands of the sleeping Nezuko. Nezuko's hand twitched suddenly, and she began to let out a low growl. "Don't force yourself, just show your true self. Let me kill you right here." Fuzuko Miyabi had a smile on his face. Absolutely no ghost could stand the temptation of human blood, absolutely not. Fuzukawa, you can't do this in the sun. The ghost won't come out unless you're in the shade, the snake pillar reminded. My lord, I am rude. With a call, Fuzukawa Miyabi picked up the box and instantly walked through the delivery room and entered the house. Basii threw the box to the ground and stabbed the knife in his hand into the box. Stop! Tanjiro broke free from Jiyu's hand and was about to rush in. Seeing this, the snake pillar attacked Tanjiro. Dang, he punched a huge ball. Uchiha. Rebound. A violent hurricane suddenly came from the fan, and the snake pillar was blown backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Is it really an enemy? How pitiful, he must be a companion to a ghost. For a moment, all the pillars looked at Zhang Ji with unfriendly expressions. I've noticed someone else is here, I wonder who you are. Yubayashiki was obviously a blind man, but when he looked at Zhang Ji at this moment, his expression looked as if he could see completely. Uchiha, Ji, he's a ninja. After Zhang Ji introduced himself, he slapped Tanjiro on the head with his backhand, which stunned Tanjiro. Trust your sister as much as you trust yourself. If even you don't believe her, then she's no different from an ordinary ghost. Zhang Ji's words were deafening to Tanjiro's ears. This little episode did not interrupt Fuzukawa Minoru from continuing his actions. Finally, Uzui opened the lid of the wooden box, and Nezuko slowly stood up from the box. Her body slowly returned to its original shape. Huff, 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 heavy breathing sounds came from Nezuko's mouth. Her forehead was covered in sweat, and saliva flowed from her mouth as she bit the bamboo tube. What the hell? Come on, you want to eat, right? Fuzukawa Shima raised his arm, and the blood flowed faster. Nezuko's breathing became heavier and heavier, and veins began to bulge on her forehead that it was obvious that she was enduring it with great difficulty. Nezuko! Tanjiro ran to the edge of the house and shouted his sister's name loudly. As Tanjiro's shout reached Nezuko's ears, her expression suddenly froze, and a series of images flashed through her mind. She's my sister, my sister. Nezuko is different, and I don't know why she's like this now. Father, mother, younger brother, younger sister, and older brother Tanjiro. All humans are your family. Go protect humanity. The hint that Urokodakase Kanji gave to Nezuko took effect at this time. People need protection and help, don't hurt them, they must not be harmed. Everyone present had their eyes fixed on Nezuko, but she just let out a low growl and came out of the box without moving an inch. Snort! Nezuko snorted in a very arrogant manner and turned her face away. She even closed her eyes to avoid looking at Fuzukawa Miya. How's it going? Yubayashiki Yoya asked. The white-haired girl beside him immediately responded. The demon girl turned her head away. Even though she was stabbed 3 times by Master Busugawa, and even though her bloody wrist was right in front of her, she endured it and didn't bite. Well, this proves that Nezuko won't attack others. Tanjiro, even so, there will still be people who can't tolerate Nezuko. You have to prove that from now on, Tanjiro and Nezuko can fight as members of the Demon Slayer Corps and that they can be of use. Yubayashiki Koya's gentle voice reached Tanjiro's ears. Tanjiro was stunned, then immediately turned around and knelt at Yubayashiki Kazuya's feet. What's with this feeling? It's so light and airy. Voice, is it this person's voice that makes my brain light? Tanjiro was very surprised. Whispering sound. As a time traveler from the 21st century, Zhang Ji sneered at the scene in front of him and even picked his nose. Go and defeat the 12 demon moons, then everyone will recognize you. The weight of Tanjiro's words will change. Yubayashiki Yoya continued. Nezuko and I will defeat Muzan Kibutsuji. Nezuko and I will definitely sever the chains of sorrow with our swords. Tanjiro seemed to be energized and filled with righteous indignation. The current Tanjiro can't do it. First, defeat one of the 12 Kazuki, the Lord said with a smile. Tanjiro's face turned red instantly and he felt extremely embarrassed. Puff, no, you absolutely cannot laugh, Demitami. Unlike the other pillars, Ganla Temple was trying very hard to hold back his laughter. Finally, after the Lord's persuasion, all the pillars temporarily put aside their prejudices against Tanjiro and his sister. The matter of Tanjiro ends here. So, before the Hashira Association, Tomioka, is the person you brought here the fresh blood you brought to the Demon Slayer Corps? Yubayashiki Yoya finally asked about Zhang Ji. My lord, it is. Wait a minute. Zhang Ji interrupted Yi Yong's answer. He slowly walked to Tanjiro's side, glanced at the pillars kneeling on the ground, and said in a flat voice, although you made this fan for me, I am very grateful, but as of now, there's no need for me to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Tanjiro was stunned and asked, Mr. Gaku, didn't we agree to join? Tanjiro, don't be stupid. Look at these people. They don't look like they can defeat Muzan. I think these so-called pillars will eventually die at the hands of demons, Zhang Ji said with a smile. The eyes of several pillars all turned serious, including the gentle Yubayashiki Koya, whose smile froze on his face. What do you mean by that? How dare you say that about the Demon Slayer Corps? Snake Pillar's eyes were as cold as the snake around his neck. I know a man who, like you, has been with snakes all year round. He is countless times stronger than you, Zhang Ji said, looking at the Snake Pillar with a provocative look. For some reason, Zhang Ji felt that his personality had changed a little. It might be the influence of his identity as an Uchiha clan. After all, most members of the Uchiha clan were very warlike. For example, now, he really wants to compete with these pillars. Want to duel, you bastard? My lord, let me teach this ignorant man a lesson. It's so sad that there are people who don't know what they're talking about. The pillars glanced at each other and spoke at each other, completely ignoring Zhang Ji. Only Yi Yang frowned. After all, his duty was to kill ghosts, and he had no interest in competing with humans. Women, step back. The remaining 7 of you, come together. Let me see your magnanimity. Zhang Ji pulled out the round fan with his backhand and thrust it in front of him. The fan broke through the floor and stuck into the ground. Rampant, I must teach you the dignity of being a pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. The hot-tempered Fushuko Miyabi was the first to be picked out, and he drew out his Nichiren sword with his backhand. Just as he was about to step forward, Ji-Yu stretched out a hand to block Uzui Nakagawa's chest. Tomioka, what do you mean? Fushuko Ashima asked with a sullen face. Tomioka Ji-Yu was very honest and said bluntly, no, you will lose if you do that. Fushuko Amiya, Yubaya Shiki Yaya, all the pillars, How can you repair it, Tomioka? I think you broke your head on Spider Mountain. How dare you boost others' ambitions while destroying your own people's prestige? Get out of the way. Tomioka Ji-Yu's language skills successfully made Fushigawa Minoru even more angry. He now felt a surge of rage rising to the top of his head. Fushigawa Shima pushed Yi Yang away and walked a few steps to Zhang Ji. This time, I won't use the back of the knife. Are you prepared? Shimai's eyes were wide open with anger, and the scars on his body added a bit of momentum to his aura. Well, let me make it clear in advance, no matter what you think of me, the showdown has already begun. Ji-Yu, you should know my strength. I urge you to use all your strength, fight me like you're fighting a demon. If you don't want your companions, and you, to die. The scarlet Sharinan met Ji-Yu's eyes, and Ji-Yu subconsciously grasped the hilt of his sword. Everyone, don't be careless, you must treat it like a ghost. Otherwise, I will really die. Yi Yang spoke for a long time, which was very rare for him. He now regretted very much why he brought Zhang Ji to the Demon Slayer Corps. He knew very well that his group of people were different from ghosts. Ghosts could withstand his kind of attacks, but humans, even if I use breathing techniques to improve my physical fitness, if I get hit by that guy's tricks. Zhang Ji was also under a lot of pressure, but more importantly, an inexplicable sense of excitement filled his mind. Yubayashiki Yoya was a bit confused that he had no idea what was going on. How could the fresh blood of the Demon Slayer Corps brought by Ji-Yu be in the yard yelling about 1 against 7? Looking at the rampant Zhang Ji in front of him and his scarlet eyes, Busiaigawa gritted his teeth and launched an attack directly. Of course he knew that the Uchiha guy in front of him was very powerful. After all, he was able to clamp his sword with just 2 fingers. Although he did not use his full strength, it was still amazing enough. The cold blade rushed towards Zhang Ji's arm and slashed towards him. Obviously, for a human being, even if it is such a rampant Zhang Ji, Fushigi Shigeya does not want to kill him. He only hates ghosts. But Zhang Ji is different. As a time traveler, he knows very well the fate of these pillars. The flame pillar Rengoku Kyojuro was killed by the upper 3 Akeza. The sound column Yuzui Tian Yuen has a broken hand and is blind. Insect pillar Shinobu Koko was absorbed by the second upper moon, Doma. Kazumi pillar Tokaido Muchiro was cut in half by one of the upper moons, Kokushibo. The snake pillar Aguro Obanai and the love pillar Kanroji Mitsurai died in the final showdown with Muzan. Rock pillar Jomei of Sato Meisam also died in the battle with Muzan. Wind pillar Fushigawa Miyabi was seriously injured and on the verge of death. He barely managed to survive, but he didn't live for long. The water pillar Tomioka Ji-Yu's ending was relatively good, as he only had his right arm cut off. None of the 9 pillars had a good ending. Zhang Ji looked at the group of living people in front of him, and a bold idea came to his mind. Boom! Zhang Ji was clearly 1 step behind Fushigi Kagawa when he attacked, but his attack landed on Fushigi Kagawa first. Zhang Ji punched Bizikawa Shimoya hard in the chest, sending him flying backwards. Bizikawa Shimoya was in the air, opening his mouth and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Cough cough cough, how can I repair it? After falling to the ground, Mizukawa Shigeya immediately got up, covered his chest and coughed violently, spitting out blood foam. His physical fitness was considered the best among the pillars, but he was actually knocked to vomit blood by a punch from Zhang Ji. What happens? Yubaya Shiki Yoya asked immediately. Master Shimizu was hit by Uchiha Zhang Ji's punch and vomited blood. The white-haired girl responded immediately. An expression of shock immediately appeared on Yubaya Shiki Kazuya's face. The pillars around were all shocked. Is this person so powerful? Among them, the sound pillar Uzui Tenjin had the strangest expression, because he was also a ninja before, and the profession of ninja has gradually withdrawn from this world. Moreover, Uzui Tenjin did not have a good impression of ninjas, because ninjas were cold-blooded and ruthless, and were only good at stabbing people in the back. Mr. G, so strong. Tanjiro had already run to Nezuko's side. He stuffed Nezuko back into the wooden box and looked at Zhang Ji in shock. He had witnessed with his own eyes the flames that were like waves. What's wrong? Why don't you guys go up? Zhang Ji looked at the group of pillars in front of him who stood up and stared at him, and greeted them. Tisk, it seems you won't give your all. Zhang Ji clicked his tongue. Then a chain suddenly stretched out from his sleeve and he threw it at Yubayashiki Kakia. He attacked the most important person among the pillars, the Lord. The chain was extremely fast. Considering Yubayashiki Yoya's physical condition, he would probably die if he was hit by it. Dang, in the blink of an eye, Ji-Yu ran to Yubayashiki Yoya and cut the chain with a knife. The huge force from the chain made his palm numb. Pull! What are you doing? Ji-Yu shouted and protected Yubayashiki Yoya behind him. You can block it once, but what about the second and third time? Zhang Ji sneered, pulled out the fan stuck in the ground with his backhand, kicked his feet and rushed out. The sickle in his hand flashed with cold light, and he slashed out. A water-breathing first-form water surface slash. Yi Yang directly used the breathing technique. If he didn't, he would not be a match for Zhang Ji at all. The pillars are all people who have mastered the full concentration of breathing techniques, so they can maintain the breathing technique state at all times. Even so, Yi Yang was numb in the palm of his hand due to the shock of Zhang Ji's chain. Waves of water appeared along with Ji-Yu's slashes, and the collision of the sickle and the sun blade produced bursts of sparks. Good! Zhang Ji cheered, then swung out the round fan in his left hand. Yi Yang immediately changed the direction of his sword to block the huge round fan. The expected blocking did not happen. Zhang Ji's round fan suddenly froze in midair. Yi Yang's sword strike missed. Zhang Ji's body moved in a very strange way and went directly behind Yi Yang. The sickle in his right hand ruthlessly chopped towards Yubayashiki Yoya. The two white-haired girls reacted very quickly. One of them pulled Yubayashiki Kakia and ran backwards, while the other one, Jin Kai, put his arms in front of Yubayashiki Kakia. Puff! The sharp sickle hit the girl's shoulder and blood flowed out. Get started! Such a dangerous guy must not be left here. Kill him! Everything happened in a flash, and all the pillars rushed towards Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji pulled out the sickle, and the girl's face turned even paler. She immediately turned around and ran away. This was of course what Zhang Ji did on purpose, otherwise, with one blow of the sickle, he would have immediately split the girl in half. The scene began to become chaotic. 9 pillars attacked one person together, and Zhang Ji was enjoying the treatment that only Muzan deserved. Meet. Juzu was indeed a master. If Zhang Ji relied solely on physical skills in a duel, he really couldn't withstand it. In the blink of an eye, he had been chopped with several wounds. Wind style, cyclone. Zhang Ji swung his round fan fiercely, and a huge tornado appeared in the yard. The lighter pillars who were close to it found that they were about to be swept away by the tornado. This is not over yet. Zhang Ji formed seals with his hands and spewed out a mouthful of fire. The tornado instantly turned into a blazing fire tornado. What is this? Fuzuka Washima gritted his teeth and asked Tomioka, because this person was brought back by Tomioka. Tomioka had a blank expression on his face and remained silent. He felt that things had gotten out of hand, and if he continued to act like this, it would be no less than a fight with the upper-ranked demons at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. This is obviously something that only an upper-ranked demon can use, right? Shinobu Koko took several steps back. She really couldn't stand the intense hot wind. Uzui Tenjin. How is it? How about my trick? As the whirlwind of fire dissipated, Zhang Ji's figure appeared in front of Juzu. He opened his mouth and asked directly about Uzui Tenjin. Uzui Tenjin was a little surprised. Did this guy know that he was also a ninja? It's gorgeous. This isn't something you can do with breathing techniques. Uzui Tenjin nodded and said with a serious expression. That's right. Breathing techniques are ultimately just ways to strengthen yourself, like water breathing, fire breathing, and so on. It only looks like a change in attributes has occurred, but in reality, there's no corresponding power to change attributes. It's all just a facade. It's truly inferior. It's a ninjutsu. Zhang Ji paused, staring at Uzui Tenjin with a gloomy gaze before continuing. Uzui Tenjin, this is the skill that a ninja relies on to survive. Even if it's a ghost, I can burn it to ashes with my flames, tear it to pieces with my strong winds, and turn it into charcoal with my lightning. Uzui Tenjin listened to Zhang Ji's words and looked at Zhang Ji's bloodshot eyes, and was stunned for a moment. You said this is ninjutsu? Excuse me, which ninja clan are you from? Strength is always the best way to introduce yourself. Uzui Tenjin even became much more polite at this moment. Who cares what family he's from? Uzui Tenjin, you'd better understand this. This guy attacked the Lord. Definitely an enemy. Rengoku Kyojuro held the knife in both hands and shouted loudly. Kyojuro is right. This is truly pathetic. If we allow him to continue this, we will be unworthy of being your lord's pillar. Xingming of Baiming Island holds a strange weapon, a broad axe and a meteor hammer connected by a chain. This weapon is similar to Zhang Ji's round fan. Since you have been in this world for some time, your Sharinan has evolved into 3 Megatama. The emotionless voice filled Zhang Ji's brain, like a thunderclap out of nowhere. Is there such a thing? The sudden surprise made Zhang Ji couldn't help but smile. Everyone. Something's wrong. Although Baiminjaya Xingming was completely blind, just a moment ago, a pair of scarlet eyes with 3 Megatama appeared in his mind out of thin air. Following by Minjaya Xingming's reminder, all the pillars took action immediately and surrounded Zhang Ji from different directions. Zhang Ji held the fan in one hand, and the pressure was relieved. The 3-Magatama Sharingan made him more confident in his own strength. Moreover, unlike the serious Uchiha, he did not feel any eye discomfort after using the Sharingan for too long. Breathing of Flame, First Form, Shiranui. Rengoku Kyojuro launched the first attack. The blade seemed to be wrapped in flames, and with dazzling flames, he approached Zhang Ji in the blink of an eye. Breath of Love Type 2 Frustrated and Hesitant Love. What Zhang Ji didn't expect was that Ganla Temple also took action. This girl is extremely talented, and her muscle density is 8 times that of an ordinary person. Didn't I tell you and Shinobu Koko not to be included in the fight list? Zhang Ji's Sharingan rotated rapidly, and he instantly analyzed the two people's attack patterns. He threw the round fan in the direction of the flame pillar with his backhand, turned around, stretched out his big hand, and grabbed Ganla Temple's wrist. The flame pillar slashed at the round fan with a knife, and Zhang Ji pulled the sickle in his right hand hard, and the round fan was pulled back by him. Obviously, the muscle density that is 8 times stronger than that of an ordinary person is still far inferior to Hashirama's cells. Zhang Ji exerted force on his hand, and the Nichiren sword in Ganla Temple's hand flew out of his hand. He pressed Ganla Temple to the ground, and the round fan banged and stuck into the ground next to Ganla Temple's head. Love Pillar, Mitsurai Kanroji, was instantly subdued by Zhang Ji. He now has a sense of confidence. He feels that if Muzan appears now, he will have to slap him twice before he can leave. Little did he know that Madara was already wandering around the world looking for ghosts. If he happened to meet Madara, Zhang Ji would probably have no chance to slap Muzan. Pull. Let her go. You said it before, Kanroji and Koko Shinobu are not on the list for battle. Yi Yang shouted as he took a step forward, knife in hand. Certainly. Zhang Ji nodded and let go of his hand. Ganla Si immediately stood up. She was just about to stay away from this scary man. Zhang Ji grabbed Ganla Temple's shoulders and pulled him behind him. What is he doing? Ganla Temple was stunned to see Zhang Ji's shoulders shaking rapidly. Of course, Zhang Ji was not performing some kind of kumyu, but the movement of forming seals with his hands caused his shoulders to move up and down. Run, everyone, run now. Yi Yang's eyes were bloodshot and he shouted loudly. Although everyone didn't know why Yi Yang suddenly became so excited, they immediately dispersed out of trust in their companions. Fire style, Great Fire Extinguishing Arrow. Zhang Ji opened his mouth and spewed a huge fireball into the air. The faces of everyone present were all imprinted with a fiery red. Is this that guy really a human? Even a ghost can't do this, right? Fushiji's hands were trembling slightly, and he was a little scared now. If he had died at the hands of humans instead of ghosts, he would have died with regrets. This fireball looks almost as big as the Lord's mansion. Ganla Temple, who was closest to Zhang Ji, had already sat down on the ground, and she had forgotten to complain in her heart. The flame pillar looked at the huge fireball in the sky, and his pupils seemed to turn into a ball of flame. The breathing technique of flame. Is actually showing signs of a breakthrough? I think I can create new moves. Rengoku Kyojuro's face was excited. He stretched out his hand towards the fireball, wanting to grab it in his hand. 2 lines of tears flowed from the pale eyes of Beiming Island Singming. He clasped his hands together and whispered, Umatba. Soon, the fireball landed in the distance. Obviously, this move was not aimed at them. Boom! The violent explosion stimulated everyone's eardrums. The fire that covered the sky and the earth rose into the sky, as if it would turn everything into ashes. Pole, what exactly do you want to do? Yi Yang walked up to Zhang Ji and asked loudly. Yi Yang, killing ghosts is dangerous, isn't it? The way we've been killing ghosts is very dangerous, isn't it? The members of the Demon Slayer Corps are not very old. You might die tomorrow. Did you see this move? Zhang Ji asked, pointing to the flames in the distance that dyed the sky red. I see, so what? Ji Yu asked. I can easily fire a dozen of these. Zhang Ji's words were shocking. Yi Yang was stunned. He didn't think this kind of thing was something a mortal could master. As for Zhang Ji, just look at his teacher and you'll know he's definitely not an ordinary human being. Yi Yang thought so. During the fire explosion, no pillar attacked Zhang Ji. They had no desire to fight Zhang Ji at all. What now? What happened? Sweat had already appeared on Yubayashiki Kazuya's face. For some reason, the temperature around him suddenly became very high, and the loud noise that just happened was even louder than thunder. My lord, it is the power of God. The white-haired girl whose shoulder was hit by Zhang Ji's sickle was trembling in her voice, and her mind went blank. The explosion of flames ended, and the earth was devastated. Although the explosion was over, the flames were still burning, as if they were going to burn the surrounding earth and everything on it to ashes. Is this also a ninjutsu? Uzui Tenjin asked with a dull look on his face. That's right, exactly. This is a power that humans can master. Unfortunately, it seems that the purity of ninjas in this world is very low. Zhang Ji crossed his arms and smiled. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps are very busy now because there was an explosion not far from their headquarters. It's not an exaggeration to call it a natural disaster. The ground within a few miles was completely charred black, and flames were still burning. Fortunately, the momentum of the flames has begun to weaken because there is nothing left to burn around. In the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, the 9 pillars knelt in a row, and Zhang Ji stood opposite the crowd, leaning on a round fan. The 9 pillars no longer had the will to fight Zhang Ji. If Zhang Ji were a demon, he would definitely fight to the death, but the other party was just a human, and an absurdly strong one at that. Moreover, he also said that he would teach the Demon Slayer Corps ninjutsu. Hey, Uzui Tenjin, are all ninjas like this? Can all ninjas unleash that kind of large-scale ninjutsu? Have you seen that before? Muchiro asked, nudging Uzui Tenjin lightly with his arm. Uzui Tenjin frowned and did not answer. His career as a ninja told him that ninjas were just people who threw darts, smoked bombs, climbed over walls and broke into houses in the middle of the night, and secretly assassinated their targets. After all, ninjas hide in the dark. But this guy named Uchiha Zangji made such a big fuss. Can he still be considered a ninja? When assassinating a target, they make a plan, deploy in detail, sneak into the target's location, and then assassinate him. As a ninja like you, can you find a place hundreds of meters away and just throw a huge fireball to blow up someone's house and be done with it? The little girl whose shoulder was previously injured by Zhang Ji's sickle now had a bandage wrapped around the wound, and the bandage was already bleeding. You, come here. Zhang Ji raised his head towards the little girl with white hair. The little girl was obviously a little nervous and looked at Yubayashiki Kazuya with a panicked look on her face. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. There was a hint of embarrassment in Zhang Ji's tone. Yubayashiki Kazuya stroked Hina's head and nodded at her. Hina stood up and walked a few steps to Zhang Ji's side. She didn't dare to look up at Zhang Ji's eyes. She was very scared. Zhang Ji raised his right hand, and bursts of blue light appeared on his palm. He gently placed his hand on Hina's injured shoulder. Ah! Hina subconsciously made a sound of pain, but she covered her mouth, fearing that she would upset the man in front of her. Yubayashiki Kazuya's expression was also very nervous, because he couldn't see, but it was obvious that she heard her daughter's screams, and it sounded like it was because of pain. It's inevitable that there will be pain as the wound heals, so bear with it. Although my medical ninjutsu is considered very basic, it's still no problem to deal with such minor injuries. Relax, Zhang Ji said as he loosened his hand. Butterfly couldn't help it. She just heard the word medical treatment. It was obviously healing. You should know that Shinobu Koko is the head of the Butterfly House, which is actually the medical organization of the Demon Slayer Corps. Influenced by her parents, she has had a strong interest in pharmacology and medicine since she was a child. Excuse me, Shinobu Koko rushed in front of Hina and untied the bandage on her shoulder in a few seconds. What on earth is this? Shinobu Koko's eyes suddenly widened. What did she see? She was the one who bandaged Hina's shoulder, and the cut was very deep. Hina's body was originally thin, and the cut had obviously injured the bone. But what about now? The wound has healed, only a thin white mark remains. Hina, does it still hurt? Shinobu Koko raised her hand and pinched Hina's shoulder. Obviously, Hina's shoulder was still painful. She immediately shrank her shoulder and there was a hint of pain on her face. It still hurts, but it's much better now. Now it doesn't feel like I was cut by a knife at all. Master Zhang Ji, thank you very much. Hina bowed to Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji felt even more embarrassed, because he was the one who cut the knife himself. It's okay, I was the one who chopped it off anyway. You don't have to be so polite, Zhang Ji said, touching the back of his head. He doesn't look like a bad guy. Ganla Temple looked at Zhang Ji with an embarrassed face and started complaining in his heart again. Swish! Zhang Ji turned around suddenly and gave Ganla Temple a look that was neither a smile nor a smile. He did it on purpose. After all, the original setting of Ganla Temple is to like to complain crazily in the heart. At this moment, seeing this situation, he must have started to complain. What does he mean? What's that look? Looking at the Sherinan that suddenly looked at him, Kanroji's expression was a little nervous. It seems that you have treated my daughter, although I don't know how you did it. Thank you all the same. You are indeed not an enemy. May I ask, Your Excellency, the purpose of this trip? Yubayashiki Kazuya asked in a gentle tone. My goal is to make the ghost disappear completely, Zhang Ji said confidently. To make the demons disappear completely, your goal is exactly the same as what the Demon Slayer Corps has always done. A smile appeared on Shinobu Koko's face and her tone was gentle. Yes, it's a coincidence. For some reason, I have to kill Muzan. This is the teacher's order. After all, we are all like-minded people. My previous actions were apologetic, but they can be understood as a display of strength. After all, you would be suspicious of someone like me who is with the person who is harboring a ghost. Zhang Ji said with a smile. Hey, Uzui Tenjin, how did you do that? I'm still curious. Muchiro touched Uzui Tenjin with his arm again. His interest in ninjas was now ridiculously high. Don't ask me anymore, I don't know. This guy doesn't look like a ninja at all. Uzui Tenjin put his head close to Muchiro and said with an annoyed look on his face. My teacher and I can definitely kill Muzan directly, but we don't know where Muzan is yet. Of course, the intelligence of two people cannot compare to the intelligence system of your entire organization. In order to exterminate the demons more quickly, I have decided to establish a relationship similar to an alliance with you. You provide intelligence, and I provide personal combat support. Your talents are among the best in the human race. I'm curious about the difference between breathing techniques and chakra. So, please let me verify it. After John G finished speaking, he walked a few steps toward Shinobu Koko. Well, Shinobu Koko was stunned because John G was too close now. Just as she was about to retreat, John G's voice reached her ears. It might be painful, but it's the fastest way. Shinobu Koko had no idea what he was talking about, but the next second, everything in her sight disappeared. All she could see was a pair of scarlet eyes with 3 megatama. Shinobu Koko immediately felt like her head was about to explode. All kinds of theories that she had never heard of before were entering her mind very forcefully. She felt tremendous mental torture. The other pillars all looked very nervous, and everyone was staring at Shinobu Koko, who was lying on the ground wailing with her hands covering her head. Why such a big reaction? That shouldn't be the case. John G was a little puzzled. He never thought that his move was not as good as Madara 6. For Shinobu Koko, the consequence of this glance was no less than being attacked by an illusion. After a while, Shinobu Koko was sweating profusely, her face flushed, the butterfly hair accessory on her head fell to the ground, and she even shed tears. She lay on the ground, raised her tearful face and looked at John G. It's filled. Inside. My head feels like it's filled. What are these theories? Yes, chakra, do you understand now? There is also a word nin in your name. You are destined to be with my ninja clan. John G said with a smile as he looked at Shinobu Koko, whose expression was gradually returning to calm. Shinobu Koko calmed down and picked up the butterfly hair accessory that had fallen on the ground. That's really rude. For me, this is really too exciting, Shinobu Koko said apologetically while readjusting her hairstyle. The whole room was silent, and all the pillars wanted to know what Shinobu Koko got through John G's eyes. You are probably the most gifted among humans. Whether it's breathing techniques or chakra, they are actually just ways to enhance your own strength. I have instilled into you the specific principles of chakra and how to refine and use it. I'm not entirely sure how this theory actually came about. It could have been the fruit of a large tree, spread by an immortal, or perhaps simply the power gained through human self-cultivation. Any of these possibilities are possible. I haven't learned the breathing method before. How is it? Are there any similarities with the practice of the breathing method? John G looked at Shinobu Koko with curiosity. If possible, he also wanted to learn something like the breathing technique. It doesn't seem that complicated, but, forgive my ignorance, I simply cannot understand. I can't compare this theory with the breathing method system. Shinobu Koko blushed slightly and she looked a little shy. You transferred the chakra system into the brain of the Demon Slayer core and tried to compare the chakra and breathing techniques. Facts have proven to you that you are the only outlier. Learning any skills from another world is as difficult as doing 100 push UPS, 100 sit UPS, and running 10 kilometers every day. You can reach Saitama's strength. You now understand your own naivete. As expected, it doesn't work. Does that mean the breathing technique system is still far behind the chakra system? It's hard to say. Even in the ninja world, Uni, who uses the breathing method, will definitely have a place. John G had already given up the idea of learning breathing techniques. He felt that the ninjutsu he learned from Madara-sama was enough. So. What happened? Butterfly, what on earth do you know? Shinobu Busii was a little anxious. He ran to Shinobu Koko and asked anxiously. The principle behind that thing called chakra, and the basics of how to use it. Although I feel like it should be something for beginners, I can't even understand it. I can't even repeat myself. Mr. G, you can try to instill this in others, such as Mr. Busaikawa. Shinobu Koko said with a look of regret on her face. Yoshi, come at me, I'm ready. Fushigawa Miya looked at John G with excitement. Since the system has clearly stated that this is impossible, John G doesn't want to waste any more time. He doesn't think that just anyone can achieve what Mr. Saitama has achieved. Damn, you probably can't do it either. If you are interested, I am willing to do it again. Be prepared to endure the stimulation. In the end, John G used illusion with a helpless look on his face to instill all the basic principles of chakra into the minds of the pillars present. He didn't want to explain anything. People were curious, so he just had to perform a few more illusions. Damn it. I forgot. Fuzukawa Shima gritted his teeth. He had just recovered from the stabbing pain in his head, but immediately found that he had completely forgotten the theory John G had instilled in him. I don't remember anything either. Ji Yuwu looked at his hands, frowning. I don't understand it. I have no idea how to actually operate these things. Wu Yilang's face was blank, but he still remembered it. In the end, the only ones among the 9 pillars who memorized the basic principles of chakra were Shinobu Koko and Muchiro Tokaido. How embarrassing. I was rolling on the ground in pain, but in the end I didn't remember anything. Ganla Temple's face flushed red as she squatted on the ground, covering her face. She looked like boiling water, and smoke started coming out of her head. Why can some people remember things, but others can't? Zhang Ji was a little confused. You realize that you weren't really wasting your time, as your message was actually remembered by two people, even though they couldn't understand it at all. You lament that people's physiques really can't be categorized the same way. In the end, Zhang Ji's haunted killing team incident came to an end, and Juzu became very respectful to Zhang Ji. No other reason, it's just because Zhang Ji is strong enough and he's a human. Zhang Ji stayed in the Demon Slayer Corps for a while, during which time Muchiro and Shinobu Koko frequently came to ask Zhang Ji about chakra. Of course, the two of them made no progress at all. One morning, Tanjiro, Inosuke and Zenitsu were sleeping soundly. It's dawn, get up quickly. The three sleeping people were awakened by the shrill cries of crows. The number of victims of the Infinity Train has increased, with over 40 missing. Meet up with Rengoku Kyojuro at the scene. Head west immediately. Just like the Spider Mountain incident, the crows brought new tasks. That morning, I asked Tanjiro and the others to go on the Infinity Train mission. Can you tell me why Shinobu recommended Tanjiro? Yubayashiki Kagaya asked as he looked at Shinobu Koko, who was half kneeling in front of him. Kamadu is very frank, hardworking and capable of accumulating strength. Their potential for development far exceeds my expectations. Most importantly, he has a clear goal of defeating Muzan Kibutsuji. Shinobu Koko stated her reasons. Yubayashiki Kazuya said that he thought so too, and Shinobu Koko also elaborated on what Tanjiro said about his father having used Breath of Fire. I won't deny that he doesn't have enough power yet, but Mr. Rengoku Kyojuro, the Flame Pillar, will surely be able to guide him in some way. Compared to the illusory ninjutsu, it is more important to cultivate excellent swordsmen. Shinobu Koko had a faint smile on her face. She had gotten over her obsession with ninjutsu. Even without ninjutsu, even if her strength was not enough to chop off the demon's head, she would still have been fighting until now. Good, you have a point. Infinity Train, I'll go too. Zhang Ji walked slowly into the yard. That's perfect, if Mr. Zhang Ji goes too, the Infinite Train ghosts will definitely be doomed. Shinobu Koko bowed slightly to Zhang Ji and said, I won't follow Tanjiro. If I encounter the ghost first, then this mission, which is a good training for him, will be over. Because I will kill the ghost first, Zhang Ji said quietly. Infinite Train. Madara sat by the window, looking out bored. This place is too boring for Madara. There is nothing that can interest him at the moment, and he has been unmotivated recently. No one noticed Madara among the crowd walking back and forth, until a young man with a little girl sat opposite Madara. How is it? There must be a ghost here, right? Madara said, looking out the window without moving his gaze. Yes, of course there is, but you can't see it during the day. You have to wait until night. Zhang Ji nodded and replied, Mara-sama, I haven't seen you for a few days. Are you doing well? Yuka looked very nervous and greeted Madara-sama respectfully. I don't know why, but Yawa insisted on coming along. Madara turned his head, glanced at Yuka, and said lightly, Oh, I'm fine. Gee, has the Sharingan's power improved again in the past few days? Zhang Ji didn't open his eyes at all, but Madara could immediately feel the improvement of Zhang Ji's Sharingan. Yes, I just opened the 3 Megatama recently, and I'm in very good shape now. Maybe I can dance with Madara-sensei among the Ninja Alliance, Zhang Ji said with a smile. Gee, the number of ghosts, is it huge? I verified my thoughts. For some reason, we have to kill all the ghosts before we can go home. Madara turned his gaze to the window again, and a hint of annoyance appeared on his handsome face. Is that so? That's really troublesome, Zhang Ji said embarrassedly. How could he not know that this was purely a deliberate arrangement of the system? To put it bluntly, the world of Demon Slayer might just be a copy of his, and killing all the demons was his main task. Madara no longer paid attention to Zhang Ji and looked out the window. Until the evening, accompanied by the roar of the whistle, the Infinite Train started. So fast. Inosuke's pig face was full of excitement, and he was shouting in the train. The passengers looked at the pig-headed man with strange clothes and even stranger behavior, and all kinds of strange expressions appeared on their faces. I'm so sorry. Have you had enough of the fun? Come with me now, you idiot. Zenitsu is like Inosuke's babysitter, apologizing and dragging Inosuke along the way. That Mr. Rengoku Kyojuro, also known as the Flame Pillar, do you recognize him? Zenitsu asked Tanjiro, who was standing in front of him while dragging Inosuke. Well, his hair was shiny, I've seen him, and I remember his smell. Tanjiro nodded, he was very confident in his sense of smell. He can tell whether it is a human or a ghost just by smelling it. Tasty. Finally, amidst the cries of delicious, Tanjiro and the other two met Rengoku Kyojuro. At this moment, Rengoku Kyojuro was showing off his bento, and he kept saying delicious in a loud voice. He spoke in a very loud voice. Mr. Purgatory, excuse me. Tasty. We already know this very clearly. Tanjiro initially greeted Rengoku Kyojuro, and Rengoku Kyojuro invited Tanjiro to sit with him. Why did you come back here? A mission. Rengoku Kyojuro folded his arms across his chest, staring straight ahead with a face that read integrity. The crow sent a mission, saying that the number of victims of the infinite train has increased. We are required to rendezvous with Mr. Purgatory, who has already arrived at the scene. Yeah, that's it. I understand. I have one more thing I want to ask Mr. Purgatory. The two of them just glanced at each other and started chatting. By the way, Mr. Purgatory, Mr. John-ji should have boarded this train as well. Tanjiro suddenly changed the subject. Oh, that ninja is here too. Well, as demon hunters of the Demon Slayer Corps, we must not let the ninja steal the show. We must find the ghost first and then chop off its head. Rengoku Kyojuro seemed to suddenly become excited and his voice became several degrees higher. Okay. Tanjiro seemed to be infected by Rengoku Kyojuro. He put his hands on his thighs and answered Rengoku Kyojuro loudly. They chatted for a while longer, and Rengoku Kyojuro seemed very interested in having Tanjiro be his stepson. Tanjiro also learned that no swordsman with the black Nichiren sword had ever become a pillar, and no one knew what field a swordsman with the black sword should specialize in. Over 40 people have disappeared on this train in a short period of time that we sent swordsmen, but there's been no news. So, as a pillar, I'm here. As soon as Rengoku Kyojuro finished speaking, Zenitsu's frightened voice immediately appeared. Ah ha ha ha. So that's what it is. I want to get off. I want to get off. Zenitsu was so scared that he fell to his knees, trembling all over. At this moment, a pale-faced man in a train staff uniform opened the door of the carriage where Tanjiro and his group were and walked in. Please show me your ticket. Obviously, this is the ticket inspector. When the expressionless staff member finished checking the tickets, then the lights in the car suddenly flashed. Madara, who was far away in another carriage, suddenly opened his eyes. Extreme appeared. Madara spoke. Ah, a ghost. Yeah, I found out too. Zhang-ji immediately activated his not-so-powerful perception technique. Ghosts are not like ninjas. They will not hide their breath at all. Once they take action, they will be like torches lit in the dark for Madara and Zhang-ji. Ji, go and solve it. Madara-sama ordered. Good. Zhang-ji just stood up, but suddenly froze for a moment and sat back down. Haha, those little ghosts from the Demon Slayer Corps can still be put to use. Well, let's just sit here. It would be best if we don't have to do anything, Madara said with a smile. That's natural. Zhang-ji also smiled back, picked up the tea on the table in front of him and took a sip. What do you want to solve? Just a few seconds, and then suddenly there's no need to solve it. What happened? Jahua was confused the whole time and had no idea what had just happened. Amazing, he cut off the demon's head with one blow. In the carriage where Tanjiro and his companions were, Rengoku Kyojuro had just killed a demon that suddenly appeared with one sword. There's still one. Follow me. Rengoku Kyojuro stared at the car door in front of him in silence for a few seconds, then immediately deduced that there was another ghost, greeted it, and ran over. Tanjiro put his hand on the scabbard and immediately followed. In the carriage where Tanjiro and his group were originally, the ticket inspector and all the passengers were standing together, with no expression on their faces. As the lights in the carriage flickered, they all disappeared. In another carriage, passengers were fleeing in panic because a ghost with 4 limbs and arms, and extremely long arms and legs, appeared hanging on the roof of the carriage. Crash! The passengers were fleeing this carriage in a panic, but the next carriage was very empty, with only 3 people sitting in it. Brother G. Jahua frowned and immediately put her hand on the scabbard. Despite the huge commotion in the carriage, Madara ignored it and continued to look out the window calmly. That even if this weak ghost was killed, his perception of the ninja world would not be enhanced much. A passenger fell behind the last one. He stumbled and fell to the ground, and the ghost behind him quickly moved in front of him. The ghost's face was hideous, and mucus kept flowing out of the corners of its mouth. Ghost! Jahua immediately drew her sword, stood up and slashed out. After all, she is a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, so when she encounters a demon, her first reaction is still to fight. The knife hit the ghost's shoulder hard. Roar! The ghost was startled by the sudden attack and his whole body jumped back, taking Jahua with him. Only then did it notice that there were 3 people sitting in this carriage. One of them is a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Hit you to death. Jahua was like a female cat with its fur standing on end. She exerted force with her hands and the Nichiren sword was pulled out. She spun on the spot and swung the Nichiren sword again, actually cutting off one of the demon's arms in an instant. Ah! The ghost screamed in pain and began to grab Jahua frantically with its long arms. Yuka immediately started to dodge. Zhang-ji held his chin and watched Jahua's fight with interest. He really didn't expect that this little girl was so skilled. Don't touch that girl. Just when Jahua was fighting with this ghost, a confident shout was heard. The flame pillar, Lord Rengoku Kyojuro. Jahua looked back and immediately shouted in surprise. The pillars can bring a great sense of security to the ordinary members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Tisk. The strongest person is right in front of her, yet she's so excited to see a pillar. John-ji curled his lips and complained, and glanced at Madara. Good, Madara still didn't look very energetic. While Jihua was turning around, the ghost's big hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Jihua's waist. It seems you didn't hear it. Your opponent is here. Rengoku Kyojuro drew his sword so quickly that he cut off the demon's arm in an instant, grabbed Yuka and ran away. Tanjiro and Inosuke, following closely behind, had already rushed out. Ah, what is that? Such a long hand, really long. Zenitsu stood at the back and felt like vomiting. This thing was really disgusting. During a fight, Inosuke was slapped and flew away. According to his direction, he would have sat down on Madara's head. Madara stretched out his hand and waved it casually, and Inosuke was pulled by an inexplicable force and bounced back along the same path he came from. What happened? Yoshi, what a great opportunity. Beast breath, one fang piercing shot. Inosuke stretched out both knives forward at the same time. At this moment, he was like a wild boar fired from a cannon, with his two fangs flashing coldly. Water breathing, first form, water surface slash. Tanjiro bent down and slashed a knife into the demon's chest, leaving a huge wound. Before Oni could react, Inosuke's two swords had already pierced his chest, and Inosuke knocked Oni onto the seat next to him. Roar. The ghost roared loudly, and his arms suddenly grew longer. His black nails were extremely sharp. The longer arms turned in the air and stabbed straight into Inosuke's back. Inosuke. Tanjiro was shocked and immediately slashed at the demon's arm with the Nichiren sword in his hand. The demon's legs grew very long in the blink of an eye, and with such force, they knocked Tanjiro flying backwards. How can I repair it, Inosuke? Tanjiro yelled with bloodshot eyes. Breathing of flame, form 2, rising flame sky. The figure of Rengoku Kyojuro flashed before Tanjiro's eyes, and he swept his sword from bottom to top, cutting off the seat and the demon's head together. With a wailing sound, the ghost turned into ashes. Wow, so awesome, so strong, big brother, your swordsmanship is amazing. Please accept me as your disciple. Tanjiro immediately turned into a die-hard fan and shouted excitedly beside Rengoku Kyojuro. Very good. I will train you to be an excellent swordsman. Rengoku Kyojuro crossed his arms across his chest, still with that righteous expression on his face. And me. Inosuke and Zenitsu also gathered around. I'll take good care of you all, Rengoku Kyojuro said confidently. Brother Purgatory. Tanjiro and the other two immediately called him Big Brother and became Rengoku Kyojuro's little fans. Yuka looked at Tanjiro and the other two helplessly. Pa, amazing, awesome, I admire you so much. Zhang-ji clapped his hands and praised. Everyone was stunned. Mr. Zhang-ji, you've just been here. Well, Tanjiro's face was full of confusion, his head kept looking around, and no one knew what he was looking for. Oh, it's Mr. G, when did you arrive? Rengoku Kyojuro also noticed Zhang-ji and the long-haired man opposite Zhang-ji who was holding his chin and facing the window. I just arrived. The corners of Zhang-ji's mouth twitched that he really didn't know how to chat with this man who looked so upright and had a steely stubbornness. Swoosh, we're in the temple, we just arrived. If Mr. G had come earlier, maybe I wouldn't have to kill the demon, haha, Rengoku Kyojuro said with a laugh. This is obviously impossible. It must have been there all along, we just didn't notice it. And that long-haired uncle, why is he wearing armor from the Warring States period? How strange. Zenitsu started to complain crazily in his heart. Yeah, thank you for your hard work in slaying ghosts, Mr. Purgatory. You can go and rest now. If there are still ghosts here, there is the little girl over there, so don't worry, Zhang-ji said with a smile. Rengoku Kyojuro turned around and looked at Yuaka. It was obvious that he had no impression of such a minor character as Yuaka. Oh, this little girl is also an excellent swordsman. If you leave it to her, I can rest assured. Come on, young swordsman. Rengoku Kyojuro nodded at Yuka, turned and left. Jihua looked confused. An excellent swordsman, rely on me, is this true? Late at night, the infinite train was still running normally. The demon-slaying business had come to an end, and Rengoku Kyojuro, Tanjiro, and the other two began to rest and gradually fell asleep. Huff. At this moment, Jihua also leaned on Zhang-ji's shoulder and fell asleep. Mr. Madara, you are a master of illusion, right? Zhang-ji asked. Anyone with the Sharingan and the Uchiha clan's talent for illusions won't be too bad. Why ask such an obvious question? Madara-sama answered. Nothing. I guess a ghost that can enter dreams is no different from a bug to Madara-sensei. That's a shame that I'm already dead. This body doesn't need to rest. Of course, the dead don't dream. It's a pity, I'll have to play by myself then. A shy smile appeared on Zhang-ji's face, and the three Magatama Sharingan slowly rotated in his pupils. Don't make too much of a fuss, I want to stay with this thing called a train for a while. Madara glanced at Zhang-ji's Sharingan and said, then he shifted his gaze to the window again. Zhang-ji didn't know what Madara was thinking. You can't be homesick, right? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhang-ji immediately overturned his own guess. In one carriage, the staff member who had previously checked tickets for Tanjiro and others was kneeling on the ground. I cut their tickets and put them to sleep, just as you instructed. Please let me fall asleep quickly, let me see my dead wife and daughter. Please, please, please. He lay on the ground and begged with tears in his eyes. Okay. A palm fell to the ground, with eyes and a mouth on the back of the hand, and one hand stood up using its fingers like a person. Several fingers were marked with the word dream. You did a good job, go to sleep. As the words go to sleep were uttered on the back of his hand, the weeping man instantly fell asleep. Have a sweet dream of reuniting with your family. The eyes on the back of his hand looked at the sleeping man and said, what should we do? Behind this hand, 2 men and 2 women were kneeling, and the woman sitting in the front asked, sleep will soon become deep. Until then, stay here. Ghost hunters with keen senses might be awakened by the murderous aura and the breath of ghosts. When approaching the tether, be careful not to let it touch your body. I can't leave the front of the car for the time being. You must work hard until the preparations are complete. Only in this way can you have happy dreams. A voice that couldn't be distinguished between male and female finally came from the back of the hand. It's obvious that it's plotting something. It feels like it's about time. So, Mr. Madara, I'm going. John-ji gently placed Jahua's head on the seat and let her lie on her side. Well, go ahead. Try not to disturb this carriage. It will disturb me, Madara said with a smile. Good. John-ji nodded, picked up the round fan leaning against the chair, swung it behind him, and left in a leisurely manner. Snow, heavy snow, the whole sky is covered with white. Tanjiro ran wildly in the snow. Huff, huff, huff. Gradually, Tanjiro's pace slowed down. He was breathing heavily. He was tired. Suddenly, a look of life appeared on Tanjiro's dull face. He drew out his Nichiren sword. What's going on? What happened? Tanjiro held the sword in both hands and looked around cautiously. Calm down, I must calm down. Tanjiro forced himself to calm down. The snow under his feet and the cold air were unbearably real, but he clearly remembered that he should be on the infinity train. There were footsteps behind me. Tanjiro turned his head suddenly and his pupils contracted instantly. Brother, it's my brother. Brother, welcome home. Have you sold the carbon? 2 children, a boy and a girl, looked at Tanjiro and asked happily one after another. Tanjiro was stunned, the knife in his hand fell to the ground. He rushed forward and pounced on his younger brother and sister. Elder brother. Brother, what's wrong with you? My sister asked in confusion. Then came Tanjiro's cry of pain. Tanjiro's demon slayer core clothes disappeared at some point, and behind him appeared the basket he used to carry his own charcoal. I'm sorry. Tanjiro hugged his brother and sister's heads, tears flowing like they were free. Woo. The infinite train was still running, and Nightmare stood on the roof of the infinite train, letting the strong wind blow him. It's such a blessing to be able to die in a dream. No matter how powerful a ghost hunter is, it's useless. The driving force of a person is the heart and the spirit. A severed hand jumped out and instantly connected to its wrist. Just destroy the core of the spirit. It's easy to kill them because the human heart is as fragile as glass. Nightmare muttered to himself in the strong wind. He was very excited. In the carriage where Rengoku Kyojuro and others were resting, the 2 men and 2 women who had been with Owen Aishao had tied ropes around their wrists. Ropes were also tied around their own wrists. Take slow, deep breaths while counting. Go to sleep, little baby, go to sleep. I'll sleep even if I forget to breathe. Even if a ghost comes, I'll sleep even if I'm in your stomach. Are you happy? Are you starting to have sweet dreams? Nightmare seemed to be humming a nursery rhyme softly. He slowly turned his head to look at the long carriage behind him. The moment he turned his head, it froze. In the night wind, a figure stood not far from it, carrying a large and strange object on his back. Even with the Nightmare ghost's eyesight, he couldn't see the face of the person. All that came into Nightmare's sight were 2 spots of scarlet. Humph! A very calm and cold snort followed the strong wind into Nightmare's ears. Nightmare immediately felt his heartbeat quicken and his scalp tingle. His eyes blurred and there was no human figure in front of him. Who? Is it an illusion? Is this a side effect of absorbing Muzan-sama's blood and not yet fully adapting to it? A few drops of sweat appeared on Nightmare's forehead. He looked around but didn't find anything unusual. It could sense that the target was still asleep and nothing was happening beyond its control. Tanjiro is now completely immersed in the reunion with his family. A house in the snow, a harmonious family. And Zhang-ji, who was behind a big tree, watching all this with a smile on his face. As the dream continued, Nightmare felt stable. Facing the night wind, an intoxicated look appeared on Nightmare's face. Good progress. The rope I made is a special spell. By connecting it to another person's hand, I can enter their dream. I'm always extremely cautious when I'm fighting. After I fall asleep, even you, the pillar, are no different from a child. We'll enjoy the feast slowly after we eliminate these ghost hunters. The Nightmare is like talking to my hand with a mouth. Tanjiro gradually began to fall deeply into the dream. He had completely forgotten that he was on the infinity train and that he was here to slay demons. Forget it. Although he can wake up on his own, my time is precious. Since Madara-sama said that the more people he kills, the stronger his sense of the ninja world will be, then I should quickly complete this main mission and kill Muzan. Using illusion to enter other people's dreams is too easy for Uchiha with Sharingan. A truly powerful illusion ninja can still make you fall into an illusion even if your eyes don't meet his. What's more, the target is an ordinary person who is asleep and doesn't know how to use chakra. Today I will make your favorite pancakes for Tanjiro. I'll crush the dried rice cakes right now. Great, Mrs. Roku, we have pancakes to eat. Tanjiro's home is still harmonious, and Tanjiro's face is filled with a happy smile. Crack. The sound of the door being opened was heard, and Zhang-Ji walked into the house sideways. Tanjiro's entire family looked over. Excuse me, who are you? Tanjiro's mother looked at the man who suddenly entered her home and asked in confusion. Zhang-Ji shook off the snow on his body and said softly, although I know it's fake, it's really realistic. Really, Tanjiro? Tanjiro was shocked when he heard this. He stared at Zhang-Ji with wide eyes. In his sight, Zhang-Ji's pupils slowly turned, and the scarlet Sharingan appeared in his pupils. Mr. G. How could you? How could you? How did you get here? Zhang-Ji said as he walked in front of Tanjiro and stared at him with his Sharingan. You understand, don't you? How can I repair it? But how can I go back? Looks like if we don't go back quickly and kill the demon. Tanjiro gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Tanjiro, shut up. Tanjiro's mother was about to speak when Zhang-Ji turned his head and looked at her, and the whole dream froze in an instant. Mr. G, what did you do? Tanjiro stood up immediately. Even though he knew it was a dream, he would never allow his family to be hurt again. I didn't do anything, I just stopped your dream. What was that thing called? Oh, the spiritual core. If it is destroyed by an outsider, you will become a mindless waste. What should we do now, Tanjiro? Zhang-Ji certainly knew that someone had invaded Tanjiro's dream, and at this moment that guy was looking everywhere for Tanjiro's spiritual core. At this moment in the real world, in the carriage of the infinite train where Tanjiro and others were, Nezuko jumped out of the box. The first thing she saw was Rengoku Kyojuro standing there with his eyes closed, strangling a girl's neck with his hands. Rengoku Kyojuro relied on his own instincts and, while trapped in a dream, physically controlled the girl who was instructed by the nightmare to destroy his spiritual core. Of course, Nezuko didn't care about this kind of thing at all. She looked around a little and found Tanjiro, who was breathing heavily and trembling slightly. With Nezuko's current little brain, she could tell at a glance that something was wrong with her brother. When Nezuko put Tanjiro's hand on her head and got no response, she became anxious. She raised her head and hit Tanjiro's forehead. It was obviously a very stupid decision to collide head-on with the head pillar. After Nezuko was hit, she was stunned for a second, and blood immediately flowed from her smooth head. Woo! Nezuko immediately started crying loudly. Nezuko, it's Nezuko's smell, it's Nezuko's blood. Tanjiro's whole body was burning with bright flames, and in an instant, the Demon Slayer Corps uniform and the Nichiren sword reappeared. Blood, your sister might have been attacked. What should I do? Zhang-Ji immediately added fuel to the fire. What should I do? What should I do? I need to wake up immediately. Tanjiro was anxious, his brain was working at full speed. In a trance, Tanjiro realized that the person standing opposite him was not Zhang-Ji, but his own father. Tanjiro, draw your sword. What you should cut is right here. Tanjiro's father, Tanjiro, had a smile on his face that made Tanjiro feel at ease. Is the thing that needs to be cut right here? Tanjiro's expression returned to calm, and he drew his sword with his backhand. Something that should be cut, in order to wake up. I should understand, but what if I'm wrong? What if the dream affects reality? Meeting isn't it irreversible? Tanjiro gritted his teeth and looked at the Nichiren sword in his hand. Zhang-Ji did not say anything. This was his own experience. After all, he was the protagonist. Don't hesitate. If death in a dream affects reality, then it will be your own neck that will be chopped off. Tanjiro decisively swung the knife across his neck. He pressed hard on the back of the knife with his other hand, and the sharp blade immediately cut into his neck, hot blood spurting out. Zhang-Ji suddenly turned sideways, and the ground was stained with bright red. Due to Zhang-Ji's intervention, the boy who was instructed by the nightmare to destroy Tanjiro's spiritual core had not even started to act. Tanjiro's dream had already ended, and the dream collapsed. The boy seemed to fall into an abyss. Inashuk and Zenitsu's brains are not normal people at all. If you sneak into their dreams, the most dangerous person is the intruder. The wild boars collapsed in their subconscious, 4 of them landing on the ground, making strange noises as they chased a long-haired girl everywhere. Zenitsu looked crazy, and he chased the intruder with a pair of scissors and cut him madly, saying the only one who can enter here is Nezuko. Why are there men? Kill you! Tanjiro screamed loudly because he had cut himself, and suddenly sat up from his seat, gasping for breath. He immediately touched his neck. You're okay, still alive. Tanjiro turned his head and saw Nezuko with an unhappy look on her face. Nezuko, are you okay? Then, looking at her brother who was full of concern, Nezuko stretched out her hands and protected her forehead. Zenitsu, Inashuk, Mr. Purgatory, what are these? The ropes that tie us together. Nezuko, burn these ropes. Tanjiro has always been more steady than his age, that he did not touch the rope himself, nor did he cut it with a knife. Instead, he let Nezuko burn it with her unique will-o'-the-wisp. What the hell, that guy G, you're clearly not a child anymore. Why? It's been 10 minutes and it's still not resolved. That thing called a ghost is still alive and kicking, isn't it? Forget it, my interest in trains ends here. Madara stood up expressionlessly and disappeared into the carriage in a flash. Inashuk, Zenitsu, Tanjiro shook their bodies frantically, but they showed no signs of waking up. Purgatory first. What? Just as he turned around and was about to try to escape with his luck, a girl with pigtails holding a pendant attacked him from behind. Needless to say, Tanjiro's skills are so great that it is impossible for him to be successfully attacked by an ordinary little girl, but he immediately dodged the attack. People, is this person being controlled by a ghost? Tanjiro didn't smell any demonic scent from the girl in front of him. Don't get in the way. Because of you, we can't even dream. The girl gasped and yelled at Tanjiro with resentment on her face. The man and woman who broke into Zenitsu and Inashuk's dreams also woke up and stood next to the girl with pigtails. Are they? Voluntarily, this person is also. Tanjiro looked at the three people in front of him with a surprised expression that how could someone take the initiative to help a ghost? What are you doing? Now that you're awake, come help. Even though I don't know what tuberculosis is, if you don't work hard, I'll tell that person and make sure you can't dream. As the girl roared, the boy sitting on the bed stood up, his eyes full of tears. The one connected to me, tuberculosis. How pitiful. What an unforgivable evildoer, he actually took advantage of people's weaknesses. I'm sorry. I have to fight. As soon as Tanjiro finished speaking, a figure flashed past him. In a trance, Tanjiro saw a cold light. No, Tanjiro was shocked and immediately drew out the Nichiren sword in his hand, and he kicked his feet and in the blink of an eye surpassed the figure and stood in front of several humans who were helping the demon. Then he blocked with his sword. Dang, the sickle chopped off the Nichiren sword, but there was no surprise on Zhang Ji's face. The gentle Tanjiro would definitely stop him. This was Tanjiro's character. What are you doing, Tanjiro? Anyone who helps demons will be treated as a demon and will die. Isn't this the iron rule of your demon slayer corps? Zhang Ji pressed down the sickle in his hand suddenly, and Tanjiro immediately felt a pressure that he was pressed to one knee by the huge force. Mr. G. They were forced by the ghost. Don't kill them, just knock them out, Tanjiro explained quickly. He was stunned after he finished speaking, and turned his head to see that the girl with two pigtails was holding the pendant, just a few inches away from his head. The pigtailed girl's eyes were glazed over, her movements frozen. Clearly June was being glared at by the Sharingan. Ha 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 ha. Tanjiro, not everyone who hangs out with demons is like you. Even though you're weak, you can't do anything about being coerced by demons. But what about the other innocent people who are killed by their actions? Will they forgive these young boys and girls? Zhang Ji retracted his sickle and silenced Tanjiro with a barrage of verbal attacks. But that's not all. Zhang Ji won't give Tanjiro any chance to think. As a protagonist, and a gentle one at that, he can definitely find reasons to refute his own theory. If you want to fight against this kind of protagonist who is good at talking, the best way is to stop him from talking. But Mr. G. That's enough. Tanjiro, I have never been a good person. Killing a few teenagers doesn't put any psychological pressure on me at all. Do you really think you can stop me? Zhang Ji suddenly paused while speaking and looked back at the carriage behind him. I'm boiling. Madara-sama is moving. Didn't he say I was coming? Why is he moving? Do you think I'm slow? At this moment, the system's prompt at that time appeared in his mind again. The summoned character's personality cannot be changed. Okay, Tanjiro, I'll deal with the dream-making ghost right now. That you should think about the matter between people and ghosts. Zhang Ji patted Tanjiro's shoulder and walked away. A ghost that creates dreams? Mr. G, I'll go with you. Tanjiro immediately requested a team. No, I'll go by myself. I'm going to kill him instantly. If I don't kill it instantly, I'm afraid my teacher will be unhappy. Take care of your companions. Zhang Ji waved casually at Tanjiro and disappeared from Tanjiro's sight in an instant. I understand wanting to stay in a beautiful dream. I want to stay there too. Tanjiro sighed and said as he looked at the four people in front of him. The mouth-to-mouth trick didn't work on Zhang Ji. The next target to be hit by this trick was the four humans who helped Nightmare in front of him. Suddenly, the atmosphere in this carriage became wrong. Tanjiro felt his whole body stiffen. He gritted his teeth and tried to turn his face away. A man with an expressionless face and his arms folded across his chest walked over slowly. He crossed his arms over his chest and didn't even look at the people. The aisle was already blocked by several people. Madara didn't stop. As he approached, several people were pushed to the sides by an invisible force. As Madara left, Tanjiro breathed a sigh of relief. The four helpers of Nightmare have already fainted. Go. At the top of the train, Nightmare could already sense someone approaching. Good morning. Hello, who are you? It's you. The figure from before was you, right? Nightmare turned around and pointed his hand with a mouth at Zhang Ji and asked. Zhang Ji ignored him completely, took the sickle from behind, and walked quickly towards the location of Nightmare. What a boring person, he's clearly asleep and having a sweet dream. What? Nightmare was stunned and jumped back immediately. Zhang Ji, who was clearly still some distance away from him, appeared in front of him in an instant, his sickle breaking through the air. Don't hide, let me kill you now, I don't have time to play tricks with you. Zhang Ji swung the chain connected to the handle of the sickle and threw it at Nightmare. He. Don't be so anxious. Go to sleep first. Nightmare did not retreat but advanced, crouching to avoid the sickle, running towards Zhang Ji, and stretching out his hand with a mouth towards Zhang Ji. Whispers of forced fainting and hypnosis. Go to sleep. The mouth on the back of the hand opened and uttered these 3 words. Nightmare's perspective suddenly became dizzying, and all kinds of things flashed wildly in front of his eyes like a kaleidoscope that he felt his mind was in a mess. Nightmare took a step back, his eyes widened instantly that he didn't know when the moon in the sky turned scarlet. There are 3 megatamas slowly rotating in the moon. Puff, the sound of a blade entering flesh was heard, and Nightmare's head was chopped off by the sickle. At the moment when his head was about to fall into the carriage, Nightmare saw the scarlet Sherinan in Zhang Ji's pupils. So beautiful. Such beautiful pupils. There was a hint of obsession on Nightmare's face. Whispering sound. I hate yanderis the most, and their guys. Zhang Ji took the round fan with his left hand and slapped it hard. Bang! Nightmare's head was beaten into a puddle of mud. As expected, it doesn't feel like I hit anything real. Zhang Ji held the round fan in one hand and muttered to himself as he looked at the smashed head on the ground. That person even gave me the task of killing all the children wearing earrings besides the pillars. I haven't killed that child yet. His brain was obviously rotten, but he was still able to speak while being instigated. Zhang Ji propped up his fan with his arm and looked quietly at the piece of broken and rotten flesh. Behind him, blood and flesh began to surge on the carriage. More and more blood and flesh gathered together, forming a long tumor. At the top of the tumor, Nightmare's head was intact. As the tumor swayed, Nightmare's head let out bursts of low, strange laughter. Who are you, anyway? A new member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Now that we're here, let's stay on this train forever. You, what's that expression on your face? The expression on Nightmare Head's face began to become ferocious, because Zhang Ji was looking at him with a half-smile, as if his change was completely within Zhang Ji's expectations, and he didn't take him seriously at all. Nothing. I'm just trying to figure out where your spine is so I can cut that disgusting thing off. It's better than me setting the car on fire. If I do that, more people will die. As Zhang Ji spoke, he raised the round fan in his hand and smashed it down hard, and a big hole was immediately smashed into the iron plate of the train under his feet. It's not here. Zhang Ji took a big step forward and swung the sickle in his hand backhand, cutting off the long tumor connected to Nightmare's head with the sickle. Zhang Ji used actual actions to tell Nightmare that he was right and that he really did not take him seriously at all. It's useless. The one whose head I chopped off wasn't your real body, and neither is this one now. It just has the appearance of a head, right? Okay, stop talking nonsense. You have no secrets in front of me. Zhang Ji interrupted Nightmare's words without mercy, raised the round fan and smashed it down on his feet again. The top of the train was smashed open, and all the passengers inside fell asleep. That guy. Why, I'd become one with the train, a mere human. Before Nightmare's head hit the ground, a piece of flesh immediately squirmed up and connected again to the thing that looked like a head. You should understand, right? The 200+ passengers on this train are all possessed by things that can strengthen their bodies. They're hostages at the same time. Do you think you can protect everyone? Everyone on the train is in my stomach. Having said that, excitement appeared on Nightmare's face again that he had become one with the train, and with more than 200 passengers, he was definitely the winner. Oh, that's really impressive. But when did I ever say I was here to save people? You can do whatever you want to the passengers. I came here simply to kill you. Zhang Ji grinned, and then, regardless of Nightmare's confused expression, he smashed open another carriage again. Nightmare's expression was gloomy, and his head and flesh merged into the train. And in all the carriages, surging tumors appeared, and Nightmare was ready to eat all the passengers. Breath of the beast, 5 fangs frenzied tearing. Inashuk woke up, holding 2 Nichiren swords in his hands and killing everyone in a carriage. The wriggling tumor in the carriage was cut into pieces by him. What happened? What are these pieces of meat? Tanjiro pulled out the Nichiren sword and chopped the flesh around him frantically. Clang! A big hole suddenly appeared above the carriage where Tanjiro was, and Zhang Ji's head appeared. Oh, Tanjiro, there's no safe place on this train anymore. It can no longer be considered a train. You can understand this train car is a ghost. Zhang Ji said hello and jumped onto another carriage. That's not right. Why don't I bring Tanjiro with me? His nose can smell the exact location right away, right? Thinking of this, Zhang Ji immediately prepared to go back to find Tanjiro. Crackle flashes of lightning flashed across the train that it was obvious that it was Zenitsu's breathing of thunder, type 1. There were so many pieces of flesh that they covered the entire train, whether inside or outside the carriage. Zhang Ji looked at the pieces of flesh slowly spreading from his feet and could hardly hold back his desire to spit fire. Rengoku Kyojuro also woke up. As a pillar, he immediately deduced that the train had a neck. Any ghost would definitely have this weakness, no matter what form he appears in. Just as he was telling Tanjiro his plan, at the top of the carriage, a man appeared. Gee, didn't I tell you not to make too much noise? You're obviously not a child anymore. Why did you mess up such a simple thing? Madara was standing opposite Zhang, with the piece of meat not far from his feet, and no one could get close to him. This ghost's body is this train car. I smashed its human head, but it was useless. The ghost has become one with the train. I'm looking for its neck. While Zhang was speaking, the train shook and Rengoku Kyojuro took action. Try to find. No need to find, it's just a piece of flesh attached to the surface. What's the point of melting into one? Let me teach you how to do things. Boom! As soon as Madara finished speaking, a strong chakra wave gushed out in all directions with him as the center. Under Zhang envious gaze, blue chakra appeared on Madara's body, and the blue chakra formed two huge arms in the blink of an eye. Suzanu's arm. It's bigger than I thought, Zhang said with excitement as he looked at Madara, who had obviously activated Susanoo in front of him. Susanoo! Madara let out a low roar, and his body was immediately wrapped by Susanoo, and he only used his upper body. Would release. Madara clapped his hands in front of Zhang and everything he shouted came true, which made Zhang even more envious. Countless trees suddenly grew under the speeding train. The trees grew very fast, and in the blink of an eye they were covered with lush branches and leaves. The train was lifted into the air by the trees. The huge vibration scared Nightmare. What happens? The train went off the tracks. Nightmare has sensed that the train is now mid-empty. How did they do that? A train traveling at this speed was lifted up by a wood-release tree, yet the tree didn't penetrate the train. Zhang asked with admiration on his face. Ha 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 ha, my chakra control. No, I told you long ago that with the power of God, doing these things is easy. Looking at Zhang's admiring expression, Madara felt very proud. Boom! Susanoo's arms grabbed the carriage fiercely, or to be more precise, the flesh on the carriage. Come out! With perfect control of chakra, Susanoo's arm grabbed the piece of meat and pulled it hard, actually pulling the piece of meat out from the train. There's something there, but it's actually that huge. Madara kicked his feet and jumped into the air, and the complete form of Susanoo appeared instantly. Susanoo flapped its wings and flew high into the sky, and the piece of meat that his arm was holding was dragged into the sky by him. Pull, is this the neck you're talking about? In the piece of meat, a piece of what was obviously a spine was pulled out. Exactly. Zhang called out, started running with a round fan in his hand, jumped towards the spine, and waved the fan in his hand continuously. The spine was cut into pieces by Zhang using a round fan. When Jehovah's father made a round fan for Zhang, the edges of the fan were made according to the shape of a knife blade. Nightmare has no idea what happened. Just like a bug, he was killed by two Uchiha. Huff, huff, huff. Tanjiro was very tired. He had fallen out of the train. His mind was in a mess and he couldn't recover for a while. Just now, an inexplicable force penetrated his body and he seemed to be in shock for a moment. A small piece of flesh with eyes was wriggling beside him, with the words Lower Moon 1 written in the eyes. The body is disintegrating. It can't regenerate. Did I actually lose? Am I going to die? How is this possible? How is this possible? I haven't even used my full strength yet, and I haven't even eaten a single person. It merged with the train and consumed a large number of humans at once. All my plans went to waste. Even to the point of becoming like this, and spending so much time and energy. It's all that weird guy's fault. Where did he come from? Damn it! Damn it! A man squatted beside the piece of meat. Life force is really tenacious. Are you thinking that you died inexplicably before you even used your full strength? How foolish! As a bug, even if I use all my strength, how can I threaten humans? No, how can I threaten gods? Zhang stared at the eyes on the piece of meat with his beautiful Sharinon pupils. Nightmare, this is a nightmare. In the end, the nightmare turned into ashes under the gaze of his incomprehensible pupils. Well, my perception of the ninja world has become a little clearer. This ghost is much more effective than the previous one. There are words in this ghost's eyes. Let's lock our target on the ghost with words in its eyes. Madara stood behind Zhang and expressed his own inference. Oh, Mr. Madara, you're right. If we wait a little longer, someone unlucky enough might show up at our doorstep. By the way, Madara-sensei, given your personality, why would you go to so much trouble to separate the ghost from the train? According to your style, you should have blown up the train as well. Zhang stood up and clapped his hands and asked. Ha 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 ha, I'm just showing you the power of God as your teacher. Split up and don't let go of any ghosts with words in their eyes. We have to speed up our pace. This world is so boring. Madara chuckled very rarely and then Madara's body turned into a wooden man. He didn't come at all. Wood clone opens the full form of Susanoo, and didn't I tell you that if anyone gets unlucky later, they'll have to deal with it themselves? Zhang started to complain crazily. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. What on earth did you do? why didn't you let me have a sweet dream? The train attendant who had previously cut tickets for Tanjiro and others appeared, holding a knife in his hand, and rushed towards John-ji while roaring. John-ji is not Tanjiro, who would save someone else's life even after being stabbed. He casually stretched out his hand and grabbed the other man's wrist holding the knife. If you didn't die from the fall from such a high place, you should have left. Why did you have to come here to die? John-ji exerted a little force with his hand, and the ticket inspector's wrist was immediately deformed. He opened his mouth to scream when John-ji slashed his neck with a knife. His neck was immediately broken and blood gushed out of his mouth. Plop. The ticket inspector fell to his knees and stopped breathing. John-ji killed the nightmare's human helper casually. He didn't care why the other party became the ghost's helper. Since he wanted to stab him with a knife, he would definitely die. After all, I am a born evil kid from the Uchiha clan. Mr. John-ji, thank you for helping me kill the ghost. I want to ask one more question, is that also a ninjutsu? Rengoku Kyojuro walked over and asked. As expected of a pillar, his physical fitness is excellent. Did you see it? John-ji asked back. Do you mean the blue giant or the time you killed that human? Rengoku Kyojuro asked with a straightforward expression. John-ji didn't know how to respond to this sunny and cheerful boy. Mr. Purgatory. Fortunately, Tanjiro woke up at this time. His cry also successfully attracted Kyojuro, who checked Tanjiro's injuries and taught him how to use breathing techniques to stop the bleeding. If you practice breathing to the extreme, you can do all kinds of things. Although I'm not omnipotent, I can definitely be stronger than I was yesterday. Rengoku Kyojuro began to encourage his juniors. Good. Tanjiro nodded. Everyone is fine, although there are many injured, none of them are in danger of life. You don't have to force yourself, just have a good rest. Rengoku Kyojuro said to Tanjiro with a smile. Apparently, the man who was killed by John-ji's knife was not among the number of people he calculated. Thank you so much. Tanjiro looked at Kyojuro's smiling face and a smile appeared on his own face as well. A sound that broke through the air suddenly reached the ears of several people. In the night, a pair of eyes shine yellow light, a person squatted not far away. Here I am. Ikazuchi John whispered. Kyojuro placed his hand directly on the hilt of the knife. Tanjiro turned his head and his expression immediately froze. Upper Moon. Point 3. Why are you here? Tanjiro certainly understands that the higher the number of the 12 demon moons goes, the more powerful they are. And this is an upper rank demon. Akeza moved. He was extremely fast and in the blink of an eye he rushed in front of Tanjiro. He punched Tanjiro's head with a force of tremendous power. Breathing of flame, Form 2, Rising Flame Sky. How could Rengoku Kyojuro let him have his wish? He swung his knife backhand and cut through Akeza's fist, splitting Akeza's arm vertically. Akeza somersaulted backwards several times, and his split arm instantly recovered. Nice knife. He licked his own blood and praised. Regeneration is so fast. This oppressive feeling and strong ghost aura, is this an upper rank? Rengoku Kyojuro was still somewhat shocked. Why you would attack the injured first is beyond my comprehension. Rengoku Kyojuro asked. I just think he'll get in the way. Before Akeza could finish his words, a huge force hit his face, knocking him backwards, and his body left a long groove on the ground. Kyojuro, why do you care? As a ghost, how can you understand human thoughts? John-ji walked slowly to Rengoku Kyojuro and said. Akeza climbed up, and the man in front of him had bloodshot eyes. How can a human have eyes of this color? And was he here the whole time? Why didn't I notice? And I was suddenly punched, and my face hurt so much from being hit. Not only was Akeza not angry, there was even an excited look on his face. Experts you can compete with, the more the better. Very good punch, very powerful. Are you a ghost hunter too? You too, let's talk. Akeza raised his hand and rubbed his face, then asked with a smile on his face. What can we talk about with you? Even though this is our first meeting, I already hate you. Rengoku Kyojuro said seriously. Really, I hate weak humans too. When I see weak things, I feel like vomiting. Akeza said as he glanced at Tanjiro again. It seems that we have very different standards for evaluating things. Purgatory Xingxiao held the knife horizontally. Then I have a great suggestion. Do you want to become a ghost too? Akeza raised his hand and said, his fingers were as black as ink. Of course, his proposal was immediately rejected by Rengoku Kyojuro. I can tell right away that you're very strong. You're a pillar, right? The fighting spirit in you has been condensed and is close to the highest level. As for you, you don't seem to have any fighting spirit at all, but that punch of yours tells me that you must be a strong man, Akeza said with narrowed eyes. I am the flame pillar, Rengoku Kyojuro. I'm Akeza. Akeza actually introduced himself to Rengoku Kyoju, and then Akeza looked at Zhang-ji. It was obvious that he also wanted to know Zhang-ji's name. Alright, I won't kill you yet. My name is Uchiha Zhang-ji. You will return alive and tell your master how terrifying the Uchiha are. Zhang-ji said with a grin, his tone very arrogant. Ha 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 ha, I hope so. Kyojuro, let me tell you why you can't enter the Supreme Realm. Because you are human, you will age and die. Akeza paused, then casually extended his hand to Kyojuro and continued, become a ghost, Kyojuro. In that case, you can train for 100 or 200 years and become even stronger. Akeza began to persuade. Janji resisted the urge to beat him up and waited patiently for him to finish speaking, because he wanted to completely destroy Akeza's confidence as a demon. Of all the demons I've encountered so far, he has the strongest scent of Musen Kibutsuji. I have to help. Tanjiro lay on the ground, gritting his teeth. Aging and dying are part of the beauty of human life's brevity. It is precisely because of this that humans are so lovable and sacred. The word strong is not a word used to describe physical strength. This young man is not weak. You are not allowed to insult him. I repeat, we have very different standards for evaluating things. No matter the reason, I will not become a ghost. Rengoku Kyojuro expressed his opinion in a righteous and stern manner. Janji next to him had already started tapping his round fan with his fingers. He could hardly bear it any longer. When the day broke, this thing would run away. Yeah. Akeza narrowed his eyes slightly, emitting murderous intent. The technique begins. Destroy the killing Luo needle. He stomped his foot, and a hexagonal snowflake mark appeared under his feet. Akeza extended his left palm, clenched his right fist and placed it across his waist, half-bent his knees, and immediately entered combat mode. Since you don't want to be a ghost, I'll kill you. As soon as Akeza finished speaking, he rushed out immediately. Rengoku Kyojuro's eyes flashed, and he immediately went to meet him. The man and the ghost started fighting right away. Amazing, you didn't take me seriously at all. It's okay. Wait a moment. Janji stood there with shaking legs, watching the battle between the man and the ghost. My eyes can't keep up at all, Tanjiro said in surprise as he watched the battle between Akeza and Rengoku Kyojuro with a shocked expression. Among the pillars I've killed so far, there's no flame pillar, and no one accepted my invitation. Akeza's fists were as fast as lightning, hitting Kyojuro madly. The collision of fist and blade made a sound like hammering iron. The two fought for several rounds, and Akeza punched from bottom to top. Kyojuro pressed down the Nichiren sword in his hand, and the blade immediately cut into Akeza's wrist. Why, as a fellow martial artist, I simply cannot comprehend this. Only the chosen ones can become ghosts. Akeza kept talking, and grabbed Kyojuro's head with his other hand. Kyojuro raised his sword and slashed, and Akeza's arm was immediately cut off. In the blink of an eye, a brand new arm appeared at the broken arm, and he punched out. It makes me sad and unbearable that people with great talents keep getting ugly and old. While you are still young and strong, you should die quickly. Akeza pressed his fists on Kyojuro's knife, got close to Kyojuro's face, and said with malice on his face, "Wind style, vacuum wave." Just as Kyojuro was about to fight back, an extremely sharp aura appeared beside the two of them in the blink of an eye. Puff. Although Akeza subconsciously tried to dodge, one of his arms was still cut off by the vacuum wave. I forgot about you. How did you do that just now? It looks like something similar to vampire magic. Akeza's arms grew again, and he looked at Janji with interest. Anjiro, take good care of Tanjiro, there are many passengers who need your help. I'll deal with this guy. Janji threw the fan to Kyojuro's side and said, I like this weapon very much. Don't lose it. But, without a weapon, how can I cut it off? Kyojuro stopped talking halfway through. He stood up, picked up Janji's round fan, and said again, Sir Janji, thank you for your help. Kyojuro turned around, helped Tanjiro up and was about to leave. This is fucking ghost slaying. It wasn't a fair fight, so having someone to help would be great. And Janji's fireball, which could destroy a house, is still vivid in my mind. Kyojuro would never think that Janji needed his help. It's just a pity, I still want to see that kind of flame again. Walk, if you don't become a ghost, then die. Ha 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 ha, you want to run away like a weakling? Weaklings really make me sick. Akeza laughed wildly with a look of madness on his face. A strong wind blew, and Akeza didn't even see how Janji approached him. A huge force hit his stomach hard, and his body was knocked away again. Just as he appeared, he left a ditch on the ground. Don't talk so much nonsense during the battle. Janji shook his hands, ready to engage in a passionate fight with Akeza. He wanted to use his fists and feet to completely crush Akeza's heart. Humans can actually unleash such powerful strength. Forget about Kyojuro, how about G, do you want to be a ghost? Akeza immediately made a request to Janji. Ghost, it only dares to appear at night, afraid to even see the sun. Poor thing. Janji raised his eyebrows, stared at Akeza with contempt, and spoke slowly. Pitiful? You call me pitiful? Akeza laughed in anger and asked, pointing his finger at his face. Yeah, it's not just you. All ghosts are pitiful. They don't want to be good people, but insist on becoming ghosts. Come on, let me feel how far you can go with a ghost body. Dance to your heart's content. Janji opened his arms with an excited look on his face. The evil Uchiha was ready to torture the amnesiac patient in front of him. I hope you can keep this attitude. Akaza couldn't help it, and immediately rushed out and punched Zhang Ji. Under normal circumstances, if this punch hit, the human's head would immediately be like an exploding watermelon. The fist was getting closer and closer to Zhang Ji's head, but Zhang Ji didn't move. Die, you who don't want to be a ghost! Akaza shouted loudly. Snap! Akaza's fist was caught by Zhang Ji. What? Akaza was still in shock that all the humans he had fought in the past had used weapons, and no human had ever grabbed his fist with bare hands. What's wrong, you still want to hit me with such a weak fist? Zhang Ji stretched out his head, just like Akaza approached Kyojuro before, with a playful smile on his face. Akaza's face darkened and he was a little angry. He reached for Zhang Ji's chest with his other hand, but still failed. Zhang Ji's left hand instantly grabbed Akaza's wrist. Zhang Ji exerted force with both hands, and Akaza's wrist was immediately broken. Then he kicked Akaza, sending him back several steps. You are the strongest human I have ever seen. That you actually fight me with your flesh and blood without weapons. I admire you. I invite you once again, and for the last time. Come be a ghost together, G. Akaza's hands twisted and returned to normal, and he actually extended an invitation to Zhang Ji again. Yeah? Then I'll have to think about it carefully, provided that your strength is enough for me to recognize. Zhang Ji folded his arms across his chest and looked up. Destruction kill air style. Akaza stopped talking nonsense as he did before against Kyojuro and immediately activated the blood demon technique. He punched forward with both fists, throwing 6 punches in a row. Zhang Ji raised his fists and punched 6 times into the void in front of him. His fists hit the air, making a loud noise. Don't use this kind of trick to embarrass yourself again. Zhang Ji kicked off, rushed out instantly, and slid forward to make a tackle. Akaza jumped up on the spot, and Zhang Ji's body suddenly twisted in a strange posture and kicked Akaza on the chin. Akaza was kicked into the air. He adjusted his body and landed on the ground. Zhang Ji did not chase him. Very interesting moves. What style is this from? Akaza wiped the corner of his mouth and asked. Konoha. No, this is called the Uchiha Goori kick. The next move. Zhang Ji raised his fist and rushed forward. Good job. Akaza looked excited that he had never met a human being who could fight with him to this extent with bare hands. A man and a ghost started fighting each other. But it was very strange that Akaza's attacks were either blocked or dodged by Zhang Ji. Akaza's attack frequency was much faster than Zhang Ji's, but none of them worked. On the other hand, Zhang Ji's occasional move could make Akaza scream. Destruction kill kick style crown first cut. Uchiha Goori Kiki Cyclone. Boom! The two legs collided together, and a burst of air burst out. Of course, Zhang Ji just made up the name of this move himself. The moves are also imitated from Might Guy's memory. Destruction killing random style. Akaza attacked again. He struck fiercely at the same place at an extremely high speed, and the attack location was still Zhang Ji's head. Zhang Ji swayed left and right, dodging frantically, and none of Akaza's attacks hit him. Zhang Ji found the right opportunity and hit Akaza in the chest with an elbow. Good chance, I hit you. At the moment when the elbow hit Akaza's chest, Akaza's hand became like a knife and also stabbed into Zhang Ji's chest. Akaza was pushed back by a huge force. His feet dug into the ground and he slid a short distance before stopping. Humph, the human body is fragile. No matter how many times you hit me, I won't die. But if I hit you once, you will immediately lose your ability to fight, and then you can only wait for death. Akaza shook the blood off his hands and said with a smug look on his face. You mean you can fail as many times as you want, but I can't fail once, right? Zhang Ji asked with his head lowered. Yes, that's really smart. Now you can understand the power of ghosts? Come on, it's not too late now, be a ghost like me. Akaza seemed very optimistic about Zhang Ji and invited him again. He, Akaza, you are too weak. During the previous duel with Kyojuro, you were hit twice by him, right? Zhang Ji slowly raised his head, and in Akaza's shocked eyes, a blue light bloomed on Zhang Ji's hand. He pressed his hand on his chest, and the chest pierced by Akaza's palm stopped bleeding, and the wound healed. The mouth is even healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. If you weren't a ghost, you would have been the loser in one round against Kyojuro. The Demon Slayer Corps has been fighting demons at night when demons have an advantage, and their bodies cannot heal or regenerate. Even so, you were still hit twice by Kyojuro in just a few rounds. In fact, if you hadn't turned into a ghost, you would have died with my first punch. So, you should know who the weak one is, Komeiji. Zhang Ji's eyes were bloodshot, and his 3 Magatama Sharinon was looking at Akaza. What are you talking about? Komeiji? Who is Komeiji? Ghosts are superior to humans. How could I be a weakling? I'm going to kill you. The calm expression on Akaza's face completely disappeared. His face was ferocious at this moment, and he rushed towards Zhang Ji like an arrow. A strong chakra burst out from Zhang Ji's fist, and he punched out. The powerful force of the fist shook the surroundings. Ahem! When the smoke and dust cleared, Akaza's right arm had been completely deformed, and he was now being strangled by Zhang Ji. The 3 Magatama Sharinon stared into Akaza's eyes. For some reason, Akaza's mind started to get confused when he was stared at by these eyes. All sorts of random things appeared in his mind, such as Komeiji, such as Koyayaki. Gradually, the sun began to rise and the night ended. Zhang threw Akaza to the ground with his backhand. Akaza immediately regained consciousness. He was about to fight back, but found that the sun had risen and the sunlight was shining towards him. Hateful! Akaza gritted his teeth, stood up, turned around and ran away. Run for your life, Akaza! Zhang crossed his arms over his chest, and the morning sunlight swept across his face. The glaring sunlight made Akaza dare not look directly at his face. What are you talking about? Akaza stopped in his tracks due to his strong sense of pride, and asked through gritted teeth. I'm talking to you, weakling. Run away from me, Uchiha-ji. I'm willing to give you a chance to live. Thank you for my mercy, Zhang said to Akaza with a wicked smile on his face. Akaza really wanted to rush up and blow Zhang head off right now, but the sunlight was almost at his feet. You're not avoiding me, you're avoiding the sun, that's what you meant, right? A weak excuse. If you're weak, just run away. It doesn't matter if you're afraid of the sun or anything else. The strong never care about the reasons why the weak run away. Zhang took a step forward and interrupted Akaza loudly. Akaza was filled with murderous intent, and he felt greatly insulted at this moment. And the sun is approaching him. Akaza gritted his teeth and took a few steps forward. Oh? You're not going to run away. Not only are you not running away, but you dare to come close to me, Uchiha Zhang. Come on, look me in the face, I'll give you a warrior's death. Zhang spread his hands and smiled. He looks kind of evil. Akaza had never seen such an arrogant human being since he became a ghost. He took a step forward with a ferocious look on his face. The sunlight swept across his feet, emitting bursts of black smoke. Akaza immediately felt a piercing pain. Akaza subconsciously fell backwards several times. He was now in great confusion. On the one hand, Zhang brought up the warrior issue, and he felt that he should accept the challenge. On the other hand, it's dawn now. That's all. I'll help you. Zhang kicked his feet and rushed out in an instant. He stretched out a hand and pressed it on Akaza's face, and rushed into the depths of the woods while pressing his face. Let go! Akaza felt a little ashamed and grabbed Zhang arms with both hands. The muscles on his arms bulged and the veins were exposed. Okay, as you wish. Zhang threw Akaza out violently. Wood release. Zhang formed seals with his hands, and a thick tree sprang out from the earth, enveloping the two of them in the blink of an eye. Sunlight could not penetrate at all, and it was pitch black inside. Akaza's eyes emitted a yellow light. He slowly stood up and stared at Zhang. In the darkness, a pair of bare red eyes suddenly lit up, and 3 Megatama slowly rotated. Are you really a human being? Akaza walked to the wall made of tightly fitted wood, stroked the wall with his hand and asked. Yes, a genuine human. You can continue to feel the power of humanity. Come on, Akaza. No one can disturb us here, and no sunlight can affect you. If you want to prove that you're not a weakling, then come on. Zhang stood where he was, constantly provoking Akaza with his words. Well, no human has ever been able to fight me to this extent with bare hands. What a pity. Human life is too short that you can become stronger. Forget it that you won't listen even if I tell you that you're just like those ghost hunters who died at my hands before. Akaza said this and punched the wooden barrier hard, but the wooden barrier did not move at all. Very good. It seems that this thing you made is very hard. If you want to break it, it should take some effort. The space is also large enough. I'll fight you seriously, Zhang. Akaza stomped his foot and assumed his starting stance again. Under his feet, a snowflake-shaped pattern similar to a formation appeared again. Suihua, as expected, that person is still living in your subconscious. Akaza, among all you ghosts, you are the only one I can look up to for a little while, so I'm giving you a chance to fight me instead of burning you to ashes. Zhang spread his hands and stared at Akaza with his Sharingan. The sight of these scarlet eyes made Akaza feel very irritated. He had never seen a human with such eyes before. I don't know what you're talking about. The technique begins. Destroy kill Luojin. Akaza rushed towards Zhang at an extremely fast and fierce speed. Akaza, I'm not someone who uses fighting spirit. Your stuff won't work on me. Let me show you how humans use their mental and physical energy in a higher way. Zhang bent down and rushed forward. One is a demon, the other has the Sharingan. The pitch black surroundings do not affect their vision at all. Outside the wooden barrier, Tanjiro and Kyojuro had already caught up. Locked up, Mr. Zhang locked himself up with the upper 3 demon. How can you repair it? It's already dawned. Why would Mr. Zhang do this? Tanjiro was a little confused. Kyojuro stood behind Tanjiro with an indifferent expression, and began to sigh in his heart that Zhang had so many tricks up his sleeve. The reason I rushed here was actually to take another look at the flames that covered the sky and the sun. Boom! A huge noise was heard from within the wooden barrier. Tanjiro looked a little anxious. Tanjiro, it's no problem. If it's Zhang, even an upper 3 demon wouldn't be enough to defeat him. We should just wait quietly outside. It's a pity, it's bound to be a very exciting battle. Kyojuro nodded to himself as he spoke. What's wrong, Akaza? None of them hit me. Janji punched Akaza in the face, sending him flying and crashing into the wooden barrier. The left half of Akaza's face was distorted. I hope you can stay like this till the end. Akaza shook his head, and his distorted face returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Destruction kill kick style flowing flash group. Akaza jumped up and kicked the same place several times quickly and violently with one foot. As he kicked, bursts of dazzling white light suddenly erupted, like a flash of light explosion. Janji stretched out an arm and blocked every kick from Akaza. Too slow, too slow. For some ninjas with superb physical skills, this is totally not enough. Janji swept his right leg and kicked Akaza hard on the waist. Akaza opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. How can I repair it? How could it be? Akaza wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He felt that his internal organs were injured by the kick just now. The force was simply outrageous. Chakra, it's chakra. I just added 1 billion chakras. Let me show you something. Janji rushed in front of Akaza in the blink of an eye, and his Sharingan immediately met Akaza's eyes. In an instant, the back of a woman appeared in Akaza's mind. The woman's hair was tied up with a hairpin inserted in it. The style of the hairpin was exactly the same as the shape of his own technique. Get out of here. Akaza punched forward with both hands at the same time. Janji dodged his attack with a small move and then punched Akaza hard on the head. Akaza's head was smashed crooked. Komeiji, have your skills declined since becoming a demon? With the advantage of your ghost body, have you completely forgotten how to fight? After all, your body will recover every time, right? One punch and one kick, there's no place like it. Janji grabbed Akaza's neck, lifted him up, threw him upwards, and kicked Akaza hard in the stomach. Akaza was struggling on the ground with a complicated expression on his face. Janji even saw an expression of humiliation. What the hell is going on? How could a mere human hurt me like this with his bare hands? The wounds all over Akaza's body were healing rapidly. Without the Nichiren sword, the physical damage caused to him was not actually fatal. It's just that Akaza's long-held belief that ghosts are stronger than humans in every aspect has begun to waver. Akaza, cheer up, you can't beat me anyway. You're using the advantage of your ghost body to wear me down. Maybe my ability to recover from injuries has its limits. Can you understand something now? As a ghost, you are no longer able to compete with the strong as a warrior. It's not you who's strong, it's your demon body, Akaza. Janji squinted his eyes and talked freely. This is pure sophistry and cannot stand up to scrutiny. But under the gaze of the Sharingan, Akaza seemed to have received some kind of hint. He suddenly cut off his left hand, then frowned, and his left hand grew out again. So I'm overly dependent on the power of ghosts? Akaza actually began to doubt his identity as a ghost. As soon as this thought came to his mind, a figure that made him tremble appeared in his mind, and it was the figure of Muzan Kibutsuji. Nonsense, the power bestowed by that master. Cannot be denied. Akaza roared angrily and rushed towards Janji again. His speed and strength are actually much stronger than before. Janji was very surprised. The two fought again. As expected of you, Akaza. Your obsession to become stronger has actually been forced out by me now? Let me see the experiment. If you die, don't blame me. Behind Janji, a gap opened in the wooden barrier, and Janji jumped out. Don't even think about escaping. Akaza was furious and threw a punch, but the gap had already closed. This angry punch actually caused tiny cracks to appear on the wooden barrier. Mr. Janji, are you safe? Where's the ghost? Did you kill it? The moment Janji came out, Tanjiro immediately noticed him, rushed to Janji in a few steps, and asked excitedly, "Oh, Tanjiro. Not yet. Please lend me your sword. Also, please go back to where you were before and bring me my round fan. Please." Janji pulled out Tanjiro's Nichiren sword and patted Tanjiro on the shoulder. Just as he was about to go in, the wooden barrier was broken open by Akaza with a loud noise, and Akaza stepped out. How can I repair it? Akaza had just finished speaking when the sunlight from the forest shone on his face, and he retreated cursing. Tanjiro. Mr. Janji, I'll go back and get you a round fan. Tanjiro turned around and left. He no longer felt the tension of facing upper rank 3. Even though this is deep in the woods, the sunlight still penetrates through. Mr. Janji, what do you want to do by using this thing to block out the sunlight for ghosts? Kyojuro asked with a laugh. Looking at Kyojuro, who was laughing in front of him, Janji felt a little sad, because if he hadn't been a ninja with a cheat to help, his elder brother would have died young by now. Kyojuro, have you ever seen a ghost that survived being beheaded by the Nichiren sword? Janji asked back. A ghost who won't die even if his head is beheaded by the Nichiren sword? This is impossible. You should know that the neck is the weak point of the demon. No matter what kind of demon it is, if you cut its neck with the Nichiren sword, it will surely die. Kyojuro said affirmatively. Come in. Janji raised his hand and the wooden barrier opened again. Akeza did not break the wooden barrier again to escape, as a lot of sunlight was now shining into the forest. If he goes out, his situation will be even more unfavorable. What's wrong? That expression? Didn't I tell you before that the Demon Slayer Corps has always fought against you demons at night when you have the upper hand? That's how it is. Countless demons were killed, but for the Demon Slayer Corps it can't be said to be beneficial. It's just normal during the day that you can't even fight an honest battle. With this, you dare to call yourself a warrior? When Zhang Ji walked in and saw Akeza, he started cursing, and his taunting skill was obviously maxed out. Akeza stood there, his eyes fierce, breathing heavily and remaining silent. I can fight you until dark. Don't worry, I won't use the Nichiren sword, and I won't escape outside. Zhang Ji turned around and inserted Tanjiro's Nichiren sword into the ground, then hooked his finger at Akeza. Although Kyojuro didn't know what Zhang Ji wanted to do, he decisively retreated around the corner because he knew Zhang Ji's strength. He placed one hand on the hilt of the knife to prevent any unexpected situation. After all, the one in front of him was upper rank 3. Come on, are you scared? Otherwise I'll be gentler? Zhang Ji was filled with disdain. Akeza could no longer bear it and turned into a flash of lightning. Lightning rushed in front of Zhang Ji in the blink of an eye, and punched Zhang Ji in the face with full power. Zhang Ji attacked later, but his fist hit Akeza's chin first. Too slow. He also didn't forget to taunt. He himself had not expected that his physical quality, after being perfectly fused with Hashirama's cells, could be so high that it was unbelievable. So one can imagine Hashirama's physical fitness. Then the physical fitness of Madara-sama, who could fight passionately with Hashirama. Damn it! I will definitely defeat you. I will become stronger and stronger. I will never stop here. Destruction kill shatter style 10,000 leaves flash willow. Akeza threw a punch from above, and Zhang Ji blocked it with his arms. Boom! A huge force passed through the body. Zhang Ji couldn't help but groan. His internal organs felt a great shock. His feet sank into the ground, and starting from the position under Zhang Ji's feet, the ground shattered like leaf patterns. Destruction killing annihilation style. Akeza succeeded in his attack and delivered a devastating backhand punch. Blue light filled his whole body, and this punch was extremely domineering. Uchiha. Fuck it. Super Uchiha Thunderbolt Dark Knight Natural Evil Electric Cannon Fist. Zhang Ji's right hand also burst out with a strong blue light. Of course, this was caused by the extremely strong chakra he had condensed in his right hand. Boom! Fists touch. A strong wave emanated from the place where the two men were fighting. Good, I feel it, you are breaking through yourself. Akoza, keep dancing. Uchiha Extreme Left Hook Spiral Ascension Hammer. A strong momentum burst out from Zhang Ji's body, and an ordinary uppercut hit Akeza's chin. Great, what an awesome move name. Should I change the name of my move? Kyojuro, who was watching the fight, suddenly fell into deep thought. Akeza's jaw was broken by Zhang Ji's punch, and his whole body was lifted into the air by this uppercut. Ultimate Uchiha Cosmic Explosion Throwback. Zhang Ji stretched out his hands, hugged Akeza's waist, then hugged Akeza and suddenly bent back, doing a standard German back throw. Akeza's upper body was covered in blood and flesh after being beaten by Zhang Ji. Amazing, Mr. Zhang Ji. I'm starting to get curious. What kind of fighting style is this? Forgive my limited knowledge, but this is very different from the fighting style of ninjas that I have in mind. Rengoku Kyojuro couldn't help but applaud. Logically speaking, he still wanted to see fire breathing. He didn't know why Mr. Zhang Ji didn't spit fire. If he had spit fire, the battle would have ended long ago, right? Quick, spray fire. I want to see that big, hot, hard fireball. Kyojuro was a little anxious, whether he should say it or not. Akeza's body began to recover again, and Zhang Ji did not attack him again, but just looked at him quietly. The ghost's aura is stronger than before. And, it's still growing. Mr. Zhang Ji, we can't delay this any longer. Kyojuro drew out his Nichiren sword with his backhand and his expression became serious. Don't be impatient, Kyojuro. Didn't I tell you that I wanted to show you a ghost who wouldn't die even if his head was cut off by the Nichiren sword? Be patient and wait a little longer. You'll see it soon. Zhang Ji raised his hand and pressed it towards Kyojuro, signaling him to stay calm. Ha 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 ha. It's such a pleasure to fight you. Come on, let's continue. Akeza's body has fully recovered, and a strong fighting spirit burst out from his eyes. The momentum of his body is rising wildly, and the fluctuations of his fighting spirit are becoming more and more intense, even to the point where it can be seen with the naked eye. Mr. Zhang Ji, this is obviously wrong. Is it really okay? Kyojuro couldn't help but take action. It would be very foolish to sit back and watch a ghost become stronger and stronger in front of him without taking any action. Uncle Dai, no. I have everything under control. Zhang Ji's momentum also began to rise, the fluctuations of chakra enveloped his whole body, and a heart-pounding aura emanated from him. Kyojuro took a few steps back, sheathed his sword, and looked intently at the man and the ghost in front of him. Destruction killing extermination style. Akaza pressed his hands together, exerted a fierce force, and rushed straight towards Zhang Ji. Wind style, cyclone. Fire style, great fireball. Zhang Ji chose not to fight him in a physical fight, but used his classic instigation. Akaza never expected that this wave would not be a fight. Akaza, who was rushing halfway, was pushed into the air by a violent whirlwind, and then a scorching heat wave instantly enveloped his whole body. Aha! This flame, Sparasi. Kyojuro's eyes lit up as he saw the blazing fire tornado again. What on earth is this? Impossible, it's impossible to stop in a place like this. Akaza's entire body was on fire, yet he managed to break out of the fire tornado with a single ounce of determination. His entire body was charred black, his face a fierce, ferocious expression. He charged towards Zhang Ji once again. Kyojuro, get behind me. Fire style, great fire extinguishing. The moment Zhang Ji spoke, Kyojuro already knew what he was going to do and immediately rushed behind Zhang Ji. Boom! Zhang Ji spewed out a wave of flames like the sea, and a sea of fire immediately formed in front of him. What the hell? Akaza's figure was completely engulfed in flames. Zhang Ji freed one hand and formed a seal with one hand, and the surrounding trees popped out of thin air again. After these waves of battles, the wooden barrier could no longer block the sunlight. Akaza's figure could not move in the flames, and he now had an idea: escape. He has to escape immediately. This guy is definitely not human. I have been completely deceived. The strength is totally not on the same level. It would be a waste to die. I can't die here, I have to become stronger. Akaza struggled to turn his head and started to run. Are you going to escape? Finally, are you going to escape? Now that you've seen the methods of a truly powerful person, you'll live in fear of fire from now on. Ha ha ha. Weak ghost. Zhang Ji immediately started to fire off his verbal attacks at the right moment. As expected, Akaza became furious and turned back subconsciously. His mind immediately began to spin, and his mind was filled with the Scarlet Sharingan, a mess of people, scenes, and words. It raced back and forth in his mind like a kaleidoscope. Komeiji, Koyayaki, Keizo. Fireworks. Suliu boxing technique. I will definitely become stronger than anyone else and protect her forever. I will never back down. Akaza had a splitting headache, and a sudden surge of will in his subconscious immediately dispelled his idea of escaping. Under Kyojuro's astonished gaze, Akaza turned and ran wildly in the flames, his body burning and his flesh melting. By the time he walked in front of Zhang Ji, only a skeleton covered with flesh and blood remained. Become stronger. His charcoal hands, he clenched his fist and stretched it towards Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji picked up Tanjiro's Nichiren sword that was stuck in the ground and beheaded Akaza with one blow. What an amazing perseverance. Kyojuro looked at Akaza, who had completely lost his human form but was still punching, and said in amazement. In some ways, this also represents Kyojuro's affirmation of Akaza. Win. Tanjiro ran back, carrying a huge fan on his back. The fire began to subside and Zhang Ji stopped the output. He looked silently at the headless charcoal in front of him. He was waiting to see whether Akaza would turn into ashes, or whether he had broken through the limits of a demon. A little while later. No, Mr. Zhang Ji. He's not yet reduced to ashes, he's not dead yet. Kyojuro immediately drew out his Nichiren sword and slashed it out. This completely overturned Kyojuro's previous understanding of ghosts. Did Zhang Ji really get it right? How the hell is this? The headless corpse actually caught the knife with his bare hands. What? Kyojuro felt like he was numb. Akaza's flesh and blood began to regenerate, even his head, his brain began to regenerate. What on earth just happened? There's no need for you to be resurrected, die completely. Beikaru. Breathing of flame, secret technique, 9 forms, purgatory. Kyojuro's whole body burst out with flaming fighting spirit, determined to crush the demon in front of him. My brother is already anxious and starts to rant. Kyojuro's ultimate move was extremely powerful, but something puzzling happened. Akaza's charred body actually kicked out and jumped out of Kyojuro's attack range. Big brother. Mr. Zhang Ji, what the hell is going on? Can an upper-ranked demon actually reach this level? Tanjiro didn't have the Nichiren sword in his hand. He held Zhang Ji's round fan in his hand and looked at Akaza, who was squatting on the ground in front of him with a nervous expression. That place, there is sunshine. Akaza's body was still recovering. The sunlight shone on his back, and white smoke immediately rose from Akaza's back. Akaza's body recovery stopped immediately, and he fell to the ground in pain. Good, if you get hit by the sun, you'll die anyway. Kyojuro stared at Akaza cautiously. Beside Akaza, 2 rows of wooden stakes rose up, then twisted in midair and stapled together tightly, blocking out the sunlight. Mr. Zhang Ji, what on earth are you doing? Kyojuro frowned and turned to question. It's okay, I'm just confirming one thing. Don't worry, even if he's still the upper 3, I can still burn him. Don't worry, I'm here, Zhang Ji said calmly. Akaza's conscience whirled at this moment. I can still fight, strong, I'm getting stronger. I've overcome the weakness in my neck. Mr. Komeiji, please stop. A crying female voice reached Akeza's ears. Subconsciously, Akeza looked back and saw a woman with tears in her eyes and her hair tied up. At this moment, the woman is grabbing her arm. Let go, who are you? Akeza suddenly shook off the woman's hand. Even though he became a ghost, he never killed or ate women. Even if he really ate people, he would only do so when he was extremely hungry and could not bear it at all. Please stop, it's over now, go to the other world. No, I must kill them. Why? I must become stronger, and I will kill anyone who stands in my way. Why do you have to become stronger? Because, if I don't become stronger, I won't be able to bring it back. I won't be able to bring medicine back to my father. I won't be able to escape with the stolen wallet, and if I'm retaliated against, I won't be able to win it back. If I don't become stronger, I'll be caught and sentenced by the magistrate. Akeza's memory is completely restored. From the tragic experiences of childhood to meeting the master and Lien Shui, until the nearby dojo, unable to defeat the master in Komeiji, chose to poison the well of the Soria dojo. It will definitely be cured. Save. Protect. My life is filled with nonsense and is completely boring. Akeza's head was almost fully recovered, and his body slowly stood up. Next, Tanjiro, go up and punch him. Zhang Ji shouted at Tanjiro. Okay. Mr. Zhang Ji, your round fan. Tanjiro raised his hand and threw the fan to Zhang Ji, then ran towards Akeza. Although I don't know why Mr. Zhang Ji asked him to go up and punch this upper 3 demon, he must have his reasons for saying that. Tanjiro threw a punch and hit Akeza's head, which had just taken shape. In Akeza's newly regenerated right eye, Tanjiro, who had gritted his teeth and punched himself, gradually became blurred. Reborn, young man. That's my master. Dad, are you okay now? Are you no longer feeling uncomfortable? It was his father who appeared before Akeza again. It's okay, Komeiji, it's okay, thank you. I'm sorry, Dad, I'm sorry that I can't start over. I can't do this. It doesn't matter. No matter what you become, a son is a son, a disciple is a disciple. His father gently stroked Akeza's hair, and in the blink of an eye, his figure turned into his master again. Almost there. Damn it, Madara-sama isn't here. Never mind, I'm going to go feel the Demon King first. Zhang Ji's face was filled with excitement. He rushed to Akeza's front in a few steps, raised his hand and grabbed Akeza's head. His pair of Sharinans immediately met Akeza's lifeless pupils. In Akeza's world of consciousness, the hand that was gently stroking Akeza's head suddenly grabbed his hair forcefully. The master's figure turned into Muzan. Don't you want to become stronger? Is this the end? Akuza. Muzan's serious expression revealed a murderous aura as he looked down at Akeza. Akeza's appearance also began to switch back and forth between Komeiji and Akeza. Yes, I still want to become stronger. Of course I have to become stronger. A very discordant voice interrupted. Zhang Ji looked excited and grabbed Wuzan's wrist. Wuzan. Although I don't know whether this is your subjective intervention or Komeiji's subconscious thinking, in short of, you're going to take my combo. Zhang Ji punched Wuzan in the face with his backhand, and Wuzan's figure immediately disappeared. Zhang Ji's Uchiha combo only had a normal attack, and no combo was successful. Thank you, Mr. Komeiji, that's enough. Lien Shui's figure appeared again. He held Akeza's head and comforted him softly. Komeiji, I have something to tell you. Without the interference of sunlight, Akeza's body recovered at a faster speed. After a while, Akeza, who seemed to be intact, reappeared in the sight of the 3 people. He just squatted there with his head down. Zhang Ji also took several steps back. Is he crying? The sound of sobbing reached Tanjiro's ears, and he said in disbelief. As soon as Tanjiro finished speaking, Akeza raised his head and saw that his face was full of tears and his teeth were tightly clenched. As expected of me, it seems I'm also a master of illusion. Using illusions to help people remember something doesn't seem stressful to me. Zhang Ji nodded proudly. Demon.upper moon demon.is actually crying? Why, what would a ghost cry for? Although he said that, Kyojuro still did not let down his guard at all, and his Nichiren sword was still pointing in the direction of Akeza. Destroy and kill, destroy and kill. Destroy and kill. So what I really wanted to destroy. In fact, it's me who failed to keep my promise to my father and my lover, and stained my master's most important Surya fist technique, which is used to protect, not kill, with my blood. How can I fix it? Aha! Akeza had a sad look on his face and was pounding the ground frantically with his fists. Zhang Ji looked calmly at Akeza, who was venting madly. After a while, Akeza walked up to Zhang Ji. He stared into his crimson eyes and asked, "What you said is indeed true, right? A strong person would never lie to a weak person, right, Komeiji?" Zhang Ji said with a pout. You're right. A smile actually appeared on Akeza's face. Then I'll be leaving first. Is it okay to move through the woods while avoiding the sunlight? No problem. Akaza nodded, turned around and ran away. Rengoku Kyojuro. Tanjiro. What the hell? What the hell are you talking about? Hey, brother Purgatory, the ghost. The ghost ran away. I know. I saw it. How? What should I do? I have no idea. Janji put Tanjiro's Nichiren sword back into Tanjiro's scabbard, patted him on the shoulder and said, Tanjiro, you have to understand that some people, when driven to despair by demons, will become pillars, and some people, when pushed into a corner, will become ghosts. At night, Akaza appeared in a deep alley. It's raining heavily at this moment. Akaza just stood in the rain, feeling the raindrops. I've already broken through the boundaries of beheading and death. Next comes the boundaries of eating people and sunlight. If you push your body to its limits, can you do that? Akaza looked at his hands and fell into deep thought. Click, click, the sound of footsteps came into his ears. In Akaza's sight, a long-haired man walked slowly towards him with his arms folded across his chest. Oh, a ghost. There are words in your eyes. It's Madara-sama. Akaza's luck was very bad. After being ravaged by an Uchiha, he encountered an even more perverted and cruel Uchiha. Akaza took a look and didn't think much of it. He no longer had any interest in killing people, and he no longer felt nauseous when he saw the weak. Although the person before used professional terms such as ghost and words in the eyes, but Akaza had no intention of fighting him at all. He turned around and wanted to leave. At this moment, an extremely pure murderous intent instantly locked onto him. For some reason, Akaza suddenly felt like an ant, with a foot stepping on his head. The ants could still move, but he couldn't. It seemed like he had lost control of his body. His whole body was instantly covered in cold sweat. Madara was getting closer and closer, and a pair of scarlet Sharinans came into Akaza's sight. Akaza's eyes suddenly widened. These eyes looked very similar to Janji's, and for some reason, there were several cracks on this man's face. Madara walked in front of Akaza, slowly raised his hand and pressed it on Akaza's face. Uchiha. Janji. Akaza seemed to have used all his strength to utter the name. Madara's outstretched hand stopped in front of Akaza. The trembling feeling disappeared. Have you met Janji? That's strange. Didn't that kid kill you? Madara withdrew his hand and asked with a smile. Huff, huff, huff. Akaza was breathing heavily. This feeling only appeared when he faced Muzan. I can't even muster the thought of resisting. Answer me. Ghost. Seeing that this ghost was breathing heavily and didn't answer his question at first, Madara asked again, his tone slightly higher. No, Janji didn't kill me. We have reached a consensus. Akaza replied immediately. I don't know what that kid is planning though. But that's all. Just take me to the strongest ghost. Madara smiled and said, isn't this ghost used to lead the way for me? Really good. The strongest ghost. Isn't that the strongest ghost? I have no way of knowing his location. Akaza replied. Really? That's really boring. What about the other ghosts with words in their eyes? Madara was a little bored. Upper-ranked demons don't appear often. Normally, they only appear once every few hundred years. So, Akaza answered truthfully. Madara's face immediately showed an unhappy trend. I don't know what's the point of keeping you, that's all. When Akaza looked up, the figure that frightened him had disappeared. Purgatory House. Kyojuro's younger brother, Rengoku Chihiro, was waving a broom at the gate of the yard, cleaning the yard. Chihiro, I'm back. Kyojuro stood at the door, calling his brother's name. When Senjuro heard the sound, the broom in his hand fell to the ground abruptly. He touched his cheek. Strange. Why am I crying? Big brother is back, isn't this a normal thing? Senjuro immediately wiped away his tears and went out to greet them with a happy face. Let's go to the Rengoku family. My family has records left by the flame pillars of the past. My father often reads them, but I haven't read them, so I don't know what they are about. The fire god Kagura you mentioned might have some records in it. This is what Kyojuro said to Tanjiro when they parted. So Tanjiro decided to go to Rengoku's house soon and visit Rengoku Kyojuro's father. In the evening, a very young child walked into a bookstore and took a book from it. He carried the book across the street and into a mansion. Ha 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 ha, what a clever child. Yes, I was disheartened because I had no children. Now that I have such an excellent child, I can finally rest assured. In the yard, bursts of laughter and joy. The young man was in the attic study, flipping through a book that recorded various herbs. Akaza's face was very gloomy. He felt Muzan's call. Muzan wanted to see him. The specific location is already known, but he did not inform Janji, because he knew in his heart that he had his limits. That is Muzan, who controls his life and death. He absolutely could not mention Muzan's name or anything about the two Uchiha in his mind, otherwise it would be hard to say whether Muzan would know. Bang, the door opened. Akaza reports. Master Wuhan. Akaza knelt on the ground and spoke to the child in front of him. Children are pitiless. Muzan turned around, and his eyes on his young face turned extremely red. How's the work I ordered going? The young-looking Muzan asked very directly. I looked into it, but I didn't get any definitive information. There's no way to confirm whether it actually exists. I couldn't find the blue spider lily. Akeza answered honestly. In fact, not only Muzan, but even Akeza himself, who had recovered his memory, wanted this thing. So what? Muzan asked. In order to live up to Master Muzan's expectations, I will continue to work hard. Akeza raised his head slightly and answered. He didn't say a word about what happened to him on the Infinity Train or how he recovered his memory. It seems you have misunderstood, Akeza. Muzan raised his finger and pointed at Akeza, who immediately trembled all over. You met the pillar, right? Why didn't you kill the pillar? No, not the pillars, all the demon slayers. Why after all this time, the demon slayers still exist? Muzan tore off a page of the book in his hand. Akeza's body was covered with bulging muscles and had a strange black color. Blood began to flow from his mouth. Akeza's body kept shaking, and it was obvious that he was in extreme pain. Kill them all, leaving no one behind, so they can't dirty my eyes anymore. This isn't a difficult thing to do, but you haven't achieved it yet. Why exactly? Muzan became angrier and angrier as he spoke, and he tore the book in his hand into two. Why didn't you even kill Yazu and the 3 ghost hunters? I knew you were nearby, so I sent you there. Akuza. Akuza. As Muzan repeated his name, Akeza began to vomit blood even more. You were beaten into that state by a non-pillar human. You ran away at daybreak, didn't you? You disappoint me terribly. Even the upper 3 has fallen to this point. Back off, Muzan scolded. Akeza stopped trembling, stood up, turned and left. A huge wave surged in his heart. You have to know that when facing Muzan, he cannot have any thoughts in his mind, because if he does, Muzan will know them at the first moment. If you want to fool him, you can only make it up on the spot, and you have to fool yourself first. He forced himself not to think about Zhang Ji, and his thoughts were interrupted when the sun rose. But in his mind, he already understood that when he was beaten violently by Zhang Ji and began to break through the limits of ghosts, Muzan lost control of himself. Akeza walked on the road, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Sure enough, I still need to become stronger. Boom! Akeza suddenly punched a big tree, and then punched continuously, breaking the thick tree in half. Asshole, I've memorized your face. Next time I see you, I'm going to smash your head in. Akeza gnashed his teeth, cursed, and acted on the spot. For the upper-ranked demons, Muzan is like being everywhere. Akeza didn't feel anything before, but now, he finds it very troublesome. Tanjiro and others have been training in the Demon Slayer Corps. In the blink of an eye, 4 months passed. Fire style, dragon flame song technique, Zhang Ji jumped into the air and attacked Madara. At this moment, the two of them are engaged in a very friendly master-disciple sparring. Zhang Ji's body was covered with wounds and his left eye was swollen, but he hadn't touched Madara yet. Uchiha rebound. Madara drew out his fan with his backhand, blocked the attack, and then flipped his wrist lightly. A flame even more ferocious than the fire escape used by Zhang Ji before was swept out by the round fan with ease. Uchiha. Damn it, boom. Zhang Ji wanted to use Uchiha rebound to counter Madara's Uchiha rebound, but obviously, his strength did not allow it. He was blown away by the raging flames. While he was still in mid-air, Zhang Ji saw Madara standing and waiting where he was about to land. Since you spent some time in this world again, your Sharingan has changed. The long-lost system prompt suddenly appeared. Zhang Ji wanted to roar, I can become stronger if I hang up. As his 3 Magatama Sharingan twisted, the 3 Magatama merged together and a new eye appeared. Roar! I touched the west building. Madara immediately noticed Zhang Ji's change. He kicked his feet, soared into the sky, and grabbed Zhang Ji's collar. Zhang Ji looked at the half-smile on Madara's face in front of him, and a hint of pride began to appear on his expression. Shocked, innocent Madara Senyo. It's the same straight Sharingan as mine. If I hadn't been unmarried, I would even doubt whether you were my offspring. Madara grabbed Zhang Ji's collar and landed him at the edge of a lake. Gee, how did you do that? The speed at which your Sharingan breaks through the limit is too fast, and the reason for the breakthrough is also unfounded. You kid. Madara said as he stared at Zhang Ji and began to look him up and down. Zhang Ji felt creepy when he was stared at. Could it be that a genetic mutation has lowered the conditions for the Sharingan's evolution? Madara rubbed his chin and guessed. I think so, I'm not sure, but I was getting beaten up by Madara-sensei and that's when I opened my Mangekyo. Wait, Madara-sensei, did you just say I'm a straight ass like you? So my Mangekyo has no other special abilities, other than enhancing ninjutsu and taijutsu. Zhang Ji vaguely felt that his dream was about to be shattered. That's not the case. Anyway, just figure it out yourself. When we return to the ninja world, you'll be able to help me with your Mangekyo. The Moon Eye project, with you and me, master and disciple, working together, will definitely be foolproof. Ha ha ha. After seeing Zhang Ji's growth, and started laughing wildly. The moment Madara-sama spoke of the Moon Eye plan, Zhang Ji's Mangekyo suddenly reacted. Fake. Zhang blurted out subconsciously. Extremely, what's fake? Madara asked, frowning. The Mooneye Project.is fake. A deception. Zhang kaleidoscope reaction was even stronger. Madara walked a few steps to Zhang side, pressed Zhang head, and stared at Zhang Mangekyo. He had a very ominous inference. Could it be that you, boy? I'm not actually from the Uchiha clan. Madara said this slowly. Zhang also understood that the moment he heard this sentence in his mind, the kaleidoscope reacted again. Fake. Zhang said these two words without hesitation. Hashirama killed Izuna. Fake. Hashirama and I were close friends when we were young. Real. Hashirama and I founded Konoha. Real. Hashirama asked me to be the village chief. Real. Uchiha slate. Fake. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Zhang forehead. Oh my god, his kaleidoscope ability is to distinguish between true and false? Very good, for a time traveler, this is completely useless. Jiji, you have obtained the Sharingan that can distinguish true from false. I have never told you about Hashirama and I doubt this kind of thing should only be known by Hashirama and me. That is to say, Madara's face was gloomy, and his aura dropped to freezing point. You can see that he is very angry now. Although Zhang wanted to complain about why all the questions asked were from the hot mom, he knew that asking this pure one now would only lead to a beating. Humph. The time period is so far away, how could they use me as a pawn? Madara has great trust in Zhang and has no doubt at all. The guy behind the scenes. Please don't let me know who I am. Madara-sama's hair moved without a breeze, and his whole body exuded a powerful aura. Zhang figure was about to fall. If a little kid named Shuyu was there, he might turn into water immediately. Excellent, very well done. Let's solve this problem here as quickly as possible. Use Susanoo to crush everything. We need to speed up our return. Susanoo. Madara-sama exploded on the spot, and a blue giant spread its wings and soared into the sky. Looking at Madara flying away, Zhang touched his nose, turned his head and began to try to condense Susanoo. In the blink of an eye, a blood-red skeleton appeared, and an equally blood-red Susanoo arm condensed in front of him. The next day, Sound Pillar Uzui Tenjin, Tanjiro and the other two had already entered Yukaku. Zhang was one step slower than them. He was walking in the night town with a round fan on his back. Looking at the various gorgeous geishas in the attics on both sides of the street, he decided to make a quick decision. Whenever he thought about going back with Madara to have a master-disciple battle against the ninja coalition, he felt his blood boiling. This wave is a great victory for the evil Uchiha. The upper ranks don't matter anymore. If he can find Musen's lair, he really wants to fight Musen head-on. Zhang, who possesses Susanoo, already feels invincible. Daki is probably the most beautiful one. She and her brother share a body and must be severed at the same time. Never mind. It doesn't matter. Anyway, by then, there won't be any ashes left. Zhang smiled and started to stroll around Yukuo. With the protagonists here, they would definitely make a big noise, so there was no need for him to go around looking for ghosts. Listen up, everyone, don't cause any trouble. We're just here to scout the area. Don't leave the car first. Tenjin Uzui was sitting in a rickshaw-like vehicle, his arms folded as he gave orders. In another car, Tanjiro and two were huddled together. Zenitsu was staring at the street with his mouth open, while Inashuk was squatting on top, looking around restlessly like a monkey. As soon as Uzui Tenjin finished speaking, Zenitsu's eyes suddenly lit up and he jumped out of the car. Don't get off the car, Zenitsu, Tanjiro called out immediately, followed by Inashuk, who also rushed down with a sudden move. Inashuk, come back soon. Tanjiro had no choice but to rush down and start chasing his companions. These stinky brats. The angry Tenjin Uzui started to rant. Tanjiro grabbed the two people who were running around, and the three of them stood on the street in shock. This is Yoshiwara Yukaku, a city of night where the vanity, desire, love, and hate of men and women are intertwined. Gorgeous, isn't it? Uzui Tenjin walked behind the three little ones and gave them a brief introduction. What the hell is going on? There are people everywhere, pigs swooping in. Inashuk rushed into the crowd like the wind and started to run around indiscriminately. Visitors around exclaimed, the lion dance is out of control. Calm down, Baka. Uzui Tenjin followed closely behind, punched Inashuk's pig head, picked him up and carried him on his shoulder and immediately returned to the stunned Tanjiro. But he found that the other one was missing again. Hey, where's the yellow-haired one? Uzui Tenjin asked with a straight face, bending over. Well, Tanjiro immediately began to look around anxiously. In Tenjin Uzui's opinion, none of these three little ones are reliable at the moment. Zenitsu's steps were graceful, and he moved randomly among the crowd. The yellow-haired guy downstairs, come up and play, there are snacks. The geishas upstairs were calling out to Zenitsu in fancy clothes. As soon as Zenitsu looked up, his face immediately turned red. He pressed his hands against his face, trying to force himself not to look. Come on, hurry up. The geisha upstairs began to urge, accompanied by bursts of laughter. Zenitsu felt like he couldn't control himself anymore, so he turned around and ran, exclaiming as he ran, "So many beautiful sisters, fists coming." Uzui Tenjin also gave Zenitsu an iron punch, grabbed his collar and dragged him away. "It's not your time yet, you little brat." Uzui Tenjin was speechless. Why did he bring these three troublesome little brats with him? And at this time, the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. "Kyojuro, I'm very pleased that you've been able to develop new moves. It's just that Yu-Gi-Oh's affairs have been handed over to Uzui Tenjin. There may be other places that need you." Yubayashiki Kyuya said gently as he looked at Rengoku Kyojuro, who was kneeling on one knee in front of him. "But I have already accepted Kamado as my disciple. If I stay with him, I can teach him more effectively. After all, the breathing method this child uses. The young man Kamado definitely has the potential to become a pillar." Rengoku Kyojuro said loudly. He was in a good mood because just before, Kyojuro had deduced a new move from Zhang-Ji's flames. This will be more powerful and have a wider range than his own ultimate move, the ninth form of breathing of flame. I have given this type of 10 a wildly cool and awesome name. I'm so excited, I want to find a top-ranked one to chop down. Kyojuro is in a good mood. Yubayashiki Kazuya had a smile on his face. Although he was a blind man, he still looked at Kyojuro with gentle eyes. "Kyojuro, you're right. As a supporter, let's go to Yoshiwara Yukaku. If there really are upper-ranked demons there, Kyojuro, you will definitely kill them together with Uzui Tenjin and return unscathed, right?" Yubayashiki Kazuya pondered for a moment and then spoke gently. Of course. Rengoku Kyojuro's face was full of excitement. "My lord, Lord Flame Pillar." An intelligence officer from the Demon Slayer Corps pushed open the door and shouted anxiously, "Please go ahead." Yubayashiki Koya treats all members of the Demon Slayer Corps very gently, even the most basic intelligence personnel are no exception. "There's news about Upper Rank 3, the Upper Rank 3's demon is in the forest where he fought the Flame Pillar." Upon hearing this, Kyojuro suddenly stood up, walked a few steps to the intelligence officer and asked loudly, "Is there such a thing? Is the information true?" "Absolute." The intelligence officer nodded firmly. "My lord, Kamado-kun is absolutely safe with Uzui Tenjin, and there's no rush to teach Kamado-kun. But after the upper three demons escaped and reappeared at the site of the previous battle, I'm worried. My lord, please let me find the upper three demon." As Kyojuro spoke, the expression on his face became even more excited. Yubayashiki Yoshiya. Good. In the forest, Akeza stood quietly at the place where he had fought with Zhang-Ji before. Has it been that long? Akeza looked around. There are still traces of the previous battle. Cracked ground, charred trees. In fact, he had already discovered the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, but he had no intention of killing them. Even after recovering his memory, his love for fighting against strong opponents has not diminished in the slightest, and has even become stronger. This did not seem strange to Muzan, and he did not even react when Akeza regained his memory. Just like the name Muzan gave him, Akeza, he is just a stray dog that was castrated and guarded his nest. Wanting him dead is just a thought, right? Suddenly, accompanied by a gust of mountain wind, Kyojuro came running towards them. "Long time no see, Akeza." Kyojuro's face was full of excitement that he drew out his knife and chopped at Akeza's head. According to previous battle experience, Akeza will most likely use his body to fight against his blade. After all, his body will recover quickly if it is cut, and this guy should have reached the state where he will not die even if his head is cut off. "Oh, Kyojuro, long time no see." Akeza twisted his feet and actually dodged the knife. This was very different from his previous fighting style. Kyojuro continued to attack, and Yokomichi slashed out with his waist, picking Akeza up on the spot, and then somersault backwards for a very long distance. "Kyojuro, it's been so long. Almost 4 months, right? Have you gotten stronger?" Akeza asked with a smile on his face. "Of course. If I don't become stronger, how can I chop off your head, Akeza?" Kyojuro straightened his back. "Just in time. I'm also trying to break through the limits of my demonic powers again. Although I haven't eaten a human in 4 months, I've already reached the state where I won't die even if I'm beheaded. Come on, Kyojuro, don't hold back. Even if it's a competition, it will cost you your life." Akeza raised his hand and assumed his starting stance. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said softly, "Today, I will let you, Kyojuro, experience the secrets of Sequanliu." Kyojuro felt something was wrong. The way this guy spoke was so different from before, and he couldn't accept it. On the streets of Yoshiwara Yukaku, Uzui Tenjin, Zenitsu and Inashuk, all dressed in disguise, are watching the Warren parade with many passers-by. The specific tasks have been assigned, and Tanjiro and the other two disguised themselves as sold girls and sneaked into the 3 Uegaku families in Kabukiko. These 3 families are where the 3 wives of Uzui Tensui lived. They gathered intelligence here and had been in correspondence with Uzui Tensui until recently, when they lost contact. That's the Warren parade. This is the Warren Koika, the head geisha of the then house, out to greet the guests. It's truly magnificent. Tenjin Uzui started explaining, although he didn't know why he had to explain to the 2 little kids. As for why Tanjiro is not seen, it is because Tanjiro has been bought. You're walking so slowly that if you walk like that in the mountains, you'll die in just a few steps. Inashuk squatted on the road and picked his ears in a very unromantic manner. His appearance caught the eye of the sharp-eyed madam of Ajimotoya, who bought him immediately. Uzui Tenjin lowered his head and looked at Zenitsu with sarcasm on his face. Zenitsu immediately realized that no one wanted him. No, I'm the only one left and no one wants me. Zenitsu suddenly felt very disappointed. Tanjiro, who was working part-time, also learned from the Warren that one of Uzui Tenjin's wives, Suma, had escaped secretly, and his task was to find out Suma's location. Uzui Tenjin's wives must have some information about the devil. Running away. That's a pretty good excuse for a ghost. Even if the person is gone, it can be assumed that he escaped from Yukuo. The diary must be used to deceive people. You must be safe. I will definitely rescue you, Miss Suma. Tanjiro's mood began to feel heavy. At this time, the sound pillar Uzui Tenjin had already removed his disguise, found a commanding height, and quietly looked down at Yuguo. There's nothing unusual today. I always feel like something is wrong, as if I've been tricked. The aura was eliminated so cleverly and so quietly. The evil spirits lurking here. Could it be an upper-rank demon? If that's the case, it looks like we're going to have a spectacular fight. Uzui Tenjin is deducing. Yay, can you come here for a moment? I wonder if Miss Makiyo is okay. She locked herself in her room and refused to come out. She said she wasn't feeling well and hasn't shown up since. It's impossible for her to go to the doctor. If she keeps this up, she'll be dragged out by the boss's wife. I just brought her some food, but she refused to open the door, so I had to leave it at the door. In the shop where Inashuk works, two geishas are talking about something. Makiyo, they were talking about Uzui's wife, and I finally heard that name. Feeling unwell, how could they lose contact over such a small matter? That woman should be coming from this direction. Let's go check it out. The clever pig thought of this and rushed out from the darkness. Ah, Inoko-chan, be careful not to fall if you run too fast. The geisha who had been talking about Uzui's wife noticed him and immediately reminded him. Inashuk stopped, bowed slightly to the two of them, and then continued walking forward. He didn't say a word. What a quiet child. The geisha sighed. At this moment, Zuzu was gritting his teeth and puffing smoke from his nostrils. Your voice is too loud. You absolutely cannot speak. The falsetto is a mess too. Honestly, as soon as you open your mouth, people will know you are a man. Uzui Tenjin's warning reappeared in his mind. Then what should I do? How can I repair it? Pig really wants to use the indiscriminate pig rush now. In the dark environment, long ribbons are hung everywhere. Come on, answer me. Who did you send these letters to? What's your name? Oh, by the way, your name is Makiyu. Answer me, Makiyu. The beautiful woman questioned the woman in front of her who was tied up and called away Makiyu with a smile on her face. Inashuk, who was exploring the store, vaguely felt that something was wrong. He walked towards a staircase with a cautious look on his face. Someone's coming. There are more and more people meddling in Ajimotoya's affairs. Apparently, the ghost had noticed Inashuk's movements while he was walking outside. That's the food the woman mentioned placed at the door, right? In other words, that's Maki's room. Something's wrong, very wrong. Is this situation bad now? I can't judge. It always feels slippery and disgusting. Tisk, thinking without doing anything in this situation isn't my style. Inashuk rushed out and opened the door. The house was in a mess, as if no one had lived there for a long time, and it was windy inside. Wind, but the windows are closed, ceiling. Inashuk immediately deduced the result, picked up the food beside him, and threw it hard towards the ceiling. Hey, come out, you can't hide anymore, Inashuk shouted. Clatter, what's going on? Why is there so much chaos on the ceiling? There was a sound on the ceiling, the sound of something moving. Inashuk turned and ran, following the sound from the ceiling. There really is a ghost. Where is it going? Where is it escaping to? Don't even think about escaping. Inashuk started to rush forward and turned the store upside down. It's daytime now, so are you escaping upwards? But it will definitely find a place to climb down the wall. Tanjiro's intuition is very sensitive, and finally, he locked the position in a corner. It's right here. Inashuk threw a punch at the wall. He wanted to knock out all the ghosts. Now it was broad daylight. As long as he found the ghost, he would be done. Oh, what a cute sister. At this moment, a drunk customer walked over, and Inashuk's full-strength punch hit him right in the middle of the face. And the ghost also went down the wall. Where? Damn it, I lost him. It's so hard to sense his presence. It's all because of that troublesome guy. Inashuk was grinding his teeth madly, his face full of anger. At this time, Zenitsu, because of his sensitive hearing, heard a girl crying among the chaotic sounds, so he decisively followed the sound and prepared to comfort the girl. Ah, the room is so messy, what happened? Zenitsu opened the door and looked at the mess in the room, and was immediately amazed. Wuyu. The crying little girl looked at him and then continued crying. Fight? Did you fight with anyone? How are you? Zenitsu asked and surprised the little girl in front of him who couldn't stop crying. Woo 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 woo. The little girl said nothing, just cried. Zenitsu had no choice but to walk into the house and begin to comfort the little girl. What are you doing in someone else's house? A woman's questioning voice appeared behind Zenitsu, and Zenitsu froze immediately. Gulp. Zenitsu swallowed, cold sweat already starting to run down his face. The one standing behind me is a ghost. This is definitely not a human voice. I didn't even notice her until she spoke. This isn't good. The fact that she didn't make any sound at all makes it even scarier. This. Isn't it a high-ranking demon? Zenitsu's heart began to race. He had always been timid, and now he was unable to react immediately. Hello, are you deaf? The woman's voice began to sound impatient. The courtesan Werribee. That person has only been here for 2 days. Two little girls appeared at the door and spoke tremblingly. Ah, so what? The courtesan Werribee turned around and said with a frown. I'm sorry for barging in. The room was a mess and she was crying again. Zenitsu immediately began to defend himself. It's so ugly and disgusting, I wish I could just die right away. What's with that hair color? Are you trying to attract attention? Indeed, the room is still a mess. Didn't I order it to be cleaned? Werribee asked, looking past the nervous Zenitsu at the crying little girl. The little girl just whimpered, and Princess Fern immediately grabbed the little girl's ear and lifted her up. Stop making noise. What are you yelling about? Clean up the room. I'm sorry, I'll clean it up right away, please forgive me. The little girl immediately begged for mercy. Her ear was twisted and cracked, and blood began to flow out. Unable to bear it any longer, Zenitsu stood up and grabbed Werabihame's wrist, gritting his teeth and saying, please let go. At this time, Zhang Ji was running around in the street. He had no idea where Du Ji was because this place was so big. Hasn't it started yet? What's going on? It's so noisy here, and the geishas don't even wear hijab. I remember the Order of Seals is wood clone technique. A wood-like substance appeared in Zhang Ji's body as he was walking, and 3 wooden clones walked out as he squirmed. The 3 wooden clones and the locals began to move in 4 directions, and his pace began to quicken. The moment you see Daki, cut off her head, then wait for her skinny brother to show up. Send him straight to Mei, who's been waiting for him. I really have a plan. Zhang Ji nodded, confirming his plan, which could not be considered a plan. What did you say? Can you say it again? Fern Princess's face was as cold as frost. Please let go. Although Zenitsu was very nervous, his eyes were firm. Damn it, it's even uglier up close. How dare you, an ugly freak, touch me. Werabihame shook off Zenitsu's hand and slapped him away. At this moment, somewhere in the forest, Akeza and Kyojuro exchanged a blow and then separated immediately. Huff, huff, huff. Kyojuro's breathing was rapid, but his face was still excited. They have been fighting here for a day and a night. Kyojuro, are you tired? During the day, you let me rest, so now you can rest as well. Out of respect as a warrior, I will never attack you. Akeza looked pale and his condition was not good either. After all, it has been a long time since he last ate a human being, and his physical strength is not as good as before, but the stench of ghosts that Kyojuro mentioned before is much weaker. I don't know if what I did was right, Akeza. I'm not yet at the point where I can trust ghosts. You didn't run away during the day, but just hid in the shadows. I didn't kill you only because I trusted Lord Zhang Ji. You have no chance of winning against him, right? He didn't kill you. I don't know why, but I believe that Master Zhang Ji must have his own plans. I can still continue fighting. I haven't let you experience my new special move yet. Kyojuro grinned and casually made a knife flower. Oh, I see. I won't waste my words. I'm trying to break through the ghost's boundaries. What I'm doing now is not eating people. As you can see, my physical strength is obviously not as good as before. That's because I haven't eaten anyone in 4 months. Now that I'm looking at you, I have an urge that's hard to suppress. Akeza started to drool as he spoke. No wonder, maybe you can actually do it. Kyojuro said nothing more. He kicked off and swung his sword with an unstoppable momentum. Aren't you going to rest, Kyojuro? Bring it on. Akeza's face was furious, and he threw punches. The two of them started fighting again. At the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, members of the Demon Slayer Corps had already conveyed the information. Mr. Zhang Ji has arrived. What did he do to make the upper demons change so drastically? Yi Yang, Butterfly, you two go together. If something unexpected happens, cooperate with Kyojuro and keep upper 3 there. Yubaya Shiki Koya gave the order. Just like that, Jiyu and Shinobu Koko set out together. Who allowed you to touch me so casually? You're so brave, you little brat. It seems you need some discipline, very strict discipline. Werabihame slapped Zenitsu and sent him flying, saying this with an angry look on her face. Please be kind, Warren Werribee, the shop is about to open and a customer is coming in. I will definitely discipline him strictly. Now please, for my sake. Let her go. It was the owner of the store. He knelt on the ground and asked very humbly. I was too strict with the new kid. Let's heal her properly. Boss, please get up quickly. I should be the one apologizing to you. A lot of things have gone wrong recently. It's time to get ready for work. Please clean up quickly. Princess Werribee turned around, a warm smile on her face, a complete transformation. That kid, judging by the feel of his hands, didn't seem seriously injured, even though he's unconscious. But she knows how to release energy. She's definitely not an ordinary person. She's from the Demon Slayer Corps, right? But she's not at the level of a pillar. When Princess Wei turned around and walked away, her expression became gloomy again. Even though I put in some effort, the fish finally took the bait. Come on, everyone, I'm going to kill everyone and eat them all. Fern Princess felt a little excited. Where is it? What's the name of the shop where Zenitsu works part-time? Damned, I can't remember. I should have acted with them earlier. And how on earth did those demon slayers sense the aura of the so-called demon? I have no idea. This is too difficult for a ninja. Zhang Ji walked on the street with a look of impatience on his face. Of course, this was actually his wooden clone. Where are we going? That doesn't make sense. I'm not a swordsman, so how could I have the ability to get lost? Damn it, I don't accept it. Zhang Ji's wooden clone's face instantly turned gloomy. He turned around and started running wildly, while at the same time began to sense everything around him. Oh no, the sun is setting, I have to get to Inashuk. Tanjiro has begun to act. There's a smell, it's a subtle sweet smell. Ghost, it's the smell of a ghost, the ghost is nearby. Could it be that? Tanjiro already has his own deduction. At this time, Uzui Tenjin also forced the owner of the store to tell him about Warabai. He sneaked into Warabai room and found it empty. Not here. Did he go out to eat people? While keeping an eye out for the ghost's presence, go find Hinazuru. Uzui Tenjin also began to take action. As for Inashuk, he simply couldn't stand it anymore. Tanjiro had agreed to meet him, but now it was almost dark and he still hadn't shown up. So he banged his head through the ceiling and called Muscle Mouse. Two muscular rats, wearing forehead protectors like Uzui Tenjin, came over carrying Inashuk's double swords and threw the weapons to Inashuk. That guy is really capable. They even trained muscle rats as their subordinates. I want a ninja beast too. Inashuk's face was filled with envy. In a house, Duji used her clothes bag to tightly wrap Lixia. Crash. The windows were locked. You're here, little ghost hunter brother. Everything seemed to be within Daki's expectations. She slowly turned her head and suddenly froze. There was a man standing at the window, his face was gloomy and his eyes were bloodshot. You made my search so difficult. Daki, Zhang Ji said as he slowly took out a sickle from behind his back. Oh, a ghost hunter you've never seen before? Is the weapon a sickle? How many of you came? Is there a pillar? You don't look like a pillar, do you? You look weak. I'm not a pillar. Before Duji could finish her words, Zhang Ji rushed in the blink of an eye and slapped her on the beautiful face. Duji was hit hard against the wall. The power of this slap is so terrifying. Mom, that feels so good. Hurry up and stand up. I'm not interested in trash like you. Let me chop off your head so I can move on to chopping off your brother. Zhang Ji looked impatient and waved his hand at the furious Daki. Ms. Lixia. Mr. Zhang Ji. Tanjiro jumped onto the window with a knife in hand, and it was a little hard to see inside the house. Oh, Tanjiro, you're just in time. The demon is there, upper 6, Daki. You rescue that courtesan named Lixia, and I'll give you this. Puff, suddenly, there was a sound of a sharp blade piercing into the body. Zhang Ji lowered his head and saw that a piece of belt had pierced through his body. Mr. Zhang Ji. Damn it. Tanjiro's eyes were bloodshot, and he swung his sword. After cutting off the belt with one stroke, he hugged Zhang Ji and jumped out of the window and ran away. How dare you actually hit me in the face? I'll tear you into pieces and grind you into dregs. Duji gritted her teeth and followed him out, her clothes fluttering behind her and her face full of murderous intent. Mr. Zhang Ji, are you okay? Well, when Tanjiro looked again, he realized that the person he rescued was a wooden man, and in the distance, Zhang Ji slapped the wall. Damn it, is my wooden clone so weak? How does the wooden clone open Susanoo? I'll have to discuss this with Madara-sama someday. Go ahead. Zhang Ji jumped onto the roof and started running away. Cut, some kind of trick? Duji looked at the wooden man on the ground with disdain. Ms. Lixia, let go of Miss Lixia. The part that focused on Lixia. It was so cute, but it was so ugly. I feel a bit sorry for you, like a dying mouse. Daki bent over and said mockingly. Upper 6, did I win? In the absence of Uzui-san, Zenitsu, and Inashuk, he defeated the upper moons alone. No, Mr. Zhang Ji, what's going on with Mr. Zhang Ji? No, I can't think too much about it. It's not a question of whether I can win, but I must win. Tanjiro immediately took a stance and strengthened his belief. Boom! Suddenly a loud noise was heard in the distance. What's that noise? What are you doing? It's so noisy. It's in the direction of Ajimo Toya, and Hinazuru is also. How many of you came? 4. Daki asked with an impatient look on her face. I won't tell you, immediately rushed out. He was not in a hurry now. After all, Daki was right in front of him and he had found his target. The strength of the wooden clone is still astonishingly great. Each one is exactly the same as the original. At this moment, the 3 clones are holding round fans, surrounding Dakamakura with expressionless faces and smashing them. After a while, all 3 wooden clones were killed by Doji. I thought, what's the matter? Is this the only trick you can play? This kind of thing doesn't affect me at all. Brush. It was Doji's turn. Before she could finish her arrogant words, a sickle flashed with a cold light across her neck. Daki immediately fell to her knees, her head falling into her hands. Well? He was beheaded. Mr. John G. When did Mr. John G. take action? WOW.so amazing. Mr. John G's words as a human being are becoming increasingly unreal. Tanjiro's jaw dropped in shock. John G stood in front of Doji and looked at her head with interest. Asshole, what are you looking at? How dare you chop off my head? Daki's head was full of anger as she roared at John G. Oh, nothing. I was waiting to see you crying. John G replied expressionlessly. Daki, I don't know why, I feel so wronged, I feel so sad and want to cry. But after this bastard said that, I didn't want to cry at all, and I didn't even know what expression to use to respond to this bastard. John G frowned and urged impatiently, hurry up and cry, or I'll smash your pretty face into a pulp with this big fan. I'm telling you, we have you. Ah. Doji burst into tears, and John G nodded with relief. I'm not done with you. I'm upper 6, I'm strong, I haven't lost yet. Doji was crying with tears all over her face and kept chattering. Why, his head has clearly been chopped off, and Mr. John G's sickle is also a type of Nichiren sword, right? Why is he still able to speak here, and his body hasn't dissipated? Could it be that just like the upper 3 back then the upper rank demons have all broken through the weakness of the decapitation? Tanjiro felt like his brain was not enough. John G raised his round fan expressionlessly and began gesturing towards Daki's head. What do you want to do? Daki asked nervously. John G ignored her completely. He adjusted the angle, squinted his eyes and began to look around with the fan in his hand, as if looking for the perfect spot to strike. Woo, that's too much, they're all so ugly. Daki cried even louder and began to pound the ground with her hands. Ha, you said I'm ugly? All the Uchiha clan members are handsome, there are no ugly ones. John G got angry when he heard this, pointed at Doji and started to make a statement. Die, Aoni-chan. Daki screamed, she finally called her brother. A skinny figure suddenly crawled out from Daki's back as she called him. It's coming out, look, Tanjiro. John G pulled Tanjiro over and patted his shoulders frantically. Weeaboo, Daki couldn't stop crying. A skinny, ugly young man appeared with his arms around his waist. He didn't even look at John G, but just picked up Doji's head and pressed it on Doji's neck again. There's no point in crying. It's just a broken head, you can just connect it yourself. You're just a bit lacking in brain. Jifutaro stroked Daki's head, his voice was very low, as if he was out of breath. She survived even after her head was chopped off. What kind of ghost is this that came out of her body? Although John G was right next to Tanjiro, Tanjiro couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Oh, this slap mark on my face. Such a pretty face was damaged. Be careful with such a cute face. Jifutaro reached out and gently stroked Daki's face. As he stroked, the slap marks on Daki's face began to disappear. As John G's right hand shook, the sickle flew out instantly, aiming at Jifutaro's neck. Brush. The sickle missed, and John G shook his wrist, and the sickle flew behind him. A short sickle appeared in Jifutaro's hand, and he swung it violently, blocking John G's sickle. Sure enough, it's very fast, but it seems to be a little behind Akaza. Jifutaro, I'm sorry, but your treatment is much worse than Akaza's. John G pulled Tanjiro behind him and said as he looked at the ghost in front of him with an unbelievably thin waist. Do you know my name? Akaza, have you ever fought against Akaza? Jifutaro was a little surprised. He puffed out his chest and tried to straighten his back. Just as John G was about to say something, Jifutaro immediately launched an attack. John G pulled out his round fan with his backhand, and Jifutaro's sickle chopped off the fan. I only drink milkshakes. Uchiha bounced back. But a violent wave burst out from the round fan with an impact so strong that Jifutaro's body was sent flying by the impact, breaking through the wall and falling outside. Ah, Oni-chan. While Doji was still talking, her head had already been separated. John G grabbed Doji's head with his backhand and walked out with it in his hand. Oh, you're pretty good. I was going to kill you with this knife, but you blocked it and even fought back with some means? You are really good, really good. Jifutaro scratched his head and stood up, a slightly annoyed look on his face. Neither of these siblings believes that I beat Akaza. My kaleidoscope has already told me the answer. You still want to kill me with one blow? What a confusing confidence of a ghost. John G stood in front of Jifutaro holding Daki's head and threw it over casually. Jifutaro grabbed Daki's head and immediately comforted her. Why did you get your head chopped off again? Be careful. And you're really good. Your skin is so nice, and your body looks strong, unlike me, who can't gain weight. And those eyes of yours are very artistic. It seems you are very popular. So jealous, so jealous. The prostitute Futaro began to scratch his face with his hands, leaving it covered in blood. Can you please die miserably? He looked a little out of control, and Daki's head just kept crying. John-ji was not in a hurry either. He just stood there and watched quietly. For some reason, instead of killing the upper rank directly, he preferred to completely destroy the upper rank's sense of superiority as a demon. Mr. John-ji, what should we do? This ghost won't die even if its head is chopped off. It seems to be the same as that upper three. Tanjiro drew his sword and stood beside John-ji, looking at Jifutaro cautiously. It's okay, then I'll give this female ghost to you to practice with. She shouldn't die, right, Tanjiro? John-ji asked with a smile. I will try my best and will never hold you back, Mr. John-ji. Tanjiro immediately replied with a firm expression. Good. John-ji nodded, then pointed at Jifutaro and said, put your sister's head back. Although I don't have much trust in you ghosts, please don't disturb their fight until my interest has faded. Jifutaro was stunned. This was the first time he had seen this kind of human. Unlike the pillars he had met before, this person's aura was not strong, but his strength seemed not to be underestimated. What nonsense are you talking about? I will kill you, tear you into pieces, and then. He. The prostitute Taro gave a cruel smile. Unai-chan, there are more than just the two of them, there are others. You must help me kill the others too. I worked so hard, I tried so hard on my own, but these people have been harassing me and bullying me, they're ganging up on me. As Daki spoke, she started crying again, looking very aggrieved. Yes, it's an unforgivable sin. My lovely sister is working so hard with her short-sighted brain. Everyone who bullies her will be killed. I won't let any of the debts go uncollected. I've suffered so much. Jifutaro suddenly stopped talking because he saw a burst of red light burst out from the eyes of the man in front of him. The world spun around him in an instant, and when he came to his senses, the head of the girl in his arms was gone. You guys are so annoying with your constant chatter. Even though I haven't met Doma yet, looking at the two of you, I'm already beginning to dislike him. I've already told you that you can still fight me before my interest wears off. Don't waste your time. John-ji grabbed Doji's head and crushed her crown, then threw it next to Doji's body. What happened? Tanjiro's face was filled with shock, and John-ji once again refreshed his three perspectives. Mr. John-ji was right next to me, but he didn't move at all. Daki's body reached out and quickly grabbed her head, and hurriedly put it on her neck. You also know Doma-sama's name. Where on earth are you from, you guy? When Jifutaro heard Doma's name, his expression froze noticeably. The reason he could turn into a demon was ultimately because of Doma, and the reason he could become upper 6 was also because of Doma's recommendation. John-ji didn't want to waste time talking to him and just walked over with his round fan. Damn it, are you deaf? Go to hell. Jifutaro roared and rushed out with a blood sickle in both hands. John-ji held a round fan in his left hand and a sickle in his right hand, and also started to move. Compared with Jifutaro's crazy offensive, John-ji looked very nonchalant, and each of his moves could perfectly block Jifutaro's attack. Kill you. The blood sickle bypassed John-ji's round fan at a tricky angle, and the blade pierced John-ji's back. Well, although he's an upper-rank demon, he's only a 6th-rank demon after all. He's far inferior to Akaza. My interest is almost over. John-ji sighed and swung his sickle back violently. Too slow. During the battle, the mocking expression on the prostitute Taro's face was still there, but his head had been cut off. Why, I clearly saw him attack, and he clearly hadn't hit me yet. Did the sickle suddenly speed up? The wound on John-ji's back caused by the blood sickle has begun to recover visibly under the action of Hashirama's cells. Yoshi, go ahead and do it gorgeously. The ghost must be here, I can feel a strong ghost presence. Uzui Tenjin descended from the sky. Mr.Yu-Zwan, Tanjiro shouted in surprise. Hey, young man Kamadu, and I didn't expect that Mr. John-ji is here too. You were there that time, Kyojuro, 2. Lord John-ji, were you deliberately looking for a demon to kill? They're all upper-ranked demons. Uzui Tenjin drew out the 2 swords behind him and asked. Naturally, ordinary ghosts mean nothing to me. Uzui, these 2 demons must have their heads cut off at the same time to be killed. John-ji raised his chin and said to the prostitute Taro. How did he know that? Did he come to that conclusion based on his own deductions? What a dangerous human. And this new guy is so handsome, I'm so jealous. Damn it, kill them all, they're all so beautiful. The prostitute Taro was breathing heavily, his eyes fierce. Oh, I see. Then, Master John-ji, we'll each take one. Let's cut off the heads of these 2 ghosts in a magnificent way. Uzui Tenjin turned around and stared at Daki. He knew at a glance that this guy was the one who was trying to trick his wife. I'll be there to assist. Tanjiro is still very motivated. Now the situation is clear, the ghost is dead. Hashi hot mom? Column, ha, it's the hot mom of Hassie. It's finally here. Jifutaro looked excited. He had suffered a lot of jealousy in the past years. What are you yelling about? It looks like my teacher is yelling his buddy's name. John-ji frowned, rushed forward and punched Jifutaro in the face. Jifutaro would not sit still and wait for death. He raised his hand and swung out his blood sickle. The blood sickles spun wildly in the air like two roulette wheels. It's useless. Zhang Ji suddenly fanned the round fan in his hand, and a strong wind pressure blew out, blowing the blood sickle backwards. His fist finally hit Jifutero's face hard. Jifutero's face was twisted and his whole body spun and crashed into a small building. Uzui, get started, leave this to me. Zhang Ji called out and jumped out to chase after him. Daki is no match for Uzui Tenjin at all, and is chased and hacked by Uzui Tenjin. Unai-chan. Daki had no choice but to move towards Jifutero while shouting. She must seek her brother's protection. The two of them are one and must be together to unleash their greatest strength. Are you also a pillar? Jifutero got up from the ground with a gloomy look on his face. This guy is so strong. Hatsura, no, I'm not even a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Zhang Ji walked over calmly and answered. Not a ghost hunter. If you're not a ghost hunter, why are you doing a ghost hunter's job? Do you think your life is too long, you bastard? Jifutero rubbed his face and said in a low voice. I'm sorry, as for why I killed the ghost, it doesn't matter whether you know it or not since you were dying. Zhang Ji slowly walked towards Jifutaro, and the chakra fluctuations in his body began to burst out. What on earth is this? Obviously this is completely different from how the pillar feels. But the oppression. This oppression. Will kill me. If you do that, you'll definitely die. You'll definitely get your head chopped off. Sister's head will also be chopped off. Jifutaro suddenly lost all his fighting spirit, and he even saw himself and Daki turning into ashes in a trance. Poor Taro, what are you doing? Kill him. Suddenly, a gloomy voice came from his mind. Master Wu. Musen's voice? What? Jifutaro cried out and came to his senses. What was imprinted in his pupils was a sickle flashing with cold light, slashing straight towards his neck. Blood demon art, flying blood scythe. Jifutaro turned his own blood into a razor-thin blade and fired it out all at once. Zhang Ji knew that the blood was poisonous. Although he is very confident in himself, he is not so arrogant as to avoid it all the time. I told you long ago, it's useless. Wind style, great breakthrough. Zhang Ji no longer wanted to engage in a passionate fight with this ghost who used long-range tactics, so he used the wind escape technique instead. It was as if a horizontal tornado came out of his mouth. The strong wind pressure carried the bloody blade and hit Jifutaro's chest. The madly spinning tornado twisted Jifutaro's chest into a bloody mess. Boom! A small building was hit directly in the middle by the huge breakthrough. The family of three hugged each other and looked at Zhang Ji with nervous expressions. Zhang Ji's face darkened, and he suddenly remembered that there were still people living in the houses on this street. Sorry for scaring you, run for your lives. Zhang Ji glanced around, and the family of three immediately became dazed. The father directly hugged the child in his arms, took his wife's hand and ran away. Cough cough cough, what is this? The prostitute Taro. I know. Jifutaro began to retreat with Daki on his back, and Uzui Tenjin came to their side in the blink of an eye like a leech. Sound breathing first form boom. Uzui Tenjin raised his two swords and slashed at the brother and sister. If you look at his knife for even a second longer, you'll explode. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded. Blood demon art jumping. Jifutaro let the blood slash surround his whole body for comprehensive defense. At this moment, the two opponents joined forces, and relying on Daki to defend was completely insufficient. I got you. Blood-red chakra suddenly burned in front of Zhang Ji, and a blood-red skeleton arm stretched forward and grabbed the brother and sister. Good opportunity. Uzui Tenjin's eyes lit up, his body twisted in the air, and he slashed with both swords again. What is this? It looks like a ghost, Unai-chan. Stop yelling, I've already broken free. Shikexu, what's going on? I can't break free. Unai-chan, you're going to be chopped off. Shut up. The knife flashed, and two heads shot up into the sky. Solved. Upper 6. Was it killed so easily? Tanjiro looked confused. Along with him, there was Pigsy who had just arrived at the scene and Zenitsu who was sleeping. That's another upper-ranked demon kill. This system is also very vague. Does it really require Madara-sama to take me back to the ninja world after the conditions are met? If I really go to the ninja world, as an Uchiha, my main mission is.to destroy the Otsutsuki? Zhang Ji felt that it was very possible, but with his current strength, he would definitely be cannon fodder, and would most likely drag down Madara-sama. Escape! Uzui Tenjin shouted and pounced on Tanjiro, because he discovered that Jifutaro's headless body was bleeding crazily, and this thing was about to self-destruct. Would blooming wall. Zhang Ji slapped the ground with one hand, and Jifutaro's body was immediately stuck tightly by the wood that suddenly appeared, looking like it was stuck by a bowl. Boom! The body of the prostitute Taro exploded without causing any harm. Damn it, what a cunning and evil devil. Uzui Tenjin exploded angrily. How could you be beaten like this by a pillar? Can't you fight on your own? If you say that, it means you saw everything. Then why didn't you come to save me first? I'm fighting someone who's stronger than the pillar. So what? Why didn't you kill him before? Couldn't you just smash his head in? That's what I wanted to do from the beginning, there was no ghostly Uzui Tenjin at all, and the two ghosts started quarreling very directly. Zhang Ji came over and interrupted, saying, alright, after all, our opponent is the Uchiha clan. It's understandable if you lose, Jifutaro, you should be more tolerant towards your sister. An indescribable expression appeared on Jifutaro's facial features. As he said, if looks could kill, Zhang Ji would have died many times. Kaikixu, don't be so complacent, if it weren't for this guy holding me back, I wouldn't have ended up like this, he didn't help me at all the whole time. Jifutaro's face was filled with anger, and he even called Daki this guy. Then why don't you just control me to do it? It's obvious that you didn't do anything, you were careless. Duji roared with his teeth bared. It's really insightful. They're not dead yet and they're even arguing. Okay, stop talking nonsense and die gorgeously. Uzui Tenjin inserted the two swords back behind his back, because he had seen that although the head was still quarreling, it had already slowly turned into ashes from the neck. Idiot! You're the idiot! What did you say? The quarrel between Daki and Jifutaro gradually escalated, and it had evolved from mutual blame at the beginning to simple verbal abuse. Tears began to form in Daki's eyes and her voice began to lower. You are so ugly, how can you be my brother? How can I be related to you? We look nothing alike. You're such a useless thing, apart from being powerful, you're not good at all, not at all. Once you lose the fight, you'll be worthless, you'll just be a useless, ugly bastard. After Daki finished speaking, a look of confusion appeared on Jifutaro's face. But then, his face was replaced by an angry expression. Are you kidding me? You would have died long ago if you were alone. Do you know how much I've helped you? You are the loser, weak and good for nothing. I actually protected you for so long that I really regret it from the bottom of my heart. How could my life be like this without you? How wonderful it would be without you. Why do I always have to deal with the mess you leave behind? You shouldn't have given birth. Jifutaro was halfway through his words when Tanjiro reached out and covered his mouth with his hand. And Daki's face was already filled with sorrow. Stop talking, that's not what you really think, it's all just out of anger, make peace, you two are each other's only siblings. No one will forgive what you have done, and all the people you have killed will hate you and curse you. No one will speak for you. So, at least stop speaking ill of each other. Tanjiro said this. Tisk, you're so gentle, Tanjiro, I don't know what to say about you. Forget it, this is your nature that cannot be changed. After all, these two guys are too similar to you. If you're not careful, you'll end up being another prostitute, Taro. Zhang Ji shook his head. If it were him, he would never do such a thing. We have you, I'm so annoyed that why do I have to be lectured by a stinky brat like you? Get out of here, get out of here. I'm not willing to accept this, I'm so unwilling. Think of a way, Unii-chan, I don't want to die, Unii-chan, Unii-chan. I don't want to die. Unii-chan, Unii-chan. Daki's head turned to ashes. And the voice calling for her brother suddenly stopped. Jifutaro's pupils widened instantly, and Tanjiro let go of his hand. Plum. Jifutaro shouted the name loudly, and then his expression became blank. Yeah, I remember now. My sister's name isn't Daki, it should be Mei. The name Daki is really ugly. The eyes of the prostitute Taro were filled with darkness. Okay, let's go Tanjiro, he should start his revolving lantern. Zhang Ji greeted him and turned to leave. Revolving lantern? What revolving lantern? Tanjiro asked confusedly as he stood up. You don't want to know why he became like this and did these things, because they all reveal that humans are scarier than ghosts. Zhang Ji smiled at Tanjiro, and his whole body suddenly exploded into a ball of smoke. What is this? Did they use the smoke bomb to escape? Where's the person? This little bit of smoke is not enough to conceal a person's escape. Ninja methods? How can I repair it? It's so gorgeous. Uzui Tenjin clenched his fists, his face full of envy. Master Tianyuan, are you okay? Master Tianyuan, the ghost has been killed. As expected of you, Lord Tianyuan. Uzui Tenjin's 3 wives appeared and immediately surrounded him. There's nothing to envy, after all, I have 3 wives. Uzui Tenjin laughed and embraced his 3 wives in his arms. The Yoshiwara Yuuko incident ended here. Tanjiro looked at Nezuko, who was staring at him with big eyes and an innocent face in the box, and reached out to rub Nezuko's head. Brother will definitely protect you and find a way to turn you back into a human. There was tenderness in Tanjiro's eyes. Somewhere deep in the mountains now. Strange, the fluctuations in space have disappeared again. Something like space-time ninjutsu? A ghost that can use abilities like space, maybe it's a powerful ghost. I clearly sensed similar fluctuations of life energy around here. Why aren't there any ghosts anywhere? Create more clones, always pay attention to the spatial fluctuations around you, and the moment they appear, use the explosive chakra to find that point. Madara raised his head and the wooden clone began to walk out of his body. Infinite City. What did it feel like just now? Why does my right eyelid keep twitching? Someone.is looking for me again? Are you from the Demon Slayer Corps? What a strange feeling. The scumbag boss of the 12 Demon Moons, Muzan Kibutsuji, suddenly felt uncomfortable for no reason. Next, Muzan will hold a meeting, and then we will go to the swordsmith village. As for the swordsmith village, there aren't any particularly troublesome monsters. Damn it, where on earth is Muzan holding the conference? I really want to take Madara-sama to find him. Zhang Ji kept tapping the round fan with his fingers. Mr. Zhang Ji, how are you these days? A pleasant female voice came into Zhang Ji's ears. As soon as Zhang Ji turned his head, his sight was immediately attracted by a large area of white. It's Mitsurai Kanroji. No one wants to see this kind of character picture, right? Ganla Temple looked at Zhang Ji's stunned eyes with a confused look on his face, and even took a step forward. Hiss, I have to go, I can't. Zhang Ji took a deep breath, and for a moment he actually wanted to meet the person who designed the Demon Slayer Corps uniforms for Mitsurai Kanroji. That's right, Zhang Ji returned to the Demon Slayer Corps, but he had no responsibility to report back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. He just came back to see Jihua. Speaking of familiarity, Jihua, the little girl who did not appear in the original work, was actually the person Zhang Ji had known the longest. Zhang Ji, who had just finished visiting the flower, was about to leave when he met Mitsurai Kanroji. Nothing, I didn't eat this morning, and I feel a little dizzy. Zhang Ji said righteously that he was not dazzled by anything in the bunker. Ah, Sir Zhang Ji, even though you are very strong, even the strongest still need to eat. If I don't eat, I won't be able to continue working hard. If you don't mind, I'm going to have dinner. Shall we go together? The food at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters is always good, Mitsurai Kanroji said with a grin. Zhang Ji looked at Mitsurai Ganla Temple's hair and suddenly thought of a setting. It is said that Mitsurai Kanroji's hair color is the result of eating 170 sakuramachi every day for 8 consecutive months. Actually, you can eat a lot, you're a big eater, right? Zhang Ji said this subconsciously. Ganla Temple's smile froze on her face, and her cheeks began to turn red. Sorry, I still have to go save the world. Go ahead. Zhang Ji's old face also turned red. He put the round fan behind his back and walked away with big strides and raised his head. Kai Kixiu, how on earth did that woman do it? I'm going crazy. In the forest, Akaza's eyes glowed yellow, and saliva kept flowing from the corners of his mouth. All around him were the corpses of various animals, some of which had been bitten several times. Love snow. I can definitely do this, absolutely. I will never eat humans. If I starve to death, it means that I am nothing more than that. No, I absolutely cannot die. My limits are not limited to this. I will be like you always believed, before I see you again. It's just the devil's limit. I can definitely do it. Akaza roared in the mountains and forests. He fought with Kyojuro for 2 whole days. He was startled by Kyojuro. That move is called Breathing of Flame, the ultimate secret, the final form, the mighty and powerful ghost-killing slash of the 18 Hells Karma Fire. How can I repair it? What a lousy name. Just memorizing it is hard enough, Kyojuro. Akaza couldn't help but complain again when he thought of this. That move was truly brilliant, it successfully severed his head. Although Akaza had reached the point where he could survive being beheaded, he was still severely injured. He even felt that if Kyojuro had not lost consciousness after using this move, he might have died if he had been hit again. And, these two real men are fighting each other. Why is there a man and a woman plotting against them in the dark? As soon as Kyojuro fell down, the guy who came out from the dark was going to chop him. He couldn't even tell whether the two guys had just arrived or had been secretly observing for a long time. Akaza had to use a lot of strength, and his body was almost chopped into dozens of pieces before he could run away. How can I repair it? Next time I meet those two annoying guys, I must. No, I can't be so angry. That's right, breaking through the limits of ghosts. But I'm so hungry. Akaza seems to have gone crazy. The crazy Akaza went crazy for a long time, until a human appeared in front of him. The woman was carrying a basket and no one knew what she was doing in the mountains in the middle of the night. Akaza's eyes were fixed on the woman. The woman also noticed something was wrong, and she slowly took a few steps back. The guy in front with tattoos has yellow eyes. It's so fucking scary. Human, in the blink of an eye, Akaza was in front of the woman. Akaza never ate women, but now he was starving. After a great battle, his physical strength was almost exhausted, and he had never been as weak as he was now. Moreover, they haven't eaten humans for a long time, and now at this time when they are in urgent need of replenishing energy, their cannibalistic instinct has been magnified countless times. The woman's legs were trembling. She suppressed her fear and turned around to run. Akaza grabbed the woman's neck and threw her to the ground. A very sick smile appeared on his face. Wow. Bursts of crying sounds came from the basket carried by the woman. The woman immediately crawled over, took out a baby from the basket, and held it tightly to her chest. It's so noisy. Eat. As long as I eat my body. How can I repair it, Liangxiu? I am still. Akaza gritted his teeth, saliva gushing out of the corners of his mouth like a waterfall. He stretched out his arms to the woman, trembling. Mr. Komeiji. Koyaki's gentle voice unexpectedly appeared in Akaza's mind. Akaza cried, 2 lines of tears rolled down from the corners of his eyes. My dear, I always believe in you. You can do it. Koyaki's encouragement rang in Akaza's ears. How can this be repaired? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Akaza angrily used his left hand to cut off his right hand that was reaching out to the woman, then turned around and ran away. Akaza, who has regained his memory, is obsessed with Koigzu as much as Nezuko is with her family. Akaza found a cliff and jumped down directly. He raised his hand and smashed his jaw, then cut off his legs. Yuo sat at the foot of the cliff, letting out a series of creepy growls. This went on all night until the sun rose the next day. He didn't eat anyone, but he tortured himself all night. His body was extremely weak, and the sun was right in front of him. For Akaza, this can be said to be a situation of certain death. It seems I won't be able to wait until the day I see you. I have failed you again after all. Are you going to die? It's okay to die. Akaza looked at the sunlight getting closer and closer to him and actually smiled. Can you resist the urge to eat humans? Suddenly, Akaza's eyes burst into light. He found that he could resist the urge to eat people. Aha! With a roar, Akaza's arms grew out again. Koigzu, I did it. Were you watching me the whole time? Akaza began to dig the ground frantically, and within 10 seconds he created a big hole, and he crawled straight into it. Lien Shui. My life is nothing without you. A feeling of weakness swept through Akaza's mind. He actually fell asleep. In a training room of the Demon Slayer Corps, Zhang squinted his eyes and looked at the little ghost in front of him. Tokaido Muchiro looked at Zhang with an innocent face. Mr. Zhang, I seem to feel the chakra. This is what Tokaido Muchiro just said. Shinobu Koko squatted at the door with her ear pressed against it. Shinobi, for a ninja, your eavesdropping behavior is no less than standing right in front of me. You'd better come in. Zhang shouted towards the door. Excuse me. Shinobu Koko opened the door with an awkward smile on her face. At the beginning, Zhang used the Sharingan to instill all the basic theories of chakra into the minds of the pillars. This kind of thing is not a secret at all in the Naruto world, and children of a few years old can understand it. However, people's physical fitness obviously cannot be generalized. Among the 9 pillars, only Tokaido Muchiro and Shinobu Koko remembered these things, although they both said they could not understand them at all at first. This incident has been making fellow ninja Tenjin Uzui depressed. Muchiro, you said you felt chakra, right? Zhang raised his eyebrows. The system had said that since it was not the power system of another world, it was almost impossible for the character to learn the power system of another world. Yes, I felt something. Very pure power. It's like this thing has always been in me, I just don't know how to extract and utilize it. It feels exactly like the theory that Mr. Zhang taught me. Wei nodded, then he raised his hand and his eyes immediately became sharp. Muchiro has always been a dull boy with no expression, but his eyes suddenly became sharp and he looked a little handsome. About 5 minutes later, Muchiro's forehead was already covered in sweat, and even his raised right hand began to tremble slightly. Shinobu Koko's eyes widened as she stared at Muchiro without blinking. Finally, with a soft shout from Wei, a faint blue light appeared on his palm. Shiji, Muchiro, you did it. How did you do that? Can this power form a stream of water or flame like Mr. Zhang? Shinobu Koko's face was full of surprise, and she immediately leaned forward to look carefully at Muchiro's hand. Unfortunately, I have no idea how to use it, and Mr. Zhang didn't explain how to use it. Muchiro shook his head, and then he and Shinobu Koko looked at Zhang with longing. Zhang clapped his hands and praised, very good, to be able to achieve this level, you are worthy of being the youngest pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. Your talent is indeed extraordinary. But, if you only control chakra at this level, you won't be able to perform true ninjutsu. Zhang stretched out his hand as he spoke, and a strong blue light immediately burst out from his hand. It looked like a blue flame was burning in his hand. This is attributeless chakra. If you want it to manifest as water or fire, you need to change the chakra's attributes. But Muchiro, it took you more than 4 months just to feel the chakra, let alone change the chakra's attributes. So, give up. This theory is not suitable for the Demon Slayer Corps. If you have the time to study chakra, it would be more reliable to study your own breathing method. Zhang struck ruthlessly. No, Mr. Zhang, I haven't spent much time on chakra. It's just that today, suddenly. A flash of inspiration. I felt the power of life and spirit. Muchiro's expression was serious, and the chakra in his hands had not yet dissipated. Zhang nodded, scratched his head and said, chakra can not only show changes in properties, but also can attach. Muchiro, you're an expert with a knife, right? Mr. Zhang, almost all the pillars are masters of using swords. Koko Ninja replied with an awkward smile. A sword is a weapon, and a weapon is an extension of your limbs. Muchiro, if the sword in your hand is like your arm, then so be it. Chakra can also be concentrated on it. After all, you are not fighting a demon with bare hands. Extend the chakra from your hands to the sword. Let me demonstrate once. As Zhang spoke, he waved to Shinobu Koko. Shinobu Koko immediately understood, drew out her Nichiren sword, and handed it to Zhang. What a light knife! This kind of knife would break if you used even a little force on it, Zhang said as he looked at Shinobu Koko's Nichiren sword. My fighting style is different from theirs, due to my size and strength. I know, use poison, right? A smile appeared on Zhang face. Yes, after all, my hand is just this small. Shinobu Koko stretched out her hands with a look of regret on her face. If you can feel the chakra, covering your arms and sword with chakra will make up for your lack of strength. Zhang words were shocking. Really, you can do something like that? Shinobu Koko's eyes suddenly lit up. Excuse me. Zhang right Sharinan suddenly opened and looked directly into Shinobu Koko's eyes. The scenery in front of Shinobu Koko changed instantly. A white-headed child with long hair, dark skin, small sunglasses, and a cool smile on his face stood in front of him. He moved, and his hands seemed to burst out with thunder. He jumped up and punched a huge rock. Boom! The huge rock was smashed into pieces by a child with just one punch. Really, really amazing. He looks not even 10 years old, right? The illusion in front of Shinobu Koko disappeared, and her face was full of shock. Ha 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 ha, of course. As long as you can use chakra skillfully, this kind of thing will be nothing to worry about, Zhang said with a big smile. Watch carefully. I'm not good at attaching attribute-changing chakra to weapons, so this is just a simple chakra covering. Chakra burst out from Zhang right hand, covering Shinobu Koko's sun blade in the blink of an eye. The whole knife lit up with blue light. Muchiro, strike with an attack strong enough to break this sword, Zhang shouted. Good. Muchiro immediately drew his sword. He held the Nichiren sword high with both hands, and veins bulged on his wrists, showing that he didn't hold back at all. Come! Zhang held up Shinobu Koko's Nichiren sword and shouted. Shinobu Koko was a little nervous. She had used this knife for a long time, and it was specially made. The knife flashed by. Dang! A crisp sound rang out among the three people. Muchiro's Nichiren sword was broken, and Koko Shinobu's thin and narrow Nichiren sword didn't even have a curl blade. Well, you're going to the swordsmith village anyway, right? I'll find a swordsmith to recast it for you when the time comes. Okay, I have something else to do, I'll be leaving first. Zhang grabbed Shinobu Koko's little hand and put her Nichiren sword in her hand. Come on. Zhang patted Shinobu Koko's shoulder, nodded vigorously at her, and then ran away. Shinobu Koko was bewildered the entire time. Broken? Muchiro's Nichiren sword cut on a sword like mine and it just broke like that. Wei-Lang looked at the broken knife in his hand, thinking about something. My desire for human flesh has become much less intense, and my strength has returned? Why? What went wrong? Why did I regain my strength? Akeza stood on the edge of the cliff, his face full of confusion. Forget it, never mind, I still have to look for the blue spider lily. Akeza rubbed his neck and decided to set off. After all, he couldn't move during the day. If he knew that the blue spider lily only blooms during the day. Suddenly, Akeza's feet felt weightless and he felt like he was falling. Akeza's eyes blurred, and the next second, he appeared in a bizarre place with buildings everywhere, but he couldn't tell up, down, left, or right. Akeza glanced around briefly and immediately determined his position. Another space, infinite city. I was called here, which means, are there any upper ranks who died at the hands of demon hunters? There was no sign of surprise on Akeza's face. After all, as the third upper moon, he almost died too, didn't he? If Muzan asked him what was in the Demon Slayer core, Akeza would definitely answer, the Demon Slayer core isn't clean, there's dirty stuff in there. After stretching his body a little, Akeza opened his arms and jumped directly from a high place. The lights all around flickered, as if all the lights from thousands of homes were merged into one space. Akeza couldn't even tell whether he was descending or ascending, until the scene in front of him suddenly became clear, and a majestic and huge mansion built in the lake appeared in his sight. The scenery in front of him changed again, and Akeza found that he was about to land, so he twisted his body, did a 360-degree turn in the air, and landed perfectly. As soon as he landed, the house in front of him suddenly moved like a building block, and a pillar made up of buildings of various shapes on the side pushed him away. Akeza stood up on the floor at 90 degrees. The moment he stood up, he found that he was actually rising. The pillars under my feet keep rising, like an elevator? Buzz! A strange peep sound was heard. Akeza turned his head and saw that it was Mingnu. It seemed that he had arrived at the terminal. A sharp laugh came from the side of Akeza. Akeza turned his head again and saw a jar, no, it should be said a pot. The pot bounced back and forth. Isn't this Akeza-sama? Voices were heard from inside the pot. As the pot shook, 4 short hands pulled out from the mouth of the pot. A strange-looking ghost with its eyes as its mouth and its forehead as its eyes twisted its body like a snake and crawled out of the pot. It is the 5th moon of the upper moon, the jade pot. I'm glad you're safe. It's been 90 years since we last met. I originally thought you were murdered. I was so overwhelmed. Cough cough. It really hurts. He. Looking at Yavu's disgusting face, Akeza didn't show any expression on his face. There was a rustling sound coming from the stairs next to him, and Akeza shifted his gaze to the stairs again. So scary. So scary. I haven't seen you in a while. Why you can't even count. The last time I was summoned was 113 years ago. A little old man with horns on his head, a swollen forehead, and a short body that seemed to have shrunk climbed up the railing of the stairs tremblingly. Upper moon 4, half Tengu. A number that can't be divided, an unlucky odd number, so scary, so scary. Bantianga stretched out 3 fingers, trembling all over and yelling, Pipa-chan, isn't Lord Muzan here? Akeza ignored Yahu and Hantengu and looked up to ask Mingnu, who was sitting on a high place. Buzz, Lord Muzan has not yet arrived. Mingnu answered truthfully. So where did upper string 1 go? Could he have been killed? Akeza asked with narrowed eyes. Akeza, let alone recovering his memory now, even if he hadn't, beating Doma and Kuromaki to death would still be one of his goals. Ouch! A teasing voice was heard, and all the lights around Infinite City went out in an instant. Don't be so impatient, Akeza Dano. Aren't you worried about me? I'm worried sick about you guys, Doma said as he stretched out his hand with sharp purple nails and placed it on Akeza's shoulder, his face leaning very close. Except for Lien Shui, no one has ever spoken in his ear. After all, you are all important to Mimi companions, no one can be left behind. Doma moved closer, his voice was deep and sexy, or so Doma thought. Akeza could no longer bear it, and his face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. Doma-sama. Yahu's timing of greeting was just right, otherwise Doma would have been beaten earlier. A long time no see, Yahu. Is this your new pot? It's beautiful. Doma turned around and waved to Yahu with a smile. He looked like a very polite ghost. Doma patted Akeza's shoulder gently with his right hand and continued, I put a woman's head in the pot you gave me as a decoration. They're all in my room. Akeza let out a light breath at this time, but clenched his fists even tighter. It's not for plugging your head in, but it looks good this way. Yahu agreed with Doma's aesthetic. By the way, come to my house next time. Doma seemed to be in good spirits. Take it away. Akeza couldn't help it. Doma turned around upon hearing that, his face getting closer. Take your hands off me. Akeza couldn't stand it any longer and punched Doma in the jaw. Seeing this, Bantian-go, who was not far away, was so scared that he immediately hugged his head. That's a good punch. You're a little stronger than before, aren't you, Lord Akeza? Doma's jaw instantly recovered, and the smile remained on his face. The first person I invited was Lord Upper Rank 1, he's always been there. The Peepa girl spoke at this time. Upon hearing this, Akeza shifted his gaze again. In the distance, in a room with bamboo curtains, Black Death Eyes was kneeling in it. I'm here, Master Muzan, I'm here. Black Death Eyes spoke softly, but all the ghosts present could hear it. As the Black Death Eyes spoke, all the geniuses noticed that Muzan was in the space above them. The test bench, experimental equipment, books, and Muzan himself appeared at an unknown time. The courtesan Taro is dead, and the waxing moon is incomplete. Muzan shook the test tube in his hand and said expressionlessly. Doma immediately knelt down and apologized with a smile on his face. Really, I'm so sorry. I was the one who introduced the prostitute, Taro. How can I apologize? How about I dig out my own eyes? Or, Muzan stared at Doma with his blood-red pupils and interrupted him coldly, what use do I have for your eyes? I had already predicted that Kifutaro would lose. As expected, Dakame is a liability. If it was Kifutaro who started the fight, they would have won. Muzan suddenly paused, stopped the research in his hands, and turned around abruptly. Bang! A cloud of smoke exploded in front of Akeza, which was the standard way for a ninja to appear. Akeza's hands were shaking a little. In front of him, a man's back appeared, wearing dark red armor and with long black hair. Yalu looked confused, Doma was curious, and Hantanga's hands, which were covering his eyes, also showed a crack. Even the Black Death Eyes stood up immediately, and their 6 eyes looked at the man who suddenly appeared in disbelief. He didn't even see how this man appeared, just bang, he appeared? Doma walked up to the man, a puzzled look on his face. Excuse me. Who are you? It doesn't look like a human, is it a ghost? Master Muzan's new promotion. Doma had just said half of his words when his throat was immediately strangled by a hand, and he couldn't speak at all. I finally found it. What a unique ability, even I can't help but praise it. And you little brat ask who I am? Oh Riva. Kamita. Madara's face is full of domineering. Then with a click, he broke Doma's neck. Well, broken neck? Doma's head drooped on his shoulders and he took a few steps back. Silence. Madara crossed his arms and looked around the infinite castle casually. It looked like a world of illusion. Muzan didn't know why he felt a little nervous. What on earth was this thing? All the demons looked at Madara-sama cautiously. As an upper-ranked demon, they knew Muzan's personality very well. If the boss didn't say anything, the employees would definitely not do anything. However, it is obvious that Doma is not in the team of normal ghosts. Sir, this is very rude of you. You'll die. Doma's voice stopped abruptly because his head was gone. That's right, it was a backlash. Madara slapped Doma in the face with the back of his hand, and his head was blown off. Here you go. Akeza was very afraid of this man, but when he saw him first strangle Doma's neck and then slap Doma's head, he felt so happy. A sharp gaze locked onto Akeza. Akeza raised his head and took a step back in fear. My scumbag boss is targeting me. Obviously, he is now too close to Muzan, and no matter what he thinks, he cannot escape Muzan's observation. Muzan actually didn't think much about it. It was normal for these crescent moon ghosts to wish their colleagues would die all day long. But what's with this feeling of fear? I didn't mean to punish him. Muzan hasn't realized yet that Akeza is afraid because of the man in front of him, not because of himself. Kill him. No, leave him with a breath. I want to know how he got in. A chair appeared behind Muzan. He sat on it with his legs crossed. Madara raised his eyebrows. Since he started his adventure in the martial arts world, no one had ever sat in front of him in such a casual manner. And what's with that chair? It looks like it should be very comfortable to sit on. I'll let that kid give me one some other day. Kill him? What a joke. Akeza certainly wouldn't do it. Uchiha had clearly let him go once, and the Uchiha in front of him was obviously a Uchiha of higher purity than Zhangji Uchiha. This is no less than the nine-headed insect asking Ba Bor to kill Tang Santang and his disciples. Since Master Muzan has given the order, then. Boom! Madara punched Doma's head into the floor. It was obvious that it was extremely difficult for Doma to say a complete sentence in front of Madara. Who is this guy? He's so decisive. Isn't he a ghost hunter? Where's his weapon? No matter what, without the Nichiren sword, I won't die even if my body is shattered. I must perform well in front of Master Muzan. As soon as Yuhu had this thought, Madara appeared in front of him. So ugly, so disgusting. Madara stood in front of Yahoo, looking down at Yahoo with contempt. Ugly? Disgusting? Me? What do you know? Yahoo was furious, but was met with a ruthless kick from Madara, and the pot exploded. Once Madara starts attacking, he will never stop. Currently, the only one who can talk to him during the battle is Hashirama. A huge suction force inexplicably acted on Akeza's body, and Akeza's face was shocked. His body was sucked away by an extremely strong suction force, and what was waiting for him was Madara's open right hand. He attacked me. Akeza didn't know what to do for a moment. If he made a move, he would definitely be crushed to pieces. If he didn't make a move, the boss was watching from above. The temperature around suddenly dropped. Blood demon art, lotus flower. Several ice vines wrapped with ice lotuses shot out as Doma waved the iron fan in his hand. The ice vines wrapped around Madara's body in the blink of an eye, and the suction on Akeza also stopped. In a way, Doma saved Akeza. What a strange uncle, it's really hard to understand. Can't you just kneel down before Master Muzan? Doma still had a smile on his face because he succeeded. Obviously, the price of success is huge. Blue chakra burst out from Madara's body, and the ice vines shattered to the ground in the blink of an eye. A blue shadow enveloped Madara's body. Muzan's eyes suddenly widened and he looked at Madara in disbelief. Ghost, is it the ancestral ghost that has undergone a transformation like me? There's not a trace of human presence. This must be something like vampire magic. Muzan was shocked. The blue Susanna stretched out its arm, Doma shook his fan, and several icemen who looked like him appeared around him. Obviously, numbers have no meaning to Madara at all. Susanna's arm grabbed straight towards Doma's body. No matter how Iceman and Doma himself used blood demon magic, they could not stop the movement of this terrible arm. A flash of knife light. When the pinnacle of the upper moon, the Black Death Eyes took action. His sword was so fast that it could not be seen with the naked eye. The sword hit Susanoo, but it only made Madara turn around and look at him. Doma had already been caught by Susanna's arm. As Susanna's arm shook him hard, Doma let out a series of miserable screams. He himself doesn't understand why what hurts so much, the feeling is too strong. Madara looked at Kokushibo's face, opened his mouth and didn't know what to say for a moment. There were 6 eyes. He is Uchiha Mata. When has he ever seen such a deformed thing? Who among those who have been fighting with him is not a handsome guy? Type 1, Dark Moon, Palace of Night. Kokushibo used the moon breathing technique. In an instant, he retracted the knife and struck again with powerful force. When he swung the knife, irregular small crescent-shaped sharp blades appeared on the edge of the blade. Get out of here! Madara cursed in disgust, and the other Susanoo arm stretched out from behind him and punched Kokushibo in the chest. Kokushibo was knocked flying by a punch, with disbelief appearing in all 6 of his eyes. Kokushibo crashed into various buildings in the Infinite Castle and finally fell to the ground. As soon as he stood up, a blue blade fell from the sky and split him in half in an instant. Madara-sama followed him. Doma's body had been crushed into a pile of mud at the same place as before, and was slowly recovering. How interesting, even though they're both so weak and pathetic, their bodies regenerate at a speed comparable to those of the impure world reincarnation, Madara said with a smile as he looked at Kokushibo, who was reconnecting himself. He also dispelled Susanoo. A huge whip of flesh and blood suddenly sprang out from under the floor, strangling Madara's head and shattering it on the spot. Muzan seized the opportunity and took action directly. His expression finally softened. This guy who makes me uneasy, although I don't know what. Muzan was frightened. Madara's head was completely restored as waves of white paper-like things appeared. Madara looked at Muzan calmly with his Mangekyo Kyokai, a half-smile on his face. The attack on me failed. In combat, if one strike doesn't work, you must immediately make the next move. Madara grabbed Muzan's hair and pushed his head down. His knee made close contact with Muzan's handsome face. Then Madara turned around and gave a beautiful back kick. Lord Muzan was beaten. No, rather than being beaten, you could say he was beaten. It's over. I think Lord Muzan must have known this. It's over, it's over. Inashuk's head was covered in cold sweat. Although he likes to fight against the strong the most, this strong must have some limits. How can a monster who claims to be a god be considered a strong? Wait, this isn't really a god, is it? Akaza was a bit confused now. Going up to attack the Uchiha, obviously it would be stupid, but standing here and not doing anything was not a good idea either. Wait, so I attack this Uchiha and I burp. If I don't attack, and he kills Muzan-sama, then if Muzan-sama dies, I will definitely die too. And if Lord Muzan hadn't died, and I hadn't fought according to his orders, then I would still die. Akaza realized it. He now feels that his heart is empty. This guy is so powerful. Where did he come from? Doma's body has recovered. Although he was crushed into a pulp by Madara's Susanoo arm, he still has a smile on his face. I've been putting up with you for so long, Baka Doma, Nishiyuki. Akaza has now completely let go, and he did something that all the ghosts present could not understand. Destruction, killing, annihilation style. Akaza threw out both fists and rushed in front of Doma in the blink of an eye. Under Doma's puzzled gaze, he smashed Doma's upper body into pieces with his fists. Ha 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 ha, interesting. Is it extremely dry, some kind of illusion? Madara laughed out loud as he looked at Akaza, who had suddenly changed sides. As for whether it was a real illusion, he had no interest in verifying it. Who would care about bugs fighting each other? How terrible, Master Muzan, he's been attacked. The dog was so scared that it trembled all over and crawled on the ground for a long time. You actually broke my pot. You're done, you're dead. You who obviously didn't see the scene of his boss being beaten up. A pot with water plant patterns appeared in his shorthand, and a goldfish jumped out of the pot. Senbon needle fish kill. The goldfish spit out dense fine needles from its mouth and hit Madara. What is this? Madara stood still, waved one hand forward, and the dense needles were scattered by him casually. The so-called 1,000 needles fish killing had no effect at all. He. I got it. Blood demon art, God's hand. The jade pot had already separated from the pot at this time. His hands were covered with fish scales, and he slapped Madara at a very fast speed. Bang! A blue skeleton-like arm punched Yahoo on the forehead, leaving a dent in it. A hint of surprise appeared on Madara's face. Could this unique little thing suddenly become so hard? I thought it should explode at this moment. The skeleton arm picked up the jade pot, and in Yahoo's hand was now holding an octopus-patterned pot. You're really strong, but that's all. You kicked my pot and broke it. You don't even know how to appreciate it. Blood demon art, octopus pot hell. Yahoo's face was filled with rage. A giant octopus as big as a house suddenly emerged from the small mouth of the pot. The jade pot was thrown away like garbage. Madara jumped back several times and came in front of Kokushibo. 8th form, Moon Dragon Wheel Tail. Anger burned in the 6 eyes of the Black Death Eyes. The sword swept across with extreme dominance, and its momentum seemed to cut off everything around it. Strong chakra burst out from all around Madara's body, and the chakra formed a protective shield that enveloped Madara. The blade of Kokushibo's move, which was cut from behind Madara, stopped half a meter away from Madara and could not move forward any further. You're quite brave to dare to swing a knife at me, but that's the only thing I can praise you for. Madara slowly turned his face, his eyes glowing red. Under Kokushibo's shocked gaze, the blue shadow appeared again, and 4 long swords quickly condensed on its 4 arms. The 4 long swords were swung down wildly, but Kokushibo had no interest in fighting against these 4 huge swords. He turned around and ran away. What, this suction? Ah! Kokushibo's body seemed to fly backwards out of control, and he was greeted by 4 ruthless giant blades. Boom boom boom. Here, Kokushibo was being chopped into pieces by Madara like meat. Over there, Akaza was punching and kicking Doma. Mr. Akaza, what are you crazy about? As an upper rank 3, how could you possibly be my opponent? Doma started to fight back, and Iron Fan brought out bursts of ice crystals, and the two fought evenly. Blood demon art, Snow in the Withered Garden. Destroy and kill the Ghost Core and the 8 cores. The two of them moved very quickly in the Infinite City, and there were buildings everywhere that were destroyed by the aftermath of their battle. Master Musen? Where is Master Musen? It can't be. The clever Yaha guessed something immediately. My own scumbag boss ran away. How terrible, how terrible. The sudden appearance of this man is already terrifying. What's wrong with Lord Akaza? Why would he attack his own people at this critical moment? The dog was so scared that he curled up into a ball. All he could do now was trembling on the spot. Fuck you. At some point, Akaza and Doma were fighting next to Hantengu. Akaza took advantage of the opportunity and kicked Hantengu away, cursing him as he went out looking at the parabola. It was exactly in the direction of Madara-sama. I don't know why, but Akaza gets angrier and angrier the more he fights. Madara didn't even look at it. He separated one of his Susanoo arms, grabbed it backwards, and squeezed it hard, and Hantengu was squeezed into a ball of bloody mist. After dodging Doma's iron fan, Akaza stepped on the ground with his right foot, pressed his left fist down to his waist, took a deep breath, and punched Doma's head with his right fist as fast as lightning. Mr. Akaza, your strength doesn't just seem to be a little bit stronger. Doma's brain recovered quickly, and the smile on his face began to stiffen. You'd better not let me get the fist blade made of the Sun Will sword, otherwise, killing you will be too easy. You, who haven't broken through the ghost limit, will never understand. Akaza felt that he was in a better mood now. The Infinite City is a ruin. Yalu lay on the ground motionless, his body as thick as charcoal. Hantengu was pierced by sharp branches and couldn't move. Kokushibo was cut into countless pieces, and pieces of flesh were wriggling on the ground. Doma was flattened by Susanoo. Okay, now tell me, where did the other two go? Madara sat on the ground, supporting his chin with one hand. Currently, the only thing still standing intact here is Akaza. Gulp, Akaza swallowed, he didn't know how to answer. Musen and Naruto have long disappeared. You should know that the Infinite City is controlled by these two. Madara looked at Akaza, who was in front of him with a nervous look on his face, and knew that he could not get any useful information from him. Forget it, we are still in this space anyway. Whether you can survive depends on your luck. Madara waved his hand and stood up. It's over. Madara put his hands together and formed a seal. An extremely strong wave of energy burst out from his body, his long black hair shot up into the sky, and the blue Susanoo behind him was pulled up on the spot. His four arms formed seals in pairs. What's he going to do? What does he mean by that? Why do I have a bad feeling? Akaza subconsciously took a few steps back. When he was fighting with Doma just now, he had clearly had the upper hand and it felt so good to beat him. Who would have thought that a big blue foot would come down from the sky and crush Doma to pieces with one kick? Doma still hasn't gotten up yet. Could it be E.my turn now? Akaza misses Janji very much now. The behavioral styles of Uchiha are too different. Heavenly Barrier Shock Star. Madara uttered these four words. Tianya Zhenxing, what is that? Akaza raised his head, he was numb. He now has a deep understanding of why this man calls himself God. This is something only God can do. Infinite City claims to be a space where up, down, left and right cannot be distinguished. However, from above Akatsuki, a meteorite with no visible boundaries appears inexplicably. I can't escape, I absolutely can't escape. Resurrection, it's not as simple as decapitation. If attacked by something like this, it's hard to say whether any cells will remain. Akaza fell to his knees. He had completely lost the desire to escape and was in despair. How can I repair it? I've clearly already broken through to this point. Koyayaki. I'm sorry. Akaza shed tears. What kind of behavior is that? Keep dancing. G actually favors a weak thing like you. Can eyes that can see through truth and falsehood also fail sometimes? Ha 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 ha. Madara laughed maniacally and exploded into smoke on the spot. He left. Weak thing, me? Akaza looked up at the meteorite in the sky, which was becoming clearer and clearer, and muttered to himself. With Madara-sama's departure, all the ghosts present disappeared. Akaza's eyes blurred and he found himself in another place. What happens? Why do I feel so weak? Doma's body recovered, he got up and looked around. Oh my, isn't this Mr. Doma? It must have been 90 years since we last saw each other. Strange, why are you kneeling? Master Musen hasn't arrived yet. Doma walked up to Akaza with a smile on his face. Why? Akaza was stunned. How terrifying. It's been a while since we last met. Doma-sama, you've forgotten everything, haven't you? The last time we were summoned was 113 years ago. Bantiango hid in the dark and said in a trembling voice. Akaza suddenly turned around and looked at Hantengu with disbelief. He didn't know what went wrong. Obviously everyone should be happy. Doma-sama Yahoo crawled out of the pot and greeted Doma. Ah, it's a jade pot. Is this your new pot? It's so beautiful. Hey, what's wrong with your body? It looks like it's burnt. Doma squatted beside Akaza and put his arm around Akaza's shoulders. Huh, what happened? Yahoo stretched out her little hands and frantically scratched the charred parts of her body. Buzz, Lord Musen is here. Mingnu strummed the pipa and spoke. Akaza stood up and looked in the direction where Kokushibo was at the beginning. Sure enough, Kokushibo was still kneeling there. There was horror in Kokushibo's 6 eyes. He seemed to have seen something terrible, but what is this body pain like? It feels like I've been through a war. Kokushibo looked at his hands and always felt that something was strange. Lord Muzan, we've arrived. Kokushibo suddenly felt Muzan's breath and immediately spoke. Everything that happened afterwards was what Akaza had experienced, and the fact that Upper 6 Kifutaro and Daki were beheaded was announced by Muzan. Illusion? Some kind of illusion similar to John G's was used by that scary man? So this is all an illusion? Why are you using illusion on me? Akaza, his expression was dull, and he couldn't understand what God was thinking. Their conversation continued. Akaza lowered his head and remained silent. Akaza, what are you thinking about? Muzan said this. Akaza's whole body stiffened suddenly. He slowly raised his head and looked at his scumbag boss in disbelief. Master Muzan, don't you know what I'm thinking? Why? Suddenly, Akaza had a flash of inspiration. A very bold inference came into his mind. This isn't an illusion. That man is gone in his final moments. Lord Muzan hid after being attacked. Mugen City is his territory, so it is easy for him to hide. That we ghosts are just tools to verify that man's strength. After that man left, he manipulated Infinite City to move us. Is this still Infinite City? Where's the meteorite? And then. Even though Muzan-sama, who is so close and can control our life and death with a single thought, erased our memories, it should be easy to do. After all, my memory should be. Thinking of this, Akaza's eyes widened. He looked around at the upper-ranked demons. I am out of Master Muzan's control? No, such a coward. Is not worthy of me calling him sir. This thought came to Akaza's mind, and he looked up at Muzan. Muzan had a blank expression on his face, as if he was still waiting for his answer. Akaza immediately proved his inference. If that kind of thought appeared, he would definitely die. But Muzan didn't do anything, which explains everything. Master Muzan, I feel something is wrong, as if I've been hit hard on the head. Master Muzan, please forgive me. Akaza said with his head lowered. It doesn't matter, I don't have any expectations of you guys anyway. Wuken said indifferently. This miserable staff meeting is still going on. Madara fell from the sky, and the wind pressure from his landing overturned the table in front of Zhang-Ji, who was eating. Mr. Madara. Zhang-Ji threw away his chopsticks in surprise and rushed forward. Extremely, I found the boss ghost's territory, but it seems. Madara paused for a moment, then burst into laughter and continued, ha ha ha. I didn't kill the boss's ghost. I failed. You have no talent for fighting at all, but your ability to escape deserves my praise. Zhang-Ji looked at the laughing Madara and suddenly his mind went blank, so he started laughing too. At the corner, Tokaido Muchiro was lying on the wall and peeking blankly. Muchiro, what happened? Shinobu Koko lay behind Muchiro with her head sticking out. Nothing special happened. It's the Uchiha laughing madly. Wealang nodded affirmatively. Extremely, I just happened to enter that upside-down place. It seems that the leader has a very sophisticated way of hiding, and I suddenly realized something. Madara sat on the steps, playing with the leaves he picked up. Zhang-Ji looked at the leaves in Madara's hand, and that classic scene immediately appeared in his mind. Mr. Madara, what are you referring to? Zhang-Ji asked while leaning against a tree. Gee, you're clearly here. Why do you want me to personally handle such a trivial matter? You are also my trusted disciple. I should have helped the teacher solve the trouble earlier, Madara said as he crushed the leaves in his hand. But, Mr. Madara, you have to be reasonable. I didn't ask you to steal the crystal directly. No, I didn't ask you to demolish it in front of others. Zhang-Ji looks very stubborn. Oh? It seems that you don't know me very well now. Madara glanced at Zhang-Ji. I understand it very well. It's outrageous that the people who destroyed the 5 cage during the Ninja World War and watched the show waiting for Hashirama can actually take the initiative to attack and fight demons. Teacher Madara, you don't have to worry about the affairs of this world. Leave it to your disciple. Zhang-Ji immediately said, patting his chest. Also, that chair that looks very comfortable, give me one. I want to be alone for a while and think about the past. Madara stood up and walked into Zhang-Ji's temporary residence. Zhang-Ji realized that because of his Mangekyo, Madara knew that he had been tricked, so he wanted to sort out some key events that had happened before. Good. I'll definitely get the most domineering one for Mr. Madara. Zhang-Ji replied loudly. Infinite City. Muzan has already issued a mission, and Yahoo has intelligence. Although he doesn't know the details, he doesn't dare to go out now. While Muzan spat out a mouthful of blood, his face was covered in sweat and his whole body was trembling. After so many years, there is actually someone more terrifying than that man. Why? There's always someone looking for me who can kill me. The cost of moving everyone from under that meteorite. Cough cough cough. Did you see everything? Muzan turned his head and looked at a screen and asked. Mingnu, who was kneeling behind the screen, was so scared that she almost collapsed. I actually saw Master Muzan like this. Come to think of it, why did that guy enter Infinite City? Mingnu, you are the one who normally controls Infinite City. How could such a huge mistake happen? Muzin's face was full of ferocity, and the woman's body suddenly twisted together, and the sound of bones breaking was endless. Muzin left, but the upper moons were still there where they had held their meeting before. An intriguing smile appeared on Akaza's face that he had already proved something. First, he had reached the state where he would not die even if his head was cut off by the sun blade. Second, it is possible to completely suppress the cannibalistic instinct, and it is even suspected that physical strength can be restored by sleeping. Third, Muzin has completely lost control of himself, and Muzin himself seems to be unaware of this. I feel better than ever before. Akaza let out a light breath, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. How can this be? This is clearly the information I have. It's really unreasonable, but that's the good thing about you. Elder Yahoo's 4 little hands kept shaking his head on the floor, and a strange blush appeared on his face. Doma squatted in front of Yahoo and asked with a smile on his face, Sir Yahoo, what is the information? Doma then picked up Yahoo's head, looked into Yahoo's eyes with a sincere face and said, I want to go with you too. Oh. This. Obviously, Yahoo didn't want to team up with him. My hands are itching. I really want to chop off Doma's head with my hand knife. Akaza was itching to take action, so he walked towards Doma. Can you tell me, please? As Doma finished speaking, his head disappeared instantly. Akaza chopped off Doma's head with a single blow. I don't know if I can tell you this, but I can kill you. Akaza held up his hand knife and said with a satisfied look on his face. Akaza suddenly retracted his right hand quickly, then punched back with his left hand. Dang, it was Kokushibo. Akaza punched Kokushibo's sword. Akaza, you've gone too far. Kokushibo was very surprised that his sword was dodged, and Akaza even counterattacked with a punch. For a long time, the dog was so scared that it let out a series of strange low cries. It's okay, Lord Kokushibo, I don't mind at all. Doma's head recovered again, and there was still a faint smile on his face. I'm not speaking up for you. I'm worried about the breakdown of order between superiors and subordinates, and even the blurring of distinctions between high and low, Kokushibo said coldly. I understand. Doma snapped his fingers, and as soon as he finished snapping, his head disappeared again. What do you know? Akaza attacked again, and Kokushibo didn't notice. And you, carrying a knife all day long, like a samurai, what, are samurai also good at sneak attacks from behind? Akaza looks very arrogant. Kokushibo felt that Akaza was acting strange today, and his 6 eyes wrinkled at the same time. What, you're not convinced? If you're not convinced, just apply for a bloody battle to replace the one in the higher position, Kokushibo said coldly. Doma's mind recovered again, and he shook his head and said, Oh, Lord Kokushibo, even if you apply, Lord Akaza can't beat you. I'm going to see if I can beat him. Before Doma could finish his words, Akaza chopped off Doma's head again in front of Kokushibo. The hand holding Kokushinudi's sword moved. That's not necessary, Lord Kokushibo. Lord Akaza became a demon before me, but I rose to prominence before him. He's bound to feel resentful. Look, I didn't try to avoid him. This is how we can improve our relationship. Doma said with a smile on his face, he looks like a good guy. Didn't you deliberately avoid it? Doma-sama, I want to test your reflexes. Please get out of the way now. A smile also appeared on Akaza's face, and he smiled and nodded at Doma. Hey, Mr. Kokushibo, look, I said we were just trying to improve our relationship. Even Akaza-sama calls me Your Excellency. Alright, Lord Akaza, come on, I'm ready. Doma suddenly jumped up and said with a happy face. Are you really ready? I'm going to take action. Akaza asked very shyly. Alright, come on, Lord Akaza. Bang, Doma's head is gone. Haha, upper rank 1, don't act like a superior to me. What's the difference between you and me? They are all just stray dogs. Akaza is so crazy. The knife flashed and Kokushibo took action, but Akaza was no longer in front of him. Your Excellency wishes to go to the swordsmith village? There was blood at the corner of Yubayashiki Yoya's mouth, and some unfinished medicine was placed on the tatami. Obviously, Yubayashiki Yoya was suffering from illness just now. It seems I came at the wrong time. How long can I hold on? Zhang asked as he looked at the bowl of medicinal soup. Mr. Zhang, your master's chair has been delivered. Yubayashiki Yoya answered the question irrelevantly. Zhang shook his head and picked up the medicine soup to smell it. It smelled terrible. The ghost already knows the location of the swordsmith village. This is good news for me. They will definitely attack the village. If that happens, the number of upper moon demons who have died at my hands will increase. My teacher will be very pleased. Zhang originally wanted to go directly to the sword forging village, but then he remembered that the location of the sword forging village was very secretive. To reach the swordsmith village, you need to plug your ears and blindfold your eyes. In the original plot, Tanjiro was also given a nasal plug because of his sensitive nose, and then he was carried forward by the guide. The village of swordsmiths who forged the Nichiren sword is of paramount importance to the Demon Slayer Corps. The only swordsmith Zhang-Ji has ever seen is Grandpa Yuuka, who is suspected to be retired. As for why he went to Nadagumo Mountain to farm, Zhang-Ji doesn't care. In order to prevent the ghosts from knowing the location of the swordsmith village and launching an attack, no one knows the location of the swordsmith village, not even the guide. Every time they arrive at the next location, the guide will hand over the target to the next guide. The route and personnel will change frequently, and the guide of the crow is needed throughout the journey to reach the next place. In other words, the only one who actually knows the exact location of the swordsmith village is Crow. Sir Zhang-Ji, since it involves ghosts, I will definitely send members of the Demon Slayer Corps to the village to investigate. If you want to go, you can go with me. Yubayashiki Yuya seems to trust Zhang-Ji very much, but he still has to follow the rules of the Demon Slayer Corps. Okay, you can arrange it. Zhang-Ji nodded slightly in polite response. That night, a crow flew onto Zhang-Ji's shoulder. Its eyes were bloodshot, they were exactly the same as Zhang-Ji's. Very good, I've finally found one that knows the way after searching for so many birds. Let's go. The crow flapped its wings and flew up, and Zhang-Ji followed closely behind it. A village appeared in Zhang-Ji's sight. After a quick look, Zhang-Ji immediately confirmed that this was the knife maker village. Zhang-Ji walked in with a swagger and looked around. The notice from the birthing house had not arrived yet. In other words, no one in the knife maker village knew that someone like Zhang-Ji would enter the village. Ah, there's an outsider. Who is this? I've never seen this guy before, catch him. After a while, several people wearing funny fireman masks surrounded Zhang-Ji. Quack, quack, quack companion. It's a companion. The crow was circling above everyone's heads and was controlled by Zhang-Ji to say the sentence. Did you hear that? Even Torai-san said so. I'm not an enemy. Zhang-Ji pointed at the crow circling above his head and said innocently. Oh, I just heard a lot of noise here. It turned out to be Mr. G. Ganlu Si had her long hair tied into a big ponytail, which looked wet. If Zhang-Ji guessed correctly, she had just been taking a hot spring bath. Oh, we meet again so soon, Ganlu Temple. How are you doing recently? Zhang-Ji waved and greeted Ganlu Temple. Then Ganlu Temple explained Zhang-Ji's identity to everyone. That round fan. Could it be? Young man, come to me. A short old man walked out of the crowd. He was also wearing a fireman mask. Oh, Zhang-Ji nodded and followed the old man. Of course, Ganlu Temple also followed. In the living room, the little old man was in front, with two young men kneeling on his left and right. Kunigwa, I am the village chief of this village, Taidahi Yuen Taizhen, please give me your guidance. I am the smallest and most prestigious person in the village. The little old man, wearing a funny mask, began to introduce himself. The real person is even funnier than the anime. Damn it, I can't help laughing. No, I have to hold it back. I can't let the Uchiha's always aloof image be ruined by me. The corners of Zhang-Ji's mouth began to twitch, and he was trying hard to make himself look cool. No, Mr. G, are you trying to hold back your laughter? Why do I want to laugh too? Hiccup, hiccup. I can't laugh. Ganlu Temple puffed up his cheeks and began to endure. Remember to put your forehead on the tatami when you bow. The old man stretched out his hand and waved it at the floor and continued. It's over. How could I bring up such a thing with Mr. Zhang-Ji? Ganlu Si turned to look at Zhang-Ji, and sure enough, Zhang-Ji's face turned black. Ha! You fucking, Zhang-Ji, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, slapped the ground with one hand and was about to lose his temper. Ah, well, so why did Mr. Zhang-Ji come to the swordsmith village? Is the fan damaged? Ganlu Temple gritted his teeth, threw himself into Zhang-Ji's arms, and pressed Zhang-Ji's chest with both hands. What a great strength, Zhang-Ji said this subconsciously. Ganlu Si's face turned red instantly. She was most afraid of others saying that she was too strong, especially men. That round fan is forged from tree iron, right? He mentioned it in a letter to me. Even though he hasn't been a swordsmith for a long time, his skills haven't declined, ha ha ha. The old village chief laughed loudly. He didn't notice the strange atmosphere that had just appeared. Shu Tetsuya, Yuka's father? Zhang-Ji guessed that, like Jahua, Schulte was also a name he had never heard of. Yes, Yuka is that guy's daughter. He had a daughter in his old age, but his wife was killed by a demon. He was desperate and left the swordsmith village. But Yuka still joined the Demon Slayer Corps. I don't know how she is doing now. The old village chief raised his head, and there was a sense of reminiscence in his tone. Oh, by the way, let me give you some Karen candy. The old man took out a jar and opened it to reveal lumps of dark sugar. Not interested, it looks terrible, Zhang-Ji said with disgust on his face. How could that be? This is delicious. Ganlu Temple grabbed the can and started showing off like crazy. By the way, Hotaru, who was responsible for forging Tanjiro's sword, is missing. The old man continued. Oh, missing, that must be a ghost. Ah, Mr. Zhang-Ji, the hot springs here are very comfortable. Let me take you to experience it. Ganlu Temple looked at Zhang-Ji's still dark face and knew that he would not say anything good, so he grabbed Zhang-Ji's hand and dragged him out. How can I repair it? Have you never seen a woman? Why are you jumping so fast? John-ji punched himself in the chest, his face full of ferociousness. Oh my. It's so comfortable every time I soak in it. Ganla Temple was not far from John-ji. At this moment, she had a towel covering her forehead and her face was intoxicated. Damn it, you can't blame me for this. If you have to blame someone, it's just because they're too big. John-ji gritted his teeth and jumped out of the hot spring. Hey, Mr. G, you're not going to soak it anymore? Ganla Temple stood up from the water with a splash and asked in confusion. John-ji touched his nose and said awkwardly, yes, I feel a little unwell. Goodbye. John-ji turned around and strode away. As night gradually fell, John-ji stood on the roof, looking around. He was using his poor perception ability to perceive his surroundings. Where are you, Banti and Go and Yahoo? I really want to see you. John-ji hadn't fought with ghosts for a long time, and he was itching to do it. At this time, Tanjiro was carried to the gate of the swordsmith village by the elder sister who was dressed in black and wearing a mask with the word invisible written on her back. After visiting the village chief, I met Fushigawa Jinya and Kanroji at the hot spring. Kanroji took Tanjiro to a hot spring and had a big meal, and she also teased Nezuko. Night. Master Ganla Temple, your sword has been sharpened. I'll need you to go to the workshop to make the final adjustments. A woman dressed in black reported. Oh, looks like I have to leave, Kanroji said while holding Nezuko's hand and looking at Tanjiro. It's okay, I'll take you there. Tanjiro has great respect for the pillars. No, I should be leaving late at night. At this time, the miniature version of Nezuko seemed to understand that Kanroji was leaving, and kept hugging Kanroji and rubbing against him. I don't know where Mr. John-ji went, that if I run around here, I don't know if I'll get lost. It looks like I won't be able to say goodbye to him, Ganla Temple said with a smile, holding his cheek with his hands. Hey, is Mr. John-ji here too? Tanjiro was surprised, because when he set out, the Lord said he was going with Mr. John-ji, but John-ji was not found. It turns out that he arrived early. Tanjiro, I don't know if we can still meet again alive, so we should all work hard. You fought against an upper-ranked demon and survived. That's a remarkable experience. The experience gained through personal experience is priceless. It's comparable to 5 or 10 years of training, Kanroji said as he squatted down and gently rubbed Nezuko's head. You must be stronger now than before. I, Kanroji Mitsurai, support the Kamado siblings. Ganla Temple stood up, her face full of encouraging smiles, like a gentle older sister. Tanjiro and Nezuko felt encouraged and Nezuko immediately stepped forward and hugged Kanroji again. Thank you, but I'm still a long way from here. Mr. John-ji seems to be always there. Even in the most dangerous situations, as long as he appears, he can always turn the danger into safety. And Brother Purgatory also taught me a lot. And Uzui-sama, anyway, I was able to make it all the way here thanks to everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps, Tanjiro said with a grateful look on his face. Did Tanjiro get the long-term residency permit? Ganla Temple suddenly asked. Yes, Tanjiro nodded. It said that there's a secret weapon in this village that can make people stronger. Let's go find it. Goodbye. After Tanjiro finished speaking mysteriously, Kanroji left with a smile. The next day, after finishing his meal, Tanjiro carried Nezuko on his back and went out of the village. He was looking for the secret weapon that Kanroji mentioned that could make people stronger. As for John-ji, he searched the surrounding area all night. Damn, am I really here too early? How is Muzan the boss? Why are his employees so slow on business trips? John-ji punched the tree next to him, his face full of unhappiness. Then it seems I can only follow Tanjiro. Don't be impatient. If we start fighting, it will make a lot of noise and I won't have to look for you everywhere. Why are Madara-sama and I always looking for ghosts? John-ji's face was full of dissatisfaction and he disappeared on the spot. Tanjiro was still wandering in the woods when the sounds of the two arguing reached his ears. It's so annoying, you should stop it. You should know when to stop. Fighting is just a waste of time. I won't give it to you if I don't want it. Go away. Why do I have to give it to you? I don't care if you are a pillar or not. Stop acting on your own. Go away. Tanjiro was lying behind a big tree and saw two people arguing. Little kid, who's the other one? The pillar. That's right. It's the Kazumi pillar, Tokaito Muchiro. Another pillar has arrived in this village. Tanjiro remembered that he had met Muchiro before during the meeting between the pillars. Give me the keys. Muchiro extended his hand to the masked child. No, this is a treasure made by my ancestors. The child opened his arms as if trying to protect something. There's another person behind him? Tanjiro walked a few steps to the side and saw a back figure with long dark red hair. People, who is it? Ah, I know him, I've seen this man before. Tanjiro's eyes widened, and a figure that could make Muzan call the police on the spot appeared in his mind. This is the battle doll, Yuriichi Zero Shiki. Afterwards, Muchiro began training with Yuichiro Shiki and took away one of the swords in Yuichiro Shiki's hand. Uni Zero style has 6 arms and 6 swords, because the blacksmith who forged this doll said that only with 6 arms can it imitate the swordsman's moves. Tanjiro also met the masked child, Tetsuya, whose ancestor forged the Yoriichi Type 0. The 300-year-old sword hidden in Yoriichi Zero Shiki's body also saw the light of day again due to the damage to his head, and was forcibly taken away and recast by the suddenly appearing steel mound. A few days later, late at night, a villager from the swordsmith village came down the mountain from the hot spring on the top of the mountain. Maybe I soaked too long, I have to get up early to work tomorrow. The villager wearing the fireman mask spoke with some regret. The villager stopped at a step and a pot appeared on the ground not far from him. Pot, there wasn't this thing when I came up just now? How dangerous, who put a pot here? The villager walked to the side of the pot and reached out to pick it up. Suddenly, a black shadow jumped out of the pot and pulled the villager into the pot. As the pot shook, blood and limbs spurted out of the pot's mouth. Disgusting, disgusting, the mountain knife maker's meat is truly inedible. Yuhu's body jumped out of the bloody pot, with pieces of meat hanging from its mouth. But this isn't bad either. After all, as long as we destroy this place, we'll definitely be able to weaken those ghost hunters. Yahoo seemed to be in a good mood. Hurry up, thanks to Yahoo, we found the knife maker village, but that master is very angry. Hurry up. Anyone who dares to resist the adults. Must be killed. The dog lay on the roof for a long time, trembling all over. Alas, I always feel like something is wrong. Why don't I feel full? I still feel a little hungry. How strange. Yahoo picked his teeth and felt something was strange. As expected, my illusion technique is still half-baked and it seems that I can't make you stand there until dawn as punishment. As a joking voice appeared, Banti-Ngo and Yahoo suddenly felt like they had woken up from sleep. What happens? Yuhu looked forward and found that his pot was very clean, without any bloodstains. The knife maker who was supposed to be eaten by him was hiding behind a man. Ah, what is that, an illusion? Do you mean you've drugged us? Yahoo actually asked a question. Go back. Zhang Ji greeted the knife maker behind him softly, then took off his round fan with his right hand and took out his sickle with his left hand. Who are you? Why do you look familiar? Yahoo asked, twisting his snake-like body. Look familiar? Oh, are you talking about these eyes? Zhang Ji pointed at his own eyes and asked back. His eyes flashed red. Yuhu narrowed her big eyes and stared at Zhang Ji's Sherinand that seemed a little familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. He himself didn't realize that when he stared at Zhang Ji's eyes, he became dazed. Jade pot. Bantianga's tone was very anxious, and Yahoo came back to his senses after being yelled at. Bang, and the pot was smashed. Not far away on the ground, another pot was shaking, and the body of the jade pot came out again. You actually smashed my pot directly? Boy, you should have chopped off my head with such a good opportunity. Yahoo pointed at his neck and said, that's true in some ways, but rather than just taking someone's life, I prefer to destroy something the target loves or cares about first. Then we'll solve the target, Zhang Ji said with a shameless face. The dog crawled around on the roof for a long time, his face full of fear. How horrible, humans are so evil, they're even more like ghosts than we are. Yuhu's short hands produced a xianhu, and he let out bursts of creepy laughter and said, Banty and dog, go back to your business. This is the first time I've seen such an interesting human being. Leave it to me. It's so scary, I wanted to run away a long time ago. The dog crawled very fast for a long time and ran a long distance in the blink of an eye. Naiga-san, don't even think about escaping. Zhang Ji swung the sickle in his hand fiercely, aiming at Banti-Ngo. He planned to hook Banti-Ngo with the sickle, then pull it back and skewer it for grilling. Blood demon art, blood hell bowl. Yuhu splashed water from the wave-patterned pot towards Zhang Ji. The water looked extremely viscous and appeared above Zhang Ji's head in the blink of an eye, as if it was going to trap Zhang Ji inside. Damn it, it'll stain my clothes. Zhang Ji swung the round fan in his right hand violently, and a strong wind pressure was blown out by the fan, and the sticky water was blown back by the wind pressure. The sickle Zhang Ji swung at Bantianga hit Bantianga's back right in the back. The sharp sickle pierced Bantianga's back and stuck into the ground. It hurts, why are you hitting me, this is horrible. Bantiango cried bitterly, but did not stop moving. As he continued to escape, the sickle scratched his back, leaving a big gash on his body. Run away, you fucking, can you bear this responsibility? Zhang Ji was furious and smashed the jade pot with a fan. Ha, are you anxious? Who do you think we are? This village is finished, he. Yuhu laughed evilly and retracted his body into the pot. Zhang Ji smashed the pot into pieces with a fan. On the ground not far away, a pot was shaking, and Yahu's body came out again. A pot emerged from his short hands, and a huge goldfish jumped out of the pot. Blood demon jutsu, 1,000 needles, fish kill. The chubby goldfish spit out a large number of fine needles from its mouth, which were all knocked away by Madara with a casual flick of his hand. And Zhang Ji chose. Under Yuhu's dull gaze, Zhang Ji's whole body seemed to be burning with blood-red flames. Something like human ribs appeared in the flames, protecting Zhang Ji in the middle. Kanbensha did not touch Zhang Ji's body at all. Blood magic, this is blood magic. What the hell is going on? Yu-Hu was horrified, and as he looked at the blood-red skeleton, he felt a chill in his heart for some reason. Although Muzan erased the memory of being ravaged by Madara, the fear of Madara Susanoo has already seeped into his subconscious. How do I want to escape? No, I must do this job beautifully to win the favor of that master. Yu-Hu gritted his teeth and an octopus pattern pot appeared in his hand. Huge octopus tentacles emerged from the pot and all rushed towards Zhang Ji. It looks pretty big that it would probably make a good summoning beast in the ninja world. Uchiha Pole Vault. A blood-red Susanoo arm condensed in front of Zhang Ji. This arm smashed hard against the octopus tentacles. Zhang Ji used the force to jump upwards. Before he landed on the ground, the Susanoo arm appeared again. Being in midair, his vision became wider. Zhang Ji had already seen the jade pot in his hand. It's windy. Zhang Ji waved the round fan in his hand violently, and a tornado appeared out of thin air. Yu-Hu had never seen such a long-range attack method from human hands. What's wrong? Yu-Hu was swept away by the tornado. This is not enough. The ghost was blown away, but its mouth was still hard. The octopus's tentacles changed direction and continued to strangle Zhang Ji. Fire style, great fire extinguishing arrow. Zhang Ji spewed out a ball of supersized flame. The dark night was illuminated by the flames in red. Just like other ghosts who saw the fire release, Yu-Hu was also confused. At this time, in the Knife Maker village, a huge strange fish with legs and feet carrying a pot on its back was wreaking havoc. Villagers began to suffer casualties. Hantengu also appeared in Tokaido Muchiro, Tanjiro, and Fuzukawa Gen in Mi's room. Split, is this another ghost that wants to chop off the heads at the same time? Tanjiro is quite experienced. After all, he has witnessed Daki crying with his own eyes. Jinu holding a staff and Kola holding a fan appeared in front of Tanjiro and his group. The battle of life and death is about to begin. I didn't expect the swordsmith village to be so close to my area. Ganla Temple, which had just left the village not long ago, began to return to the swordsmith village under the guidance of the crow. She was going to start providing support. The exploding flames engulfed Yu-Hu's body. Compared to the flames, his body looked so tiny. This temperature, Yu-Hu screamed miserably and his whole body was on fire. He immediately dropped the pot in his hand and dived into another pot. The giant octopus was even roasted and smelled of meat. Did you get in again? Oh, you're going to shed your skin, right? Zhang Ji squatted beside the pot, and a wildfire started burning around him. Damn it, I'll kill you with my perfect form. Once I get out, you'll be dead. Yu-Hu's face was full of resentment. Let me show you what I really look like. Then you're the third person to see me like this. The voice of the jade pot came from inside the pot. Zhang Ji frowned. Shouldn't this be what was said after it came out? Zhang Ji imitated Wei Lang in the original plot and responded to Hukao, that's quite a lot. Swish, a black shadow suddenly rushed out from the mouth of the pot, and Zhang Ji swung the sickle in his hand even faster. The knife flashed by. Yu-Hu's hands returned to normal proportions, his body was covered with scales, and his lower body became like a snake, now coiled around a tree. Shut up, if I get serious, no one will survive. Yu-Hu's tone sounded a little anxious. He's anxious, he's anxious. Zhang Ji turned his face to the other side, looked at the air around him, and kept pointing his hand in the direction of the jade pot while speaking in a nasty way. Shut up, these transparent scales are harder than diamonds. Yu-Hu said proudly while stroking the scales on his body. His hand moved to the neck, a red line appeared, and Yu-Hu's head fell off. Well, cut off? When did it happen? This is impossible, I don't believe it, this is an unbelievable abnormal situation. Bang! Zhang Ji hit Yu-Hu on the head with a fan, and the world became quiet. As Zhang Ji stood up, he saw Wei Lang falling towards him. Is it such a coincidence? It's my seat? Zhang Ji was speechless and stood still, because he knew that nothing would happen to Wei Lang. Isn't this Mr. Zhang Ji? How come he's also in the Knife Maker village? Wei Lang asked calmly while looking around. There was a ghost sent here, but it was fading rapidly. Could it have run away? Of course it's to kill ghosts, but what else? Don't look for it anymore, I've already killed it. There's another one, right, an upper-rank demon. Zhang Ji put the round fan behind him and hung the sickle back. Yes, upper string 4, split into 2 demons, and one of them used a fan to blow me here. At this point, a look of sudden realization appeared on Muchiro's face. He slammed his fist on his palm and continued, Suga. Mr. Zhang Ji also uses a fan, and that ghost also uses a fan. He looks down on you. So I was sent here on purpose to humiliate you. Zhang Ji looked at Wei Lang's serious face and had no idea how to talk to him. This reasoning made no sense at all. Going back for support. Is the distance very far? Zhang Ji asked. It should be far away. You were right, we should go back immediately. Fighting an upper rank demon is very risky. If we had arrived a second earlier, maybe no one would have died. Wei Lang nodded, turned around and ran away. Zhang Ji followed him without saying a word. As he started to move, the system prompt sounded again. You have spent some time here, and your understanding of wood release has become even deeper. Accumulate anger, wait until I tear off this ghost girl's hands and feet, then you stab her with the tin staff. As long as you don't turn off the power, she won't be able to move. Cola kicked Nezuko through the chest, his tone filled with joy. That's what I was planning to do from the beginning. Genu said this and slammed his staff hard on the ground. Ha ha ha. Cola grabbed Nezuko's wrist and broke it with force. Just as he was about to pull off Nezuko's arm, Nezuko roared and kicked Cola's chin with a high kick. What's the power of this kick? The moment Coke was kicked, he felt a little lost. Nezuko was extremely cruel at this moment. She actually tore off her own arm. Cola's jaw recovered quickly. As soon as he raised his head back, Nezuko swung her arm and splashed blood all over Cola's upper body. Ah! Nezuko's blood instantly burned with ghost fire, and Cola screamed in pain. Then Nezuko hugged Cola's arm and spun sideways, and Cola's arm holding the fan was twisted off. Hey, what are you doing, idiot? The accumulated anger is now very angry. Nezuko swung Cola's fan at Cola, and Cola was immediately blown out of the house by a strong wind. Ah! Nezuko turned around and wanted to fan Ginu again, but Ginu hit Nezuko's wrist with the staff in his hand, and the fan flew out of his hand. The end of the staff was inserted into Nezuko's throat, and bursts of electric current burst out, restricting Nezuko's movements. Tanjiro was still outside, anxiously waiting with Sora Aoi, who could fly. The clever Tanjiro finally took advantage of Sora's flying inertia, exposed a flaw, and stabbed Sora's mouth with a backhanded knife. That's right, Sora's mouth was blown up by the Nichiren sword. Sure enough, his body is very light, it works. Tanjiro fell through the air with a knife stuck in Sora's mouth, and returned to the room where they had fought before. The monster disappeared? Does this mean the demon has been defeated? Who did it, Mr. John G? Ganla Temple held his brand new Sun-Will sword in his hand, watching the strange fish disappearing one after another in front of him, and a feeling of confusion arose in his heart as he drew his sword and looked around. What, is it that far? This has been running for about 10 minutes, right? Needless to say, John G's physical strength was very good. After running for only 10 minutes, he still hadn't reached his destination. I was blown away so suddenly, and the surrounding scenery changed so quickly that I could only deduce my approximate location. Muchiro replied calmly. Good guy, I hope you're not directionally challenged. John G was not actually nervous. Knowing the original plot, he knew that Ganla Temple should be on the way to support. At this moment, Tanjiro's battle with the demon became more intense. Nezuko held Tanjiro's Nichiren sword and stained his sword with her own blood. As Nezuko's blood demon technique was activated, flames ignited on the sword. The black knife turned red due to the rising temperature. Stained with blood. This is the blood exploding knife. A scene he had never seen before appeared in his mind again, and he saw the man again. Who is it? Oh, right, this is hereditary memory. It was Nezuko's blood that turned my sword red. Don't be afraid, I'm coming. John G descended from the sky, slapped the burning sword in Tanjiro's hand, and interrupted Tanjiro's evolution. Don't use flawed fighting methods. At 25, there's a longer and better life waiting for you, Tanjiro. John G smiled and nodded at Tanjiro. Tanjiro didn't understand what John G was saying at all, what flawed fighting method, what 25 years old and so on. John G didn't care whether he could understand or not. After all, he had traveled through time, and he didn't know if things like Demon Slayer and the parallel world of Demon Slayer would happen again. It would be better if no one opened the markings that would lead to young death once they were opened. Oh, it's you. What is Yahoo doing? Do you think we are still the same as before? Genu, Kong Shi and K-La were talking to each other, totally ignoring John G. Strange, how did I get here before Ganla Temple? John G ignored the three ghosts and talked to himself. Mr. John G, forget about Ganla Temple for now. The ghosts up ahead have new faces. Has it split again? Wheelang walked up to John G and took an attacking stance. Yes, he split into 4. Furthermore, I infer that only joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness are the most perfect forms. If they continue to split, their strength will be greatly reduced. Tanjiro immediately began to share his information. So, then Mr. John G. Boom! Just as Wheelang turned his head, a gust of wind blew past his ears and John G was blown away. I was ambushed? John G was in the air, completely bewildered. Because he hadn't taken Bantian Ghost seriously at all, he was attacked by a surprise attack and his own men flew away. Use wind style to neutralize this momentum, otherwise, it will get farther and farther away. John G formed seals with his hands, turned his body and blew out a fierce whirlwind behind him. As the two wind pressures counteracted each other, John G fell from the air, did a beautiful backflip and stood steadily on the ground. Well, that's pretty good. It's only been a few seconds, and it's already flown that far. I am very relieved. John G gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing red. This thing is different from his wind escape technique. His wind escape technique is mainly used to cause more damage, while the Ghost's fan is more inclined towards control. Tanjiro, get ready and chop off their heads. Wheelang held the knife in both hands and pointed at the ghost in front of him and said, Good, if you fight with the pillars, the pressure will be much less, but you still can't be careless at all. Tanjiro steeled himself, took a deep breath, and responded. Hey, Cola, why did you blow that guy away? You should kill them together, kill them together. Gnu asked Cola angrily. Coke spread his hands and said, Gnu, Zoo is here, that guy doesn't look like a small minion, we have to defeat him one by one, hee. Breathing of the clouds, form 1, dangling clouds from the sky. Wheelang was in no mood to listen to their nonsense. He moved extremely fast, like an arrow from a bow, and the knife in his hand stabbed straight at Coke's throat. Ha 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 ha. Kongshi opened his mouth and a sound wave came out of his mouth. Fourth form, shifting flow slash. Just as he was about to enter the attack range of the sound wave, Wheelang bent his waist and changed his tactics instantly, and his target became Coke. The god of fire, Kagura, flame dance. As Tanjiro breathed, 2 flame-like breaths overflowed from the corners of his mouth. His black sword was carrying a blazing flame, which was visually shocking. Nezuko roared and crawled out from under the building that was pressing on her. She kicked off her feet and rushed out at a speed that was no less than that of Tanjiro and Muchiro. The outcome of the battle is just a matter of seconds. The arm of Cola who picked up the fan was cut off by Wheelang's sword. Wheelang's attack speed was faster than him. I won't be hit by the same trick twice. Muchiro raised the sun blade high, blocked the angry tin staff and said, It's really infuriating. As he roared in anger, bursts of electricity came from the staff, and Wheelang clenched his teeth tightly due to the shock. The threat of weakness, I see. Tanjiro keenly discovered Sora's flaw. Just as he approached Sora and was about to cut with a sword, the flaw line disappeared. Sora's face was filled with joy, and he turned to Tanjiro and opened his mouth. Nezuko rushed out and hugged Kongzi's head with both hands. With a force she exerted, Kongzi's mouth was pressed down. The flaw line that had disappeared reappeared. Tanjiro exerted force on his waist and stabbed a knife straight into Sora's throat. Nezuko grabbed Sora's head and pulled it hard, and the head was cut off by the sharp blade. Cut one off, Mr. Tokaido. The god of fire Kagura, Yang Huetu. Tanjiro stomped his foot on the ground, and then began to breathe more heavily. He bent a knife and stabbed at Gnu. Gnu was shocked and took out his staff to block. The moment he picked up the staff, Muchiro threw the knife from his right hand to his left hand, turned around on the spot, and cut off Coke's head with one knife. Breathing of the clouds, landform, and the disappearance of the moon's clouds. There was no expression on Wheelang's calm face, but the momentum of his sword showed that he had murderous intent. Aha! He slashed left and right, and Ken couldn't withstand the accumulated anger at all, and his head was chopped off in an instant. 3, there's one more, where is it? Wheelang immediately put away his knife and began to look around, until he saw that Fushiguro Swanya was holding Aiju's head in his hands, his shoulders heaving unsteadily. Killed it, Xianmi cut off the head of the last ghost. Tanjiro's face was full of joy. This meant that the upper 4 demon had been killed. As Tanjiro approached, Swanya suddenly turned around. Looking at Swanya's face, Tanjiro was shocked. Gold appeared at the ends of his hair, his canine teeth became sharp, his breathing became rapid, saliva kept flowing out of his mouth, and the whites of his eyes turned pitch black, making him look like a ghost. Wheelang frowned, and he even wanted to draw his sword and slash Xianmi immediately. Xian.mi. Tanjiro called out Swanya's name tentatively. Aw, what's with this slash? I can't regenerate, it hurts so much, it's like a burning fire. Cola's scream scared Tanjiro, and he saw Cola holding his head and wailing. Calm down, that's ugly. Although it's a little slower, it can still regenerate. Gnu knelt on the ground with his head held in his hands. This time he was furious. The clever Tanjiro sniffed and immediately deduced that there was a 5th ghost. Don't be so proud, I was the one who defeated the demon. Swanya suddenly grabbed Tanjiro's neck and roared with a ferocious look on his face. It wasn't your power that defeated the upper moons, so you didn't become a pillar. I will definitely, fuck you. Zhang-Ji rushed back, and as soon as he arrived at the scene, he found Xianmi strangling Tanjiro's neck. He is not interested in watching Tanjiro use his personal charm to win over Swanya. As for changing Suami's opinion of him, he slapped Suami on the back of the head one by one. Suami's eyes turned white and he fainted on the ground. Ghost, resurrected. Muchiro reminded him, his calm face remaining composed even if the ghost was resurrected. I know. Let me do it. Muchiro, look carefully, this is the performance of chakra attached to weapons and the power of combat. Zhang-Ji took off the round fan, and a blue light appeared on the fan and sickle. Oh, he screamed in anger and swung the staff in his hand towards Zhang-Ji. A bolt of lightning inexplicably struck down from the sky. Zhang-Ji swung his round fan violently, and the lightning was broken apart. Kill him. Coke shouted loudly and just raised the fan when a strong wind suddenly came and swept past him. As the wind blew, Coke's head and limbs all fell to the ground as if they were chopped by a sharp blade, and the wounds were very smooth. A flash of cold light came, and Aiju, holding a cross spear in his hand, stabbed towards Zhang-Ji's chest. When Zhang-Ji hooked the tip of the cross spear with his sickle, and then swung the round fan in his right hand down, and the cross spear was smashed into 2 halves by Zhang-Ji's fan. Aiju's eyes suddenly widened and he was about to step back, but it was obviously too late. John took a step forward and grabbed Aiju's neck. Morata. Then he shook his right hand, pulled the sickle back, and spun it directly into Aiju's forehead. Ah, it hurts. Aiju is really sad now. Damn it, where's the jade pot? I'm so pissed off. His accumulated anger boiled over, and tears erupted from his body. You are just like Yoo-hoo, go to hell. John took the sickle that was stuck in Aiju's forehead and pulled it hard, splitting Aiju's head in half vertically. John didn't even look at Aiju and walked straight past him. The sickle turned in his hand, and Aiju's head, which was split into two halves, fell to the ground. Yoo-hoo was killed. As soon as this thought appeared in Jinu's mind, the round fan blew in his face. Bang, this is exploding. Tanjiro and Nezuko were stunned. Sugui, Muchiro said in a calm tone. Ah, there's another one. John pushed the angry and headless body away. He looked at the happy face in front of him and smiled. Kongshi spread his wings and flapped them violently, ready to escape. Breathing of the clouds, Form 1, dangling clouds from the sky. Wheelang acted decisively and stabbed Kongzi's throat with a knife. The blade flipped and Kongzi's head fell to the ground. Oh, look what this is. As expected of the most talented boy in the Demon Slayer Corps, John praised loudly. I saw that Muchiro's sword was emitting bursts of blue light, which was obviously chakra. What a strange feeling, the knife has become sharper, and my touch seems to have become more sensitive. Wheelang held up the sun blade and looked carefully at the blue light on it. Ha, disappeared. But it doesn't matter. This is a good start. The blue light disappeared in a flash, and Wheelang felt extremely tired all over. Mr. John does this thing get so tiring every time you use it? Muchiro asked. No, that's because you don't have enough chakra, young man. If you really want to use this thing to practice a new move, I suggest you gather as much chakra as possible in your body. Chakra can be said to be the product of a balanced mixture of one's spiritual energy and physical energy. If the chakra is depleted, it means that your spiritual energy and physical energy are also depleted. In mild cases, you may be bedridden for 10 days to half a month. In more serious cases, you will die. John looked around as he spoke. The four ghosts came back to life. He certainly understood that it would be useless if he didn't kill the original body, so he was too lazy to burn them to ashes. Tanjiro, use your nose to find it. There is a fifth demon around here. He is very small and very fast. Find him and kill him. John raised his foot and walked towards Aiju, who stood up and said, Sure enough, I was right, even though the smell is very faint. Mr. John leave it to me. Tanjiro rushed into the forest with a knife in hand, sniffing around wildly. The regeneration of the four ghosts was no match for John They would be beheaded by John as soon as they regenerated. After using that knife, Wheelang felt exhausted. John asked him to rest aside. If he forced himself any further, Wheelang might force out his own markings, and then he would be useless and die young. In Sri Lanka, Mr. John I'm so envious. Can I be that strong? Muchiro, who had never seen Madara, was secretly amazed at John handsome figure. On the right, moving south, I will definitely find the ghost. Tanjiro ran wildly in the forest with a knife in his hand, while paying close attention to his surroundings. West, a little to the right. This aura is nearby. The location. Seems very low. Tanjiro lowered his head and saw a very small old man hiding behind the leaves looking at him with horror. Ah, it's so small. If I weren't extremely sensitive to the scent of ghosts, how could ordinary people find it? Isn't this about the same size as a wild mouse? Are those four ghosts controlled by such a small thing? Tanjiro raised his sword and slashed out. Bantenga's true form, a cowardly ghost, was so frightened that it turned around and ran away at a very fast speed. Don't even think about escaping. Tanjiro chased after it and slashed at the coward's neck with his knife at an angle. Dang, the knife did not cut off the demon's neck as expected, but instead made Tanjiro's wrist numb. Can't you chop it down? It's so small, and its neck is the size of a finger. Use breathing techniques. The god of fire, Kagura. Just as Tanjiro was about to use the fire god Kagura to chop the coward's neck again, behind him, Jinu aimed a staff at his neck. Boom! John followed closely behind, grabbed the angry head and smashed it hard on the ground. Tanjiro, just kill that little ghost. If you do it again, I'll definitely be able to chop it off. And you actually came here while I was chopping your brother, how disloyal of you. As John spoke, he stabbed the sickle in his hand into the back of Jinu's head and pulled it hard. Just as the main body was about to be attacked, the other three ghosts also rushed over. John drew out his sickle and jumped to the side, looking at the four ghosts with anticipation. The coward was so scared that he almost pissed himself. He just stepped on the gas and ran away. Tanjiro relied on his nose to follow closely behind the coward. Even though it's small and hard to hit. But Tanjiro raised the Nichiren sword, and red flames burned on the sword. He hit the target, and the blade cut into the neck of the coward. The cowardly ghost howled, and the loud and piercing noise hit Tanjiro's eardrums. Suddenly, an unusual aura appeared behind Tanjiro. What's going on, behind me? There's something behind me. The 4 ghosts that gave you joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness all have different auras. Something is coming. What should I do? Anyway, cut off this ghost's neck first. Tanjiro was very decisive and immediately exerted force again with his hands. The red flame burning on the blade suddenly went out. It's so hard, I can't cut it, and the power of Nezuko's blood has disappeared. My deduction was wrong, there is a 6th ghost. Tanjiro was extremely worried. Dong, there was the sound of drums. Oh no, the attack is coming. Tanjiro turned his head and saw a loud noise in the forest, and all the surrounding trees fell down. As Tanjiro looked on in shock, a swaying wooden dragon lifted him into the air. In an instant, several wooden dragons began to bite Tanjiro. At the critical moment, Zhang Ji jumped out, grabbed Tanjiro's arm, and slapped the wooden dragon on the head with a fan in his backhand. He landed with Tanjiro, and Nezuko immediately rushed over to protect Tanjiro. Tanjiro, you really have a good sister. Zhang Ji looked at Nezuko and suddenly thought of something. Tanjiro knew the location of the blue spider lily. Nezuko is about to be able to ignore the sunlight, and Zhang Ji is considering whether to help Akaza. Akaza's fate has obviously changed. I heard that he had a gay fight with Kyojuro, and Kyojuro was defeated in the end, but it was because he lost consciousness due to exhaustion, not because Akaza pierced his chest. Although Jiwoo and Shinobu Koko were still there at the time, Zhang Ji had reason to believe that he could easily kill Kyojuro based on Akaza's strength. It's just that he didn't do it. Let Akaza break through the maximum limit of the demon, and then let him rub Doma hard. Interesting, this is interesting. A happy smile appeared on Zhang Ji's face. The atmosphere was very strange, and a huge object that had never been seen before appeared in front of everyone. Nezuko's face was ferocious as she roared forward, while Tanjiro gritted his teeth with a nervous expression. Zhang Ji, on the other hand, not only didn't react at all, he even picked his nose. They only know how to bully the weak, which makes people feel extremely unhappy. Very unhappy, the new form that was born after the accumulated anger devoured Coke, Aiju, and Kongshi, Zhengpo Tian raised his head, and a strong ghost aura spread out. Tanjiro felt goosebumps all over his body, and Nezuko's reaction became even stronger, and she kept growling. Damn evil people. Senpoten looked at Tanjiro and others and said this. The 6th ghost. There's one more. Please stop it. Although Tanjiro was very nervous, he still raised his Nichiren sword. Looking at the 5 evil spirits in front of and behind him with the word hate written on them, Tanjiro still did not take a step back. No, isn't it the 6th one? Joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. As someone who knew everything, Zhang Ji immediately explained, eat it, swallow it. You can think of it as a combination of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. They merged without the old man who was suspected to be their true form. The cowardly ghost was holding his head, shaking all over, and making strange noises. Dong Zhengpo Tian used the strange drumstick in his hand to hit the drum behind him, and trees appeared around the cowardly ghost, protecting him in the middle. Not good, the main body is protected. Wait, Tanjiro immediately shouted at Senpoten. As soon as Zhang Boshin turned his head, a force surged towards Tanjiro. Zhang Ji's eyes flashed red, and a force also appeared. The 2 forces cancelled each other out in the middle. Tanjiro, in a life or death battle, you actually asked someone to wait. Waiting for what? Waiting for you to chop off his true form. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Zhang Ji raised his hand and placed it on Tanjiro's head, rubbing it madly. Looking at Zhang Ji in front of him who didn't show any tension at all, Tanjiro's tense mood eased a little. You look pretty capable, what's going on? Are you dissatisfied with what I did? Zhang Poshin's eyes were also glowing red, and he stared at Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji crossed his arms and looked at him calmly. He didn't want to pay attention to this thing. Playing with plants in front of him? Speak up, you damned villain. There was a strong sense of oppression in the voice of Senpoten. Tanjiro felt that something was wrong with his condition ever since Senpoten started talking, and his hands and feet seemed to have little strength. Why are you calling us villains? Just when Zhang Ji was about to give him a big slap in the face, Tanjiro spoke. Overall, Zhang Ji still likes the character of Tanjiro very much. This is a character who can perfectly combine saintly and decisiveness, because you bully the weak. Right, you were just about to chop down someone weak enough to fit in the palm of your hand. How cruel and ruthless is this? This situation can only be called scum. Zhang Poshin's expression was serious and he said these words very seriously. Zhang Ji stretched out his hand and grasped the handle of the round fan. Although he knew that this was how Zhengpo Tian was set up, he was still very unhappy to see this happen in front of him. He planned to knock this guy down directly and then tell him that he was the most evil and unreasonable person. Then, they skewered the cowardly ghosts and grilled them in front of him. Well, let's do it, I really have a plan. Zhang Ji expressed high approval of his plan. Tanjiro, move back. Stop kidding, the smell you give off. It smells like blood. The number of humans eaten should be more than 100 or 200, right? What did those humans do to you? Did they do anything that required them to pay with their lives? You've killed and eaten so many people, why don't you just act like a victim? Your nature is so twisted, I will never forgive you. Damn evil spirit, I'm going to chop off your neck. Tanjiro took a step forward, his face full of anger, and forcibly interrupted Zhang Ji's skill bar. Good, as expected of you. Before I chop you, I'll tell you why I'm going to chop you. Zhang Ji even clapped twice. Is that all you have to say? Could it be that among the people I ate were your relatives? Appeton's personality is very twisted, and he can't understand what Tanjiro says at all. Tanjiro, don't waste your time talking to him, kill the demon. A very clear voice appeared in everyone's ears. Under the moonlight, the hot girl waved a knife as soft as a whip, and in an instant cut off the head of the wooden dragon standing behind Zangpotion. Ms. Kanroji, Zu is coming. Tanjiro looked at Kanroji and was overjoyed. That's not right. You came so early. Is it because I killed you earlier than expected? And this kid is so excited when he sees the pillar, why can't I give him a sense of security? Zhang Ji curled his lips secretly. No, Tanjiro, stand back, I have a big move. That the range is very wide, and this is my first time using it, so I'll avoid. Before Zhang Ji could finish his words again, Tanjiro roared and rushed out with a knife in hand. The battle is about to break out. Kanroji and Tanjiro start fighting with the Sapatan. Although they said they were fighting, in fact the two of them had been dealing with the wooden dragon. Zangpotion just stood there and kept beating the drum behind him. Is it the pillar? Zangpotion looked at Ganla Temple and guessed. Ha! I just realized it now. What a scary monster. What is that? Ganla Temple let out a scream. Tanjiro dodged the attack of a wooden dragon, but was hit by the wooden dragon behind him. He spat out a mouthful of blood in the air and fell to the ground. Nezuko rushed forward and was entangled by the wooden dragon and could not move. Xianmi, who was knocked unconscious by Zhang Ji, was also entangled by the wood. Kanroji immediately stepped forward and grabbed Tanjiro. Damn little girl. Zangpotion stood on a high place, looking down at Ganla Temple. Leave it to me next. Kanroji stood in front of Tanjiro with a determined look on his face, looking straight at Sapatan. She seemed to have not noticed Zhang Ji standing not far away with an unhappy look on his face. Several wooden dragons roared and rushed towards Ganla Temple. Kanroji brandished her Nichiren sword and rushed forward. Kanroji Mitsurai wanted to fight head-on. Give Nezuko and Suanya back. One wooden dragon after another was cut off by Ganla Temple, and new wooden dragons continued to appear, as if in an endless stream. Shut up, bitch. There's only one person in this world who can order me around. Zangpotion started to criticize directly. Shrew, is he talking about me? I can't believe it. How could that kid say such a thing? He looks about the same age as my brother. Just as Ganla Temple was complaining madly in his heart, Zangpotion took action. Roaring thunder kill. The two wooden dragons opened their mouths wide, and thunder, lightning and sound waves were gathering. Love breathing 3 types. Love cats alone. Ganla Temple used the soft sword to block all of the attacks from the Apoka Tenkaryu. This little girl blocked all my attacks. Obviously, Zangpotion was a little surprised. Then, more wooden dragons appeared, and Ganla Temple looked very small. Breathing of love 5 types. Swaying love Renzua. Ganla Temple is very strong and each of his sword strikes can cut off a dragon's head. Finally, she rushed to the front of Zangpotion, swung the soft knife in her hand forward, and wrapped it around Zangpotion's neck. Got it. And Zangpotion just opened his mouth. What is he going to do? But it's okay, just cut off his neck. Tanjiro, who was standing below, shouted anxiously, Ms. Kanroji, the guy isn't his real bodied. He won't die even if his neck is cut off. Damn. Did I make a mistake in judgment? A look of shock appeared on Ganla Temple's face. Crazy pressure on Ningbo. A strong sound wave spurted out of Zangpotion's mouth, and Ganla Temple was hit at close range. Ganla Temple fell to his knees, trembling all over, his eyes white, his mouth wide open. Zangpotion looked at Ganla Temple in disbelief, and immediately deduced that the girl's muscle density was many times stronger than that of an average person. He smiled and prepared to eat the high-quality meat that was delivered to his door. Well, you should have listened to me. A sigh sounded behind Zangpotion. He turned his head and saw a fist coming towards him, knocking Zangpotion flying with one punch. How can I repair it? Xenia. Zangpotion was furious, and the wooden dragon behind him broke out of the ground and rushed straight towards Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji stepped in front of Ganla Temple and made strange seals with his hands. Wood style, wood dragon technique. Roar. A wooden dragon that was bigger, thicker, harder and more powerful than the one summoned by Zon Aotia suddenly jumped out from the ground and rushed forward with an extremely domineering spirit. You're the fucking one. My vegetative purity is higher than yours, bastard. Zhang Ji cursed loudly. The physical constitution of different wood dragons cannot be generalized. It is obvious that Zhang Ji's wood dragon is much stronger than the Amber Sky wood dragon. The wooden dragon summoned by Apodon looked like a few thin snakes in comparison, and could not hinder the forward speed of the wood dragon at all. After all, it's a wooden dragon that can be cut in half by the swords in the hands of the demon slayer court. It's not even worth mentioning. Dong dong dong. Seeing that the huge monster was about to attack him madly, Zhang Potion gritted his teeth and pounded the drum behind him frantically, and wooden dragons kept emerging from the ground. Dozens of wooden dragons rushed out and fought madly with the wood-release wooden dragon. The surrounding trees fell down and dust rose up. Oh, you actually stopped it temporarily. Damn it, my vegetative purity is only this low. Zhang Ji looked at Zhang Boshan, who was beating the drum in the distance with cold sweat on his forehead, and immediately decided to imitate Madara. You're pretty good, kid. It seems that I have improved a little bit compared to before. So. Next. What are you going to do about the second one, hateful Amber Sky? Zhang Ji imitated Madara's tone and said these words. What? There's another wooden dragon. How could a second one of this level of creature appear? When Zhang Potion heard this, a very nervous look appeared on his face. Wood style, wood dragon technique. Zhang Ji formed seals with his hands, and this time he did not jump out from the ground. Instead, he grabbed the wrist of his right hand with his left hand, and pushed out his right hand. Suddenly. A huge wooden dragon was born from his hand. Fire style, great fire extinguishing. It wasn't over yet. As the wooden dragon rushed out, Zhang Ji opened his mouth and spit out a flame. The fire sprayed on the wooden dragon. In the blink of an eye, the wooden dragon turned into a blazing fire dragon and roared as it rushed forward. I'm going to be hit. Zhang Potion's movement speed could not escape the speed of the wooden dragon at all. Boom! The burning wooden dragon slammed its head into Zhang Potion, causing a violent explosion, and the surrounding area began to burn. Zhang Ji set fire to the mountain again and again. So strong, we can't fall behind. Tanjiro, where is the real demon you mentioned? Ganla Temple's physique is indeed different from that of ordinary people. He has regained consciousness and is planning to take the next step. In that direction, it's protected by trees. We've been affected by the blood magic of that evil ghost and are already far away from that location. We must rush over immediately and kill that small ghost. Otherwise, even Mr. Zhang Ji's powerful attack may not be able to kill it. Tanjiro pointed in a direction and started running with his knife. Yoshi, such an impolite fellow, his true form must not be something good to look at. Ganla C's complaining skills have been maxed out, and she can complain in her heart all the time. As the two were walking, several wooden dragons suddenly jumped out and blocked their way. Don't even think about it, you despicable villain. When the smoke and dust cleared, the body of the Apokaza was incomplete, and some parts were even on fire, but he still released his blood demon art to hinder the progress of Kanroji and Tanjiro. Where are you looking? The evil Uchiha is in this location, young man. Zhang Ji descended from the sky and raised his hand to press on Zhang Potion's forehead. Fuel wooden thorn grew out of Zhang Ji's palm and pierced through Zhang Potion's forehead. That thing of yours is called skink, right? It's obviously made of wood. Why is it called that? Zhang Potion's forehead was pierced, but he still stood firm, and he looked at Zhang Ji with an indescribable look. Zhang Ji frowned and lifted his hand that was pressing on Zhang Potion's forehead. Of course, the wooden thorn was still stuck in his head. I don't like the look in your eyes. As soon as Zhang Ji finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain in Zhang Potion's eyes. Suddenly, everything went dark in front of his eyes. Zhang Ji raised his hand and dug out his eyes. I feel a sense of relief. I always feel like I should dig out someone's eyes. That'd be very useful. No, I don't need it. Zhang Ji immediately denied his idea, clenched his hands, and crushed Zhang Potion's eyeballs. Aha! I will never let you evil people go. Zhang Potion was furious, and his body's regeneration speed actually began to speed up. He raised his hand and struck the drum, and a wooden dragon flew up on his back, heading towards Tanjiro. Because at this moment the wood protecting the cowardly ghost has been split by Ganla Temple. The cowardly ghost was running wildly, and Tanjiro's god of fire Kagura, Enbu, was held high above his head. Blood demon art, unending karma tree. Zhang Potion's face was filled with anger, and he was beating the drum behind him frantically with both hands. Countless skinks jumped out from the ground, looking like they wanted to destroy everything. Get out of the way, let me unbutton my pants. This move has a wide range. Zhang Ji used the Uchiha pole vault and was now in the air. Ganlu Temple. Tanjiro. The cowardly ghost, how terrifying. This guy is actually trying to unbutton his pants mid-air. Is he going to piss me? Please don't worry about the language. Would release, unbutton your pants. The tree world arrives. Boom. In just a moment, countless trees fell from the ground. The surface rushed out, and the thick trunk crushed everything like a roller. Huge vines and sharp branches appeared out of nowhere, and the skink was swallowed up by countless trees as soon as it appeared. It was as if it had never appeared. What is this? If you get sucked in, you're definitely dead. Kanroji's face was filled with panic as he grabbed Tanjiro and started running. As for the cowardly ghost, he will definitely be crushed by this tree. Tree World Arrival allows the caster to change the shape of trees. This move can change the environment on a large scale. The trees slowed down as they approached Ganlu Temple. How can I repair it? It's so difficult to control. Chakra is consumed so quickly. Zhang Ji was standing on the head of a wooden dragon at this moment, with fine beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. According to him, it still felt a little difficult to unbutton his pants. The environment here has completely changed, turning into a forest covering a huge area, and it is full of towering trees. Damn it, Zhang Potion's body was squeezed by the trees and was completely deformed. But there was still a cowardly ghost hidden in his arms, and he protected the cowardly ghost with his body. I have never told a lie since I was born. He's a kind-hearted weakling. I'm so weak, yet no one has sympathy. Just as the cowardly ghost began his inner monologue, the trees in front of him began to make way, and Zhang Ji walked over with an expressionless face. The cowardly ghost was like he had seen a ghost and was about to jump out of the arms of Zanpo Tian and run away. Several sharp branches shot out and strangled him. Evil man, let him go, he only bullies the weak. Phew. Zhang Ji chopped off Zhang Potion's head with a sickle. Look, this is called the barbecue, old man. Zhang Ji picked up the head of Zhang Potion and held it in his hand, and just like Madara-sama in the past, he formed a seal with one hand. The branches inside the cowardly ghost suddenly burst into flames. Ah, it hurts. The cowardly ghost howled in agony as it was burned. Yamilu, the head of Zhang Potion, roared loudly. AHH, don't you all feel sorry for me? The cowardly ghost's figure suddenly grew taller, and he changed from a little old man into a huge old man. The ghost of hatred appears. The hateful ghost punched Zhang Ji in the face with his fist as big as a casserole. Zhang Ji took Zhang Potion's head with one hand and pushed it forward. Bang! The hateful ghost smashed the head of the hateful demon into pieces with one punch. Yeah, you're pathetic. I love bullying poor bastards like you. Even if you go to hell, you'll be the most pitiful kind of lonely ghost, right? Ha 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 ha. Zhang Ji laughed heartily and slashed his round fan across, cutting the ghost of hatred in half. It's almost dawn. You ghosts can't bask in the sun, right? Zhang Ji looked at the hateful ghost that was broken into two pieces and kept waving the sickle in his hand. The hateful ghost was a little confused. He didn't understand why the man in front of him was saying such nonsense. Wasn't it obvious that ghosts couldn't bask in the sun? Run away, it's almost dawn. As Zhang Ji finished saying this, the huge tree that he had created by unbuttoning his pants began to disappear and slowly returned to the ground. As the huge tree disappeared, fear burst out in the eyes of the hateful ghost. The sky has turned pale. The sunlight began to gradually dispel the darkness. The hateful ghost still looked at Zhang Ji with eyes full of hatred. His waist and upper body began to merge. Seeing Zhang Ji folding his arms and looking at him calmly, but not making a move, the moment his bodies were connected, the hateful ghost ran away. Damn it, Amber Hate uses too much power. I need to find someone to eat and recover my strength. Or why did this guy let me go? The hateful ghost's mind was still full of confusion, but he saw a piece of wood growing not far ahead. The wood turned into a human shape in the blink of an eye, and the hateful ghost's pupils suddenly shrank. It's Zhang Ji. How can I repair it? The ghost of hatred gritted his teeth and changed direction. Similarly, a wooden man walked out from the roots of the tree next to him. It was Zhang Ji again. The hateful ghost turned around and saw Zhang Ji's real body holding a sickle, walking towards him step by step. He, how pitiful. Now he has nowhere to go. Zhang Ji's wooden clone slowly raised the round fan in his hand with a pitiful expression on his face. It's normal for a clone to carry a weapon, right? It's so pitiful that I believe you. You are the most pitiful unlucky person. The other wooden clone had a sarcastic smile on his face and was holding the chain. I'm going to die. If I die, I'll go to hell and be tortured every day. I'll become even more pitiful. In my next life, I might become a cow or sheep that can be eaten by humans. No, I might be tortured in hell forever. Are you scared? If so, kneel down and beg me. Maybe I'll let you go because I see how pitiful you are. Zhang Ji's real body, the kaleidoscope, stared straight at the hateful ghost, and the hateful ghost felt his scalp tingling. Hantenga's other forms each correspond to an emotion. Logically, the ghost of hate should be full of hatred. But at this moment, under Zhang Ji's oppression, the hatred in his heart was replaced by fear. Plop, please let me go. You can see that, right? I'm the most pitiful person in the world. The ghost of hatred burst into tears and actually fell to his knees. The three Zhang Jis surrounded the ghost of hate, just looking at him indifferently without making any move. Let me go, please. The hateful ghost pressed his head to the ground, trembling all over. The fear of the sun overwhelmed all of his emotions. But de Mayo. Mew's clone's face was full of sarcasm. How could I let you go? Another wooden clone continued. I don't think you're pitiful enough now. I still want to watch you being burned to ashes by the sun. That way, I might feel a little bit happier. Look, I haven't even started to chop you yet. You should satisfy this small request, right? Zhang Ji's real body raised his brows and leaned his round fan on the ground. This guy never wanted to let me go. He lied to me. He was just teasing me. The ghost of hatred immediately bared his teeth, opened his arms and pounced on Zhang Ji. Bang! Zhang Ji swung his fan with his backhand, hitting the hateful ghost's head with a buzzing sound. Wood release. The two wooden clones formed seals with their hands, and more than a dozen wooden thorns appeared out of thin air and all pierced into the body of the hateful ghost. The ghost of hate couldn't move at all. A wooden stake grew out from behind Zhang Ji, and Zhang Ji sat down on it. He placed the round fan across his legs and looked at the hateful ghost with anticipation. Damn it, despicable human, damn it, damn it, damn it. A wooden thorn pierced the hateful ghost's chin and came out from his forehead. The ghost of hate couldn't even speak now, and could only let out a series of creepy growls. The sunlight soon shone over, and the hateful ghost's body obviously began to twitch violently, his eyes filled with fear. The body of the ghost of hate turned to ashes under the sunlight, and the ghost of cowardice hidden in his heart curled up together without making a sound, and also turned to ashes. That's the end of it. Zhang Ji's pupils returned to those of an ordinary person. He clapped his hands and stood up. The other two wooden clones had turned into two wooden stakes. Mr. Zhang Ji, trees, trees. Tanjiro's heart-wrenching cry exploded. Zhang Ji turned his head and saw that Nezuko had shrunk in size and was being protected by Tanjiro. Her body had started to burn and her expression was very painful. The trees around here that were created by the arrival of the tree world have all disappeared under Zhang Ji's control. When the trees disappeared, the sunlight had already shone through, and Tanjiro had no time to take Nezuko to hide from the sunlight. Openji stood up and formed a seal with his hands, but he was still hesitant to release the wood release, because he knew that Nezuko must have broken through the boundary of not being able to see the sunlight, and he wanted to take a look. Just in case of an emergency, he is always ready to use wood release to block the sunlight for Nezuko. Nezuko's screams continued, but the trees did not appear. Mr. Zhang Ji, why are you just watching? Tanjiro's eyes were bloodshot. As the sunlight became stronger, his body alone was no longer able to completely cover Nezuko. It should be fine. That's the setting after all. Zhang Ji stomped his foot, and Nezuko was knocked away by a wooden stake, completely exposed to the sun. Tanjiro was also knocked flying, looking at his sister in midair with disbelief. As Nezuko wailed, her whole body began to ignite with flames. Nezuko! Kanroji appeared beside her. She jumped up, grabbed Nezuko, and then held her in her arms. Why, how can I repair it? Tanjiro's face was covered with tears. Tanjiro fell heavily to the ground, and he even forgot to adjust his body to land steadily. Strange, the temperature. The flame disappeared. Kanroji was prepared to be burned, but as she landed, she did not feel the temperature that Nezuko should have burned. Nezuko suddenly broke free from Kanroji's arms and ran to Tanjiro in a few steps under Kanroji's shocked gaze. Good morning, Nezuko spoke. Nezuko. That's great. Are you okay? You turned into a human? Tanjiro held Nezuko's shoulders with tears in his eyes. That's great. That's great. No, it's okay. Right. Nezuko's face was full of innocence, like a baby who was just beginning to learn to speak. She was talking, but her eyes and teeth remained the same. This isn't turning into a human, but it's really great. She didn't disappear into the wasteland. So Mr. Zhang Ji knew this a long time ago. Tanjiro hugged Nezuko tightly in his arms and shouted, That's great, that's great, I'm so glad Nezuko is okay. Zhang Ji looked at the brother and sister and suddenly thought of something. That is, Muzan had known about his existence for a long time. According to what Madara said, Muzan was taught a lesson by Madara. I need to prove it. Zhang Ji nodded slightly and walked towards Nezuko. Congratulations, congratulations, that's fine now. Tanjiro, you have that thing on you, right? Zhang Ji dusted himself off and asked. Mr. Zhang Ji, you mean? Tanjiro was very confused. Although Zhang Ji's behavior just now was excessive, it was obvious that his sister had overcome the sunlight. This must have been Zhang Ji's intentional act. Mr. Zhang Ji was really mysterious. Upper string 4 has disappeared. You can't take his blood. I'm really sorry, Zhang Ji said as he reached out and rubbed Nezuko's head. Nezuko squinted her eyes and imitated Zhang Ji's words. It disappeared, sorry, sorry. Tanjiro was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood what Zhang Ji meant. He reached into his arms and took out a black syringe-like object, a container specially used to store ghost blood. Mr. Zhang Ji, do you want this? Ganla Temple stared at this thing with a puzzled look on his face. Yes, Tanjiro, I want Nezuko's blood, please give me some. Zhang Ji squatted down and said to Nezuko gently, Don't worry, it only takes a little bit. A little bit, a little bit. Nezuko repeated with a smile already. Although Tanjiro didn't know why Zhang Ji wanted Nezuko's blood, and Zhang Ji saved him several times when he was in danger, he still decided to ask since it concerned his sister. Mr. Zhang Ji, why do you want Nezuko's blood? Zhang Ji laughed and said, Children shouldn't ask too much about adult matters. Anyway, it's not something weird. Tanjiro didn't know how to respond to Zhang Ji, so he could only touch the back of his head and laugh awkwardly. Kanroji also laughed awkwardly, and Nezuko imitated the two of them and started laughing awkwardly. Zhang Ji frowned, feeling an urge in his heart that he couldn't hold back. Damn it, why are you doing this? I can't help but burst into Uchiha laughter. Zhang Ji pulled Nezuko, who was still grinning, in front of Tanjiro and urged her, "Tanjiro, it's just a little blood. Why don't you trust me?" Tanjiro looked at the smile on Zhang-Ji's face and nodded. Then he gently stroked Nezuko's head and said, "Nezuko, be patient. Brother will be gentle. Very gently, be patient." Nezuko had an innocent look on her face, holding her head high and speaking like a parrot. In the end, Zhang-Ji got Nezuko's blood. "Hey, Tanjiro, I have to go somewhere else. Please tell me. Cyan, or maybe blue, after all, I've never seen that kind of flower before. You must have seen that kind of flower when you were a kid, right? At someone's grave." Zhang-Ji asked this question, a question that Muzan wanted to know until his death. A look of reminiscence appeared on Tanjiro's face, and he finally nodded. "Good. Kamadu boy, take me to that place. I want that flower to be of great use." Zhang-Ji felt that his plan had made one step further, but it's very far. It will take at least several days to walk, but if Mr. Zhang-Ji wants to go, I will definitely take you there. Tanjiro, who was naturally gentle and helpful, would never refuse Zhang-Ji's request. "Good. Then everyone, you can go back and rest." Wood style, wood dragon technique. Zhang-Ji clapped his hands, and a wooden dragon roared out from the ground. "Well, Mr. Zhang-Ji has also consumed a lot of his physical strength. This wooden dragon doesn't look as huge as it did in the previous battle." Ganla Temple ran to the wooden dragon with curiosity on his face and kept touching it. "Ha ha ha ha. It's not for combat, so it doesn't need to be that big. Tanjiro, show me the way." Zhang-Ji laughed loudly, picked up Nezuko and jumped onto the wooden dragon's head. Mr. Zhang-Ji, are you going to ride this wooden dragon to get going? Are you going to fly?" Little stars burst out in Ganla Temple's eyes. "Of course, Tanjiro, come on, time is running out, I'm going all out." Zhang-Ji waved at Tanjiro. Tanjiro's face showed excitement and he immediately jumped up. "Let's go, this is the first time I use this thing like this. Tanjiro, you must hold on tight." Zhang-Ji called out, with his hands forming seals. The wooden dragon coiled and rose into the air. Hold on tight, hold on tight." Nezuko opened her arms and laughed happily. "Why is that? I want to ride a flying wooden dragon too." Ganla Temple was filled with frustration and was jumping around on the spot. Kuka, advanced transition sound effect. It was nighttime. In an abandoned temple, Akeza suddenly opened his eyes. He was lying on the beam, looking like he had just woken up. "I had a really good sleep again. This faint desire for human flesh can be completely ignored. Nothing special has happened so far. Does that adult still have control over me?" Akeza stood in the dark, dilapidated temple and talked to himself. "Congratulations, then." 2 scarlet spots appeared in the night, and Akeza subconsciously made his starting move. There's no way around it, these red eyes are causing him to react so strongly now. Zhang-Ji walked to the entrance of the temple and stopped about 7 or 8 meters away from Akeza. "Ji, how did you find this place?" Akeza asked calmly. "It's not that uncle who came, it's really Sparasi." "How dare you ask that? Our powerful Akeza-sama has stopped eating people recently. He won't even take action against the Demon Slayer Corps' intelligence personnel if you discover them. Your status is almost public knowledge among the Demon Slayer Corps," Zhang-Ji said with a smile. Snort. "I have no interest in the weak." Akeza blushed a little. His personality now was more like that of the young man who practiced the secrets of Sequanliu. Then, Zhang-Ji threw out 2 things casually. Akeza caught it instantly, raised his head and looked, his pupils immediately contracted. Could this be a blue spider lily? Akeza's tone was filled with disbelief. "That devilish girl is now standing in the sunlight, unharmed. This flower is the one your boss has been searching for so long. No wonder you can't find it. This flower only blooms at noon for a year or 2. It will wither before evening. The blood is that ghost girl's blood. Should I take it back and report it, or think about it yourself, Komeiji?" After Zhang-Ji said this, he turned and left. "Ji, you said before. You definitely didn't lie to me, did you?" Akeza asked with a trembling voice, looking at Zhang-Ji's back. "Lying to the weak is not my style." Zhang-Ji looked over his head and a kaleidoscope appeared. This sight made Uozu's scalp tingle. Zhang-Ji left, and Akeza stood there for a long time holding the blue-red spider lily and Nezuko's blood without moving. The next morning, the sun shone on the ruined temple. A figure suddenly jumped out of the temple and stood in the sunlight. White smoke billowed from his body, his skin began to burn, followed by flesh and blood, and even bones. I don't know how long it took, but a young man with short black hair, blue eyes, and light pink eyelashes took a deep breath. "Thank you. G. Blind guess, thank you Taro." The boy smiled and raised his head to feel the warm sunshine. Sparasi. "Well done, Hantengu." Muzan feels so excited now. Although he didn't find out how the dog died for a long time, and it seemed that there were some things he had not discovered, it didn't matter anymore. The most important information had been obtained. He wanted to eat Nezuko and fuse her flesh and blood, so, ha 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 ha. Muzan, who looked like a child, started laughing wildly. I can't be sensed, I can't lie to you, and I'm even more resistant to illusions than I ever imagined. Aside from not being extremely offensive, these eyes are actually very strong support eyes. Great, it seems very good. There's only one thing I'm weird about. Why don't you know the power of the kaleidoscope you opened yourself? In Zhang-Ji's temporary residence, Madara asked, raising a finger that he had just conducted some tests on Zhang-Ji. Zhang-Ji didn't know how to explain it at all, he could only say that he didn't know either, he didn't even know how to open the Mangekyo. This was completely inconsistent with the Uchiha tradition. God knows what the condition of his eyes is. Role, Zhang-Ji. Compatible identity, Uchiha clan. Ability, ninjutsu. Physical evolution, Sharingan. Features, unable to be sensed, unable to judge the authenticity of information, and unable to be attacked mentally. Item, Sunblade fan. Is this my basic information? Zhang-Ji discovered that this information could even be used to view detailed information. For example, if he searched for Sharingan, a detailed introduction to the Sharingan would appear. Why haven't you shown it to me before? Zhang-Ji seemed a little annoyed that he hadn't checked his status. Teacher Madara, I don't know about this either. After all, my strength can only be considered as a genin. Zhang-Ji answered shyly. Genin, ha 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 ha. Gee, I think if you train hard, you can become a shadow. Madara said this with a big laugh. What's going on, shadow? Zhang-Ji was speechless. It was obvious that Madara's mind had changed and he probably didn't intend to implement the original Moonai plan. The master and disciple were silent for a while. Gee, what's your last name? Madara suddenly asked. John. Ha? Uchiha, Madara-sensei, why are you asking such a strange question? Don't these eyes say it all? As Zhang-Ji spoke, his pupils began to distort and his expression looked very natural. Eyes don't tell you anything, and neither does memory. Madara's expression was a mixture of smile and laughter. Dog system, what's going on? Are you summoning a teammate or an opponent? Zhang-Ji didn't know how to answer Madara's question for a moment, and started to find fault with the system. Zhang-Ji began to doubt the system, but it was clear that the system had summoned its own people. It feels like a dream. Get rid of that ghost, and go back to the ninja world. You still have a tough battle to fight. Those scumbags won't listen to you. Madara lay down, put his hands behind his head and looked at the ceiling. He felt like skipping stones. Why would I talk to a jerk? I'll speed up the process, Mr. Madara. But Mr. Madara, what's wrong with you today? You look weird. Zhang-Ji calmed down and asked. Nothing. After recalling and reasoning over the past few days, I always feel that something is wrong. There is something wrong with our world. Okay, brat, why are you talking so much nonsense? Go back to your work. I need to rest. Madara waved impatiently at Zhang-Ji. Well, the hidden attribute of the world of suspicion has appeared. Zhang-Ji shook his head and left his residence. A few days later, the training began. The pillars provide special training for the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, and each pillar is responsible for providing guidance in the area that he is good at. Only one of the 9 pillars did not participate, and that was Jiyu Tomioka. He left the meeting with a blank expression, I'm different from you, and then left in style. Moreover, the one who attended the meeting at this moment was not Yubayashiki Koya, but Yubayashiki Yamane. The pillars all understood that the Lord might not live long. In Yubayashiki Kazuya's room, he was lying there, coughing constantly, with many bandages wrapped around his body, and the skin under the bandages was completely destroyed. Yo, it looks like he won't live much longer. Zhang-Ji leaned against the door and said as he looked at Yubayashiki Yuya, who was lying on the tatami and breathing rapidly. Master Zhang-Ji. The woman who was in charge of taking care of Yubayashiki Kuya bent down. Go out. Zhang-Ji didn't even look at her and whispered these 2 words. The expression on the woman's face froze and she stood there in a daze. It's okay. Go out. Yubayashiki Kazuya said weakly. The woman sighed softly and left the room. Sir Zhang-Ji, this is so embarrassing, I can't move now. What's the matter with you coming here? Yubayashiki. The corners of Yaya's mouth curled up slightly. Although he had been disfigured long ago, he still gave Zhang-Ji a polite smile. Zhang-Ji squatted beside Yubayashiki Kazuya without saying a word, and a blue light glowed on his hands. My move can activate the cells in your injured area, which should make you feel better. However, I have no way to cure this curse-like genetic disease. Zhang-Ji said this and put his hand on Yubayashiki Kazuya's face. Waves of strange feelings seeped into Yubayashiki Kazuya's body from the surface of his body, and the pain all over his body began to ease, and even he felt that he could stand up on his own. It lasted for about 5 minutes, and Yubayashiki Yuya felt that the treatment had stopped, so he pushed himself up with his hands. Thank you very much, Mr. Zhang-Ji. I feel much better now. You were such a good person. Yubayashiki Yuya thanked him with a smile. Yes, I am a very good person. Let the members of the Demon Slayer Corps spread the word that the demon girl Nezuko is at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. It would be best if all the demons knew about it. Zhang-Ji stood up and said. Yubayashiki Kazuya was very confused. He already knew that Nezuko had overcome the sunlight, so shouldn't he have hidden Nezuko well? Why, this kind of information should be kept strictly confidential. Yubayashiki Kazuya looked confused. Muzan is hiding too well, I can't find him. Nezuko is immune to sunlight and will definitely be Muzan's primary target. Let him find Nezuko. I'll wait for him here. Zhang decided to speed up the process a little. There's no solution. You understand, Kyojuro? I've reached that point, I have no weaknesses, I'm a demon that has completely surpassed my limits. I'm the ultimate demon now, Kyojuro. Ha 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 ha. Akaza was full of pride and laughed wildly in front of Kyojuro. Kyojuro gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Although he had never seen the young man in front of him before, for some reason, when this guy spoke, his voice was exactly the same as that of the upper three. This is nothing. As a ghost hunter, encountering ghosts is a daily routine. But Kyojuro looked up at the sun in the sky. Damn, I saw a ghost in broad daylight? Hey, Kyojuro, please say something. Oh, I understand, this is who I originally was. After breaking through my limits, I completely regained myself, including this body. As Akaza spoke, his body began to change. He grew noticeably larger, the muscles on his arms bulged, his black hair turned pink, his pupils turned golden, and dark blue tattoos covered his skin. Suga, Waga. Upper 3, Akaza. Kyojuro looked at Akaza with a look of sudden realization. Akaza took a step forward and said with a smile on his face, yes, Kyojuro, we don't have to be mortal enemies anymore. I don't need to eat anymore. What are you doing? Akaza stopped talking halfway and looked at Kyojuro with a puzzled look on his face. Kyojuro bent his right leg back, leaned forward, and the veins on his hand holding the hilt of the knife were bulging. Breathing of flame, ultimate secret, final form, 18 Hell's karmic fire, mighty and powerful demon slaying / devil slayer, Shinei. Kyojuro's entire body seemed to be on fire, with blazing flames burning in his eyes, and even the air he exhaled with his strong breathing took on the shape of flames. What the hell? Can't you just listen to what I'm saying? And how did you manage to say such a long name in the blink of an eye while drawing your sword? Akaza was horrified that he had experienced this move firsthand. It was very painful to be hit on the cliff. So our upper 3, Akaza-sama, simply turned around and ran away. Why are you running? You've always considered yourself a strong person, so how could you do such a shameful thing as running away before a fight? Come on, let's fight to the death in an upright manner. The temperature around Kyojuro rose, and he followed Akaza closely. As he passed by, the roadside vegetation began to burn. His move actually caused real flames. Baga Kyojuro, I'm not here to fight you. I didn't kill you last time, you should change your mind about me. Akaza didn't even turn his head while speaking, and his legs were running so fast that they left after images. He could conclude that Kyojuro's powerful move could not last for too long. As long as he kept running, he would be in trouble. As Akaza expected, after a while, he felt that the burning breath that was staring at him from behind disappeared. Akaza braked on the spot and turned around. Sure enough, he saw Kyojuro half kneeling on the ground, breathing heavily, with beads of sweat on his forehead. Kyojuro, you are a pillar after all. How could you use such a move as soon as you meet someone? Once I use this trick, you've made progress, Kyojuro. Last time you went into shock. It's getting stronger. Akaza kept nodding his head to express his affirmation of Kyojuro. Akaza, how come you can appear during the day? I absolutely cannot leave you behind. This is the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. All the pillars are here. No matter what, we will kill you. Kyojuro stood up despite the fact that his body was feeling weak. Stubborn. You sent that clever little crow back to report the news, didn't you? Akaza roared at Kyojuro. Snort. Kyojuro gave him a cold snort. Swish. Akaza came in front of Kyojuro in an instant and put his hands around Kyojuro's neck. Kyojuro didn't hesitate at all and immediately fought back. Kyojuro, I've already made an appointment with G. Kill Muzan together. Akaza's words are shocking. Kyojuro was stunned. Before that, I have a high priority target, the second upper moon, Doma. Of course, that guy is one level higher than me, but now I don't take him seriously at all. This isn't a fair fight, Kyojuro. I simply want to kill him, so join me when the time comes. Let's fight quickly and kill the upper 2. Doma. What Akaza said to him was completely beyond a pillar's understanding of demons. Stop being such a jerk. By Akaza left, moving very quickly. Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. So, Kyojuro, besides becoming less afraid of sunlight, what other special changes do you think the upper-ranked demon has undergone? Yubayashiki Kazuya asked. His physical condition seemed to be much better than before, but still optimism. My lord, he seems to have become more cheerful and talkative than before. Kyojuro gave a completely useless answer. That means there are no other changes, Yubayashiki Yuya said with a smile. The other pillars expressed their opinions. I can't believe it, how could a ghost kill a ghost? This is a trap. Fushigawa Miyabi was the first to object. Mr. Bizikawa, don't jump to conclusions. We can ask Mr. John G first, Ganla Temple said with an awkward smile on his face. Well, if it's that GUI.it wouldn't be surprising if he did something. Uzui Tenjin was holding two women in his arms, and there was another one behind him massaging his shoulders. Beikaro, how could you bring your wife to such an occasion? Bussei starts to criticize directly. Are you not convinced? Are you not convinced? Uzui Tenjin grinned and yelled. If you look closely, you can see two muscular rats beside him showing off their muscles to Fuzukawa. This is Uzui Tenjin's whole family is here. Well, the Lord is still here. Lord Uzui is really. The corners of Shinobu Koko's mouth twitched, and she looked like she was suppressing some emotion. So, what about Mr. John G? Asked Yubayashiki Yoya. My lord, although we have been fighting alongside Lord John G, he is not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, so we cannot grasp his movements, Tokaido said, shaking his body. Pants, advanced transition sound effects return again. Under the dark night, the Eternal Paradise sect welcomed an uninvited guest. Excuse me. The believer who came forward to ask questions only said two words and his head was immediately removed. In the hall, Doma, who was sitting on the leader's throne, looked at the person who walked into the hall with a surprised expression. Hello, Lord Doma. Akeza is here to play with you. Akeza's eyes were glowing yellow, and he looked at Doma with his eyelids drooping. Ah, what a rare distinguished guest. Akeza-sama, if you're coming, please let me know in advance. Doma's face is full of happiness. Lord Muzan, have you been summoned recently, Lord Doma? Akeza looked more refined than before. Oh my lord Akeza, how can you be so careless when we are meeting privately? No, I haven't been summoned recently. Doma smiled and shook his hand. Inu sat on the ground and asked, what's wrong, don't you usually say Muzan-sama's name? So it seems that the master really likes you. He has already called you by that name twice, and not in front of him. An expression of envy suddenly appeared on Doma's face. Master Muzan, no, Kibutsuji Muzan. I guess there's no such thing as liking someone. What Akeza said made Doma stunned for a long time. With Doma's small brain, he really couldn't understand why Akeza could say Muzan's full name so openly. And there were no adverse reactions at all. Ha 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 ha. What a shame, didn't he see it from your perspective? Yeah, it would be hard if you were to spy on me every day. Otherwise, Mr. Doma, why don't you try saying the name Muzan Kibutsuji? Akeza walked a few steps to Doma and stared down at his eyes. Doma, who had no emotions, had no idea what Akeza meant at all, and just looked at Akeza with a smile on his face. He didn't say anything because he couldn't imagine that any demon would dare to betray Muzan. Akeza's brows were tightly knitted together. You won't have any emotions no matter what, right? What kind of experience could have shaped this kind of personality? But it doesn't matter. This is completely different from my dislike for you. Doma, I will kill you. After saying this, Akeza turned around and left. He did not take any action. If the two upper ranks fought, Muzan would definitely know. Doma seemed to have completely ignored the words I will kill you. He looked at Akeza with a puzzled look on his face and said, huh? Mr. Akeza, why don't you stay here for a while before you leave? There are delicious. Shut up. Akeza suddenly turned his head, murderous intent bursting out of his eyes. No matter what, the character Akeza wants to kill the most is Doma. Oh, the floor is falling. New transition sound effect. Come and guess what it is. At noon one day. So you are the companion of that kid called Zhang Ji. He asked you to come to me to forge weapons for you? An uncle had an unhappy look on his face because he had retired. He was Jahua's father. That's right, Akeza came to Zhang Ji's hometown in this world, the village at the foot of the mountain of not a spider fan. Yes, my name is Komeji. If you don't believe me, you can ask Ji. Akeza knelt in front of Yuka's father, being very polite. Jahua's father was speechless. How the hell did he know where Zhang Ji was? Are you a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? The Demon Slayer Corps should have a dedicated swordsmith to forge weapons for the team members. Why are you looking for a retired old man like me? Yuka's father obviously didn't want to work. He took a sip of the tea in front of him. Yes, he didn't even pour water for Akeza. Because Ji said, your skills are the best among all the swordsmiths. The forged round fan helped him immensely. He could truly be called the god of forging. Akeza lied without blushing or beating his heart. Snap! Jahua's father smashed the teacup on the coffee table. Ha 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 ha. That boy really has good taste. I've been living in seclusion, but he still discovered my powerful skills? Okay, since you have such good vision, I'll help you this time. Yuka's father was in a good mood, and Akeza's flattery hit the mark. I will make a good sword for you, said Jahua's father as he rolled up his sleeves. Akeza immediately waved his hand and said with a smile, no, you misunderstood, I am not a swordsman, I don't need a knife. The expression on Jahua's father's face froze. That round fan had worn him out. I wonder what kind of good person had developed this weapon. Not only was the shape strange, but there was also such a long chain. You kid don't want to make a weird round fan, do you? No wonder you came to see me. There was a change of mood on Jahua's father's face. No, you misunderstood. I want a weapon I can carry in my hand, something that won't be easily destroyed by force. Brass knuckles would be more suitable, preferably with a sharp blade. Akaza raised his fist and said, "Huh, you scared me. That way, it won't take much material. I should be able to forge it today. Come with me and help me. I need the size of your hand." That's weird. You have a fan and a sickle. How are you supposed to chop off a ghost's head with something like that? Yuka's father took Akaza to the forging place, chattering non-stop. Akaza kept on giving perfunctory responses, with a faint smile on his face all the time. When Akaza was making the brass knuckles, Miss Tamayo was also invited by the crows of Yubayashiki to visit the Demon Slayer Corps' residence. As a demon, I'm supposed to go to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters? Ms. Tamayo looked nervous. The Demon Slayer Corps' pillar training is in full swing. Tanjiro successfully resolved Jiyu's emotional not using his own method, and now he has successfully returned to the team and started training as a pillar. John G was bored and sat on a tree watching the sweaty Demon Slayer Corps members training below. "Oh, long time no see. I heard you participated in the battle against the Upper Moons. There's nothing missing from my body. I'm really lucky. Here, wake up this sluggish body." Tenjin Uzui was very happy to see Tanjiro so lively. Tanjiro trained at Uzui Tenjin's for about 10 days and got permission to go to Tokaido Muchiro's residence. Tanjiro trained with Tokaido for another 5 days. "The coordination of waist and legs is very good, Tanjiro. You can move on to the next pillar now." Tokaido Muchiro's face was full of smiles. Yes, he had expressions, and his memory had been restored. Afterwards, Tanjiro underwent body flexibility training at Kanroji Temple. "I heard from Ganla Temple that they arranged some easy exercises for you. I'm not as naive as Ganla Temple. The training of the snake pillar is about the sword path. In a room where a lot of Demon Slayer Corps members are tied up, Tanjiro competes with the snake pillar using a wooden sword. As long as Tanjiro touches the snake pillar's Haori, he will pass. This one is difficult. Tanjiro will hit his fellow Demon Slayers with his wooden sword." Tanjiro completed the training with great difficulty, and then came to the residence of the wind pillar, Uzui. "Don't be so proud, I don't agree with you." Fuzukawa Miyabi still has a lot of opinions about Tanjiro. "It doesn't matter. I totally disagree with you because you stabbed Nezuko." Tanjiro's face was full of honesty. For some reason, I seemed to see the figure of Rengoku Kyojuro behind him. So, in some ways, their personalities are quite similar. "Kyojuro, let me take a good look at what you taught Tanjiro." The wind pillar had a very serious expression, and Tanjiro also met Zenitsu, who was training with the wind pillar here. His training was simple. Just swing the knife at him and never stop. If you stop, you will be beaten. During this period, Fushigawa Jinya came to find his elder brother, which triggered Fushigawa Sania's rampage. No matter what, even if it means gouging out his brother's eyes, Shima will force his brother to quit the Demon Slayer Corps. Tanjiro couldn't stand it anymore, so he started a physical fight with Shimizu, which eventually turned into a melee. Tanjiro received a formal reprimand from his superiors, and his training with the wind pillar was interrupted. He was also told not to have any contact with the wind pillar. Finally, Tanjiro and Zenitsu came to a deep forest. Zuzu was already sitting cross-legged under the waterfall, which was washing Inishuke's body madly. This kind of wild exercise is just what he wants. The training of the rock pillar requires a high degree of physical training. First, you need to practice being showered by a waterfall, then carrying 3 huge logs, and finally pushing a huge rock forward. Canteen splashing hot sauce. This is a transition effect that can temporarily freeze time. In the Demon Slayer Corps, several eyeballs are moving on the ground, and the word is written in the eyeballs. In the Infinite City, we've found one more person, and now we've discovered the whereabouts of 60% of the Demon Slayer Corps members, but the girl who conquered the sun has not yet been found. Mingnu, who was holding the pipa, had already taken off the cloth that bound her eyes. In her huge single eye was clearly SI. After Hantenga died, Mingnu was promoted to Upper Moon 4 by Muzan. "Mingnu, your growth has exceeded my expectations. That's great." Muzan sat in the boss chair with a map in his hand. "I feel honored to hear you say that." Mingnu thanked her immediately. She herself had never thought that the death of her dog could earn her the favor of the scumbag boss. "Next. Let's go this way," Muzan said and pointed to a location on the map. "Yes, sir." Mingnu then began her mission. Muzan felt particularly good because it wouldn't be long before Nezuko and Yubayashiki would be found. At the Rock Pillar's training ground, Tanjiro was worried about not being able to push the boulder. He had just finished a conversation with Jinya Busi. Tanjiro also got some inspiration. But always felt like there was still something missing. "Tanjiro, it looks like you've run into a problem." A very cheerful voice appeared, and Tanjiro looked up and immediately shouted in surprise, "Brother Rengoku." Kyojuro did not participate in the training of the pillars. He has been following Akaza. He is the only one among the pillars who has experience fighting Akaza. But Akaza seemed to have left and gone to a place far away, so Kyojuro came here and wanted to see Tanjiro. Young man, no matter what difficulties you encounter, just do it. Let the heart burn. Kyojuro uttered these 4 words loudly. These 4 words in Tanjiro's ears gave him a feeling of enlightenment. Finally, with the effort, the boulder was pushed and Tanjiro fell to the ground due to dehydration, and his consciousness began to fade. It wasn't until the rock pillar poured water on his face that he came to his senses. The rock pillar expressed his approval of Nezuko and Tanjiro. Nezuko had also fought at the risk of her life in the previous battles, and many people's lives were saved because of Nezuko's actions. Tanjiro also learned about the rock pillars passed from him. He had adopted some children, but although they were not related by blood, they all lived in harmony and helped each other like a family. The rock pillar had intended to live like this forever. But one day, a child did not listen to the instructions and did not go home after the sun went down, and he met a ghost. In order to save his own life, he reached an agreement with the ghost. He would lead the way and let the ghost eat the rock pillar and the other 8 children. Because the area where he lived at that time had a deep-rooted legend of evil ghosts harming people, he would light the wisteria incense burner every night. The child extinguished the smoke from the incense burner, threw away the incense burner, and led the ghost into the temple. Soon 4 people were killed. The rock pillar tried his best to protect the remaining 4 children, but 3 of them did not listen to him. Those children might have thought that the rock pillar was very thin at the time because of limited food, and he could not speak loudly because of weak chi, and he could not see. What use could such an adult be? Only the youngest, Seo, listened to the rock pillar and hid behind him. As expected, the 3 children had their throats cut by the demon. The rock pillar, wanting to protect Sayaka, punched the demon. He himself didn't realize how much strength he had, and he kept beating the demon's head until dawn. Then, the only child who was protected by the rock pillar at the risk of his life said to the people who came, "That person is a monster." Everyone was killed by him. The ghost's body turned into dust and disappeared, leaving only the child's body and the rock pillar at the scene. So, Jiomei of Baiming Island was sentenced for murder and thrown into prison, and was later rescued by Kyuya Yubayashiki. Ever since then, I've become very suspicious, and of course, of you as well. No matter how kind a person is, their true nature will be revealed in life and death situations. You've done a great job with my training, kid. Jiomei Hirame touched Tanjiro's head and a relieved smile appeared on his face. Grandma Lee knocks on the door. Open. Advanced transition sound effect. Wind Pillar Uzui Mitsuya was in a bad mood. One of the previous pillar training sessions, where the pillars were fighting each other, was interrupted by Tanjiro, who was unaware of the situation. It was also revealed that he liked to eat heiji machi and drink matcha, so he punched Tanjiro and ran away. Kai Kixiu, what's that guy doing? He's such a brat who doesn't play by the rules. Fuzukawa Miyabi looked unhappy. A gust of night wind blew. Shia suddenly felt something, and he swung his hand in one direction and grabbed something sticky. What is this? When Fuzukawa Miya opened his hand, a thing that looked like an eyeball and was crushed by him appeared in his sight. In the eyeball, the word could be clearly seen. The crescent moon hangs in the night sky. The condition seemed to be worsening again, and the pain in the body began to appear again. Although it was much better than the last time when he was bedridden, Yubayashiki Kazuya knew that this was a signal that his condition would soon deteriorate to the same level as before. He was lying in the middle of the living room, with all the doors open, and his wife, Yubayashiki Yamane, was kneeling beside him. In the silent courtyard, the sound of leather shoes walking could be heard. Are you here? Nice to meet you, Muzan. Muzan. Yubayashiki Kazuya turned his head. His face was wrapped in bandages, and it was obvious that he couldn't see anything. At the door, Muzan was dressed appropriately, wearing a coat and even a tie. What an ugly posture. Yubayashiki. Muzan's face showed no emotion. You finally came to me, right before my eyes. Muzan Kibutsuji. Our clan. The Demon Slayer Corps, the demon we've been pursuing for thousands of years. Amane, what does he look like? Yubayashiki Yoya tried his best to keep his tone calm and sat up with the help of Tianyan. He looks to be a man around 25 to 30 years old, but his eyes are plum red, and his pupils are slender like a cat's. Tianyan looked at Muzan as he described his appearance. She didn't show any nervousness, as if she already knew her fate. Is that so? I thought you would definitely come. You must have a deep hatred for me and the Yubayashiki clan, right? If it's just me, you will definitely come and kill me yourself. A smile actually appeared on Yubayashiki Kazuya's face. No one except Yubayashiki Kazuya knew that in the living room of this room, behind the screen, sat a man. A few days ago, in Yubayashiki Kyuya's room. Your plan seems likely to succeed, but the cost is too horrific. You should know that the women of the priest family have to marry into the cradle of the family for generations. This means that every generation of women who marry into the cradle of the family will have to witness their children die young. Now, you still want those 2 children and your wife to be buried with you. Zhang Ji sat cross-legged beside the delivery room, his hand still on the head of a child in the delivery room. Mr. Zhang Ji, in order to eliminate the origin of demons, Muzan, this is a necessary sacrifice. Only by defeating Muzan can the curse of our clan be lifted. We are willing to do this. Yubayashiki Tenon said with a firm expression. Zhang Ji exerted a little force on his hands, turned the child whose head he was rubbing towards him and asked, "What's your name?" Lord Zhang Ji, my name is Yubayashiki Hikaru. Hikaru was very polite. Do you know what you are going to face? You will die, and there will be no body left. It will be very painful. Zhang Ji said, looking at Rixion's little face. Mr. Zhang Ji, this is the fate of our clan. As long as Muzan can be killed, my life is not worth mentioning at all. Rixion's little face showed the same determination as her mother. I'm sorry, I can't understand that. If you want to die, just go alone. It's fine to take your wife with you. But this child, even if she doesn't live past 30, she still has many years to live. As she really lived a real life. The child doesn't look like a child anymore. Zhang Ji raised his hand and gently patted Rixion on the back of the head. Open. Okay, I'll be frank, I don't really care about the feud between your clan and Muzan. I just have to kill him for some reason. Remove the explosives. I'll stay with you. Send the child to a safe place. Muzan is very timid. Except for the explosives, your other plans can be carried out as usual. To Muzan, I am more terrifying than explosives. And the ghost girl hiding in the back, who can make the potion that turns ghosts into humans, is no longer needed. My strength surpasses that of ghosts. Whether you believe it or not, you have to believe it. It's not up to you. As Zhang Ji spoke, his eyes slowly twisted, and his kaleidoscope burst into bursts of red light. Kratom, pulling off pants and rubbing, Uchiha transition sound effect. Come and guess who it is. At this moment, Muzan, dressed in a suit and tie, stood in front of the unrecognizable Yubayashiki Koya. I've completely lost interest. I don't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. For 1,000 years, the head of my clan has been constantly obstructing me, and now this is the end. Muzan glanced at Yubayashiki and continued, ugly, so ugly. You're already starting to stink like a corpse, Yubayashiki. When Yubayashiki Yuya heard this, his emotions clearly fluctuated. Yes, the doctor said half a year ago that I didn't have many days left to live, but even so, I'm still alive. The doctor had nothing to say. This is all because I was determined to defeat you. Muzan. The bandage on Yubayashiki Kazuya's face slipped off, revealing a blind eye, which suddenly burst into brilliance. Your vague and empty dream should end tonight. I will kill you. Muzan did not rush to take action. In his eyes, Yubayashiki was no different from a rotten little animal on the roadside. Everything is under his control. You may not know that you and I are of the same blood. Because you spoke 1,000 years ago, so your blood should be very far apart. Yubayashiki Yuya raised his head, as if he wanted to get closer to Muzan, although even if he was too close, he couldn't see anything. I don't have any feelings. What do you want to express? Muzan's face was calm. Yubayashiki calmed his breathing and spoke slowly. Because a monster like you appeared in our clan is cursed. All the children born are weak and sickly, and they die soon. When the bloodline was about to be cut off, we received advice from the Divine Lord. A demon appeared in our bloodline that we had to devote all our efforts to defeating him so that the bloodline of our clan would not be cut off. Since then, we have won wives from the priest's family for generations, but even so, no one among us can survive for more than 30 years. Yubayashiki has a deep hatred for Muzan. This is a blood feud that has been condensed for thousands of years. This is ridiculous and disgusting. Is your illness written all over your head? Those things had no cause and effect at all. Because I haven't been punished by heaven. Even though I killed hundreds of thousands of humans, I was forgiven. In these past 1,000 years, I haven't seen either God or Buddha. Muzan had a smile on his face. It should be said that Muzan was a staunch materialist. Muzan. What is your dream? What have you been dreaming about for the past 1,000 years? A smile appeared on Yubayashiki's face that Muzan could not understand. Muzan looked at Yubayashiki's face and felt a strange feeling in his heart. The person in front of him was the culprit of the Demon Slayer Corps who had been hindering him, but he did not feel any hatred. This strange feeling of nostalgia. A sense of relief. It's disgusting. There are only Yubayashiki and his wife here. There are no guards or anything else. As the king of ghosts, nothing around him can escape his perception. But obviously, the unperceivable Zhang Ji was not among them. Zhang Ji was sitting cross-legged less than 5 meters away from Muzan. Let me guess, Muzan, I understand your heart. You dream of eternity. Your desire is immortal. Yubayashiki's blind eye stared at Muzan as if he saw him. Muzan's expression was calm, and he replied in a tone without any emotion, yes, you are right, and it will be realized soon, as long as I get Nezuko. Your dream will never come true, Muzan. Shanya said with a slight smile on his scarred face. Are you confident about where Nezuko is hidden? But it doesn't matter. I'm different from you. I have plenty of time. Muzan seemed very patient. You misunderstood. I know what eternity is. Just as Yubayashiki was about to continue using his words to persuade Muzan, something strange happened. Huh, are you lost, little one? Zhang Ji supported his chin and said while looking at an eyeball not far away in his sight, his eyes bursting with a violent aura. Mingno from Infinite City got goosebumps all over her body and collapsed to the ground in fear. Obviously, what Mingnu saw, Muzan could also see. Nanny, those eyes. It's the same guy as before. Why didn't I find it in this room? A look of fear appeared on Muzan's calm face. Swish, a sickle with a chain on it flew across the sky and wrapped around Muzan's neck in the blink of an eye. Morata. Success. John G kicked over the screen with arrogance written all over his face. This thing.is made of the same material as the Nicaran sword. Muzan grabbed the chain. Even if his head was chopped off, he wouldn't die, but as a normal ghost, he didn't want his head to suddenly move. Susanoo. Behind John G, a blood-red half-body Susanoo appeared, and a skeletal arm swept out and grasped Muzan's body firmly in its hand. Okay, madam, take Yubayashiki away. After this battle, ghosts will no longer exist, John G said with his back to Yubayashiki Kazuya and Yubayashiki Amane. Excuse me, Lord John G. Yubayashiki Tenon also changed the way she addressed John G from Mr. to Sir. At this time, around the Demon Slayer Corps, Crow is conveying a message to all the pillars. Emergency call, the Yubayashiki residence is under attack. The Yubayashiki residence is under attack. The pillars all looked extremely anxious and rushed to the Yubayashiki residence frantically. Of the 9 pillars, 8 were dispatched, and Rengoku Kyojuro was not among them. Come on, duck neck, lazy eye advanced transition sound effect. Teacher, that guy is his teacher. Is he here too? What a mistake. Relying on Mingnu to explore this area was indeed a mistake. I should have explored it myself. Muzan is very cautious, even to the point of being timid. Black blood tripterigium. Pitch black thorns with sharp spikes sprouted from all parts of Muzan's body, and he launched a counterattack. Would release, great forest technique. John G stretched out one hand forward, and several thick wooden vines grew out of his arm. The two people's moves looked very similar. Fire style, dragon flame song technique. All the wooden vines in John G's hands were entangled with the black thorns. He suddenly raised his fan and sprayed several dragon head-shaped flames at Muzan. Substantial flames? Why? Why has this kind of intelligence never appeared before? This weird arm. It's so hard. Veins bulged in Muzan's arms as he tried to break free from the control of Susanoo's arms. Oh no, I'm going to be hit by the flames. How can it be so fast? Boom, dragon flame sings, all hits. Susanoo's arm threw Muzan into the air, and then a heart-pounding power began to gather on the arm. Muzan, that's Muzan Kibutsuji. Even if your neck is cut off, you won't die. The roar of Yubayashiki Amane was heard. It was the pillars, they had arrived. That guy. That's it. That man. Kibutsuji. The pillars looked at the figure in midair and were all shocked for a moment because it was Muzan. Muzan. Tanjiro's eyes were bloodshot, and for a moment he seemed to be about to activate his markings. Mist breathing 4. Breathing of insects, dance of butterflies. Breathing of snakes 1. Breathing of love 5. Breathing of water 3. Breathing of wind 7. Breathing of sound 2. In just a moment, all the pillars launched an attack. The god of fire Kagura, Yang Weitu. Tanjiro gritted his teeth. Yasaka no Kao. Why the hell did you show up at this time? The pillars were already close to Muzan. With John G's Megatama, it was unclear whether Muzan would die or not, but most of the pillars would probably die. Tisk. It's too late. John G cancelled his skill, Yasaka Megatama. But as soon as he finished speaking, the environment in which everyone was located changed instantly. Infinite City appeared. The Infinite City in another space dispersed everyone in the blink of an eye. Do you think you've cornered me? Go to hell, you annoying ghost hunters, I will kill you all tonight. Muzan's face was full of excitement. This time he was sure that the scary man with cracks on his face was not here. It's you who's going to hell, Muzan. I will never let you go and I will definitely defeat you. Tanjiro's feet were empty and he fell from a great height. Try it if you can, Kamadu, Tanjiro. Muzan glanced at Tanjiro coldly and was about to leave when a string of blood-red Megatama broke through the wall and exploded in his chest. Boom. A. The Megatama exploded instantly, and dark flesh and blood gushed out of Muzan's body, completely wrapping his body. After the explosion, the upper half of Muzan's body completely disappeared. It was completely blown away. Damn kid. Although he had no head, Muzan made a resentful sound. Then, as the buildings continued to transform, Muzan's figure disappeared. This is Infinite City. It's really chaotic, but it doesn't matter. John G walked steadily on the building. Even if the building in front of him was tilted or upside down, he didn't care, because he gathered chakra under his feet and could walk on any place as if it were flat ground. Tanjiro, who was falling, was caught by Jiyu. Tanjiro, who had just been pulled to Jiyu's side, was immediately attacked by demons, but without exception, all of them were beheaded with one sword. The strength of these demons was no match for the two of them. Kanroji and Aguro were separated by the Infinite Castle, while Muchiro was with Gume Hirame. Everyone was attacked by a demon. The demon's strength was probably at the lower level, and seemed to be endless. Zenitsu was running wildly in the Infinite Castle. He heard some noise and his target was very clear. There's a sound, that guy might be nearby. I won't let that guy off. I won't forgive him. Zenitsu's face was solemn. No one had ever seen Zenitsu so serious. Shinobu Koko was walking in a long corridor. She smelled the scent of blood, and gradually, a pond with many wooden bridges appeared in her sight. There are many lotus flowers planted in the pond. and the water in the pond was mixed with blood. On the wooden bridge a dozen girls covered in blood were lying. Is she here? Wow, it's a girl. You look so young and delicious. I'll have to thank the little Ming girl later. Doma turned his head, a smile in his rainbow-colored pupils, his mouth covered in blood, and in his hand he held a half-eaten arm. Looking at the ghost in front of her, Shinobu Koko's mind once again recalled that painful memory. She will never forget that incident even until her death. His sister was killed by a demon and died in his arms. Before she died, she gently stroked his face and asked him to quit the Demon Slayer Corps. Connie just wants Shinobu Koko to be happy like an ordinary girl, and live an ordinary life until she grows old. But, Shinobu Koko just wants to know what kind of ghost it is that she is determined to avenge her sister. It was a ghost with blood on its head. Nice to meet you, I'm Doma, what a wonderful evening, Doma said as he picked up his hat. There was a spot on his hair that was as red as if it had been splashed with blood. A carefree smile and calm and gentle speech. Help, help. Save me, save me. There was a girl who was not yet dead. Her face was covered with tears and she stretched out her hand to Shinobu Koko. SHH, we're talking now. Doma raised a finger to his lips, his eyes revealing tenderness, and his voice was very easygoing. Doma swung his fan, and the ice crystals carried by the fan formed an arc. The moment Doma's fan attacked the girl, Koko Ninja moved, and she held the girl and moved to another location. Are you okay? A gentle smile appeared on Shinobu Koko's face. Wow, that's fast, is it the pillar? Doma's eyes narrowed with laughter. The girl held in Shinobu Koko's arms suddenly spurted out a lot of blood, and her body was cut into several pieces as if it had been hit by a sharp blade. Just like her sister had died in her arms. It's okay, just leave it there, I'll eat it all later, hey. Doma seemed to be in a very good mood. The weapon used by that demon is a sharp fan. Shinobu Koko slowly turned her head, and her eyes immediately focused on the golden fan in Doma's hand. I am the founder of the Eternal Paradise religion. It is my duty to share happiness with my believers. I will also help the child eat everything. Doma stood up, waving the fan in his hand and briefly introduced himself. Shinobu Koko was absolutely certain that the guy in front of her was the ghost who killed her sister. Everyone's happiness, what nonsense are you talking about? This person doesn't want it at all, and she is asking for help. Shinobu Koko's face was cold. So didn't I save her? That child will never feel pain, discomfort, or fear again. Because everyone is afraid of death, I eat them, and they will live with me through eternity. I accepted the emotions, blood, and flesh of the believers, granted them salvation, and led them to new heights. Doma placed his hands on his chest, his face filled with ecstasy. Are you crazy? Is your brain okay? This is disgusting. The veins on Shinobu Koko's forehead began to bulge. It's so hurtful when we first meet. By the way, poor child, you have something sad. I will listen. Tell me. Doma's face softened. What's there to be sad about? It was you who killed my sister. Do you still remember this, Haori? Shinobu Koko raised her hand and grabbed her Haori. Her anger had reached the critical point. Doma looked at the girl in front of her, and slowly, another figure appeared in her mind. Is she the girl who breathes flowers? She was a gentle and lovely child. I couldn't eat her because the sun was out. I remember that I wanted to eat her dry. Net. Breath of insects, dance of bee fangs. Shinobu Koko could no longer bear Doma's insane remarks, and stabbed a sword into Doma's left eye. The slender blade pierced Doma's head. What a powerful thrust, I couldn't even block it with my hands. Blood demon art, lotus leaf ice. Doma swept the fan in his hands across, sweeping out large pieces of ice crystals. The temperature around him dropped immediately, and the surrounding lotus flowers became like ice sculptures. Shinobu Koko drew out her Nichiren sword and dodged the attack with a backflip. It's so cold, it feels like my lungs are going to rip apart. A layer of frost also appeared on Shinobu Koko's face and the back of her hands. So fast, really fast. But it's so pitiful. The stabbing skill can't kill the demon. The neck, you have to cut it off. The wound on Doma's eye began to heal, and blood flowed out. He pressed the fan against the corner of his eye, and the blood flowed into his mouth. If stabbing doesn't kill you, how about poison? As Shinobu Koko twisted the handle of her sword, Doma's face turned purple. He fell to the ground and spat out a lot of blood. Doma kept coughing up blood, and soon, his surroundings were covered with his own blood. Cough cough cough, goo-ha, the poison. Seems to have dissolved. Sorry. Doma decomposed Koko Shinobu's poison, and he looked very excited and wanted to try Koko Shinobu's poison. This is the 5th time. This doesn't work either. It's no longer effective. It's becoming less and less effective. How many times can you mix the poison? You're having trouble breathing and you're sweating a lot. Are you okay? Your alveoli are necrotic because you just inhaled my vampire magic. Doma opened the fan to cover the lower half of his face, but his expression remained the same, and it hasn't changed at all until now. It's no longer effective. You can only use combos to inject a large amount of poison. Just as Shinobu Koko was about to attack, the ceiling exploded and a figure spun around and landed between her and Doma. It's a man covered with blue stripes. No. A ghost. Upper point 3. Akaza. Why are two upper-ranked demons appearing in the same place? You really think highly of me? Shinobu Koko gritted her teeth. She was already prepared to die, knowing that this was an upper rank. Oh my, why is Lord Akaza here? Didn't that master arrange an opponent for you? And this sound that keeps appearing in my ears. What is this? Handsome guy comes out with his own electronic music BGM. Doma sees Akaza. An expression of old friends meeting appeared on his face, and he quickly trotted to Akaza's side, raising his hand to put it on Akaza's shoulder. Snap, don't get close to me. Akaza raised his hand and knocked Doma's arm aside, then looked around at the corpses. Yes, they were all women. What's wrong, Lord Akaza? Do you want to fill your stomach? Children around here can eat it, but please make sure to eat it all. I like this child very much and I will bring her happiness. Just don't. Bang, do you really not know or are you just pretending? It makes me sick that I don't eat women. Akaza smashed Doma's jaw with one punch. Just like the time of the Upper Moon Conference. Attacked your own companions? Why? Looking at Akaza's actions, Shinobu Koko, who was unaware of the relationship between the two, was confused. She decided to wait and see, so she slowly took a step back. Where are you going? Since you've worked so hard, I'll devour you. You and I can be happy forever. Bang. Doma had just raised his foot, his jaw had just regenerated, and was about to walk towards Shinobu Koko, when his jaw was broken again by Akaza. Mr. Akaza, you are aware of the current situation, right? Don't play this little game with me. We must complete what that master has instructed us to do. Doma's jaw recovered again, and he still had that smile on his face that made Akaza feel sick. How can I repair it? Sure enough, no matter what time, you are such an annoying guy to me. Looking at this face that he always hated, a surge of anger rushed straight into Akaza's intuition. Okay, I still have things to do, Lord Akaza, I'll be with you later. Doma smiled and waved the fan in his hand at Akaza, then was about to go find Shinobu Koko. Oh no. What should I do? Two upper-rank demons. There's no other choice but to fight to the death. Shinobu Koko's face was determined, and she held the Nichiren sword tightly in her hand. Breathing of flame, first form, Shiranui, accompanied by a burst of hurried footsteps, a fiery red figure broke through the wooden wall. The blade was wrapped in a flaming aura, and in the blink of an eye it rushed to Doma's side. Mr. Purgatory, there's a chance, Mr. Purgatory is here, maybe, we can win. Seeing this flaming figure, Butterfly Shinobu suddenly felt the pressure reduced. Doma used his fan to block, but the knife pressed the fan and still cut into Doma's shoulder halfway. Nice slash, but unfortunately, I didn't cut the neck. Things like a ghost wanting to chop off my neck. Doma was halfway through his words when a strong gust of wind came from the back of his head. He immediately dodged to the side, and Akaza's fist stopped at the tip of Kyojuro's nose, and a gust of wind from the fist blew Kyojuro's hair. You missed, Kyojuro. He didn't even hit the neck, so where's that move with the ridiculously long name? Akaza retracted his fists, took out a pair of brass knuckles from his pocket, and put them on his fists. How dare you say that about me? You didn't miss either, didn't you? And why didn't you wear brass knuckles from the beginning? Kyojuro made a sword flower with the sword in his hand, then sheathed the sword. He held the handle tightly with his right hand, and his eyes seemed to be burning with flames as he stared at Doma. What do you care? Akaza curled his lips and clenched his fists, making a series of noises. Shinobu Koko. Doma. What's going on? Is that the upper 3 demon? Didn't he almost kill Mr. Rengoku before? Shinobu Koko was completely bewildered, and for a moment she didn't dare to approach Rengoku Kyojuro. Hey, Mr. Akaza, there should be a limit to joking. Why are you playing team games with ghost hunters? That gentleman will definitely know. Stop making trouble. That pillar is the flame pillar, right? I'll leave it to you. Doma smiled and waved at Akaza, seemingly not realizing the seriousness of the matter. That lord. Who is it? Who's master? Oh, you're talking about that guy Muzan, right? Doma, let me tell you something that is bound to happen. No misfortune. It's over. You don't even know what fear is anyway, so why did Muzan erase your memory? What a coward. Akaza had a smile on his face. When he thought about how he would soon be able to smash Doma's head, he felt a wave of sour and refreshing feeling running through his body. It's really cool. Butterfly, it's over. Thank you for your hard work. You've worked very hard. You must be tired now, right? It's time to rest. Stay away, the noise will be huge. Kyojuro nodded to Shinobu Koko and spoke like an elder brother. So what's going on now? I don't understand at all. Has Mr. Purgatory teamed up with the ghost? Shinobu Koko couldn't understand why ghost hunters and ghosts were mortal enemies. I'm so annoyed, woman. Whatever you want, if you die later, I won't save you. Akaza shouted angrily, kicked his feet and rushed out. Doma didn't know why his colleague wanted to rape him, but the words came to his mind. You'd better not let me get the fist blade made of the Sunwill sword, otherwise, killing you will be too easy. That's what Akaza said at the beginning, so he had reason to believe that what Akaza was carrying in his hand was that thing. He's really serious. It's even more outrageous than Muzan liking women's clothing. Akaza Dano, you're only a third. You're no match for me. A second. Every time Doma's fan is waved, it emits bursts of frost crystals. This thing has a great effect on humans, but it has no effect on Akaza. It can be said to be useless. Bang! Akaza punched Doma's stomach, leaving a big hole, and Doma used his fan to cut off Akaza's arm. Breathing of Flame 5 forms Flame Tiger Kai. Kyojuro was extremely fast and approached the two of them in an instant. He suddenly drew his sword out of its sheath, as if he had pulled a tiger out of the sheath. This sword strike was a slash with a drawn sword, and the position was very tricky. Not only Doma, but also Akaza's body was hit by the sword. He even killed his OWN.NO, his own ghost, who looked like a comrade. What do you mean, Mr. Purgatory wants to deal with two upper-ranked demons at once? I can't fall behind, I must risk my life to help Mr. Purgatory. Coco Ren made a conclusion in an instant, and she immediately raised her knife to go forward and finish the job. A 3-string sword and a tube of poison. Good cut, hit the target. Kyojuro, get out of the way. Destruction killing annihilation style. The part of Akaza that was cut regenerated along with his arm. He punched out with both fists, and a strong fighting spirit burst out from his whole body. Kyojuro bent his body, but he didn't leave. He just barely avoided Akaza's fists. Breathing of Flame, Form 2, Rising Flame Sky. Kyojuro slashed from bottom to top with his sword. So fast, Lord Akaza, are you serious? Betrayal. Just as Akaza's fist was approaching Doma's head, Akaza's body moved a little. Boom! Akaza's fist hit. The knife flashed, and Kyojuro's knife also hit. Kyojuro succeeded in his attack and immediately retreated. This time, when he was teaming up with a demon, he could take it slow and steady without having to fight desperately. He absolutely could not withstand a counterattack from a demon, especially an upper-ranked demon. This feeling. Is not the head. Just die in peace. The thought of you still being alive makes me sick to my stomach. It doesn't matter to Akaza, he just uses the Nichiren sword to chop his neck in broad daylight. The third brother is not afraid at all. When the smoke and dust cleared, Doma was found to have been cut open from the crotch, with the wound extending all the way to his abdomen, and Akaza's fists pierced through his chest. Akoza. Ahem. Your Excellency. If you do this. That adult. Ahem. Will. Shut up. Akaza exerted force with both hands and tore Doma's body into two halves, then punched Doma in the face, smashing half of his face. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, Mr. Akaza, are you still holding back? Doma's body immediately began to regenerate, but even so, he did not feel any other unhappy emotions in his heart, and there was still a smile on his face that made Akaza feel sick. Akaza frowned, but after a few seconds, he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, gee, I'll have to use your method in the end. You are so evil. Akaza laughed loudly and reached into his abdomen. He pulled out a bloody scroll from his stomach. So disgusting. Butterfly couldn't help but complain. One day before, Akaza saw that man again. The man just sat on the edge of the cliff with his back to him. He didn't have any scary aura and didn't even speak. But Akaza could never forget that godlike figure in the infinite castle. Oh, Komeiji, you really came. I thought you wouldn't come. It's broad daylight now. Don't you feel any discomfort? Zhang-Ji stood beside Madara. A crow was squatting on his shoulder. The crow's eyes were the same Sharingan as Zhang-Ji's. It was a crow controlled by the power of the Sharingan, and Zhang-Ji used this crow to notify Akaza. I don't feel any discomfort at all. I've even gotten rid of Muzan's control. Akaza's face was a little nervous. That man was right in front of him. Congratulations. Komeiji, Muzan should be showing up soon. By then, both Doma and Kokushibo will show up together. If we leave it to the Demon Slayer Corps to handle, I'm afraid there will be casualties. Akaza immediately said, I'll do my part. Whether it's Doma or Kokushibo, I can fight. Zhang-Ji walked into Akaza upon hearing that and looked Akaza up and down. His current appearance was, Komeiji, you are different from other demons. Even though you have become a demon, your personality is not so distorted. I certainly believe that you can kill Doma or Kokushibo now. We can just put it off until daytime, right? Let's not talk about Kokushibo for now. Doma's words can no longer be understood in conventional ways. Even if you kill him, he doesn't know what death means. He has no emotions. The moment you kill him, he won't harbor any resentment or anger towards you. Akaza was somewhat surprised. Zhang-Ji had clearly never met Doma, so why did he know so much? It doesn't matter. Just kill them. If I disappear completely, I won't be an eyesore anymore. Akaza frowned, and Doma's disgusting face appeared in his mind again. Suddenly, he was stunned, and the scene of his first meeting with Zhang-Ji came back to his mind. If you're weak, just run away. Fear of the sun, or anything else, the strong never care about the reasons why the weak run away. The humiliation I felt at that time was even worse than knocking him down head-on. Gee, I roughly understand what you mean, but that guy won't feel anything no matter what he says. Everything he does is right in his eyes. Akaza's expression was a little unnatural. Komeiji, of course I know, so. As Zhang-Ji spoke, he took out a scroll from his arms and threw it to Akaza. Akaza asked with a puzzled look, what is this? My teacher's technique has been sealed in this scroll using ninja methods. This is a gift that should allow Doma to gain his own emotions. Zhang walked behind Madara after he finished speaking and sat down cross-legged. He began to think about how to protect his own safety if he returned to the ninja world. After all, I don't even have a complete Susanoo, so I probably can't even eat a duck neck. That man's jutsu, it can't be. In the Infinite City, the meteorites falling from the sky stimulated his senses. Oh, by the way, Komeiji, if Muzan dies, all the demons will die, right? You're no exception, are you? Zhang turned his head and asked with a smile. It doesn't matter if I die, Lien Shui is still waiting for me at the gate of hell. Akaza's face revealed a relieved smile in the sunlight. Is that so? Then I wish you happiness. If you really cut the connection with Muzan and don't die, the promise I made to you before will still be valid. Zhang nodded at him. Promise? You said is that a promise? Akaza was stunned. The more time went by, the less he believed in that matter. After all, resurrecting the dead, that's snatching someone from the hands of death. Yes, that's the Uchiha's promise. You are so lucky to be trusted by someone like G. Well, if you want to play, then go ahead and play as much as you can, G. The man who was like a god in Akaza's eyes, spoke. Cook a takeout. Advanced transition sound effects return for a limited time. Doma, I'm so envious that you don't have any worries, do you? I don't know what this thing is, but the look in G's eyes tells me it's not going to be pleasant. It's time to change your expression. In the Infinite Castle, Akaza holds a scroll in his hand and shouts Doma's name loudly. It's just an ordinary scroll. Lord Akaza, I'm still quite worried. How will that lord deal with the betrayer? You might feel even worse. Why did you betray me? It was because of that master that you were able to. So annoying, you keep talking non-stop. Now the situation is very clear. You're done. Shinobu Koko's face was filled with rage as she pointed her knife at Doma. Blood demon art, cold white princess, that's really too much. I haven't even finished what I'm saying yet, and I look so gentle. Doma's body has almost completely regenerated. He created 2 ice lotuses in the shape of girls. The girls, emitting cold air, opened their mouths and blew out large amounts of freezing air. Breathing of flame, secret technique, 9 forms, purgatory. Kyojuro took a step forward, and no one could see his figure anymore. All they could see was a blazing flame like hell. It's coming. I can't take it head on with my abilities, I have to dodge. But this range, Sequanliu. Chop the wind. Akaza raised one hand into a knife shape and slashed fiercely in the direction of Shinobu Koko. Boom! The ground in front of Shinobu Koko suddenly cracked, as if it was split open by Akaza with his hand knife from a distance. This move had great power, and a wave of air stood in front of Shinobu Koko like a wall. The freezing wind was blocked. Zine. Doma had already released the Iceman at this time, and the flames covered the Iceman and everything else. Kyojuro's roar came from the flames. It hit the neck. But before you cut my neck, you will die first. Sorry, you tried so hard, but I still won. Doma used a fan to block his neck. The fan was cut off, but the knife was stuck in Doma's neck. Doma held the fan in his other hand and poked Kyojuro in the chest. The sound of the fan poking into flesh was heard, and Akaza's hand tried to block it. The fan pierced Akaza's palm, and Doma's hand holding the fan was held tightly by Akaza, unable to move forward any further. The ghost helped Mr. Purgatory block the attack. Are they so close? When did this happen? Shinobu Koko opened her mouth slightly, completely unable to understand. Oh my, Akaza Dano is actually helping a human like this? This is so unfair. It appeared. In Akaza's sight, the smiling face that made him feel sick appeared again. How can I repair it? So why don't you use that move with the ridiculously long name? And you, Doma, you're done. Akaza scolded Doma and Kyojuro, then shook his hand and the scroll popped open, and he threw it hard at Doma's face. What is this? Such beautiful pupils. In Doma's sight, Uchiha Madara's Mangekyo Sharinan appeared. Since I was young, I have been very gentle and smart. No matter when, I will help the poor and bring them happiness, because this is my mission. There are rainbows in this child's eyes. He must have a strange eye disease. White oak-like hair color is a sign of unhealthiness. This child is very special and looks seriously ill. The young Doma was a little confused. He felt something was wrong, but he didn't know what. The scene changes. Young Doma found himself drinking medicine. Yes, my mother said that there was something wrong with me when I was born. I have a serious illness. If you are sick, you need to take medicine to recover. The young Doma drank the medicine in front of him in one gulp. It tasted very bitter. It's your birthday, happy birthday, kid. In a trance, Doma saw his mother holding a gift. Doma took the gift and a smile appeared on his face. As expected, my mother loves me the most. He feels very happy now. What is father doing? Why is he sleeping with these ants? Doma looked at his ragged father and the unfamiliar ant, his face full of confusion. Why are you here? Get out of here. The father looked very angry. Snap, hey, why did you hit me? He was very confused and puzzled. Child, this is your favorite candy. Doma took the candy from his mother's hand and put it in his mouth. It was very sweet. Mother, father and stranger ants sleep together. Is that so? He couldn't understand the expression on his mother's face, but she looked very sad. That night, a pool of blood. Mother killed all the ants who slept with my father with a knife. Child. Mother. Is not a good mother. You must be strong. Doma watched his mother cut his own neck with a knife. Blood. Bleeding. Bleeding. Mother. Is she dead? Why do you want to die? Tears rolled down Doma's eyes. He felt sad. Huh, oh yeah. I'm grown up. Oh, right, my father doesn't want me anymore. I've been wandering around on my own until now. Is that that man? In front of Doma, his father appeared with a woman by his side. I feel hot. White. A very hot feeling rushed to my head. Doma was furious and rushed towards his father, but it was useless. With his frail body, he could do nothing. Instead, he was beaten up by his father's followers. The dying Doma always felt that something was missing. He couldn't explain it clearly, but his health was not good to begin with, and those rainbow-colored pupils were evidence of eye disease. Until he met Muzan. Muzan gave him blood and he became a ghost. Doma killed his father, he succeeded, and a feeling of great satisfaction filled his heart. But soon a feeling of emptiness swept over him. Smash Weru, a man who looks very arrogant, pauses time, causing the scene to change. That thing was given to you by Zhang Ji, right? Can you kill upper-rank demons? Kyojuro asked with a frown. The Doma in front of him had a calm expression on his face, as if he had lost consciousness. He just stood there motionless, and the scroll had long since slipped from his face. I don't know how you feel, but if this thing can really do what Ji said, I feel ahem. That's wonderful. A very strange look appeared on Akaza's face. Why does he look like that? He looks like a ghost. No, it's a ghost. Kyojuro was confused, but as a pillar, he knew clearly that he should have just cut off the demon's neck at this time. Cut his neck first. As Kyojuro raised his foot, Doma moved and he somersaulted backwards several times. What's going on? Why didn't you chop it just now? Isn't it full of energy again? I should have attacked earlier, damn it. Shinobu Koko's face was filled with resentment. Shut up, woman, what do you know? I can kill him anytime, anywhere, but there's no better time than now. Deploy the technique, Luojin. Akaza used his backhand to set up his starting stance. Yoshi, I understand, butterfly, look at the ghost's expression. Kyojuro immediately understood what Akaza meant. Shinobu Koko frowned and looked over, only to see Doma's face was frosty and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Mr. Purgatory, I don't understand what you mean. This clearly looks more dangerous than before. Shinobu Koko gritted her teeth and asked her question. Yeah, so what's the point of doing this? Kyojuro turned around and asked Akaza very straightforwardly. I can't communicate with you mortals, but Ji is different. He really understands me. Akaza smiled and turned into the one who understood Akaza. He already understood it. Doma felt very strange. Wasn't it just the betrayal of an upper rank 3, one level below him? This shouldn't be a big deal. But, Akaza, how dare you betray me? I always considered you my partner. I will never forgive you. Doma shouted angrily, and even a layer of fine frost appeared on his face. Oh, ha 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 ha, that's it, that's how it should be. The smile that made me sick is finally gone, and the tone is making me so happy. Doma, you're awesome. Akaza's face was full of excitement. He kicked his feet and the ground cracked instantly. He rushed towards Doma with a wild momentum. Upper 2 and upper 3 start a gay fight. The attacks from both sides were crazy, and they could hit the target almost every time. The broken bodies would regenerate in the blink of an eye. What is this? The sunny and cheerful boy Kyojuro's head is full of question marks. Kyojuro, this isn't a fair fight, I just want to kill him. Let's go together, kill the evil spirits. Akaza shouted excitedly, and Doma's fan cut off a large piece of flesh from his shoulder. Evil Ghost Slayer. When the 4 words Evil Demon Slayer came out of the mouth of the upper-ranked demon, Shinobu Koko felt that her 3 views had begun to crack. Blood Demon Art, Winter Icicle. As Doma waved his fan, sharp ice cones began to appear in the air and all shot towards Akaza. Sequan style, cut off the water. Akaza didn't care about the ice cone at all and let it pierce his body. He made his hands into knife-like shapes and slashed at Doma's neck from the left and right. You bastard. Isn't it completely different from before? Doma's eyes were red with anger. In just a moment, a huge Iceman appeared in front of him. This Iceman was in the shape of a bodhisattva. Blood Demon Art Mist Ice Water Lily Bodhisattva. Boom! Akaza slashed fiercely at the Water Lily Bodhisattva with both hands. As soon as the Iceman appeared, he was about to crush into pieces. The Iceman put his hands together and suddenly pressed them down, smashing towards Akaza. Breathing of flame, ultimate secret, final form, 18 Hell's karmic fire, mighty and powerful demon-slaying slash. Kyojuro made his move, and the move he had only used against Akaza finally had a second target. The water lily Bodhisattva was chopped into pieces by this sword, but Kyojuro's sword force did not slow down, and his next target was Doma's head. Destruction killing tiger style. Akaza put his fists with brass knuckles together, and in a trance, the fist seemed to become a ferocious tiger head. Brush bang. I don't know whether the sword or the fist arrived first, but Doma's head disappeared. Success! The ghost's head was blown up. My sister's revenge has been achieved, but it's a pity that I couldn't help. Tears appeared in the corners of Shinobu Koko's eyes. Kyojuro's body began to stagger. He took a deep breath and took a step forward to steady himself. Komeiji, that's your original name, right? This ghost isn't dead yet, just like you back then. He's broken through the limit of certain death by decapitation. Don't stop attacking, asshole, go to hell. Kyojuro took a deep breath, and the skin between his eyebrows began to darken, as if burned dotted with stripes. Stripes began to appear. Komeiji, under extreme circumstances, the pillars will activate their markings, which are characterized by marks on their skin that resemble being burned by fire. At that time, their strength will increase by leaps and bounds. As for the price, those who activate the markings generally do not live past the age of 25. Akaza remembered what G had said to him before. Ha, you called me Komeiji, what a surprise. Also, G has told me that if this situation occurs, I will. Akaza was faster than Kyojuro. He raised his hand, grabbed Kyojuro's hair and pulled it back hard. He raised his right hand and hit Kyojuro with a big slap. Calm down, Bakayaro, your temperature is too high and your heartbeat is too fast. If that's the case, you could have eaten lunch for years, but now you can only eat it until you're 25, you bastard. Akaza grabbed Kyojuro's collar and sprayed him in the face. What are you doing? The ghost is about to regenerate, even sunlight can't get in here, so you must not stop attacking. Kyojuro knocked Akaza's hands apart and rushed towards Doma's headless body with his sword. That thing called the markings disappeared. It didn't work. Speaking of which, is it that terrifying that a thing could cause a person to not live past 25? It's like making a deal with the devil, exchanging life for power. And Doma, you can actually break through the limit of beheading. I really didn't expect that. So what? The longer you resist, the more excited I get, kid. Akaza started to move after Kyojuro, but his figure instantly surpassed Kyojuro, and he punched out with great force, piercing Doma's chest. Doma's rebirth is just like his original self, very slow. There was a tumor on my neck that was wriggling and starting to grow upwards. Death? What does death feel like? It doesn't matter, that kind of thing. But why? I feel so unwilling. Suddenly, he saw the images of his parents before they died, the images of the people he had eaten before they died. And all sorts of random animals, unknown humans. I don't want to die, how terrifying. Save me, I'm sorry. Kid. No, I can't die. If I die, there will be nothing left. Doma's subconscious mind was affected. After all, he was Uchiha Madara, the man who would activate the infinite Tsukuyomi in the future. It was too easy to plant psychological hints in a mentally defective person. You don't want to die, right? You don't want to die. It's useless. You're dead. Akaza, with his hands wielding the Hinorai Kusanagi, attacked Doma's body frantically. Kyojuro only regretted that he didn't swing his sword quickly enough, otherwise Doma would have chopped him into pieces. This isn't a fight anymore, this is a one-sided assault. Poison, if you don't die, I'll continue poisoning you. Shinobu Koko joins the battlefield. A large amount of toxins were injected into Doma's body. Doma's body is now pineapple. Finally, Doma's body completely collapsed and began to slowly turn into ashes. Huff. Komeiji, this kind of ghost is really no match for you. His obsession with not dying isn't strong enough. He probably doesn't have any reason to live, right? Kyojuro gasped and sheathed his sword. You seem to know a lot. Why would you, a human who hasn't lived for many years, ask me such a question? You should know that I know more than you do. I know more than you do, Kyojuro. Akaza's face was full of sarcasm. Oh, do you know a lot? If you know so much, why haven't any pillars accepted your invitation to become a ghost after living for so long? Kyojuro responded bluntly. Those who understand will understand. I don't need to explain it to you. I see that you don't understand anything at all, Kyojuro. I won't waste my time talking to you anymore. Goodbye. Akaza raised his head proudly, jumped suddenly, and broke through the ceiling. Shinobu Koko. Are they arguing? Why do they seem to be on good terms? What's wrong with this world? King Gakulaimu Zone, this is a transition effect that can delete time. You are here, right? Come out. I know you are here. Zenitsu stopped at one place, his face was cold. Crunch, an elder's hand with long black nails, opened the door. How do you talk to your brother? Although you look a little more respectable, you still look poor, Zenitsu, long time no see. A man with fangs, pointed ears, and a man with pale skin and black tiger stripes on his face opened the door. Xiaoyu, now that you've turned into a ghost, I no longer consider you my senior brother. Zenitsu replied coldly. At this time, Tanjiro and Gyua were moving frantically in the infinite castle, and the ghosts that popped out from time to time were killed instantly by the two brothers with one sword. Tanjiro's feet suddenly felt empty, and the ground that was clearly there suddenly disappeared. He stretched out his hand, grabbed the edge, and jumped over with a force. "Don't let your guard down." Yi Yang turned around and shouted. Yes, Tanjiro raised his attention to the peak. Tanjiro already understood that the building they were in was like a living thing, pulsating and trying to separate him and Gyua. That they had to meet up with other soldiers as soon as possible and rush to Muzan together. I don't know what Mr. Zhang Ji's current situation is, and where exactly is Muzan. Tanjiro looked anxious. Gaga, death, the death of the upper two. Shinobu Koko and Rengoku Kyojuro survived. There were no casualties. A crow with a piece of paper hanging around its neck flew over the two of them, delivering the news. The upper two's demon died. Brother Purgatory and Miss Shinobu are both fine. Very good. Tanjiro's face was full of joy that this first piece of information was good news. In a secret place, Yubayashiki Koya's son, Yubayashiki Teriyaki, and his two sisters are drawing, with strange papers stuck on their heads. This is Yushiro's blood demon technique, Eye Hidden, which can play a very strong auxiliary role when used on Crow. Wherever the crows fly, the two siblings, Yubayashiki Teriyaki, can even draw a map of the infinite castle. And the location of everyone. There's very little information, so let the crows keep an eye out. Yubayashiki Teriyaki has the demeanor of his father despite his young age. Muzan's position has not changed. At this stage, everyone is very far away. Lead everyone to the north. The upper two demon is dead. Team Zenitsu is now facing off against the upper six demons. The closest one is Sound Pillar, Uzui Tenjin. Yoshi, go ahead and do it in style. It's great that the wives aren't involved. Due to Zhang Ji's intervention, Uzui Tenjin, who was supposed to be blinded and have his hands cut off, had actually already resigned at this stage, but now, the energetic Uzui Tenjin was madly slashing his steel ball bombs in the infinite castle. I don't know how many ghosts that jumped out to attack him were blown to pieces. Explode, let's finish it in a gorgeous way. This move of mine is simply a gorgeous art, ha ha ha. You haven't changed at all. That you look short, shabby, and still so weak. Have you become a supreme pillar? Hey, Zenitsu, do you know how to use moves other than the Ichika? Yaoyu waved his hand and said, his face full of disdain. You're happy that I was just randomly promoted to the last place in the upper ranks. Zenitsu mocked Jun. Hey, haha, have you become more eloquent? Jingaku couldn't help laughing. Obviously, Zenitsu's words of persuasion didn't work on him. Why did you turn into a ghost? Zenitsu asked with his head slightly lowered, his expression very gloomy. Haha, you. Jinni looked at Zenitsu and laughed, and was about to say something. Why did the person who inherited the breath of thunder become a ghost? It's all because you turned into a ghost. You caused Grandpa to commit seppuku and died. The letter said that Grandpa committed seppuku alone, without even in Kaishakunin, that if no one helped chop off the head during seppuku, it would take a long time for him to die. Grandpa didn't slit throats or pierce hearts because a demon appeared within the user of thunder breathing. Zenitsu's face was full of tears and his expression was very painful. It's none of my business, so what? You want me to repent? You want me to be sad? I don't care about people who look down on me. I will always follow those who can judge me correctly. I'd only applaud if the old man died in agony. I've put so much effort into this, but you didn't give me the position of heir. Instead, you foolishly let me inherit it together with a loser like you. I don't care if you're the original pillar or something else. I don't care about that old immortal thing. Xiong Yu looked arrogant and did not take his master and fellow apprentices seriously at all. Ha. If I'm trash, then you're trash too. I can only use the Ichi no Kata, and you can't use the Ichi no Kata. It's really pitiful that Grandpa doesn't have a good heir. Zenitsu laughed in anger and pointed at Gyoyu. Don't compare me to a loser like you. Thunder breathing forth formed distant thunder. Gyoyu took action, and black lightning burst out. Obviously, Zenitsu's mouth-to-mouth effect was outstanding. Zenitsu pressed the hilt of the sword and drew his sword in an instant, and the two brothers crossed each other. This is so slow, rubbish. Zenitsu glanced sideways slightly, and in an instant he slashed with his sword. Jun's sword was still in his hand, while his sword had already been sheathed. A stream of blood spurted out from Gyoyo's shoulder. The wound was almost close to his neck. It was obvious that Zenitsu was aiming for his head. Got hit, so fast. This guy. His movements are like a completely different person, completely different from before. Xianyu covered his wound and was horrified. In an instant, the image of kneeling before Kokushibo appeared in Gyoyo's mind. The painful experience of becoming a ghost, the horror of the cells in his body screaming and wailing. Compared to that, a small character like Zenitsu is not worth mentioning at all. Even if he becomes stronger, he is still far inferior to the upper ranks. He is a whining trash. The stinky old man actually wants me to inherit the breathing of thunder with this trash. The old man is the same as you, it's natural for him to die. Thunder breathing type 2 Rice Soul. This move of Xiaoyu can instantly launch 5 consecutive strikes in a single breath. Yuichi, oh, really, that's amazing. You've eaten so many people, you can't tell good from evil anymore, right? Zenitsu just dodged and asked the question. It's a pity that Zenitsu won't be able to hear his senior brother's twisted remarks this time. Boom! The surrounding building suddenly exploded, and a figure rushed out from the smoke and dust, so fast that Xiongyu had no time to react. Sound breathing first form boom. Uzui Tenjin jumped high and slashed with both swords. Thunder breathing, form 3, gathering mosquitoes into thunder. Xiongyu twisted his body and turned to face Uzui Tenjin. Pitch black lightning appeared before Uzui Tenjin, but it wasn't enough. The huge impact passed through Ziyu's body, and he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Hey, isn't this Zenko? You look gorgeous today too. And if I'm not mistaken, it says landing in this guy's eyes, right? Too weak. Is it really an upper rank? Strange that I think I said this before. Tenjin Uzui held the sword in both hands, with his back to Zenitsu, standing in front of him in a protective posture. Sound pillar. Kaikixia. A man with 3 wives shouldn't talk to me in that tone. Zenitsu turned his head and even spat. Hatsu, that's perfect. I'll use you to prove myself. That master will definitely praise me. Xiao Yu had no idea of the seriousness of the matter. Nanny Saore, is this guy crazy? He totally underestimates me. Even an upper-rank demon can't beat Zenko. Similarly, Uzui Tenjin also didn't take Goyo seriously at all. Kai Kixiu, that kind of trash, killing him is just a thought for me. Yao Yu's face was full of anger. Ah, you were using the breath of thunder just now. Now I remember, one of Mr. Jigoro Kawahima's apprentices turned into a demon. Was it you? Mr. Kawahima Jigoro is very sad. I was drinking tea with him a few days ago. He is too old. He has regained his former arrogance and even started using a cane. Uzui Tenjin touched his chin and looked up and down at Zio. He always felt that he could cripple him with his next blow. What nonsense are you talking about? Grandpa has already committed suicide by disembowelment. Zenitsu asked with a puzzled look on his face. Stop talking nonsense. Go to hell. Thunder breathing, land type lightning thunder boom. With himself as the center, Yao Yu instantly released countless lightning-like slashes in all directions. This move doesn't look good. Uzui Tenjin swung his sword forward, and each sword strike carried an explosion. Soon the surrounding buildings were razed to the ground. However, Zenitsu was struck by lightning, and black lightning raged in the wound and continued to spread. The buildings in Infinite Castle were in chaos, and Zenitsu fell from a height. My wife is a young boy. Uzui Tenjin immediately turned around and wanted to rescue her. Ha ha ha, trash is trash, just fall down and die. Xiangyu's sword brought up bursts of dark lightning and began to stick to Uzui Tenjin. Grandpa is not dead. Didn't the letter SAY.TO apologize by disemboweling? As for the sound pillar. There's absolutely no reason for you to deliberately lie to me about this. Zenitsu's eyes were dull and his body was in free fall. Grandpa. I'm sorry, Xiaoyu and I have parted ways. If you are still alive, please allow me to apologize in person. I'm sorry. Brother. Zenitsu's expression immediately became resolute. Although the power of your attack is incomparable to the previous upper rank 6, you are still quite annoying. Breathing of sound. Thunder breathing 7th form fire thunder god. Just as Uzui Tenjin was about to counterattack, a yellow lightning flashed by in the blink of an eye. Thunder roared. Not to mention Ziyu, even Uzui Tenjin couldn't see clearly. Ziyu's head shot up into the sky with lightning. One hit. Kill. Didn't you see it? What was that move just now? It was too fast, a form I haven't seen before. Damn. That old man is really. Just when Ziyu's head began to complain, Uzui Tenjin slashed it with several swords in a row, completely silencing him. You upper rank 6 demons are either crying or screaming after your heads are chopped off. Can't you just die in peace? That's not fancy at all. As soon as Uzui Tenjin landed on the ground, he kicked off with his feet and caught Zenitsu's body in midair. My wife, young man, well done. That move of yours is super gorgeous. Uzui Tenjin looked at the unconscious Zenitsu and praised him. Oh Kimiya, give it to me. This transition sound effect carries the gift of parting. That day, the old man made all the preparations. I actually taught a ghost who can use thunder breathing. It's simply unforgivable. I can only die to atone for my sins. The old man has written his suicide note and has asked the crow to bring it to the Lord. He had made all the preparations and had wiped the knife well. Just when he was about to take action, what did he see? It was blue, at least several hundred meters long, a giant that blocked out the sky and the sun. The huge, godlike giant fell from the sky, and his house collapsed like a toy due to the aftermath of the landing. The blue giant quickly disappeared, and a man in Warring States armor walked over. The act of seppuku that looked like it caught the man's attention. Seppuku, it's really ugly to be afraid of facing the reality and only resort to death to escape. Those eyes that seemed to look down on everything glanced at the old man lightly. Madara's passing caused the old man's worldview to collapse. Old man, have you been drinking recently? Why are you talking nonsense? Kami doesn't exist, old man. Ha 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 ha. Uzui Tenjin slapped his thigh, looked at the serious-looking old man in front of him, and laughed heartily. In the secret place of the Demon Slayer Corps, Nezuko was sweating profusely, as if she had a high fever. Guarding her was the former water pillar, Urokodake Seikanji. Nezuko took the drug developed by Ms. Tamayo that could turn her into a human, and she had a very strong reaction. Don't lose, Nezuko. You must not lose, Tanjiro. We must win. Urokodake Seikanji kept wiping Nezuko's sweat off, while his own face beneath the Tenga mask was already covered in sweat. 1000-7 equals? This is a transition effect that can break fingers. In the Infinite City. I didn't touch the upper rank at all. Are the others okay? They're still far away from Muzen's position. Tanjiro and Ji-Yu are still on their way. Gagaga. Upper 6 has been defeated. My wife, a soldier, is seriously injured. Once again, a crow flew over their heads, delivering exciting news. Well done, Tanjiro, we can't fall behind. Ji-Yu's expression didn't change, he just quickened his pace. Zenitsu, that's great. Tanjiro was different. His face was full of happiness. Boom, there was a violent vibration sound. What's that vibration? Ji-Yu and Tanjiro stopped, and he immediately put his hand on the hilt of the knife. Mr. Yeong, calm down, with such a big commotion, is there a battle going on around here? No, this noise is coming from here. This smell, Tanjiro's nose moved, and he seemed to smell a familiar scent of a ghost. Tanjiro, back off, up there, Ji-Yu reminded Tanjiro loudly. Bang! Akaza crashed through the ceiling from above and landed in front of Tanjiro. Long time no see, Tanjiro Kamado, have you become stronger since we last met? Akaza stood in front of the two of them with a smile on his face. Akaza. Tanjiro immediately raised his sword. This is the Infinite Castle, and this GUI.is the upper 3 demon. The god of fire, Kagura, trained. Tanjiro didn't have time to think. When he met an upper rank demon in a place like this, he had no choice but to fight. Wow, this slash, it really has gotten stronger. Kyojuro will definitely be very happy. Akaza dodged the knife by turning sideways, then took several big steps back. Water breathing, form 3, flowing dance. Ji-Yu also took action. He had chopped this guy several times before. This was a ghost that Kyojuro couldn't defeat even with all his strength. Ah, you're the same guy who stabbed me so many times as that little girl called Butterfly. Akaza threw a punch, and the sun will finger blade and the sun will sword collided with each other. The god of fire, Kagura, Yuan-Yu. Tanjiro followed closely behind, his blade engulfed in flames. Akaza opened his arms and caught the blade with his bare hands. Tanjiro. Akaza wanted to say something after catching Tanjiro's sword, but apparently Tanjiro said, I don't listen. Get out of my way. Tanjiro roared and used his ultimate move, the headbutt. Doing nice headbutt. Hard enough. Akaza exerted force with both hands and fiercely threw Tanjiro and his sword away. Swish, a cold light appeared. Akaza dodged backwards, and a wound was cut on his forehead. He turned his head and saw Yeong standing behind him with a knife, his whole body filled with fighting spirit. Hey.no. I don't know you well. I wouldn't care if you died at 25. The wound on Akaza's forehead healed instantly. I understand. A life or death battle. Can make people. Komeiji, you're running too fast. I can't keep up with you at this rate. Even if you're a ghost, your physical strength should have a limit, right? The battle just now didn't seem to have consumed much physical strength, you bastard. Just as Ji-Yu was about to make the declaration before the markings appeared, Kyojuro appeared breathlessly. Big brother, Anjiro. Tanjiro and Ji-Yu were clearly confused for a moment. He was talking to a ghost, and it sounded like someone he knew. Oh, Kamadu-chan. Big brother didn't lose. Big brother, Butterfly, and Akaza completely crushed the upper 2 demons, a great victory of the many over the few. After all, there's no need to be moral when it comes to slaying demons. Kyojuro made a yes sign to Tanjiro. Tisk. Akaza turned his face away with disgust. Tanjiro. Yeong. Alright, Kamadu-kun, Ji-Yu, follow the crow's instructions and move forward. Victory, it's right in front of us. Komeiji, Ichikosu. Kyojuro said this and ran off under the stunned gazes of Tanjiro and Ji-Yu. Then the two of them turned their gaze towards Akaza. Akaza followed slowly, and when he passed by Yeong, he glanced at him lightly and said, You unlike Kyojuro. I hate you so much. Tanjiro, come on. Akaza waved casually at Tanjiro, kicked off, and disappeared through the ceiling. Hee, stupid human. Akaza-sama, chose to take a shortcut. Tanjiro, Mr. Ji-Yu. Ji-Yu to Tanjiro, keep going. What the ghost said is just nonsense, so it cannot be trusted. I'm obviously not hated by anyone. Yeong's face was expressionless, and the veins on his hand holding the knife were bulging. Tanjiro's mind is in a mess. The place where Yubayashiki Teriyuchi was. It has been confirmed that the upper 3 demon betrayed Muzen and is now a companion, just like Lady Tamayo and Mr. Yushiro. Very good, today is the day of Demon Slayer. Send out more crows. Good. It's not me who's wrong, it's this world. This is a transition effect that can turn a weak boy into a white-haired ghoul. What the hell? Is it moving so fast? Marasama scared you, but it wasn't me who scared you. Zhang Ji was surrounded by fire that he had just seen Wuzhen. Wuzhen didn't stop for a moment and used the infinite city to escape in an instant. He only had time to set a fire. Kuka, no more words, the scene is changing. Doma's aura. Disappeared. We were in the same place as at Keiza before. No matter what, this year's pillars look a bit presentable. The will to fight was revealed in Kokushibo's 6 eyes. It seemed like he hadn't fought a decent opponent in a long time. I found it, Mr. Aguro, here it is. It's upper rank 4. In Ganla Temple, Mingnu was discovered. Upper string 4, wasn't the upper string 4's ghost killed by Zhang Ji? Did you find someone new to fill the vacancy so quickly? Iguro Obana immediately came to this conclusion. It looks like he's not even older than me. Shinobu-chan and Mr. Rengoku have both killed Upper Moon too, so I absolutely can't fall behind. I have to work harder. Ganla Temple jumped up and stepped on a wooden door. As she exerted force with her feet, the wooden door under her feet disappeared instantly and appeared in front of her. Ganla Temple's face and the wooden door came into close contact. Nosebleed gushed out. The surrounding environment began to change, and there was nothing at the foot of Ganla Temple. She fell down. Iguro Obanai immediately came to the rescue and pulled Ganla Temple back. Ganla Temple, before we understand the other party's special abilities, we should remain calm, observe carefully, and think diligently. Beads of sweat appeared on the side of Iguro Obanai's face. The snake wrapped around his neck had a similar expression on its face, also showing cold sweat. Ganla Temple blushed a little. The buildings under their feet began to change wildly, and Ganla Temple and Iguro Obanai were forced to move continuously. The rectangular building rushed towards the two of them madly. I'm going to be squashed. Ganla Temple was pushed up rapidly by the rectangular building without noticing, and above it a ceiling appeared. The strong push from the high-speed movement made Ganlussi unable to stand up for a moment. She used the Sun-Rin sword in her hand to slash madly at the building that was pushing against her, and the rectangular building was chopped into pieces. I see, it's amazing that she can control this building at will, but it's not a big deal, hee. Ganla Temple's heart was beating fast. After deducing the ghost's ability, she immediately felt that she was able to do it. Ganla Temple jumped around wildly and soon came to Mingnu's side again. As Mingnu plucked the strings of the zither, the door panel appeared again abruptly. I won't fall into the same pit twice in a row. Look at the knife. Ganla Temple did a nimble backflip and flipped over the door panel that was coming towards her. However, before she even landed on the ground, a window appeared beneath her. She fell out of the window and out of the window of another building. I'm so angry. Ganla Temple began to fall again, and her mood was very bad. Type 2, narrow-headed fangs. Iguro Obana suddenly appeared like a snake, with the knife already at Mingnu's neck. Boom! The building where Mingnu was suddenly raised, which also meant that Iguro Obana had lost his target. He controlled his body and landed on the ground with a frown on his face. This guy's blood magic isn't very good in terms of lethality, but when it comes to restraining power, I'm afraid there are few rivals. Depending on the situation, this could turn into a long and nasty tug of war. All unfavorable situations in this world are caused by the lack of ability of the person involved. This is a transition effect from a white-haired, one-eyed ghoul. We are very close to Muzan Kibutsuji's hiding place. We must not be careless. Although Baiminjaya Singming is a blind man, he runs very fast in the Infinite City, and his eyesight does not hinder his movements at all. Yes, Tokaido Muchiro, who was following behind him, only had time to say this one word before he was pushed away by a building that suddenly appeared. Toki.Tokaito. Baiming Island Singming obviously heard the noise and immediately called out Shita's name. Don't worry about me, please keep going. After saying this, Tokaido completely disappeared from the vicinity of Gume on Baiming Island. Finally, the building pushed Tokaido through a wall and stopped. Are you here? Ghost Hunter? You seem to have a nostalgic aura about you. Tokaido Muchiro turned his head and immediately a cold sweat appeared on his face. The man standing in front of him had 6 eyes, and the words upper rank. I were written in his eyes. Upper rank. 1. Tokaido Muchiro's expression was not good, and he immediately tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Is that so? Kokushibo has mastered the skill of transparent world. In his eyes, Tokaido Muchiro is as clear as if he were illuminated by X-rays. This is the one upper rank, completely different from the other upper ranks. He looks as steady as a rock, awe-inspiring without even getting angry. And that severely rusted and deformed sword. Could it be that this man was once a ghost hunter? His strength is unfathomable. Weilang's hand holding the hilt of the knife kept shaking. My hands are shaking, and my body instinctively refuses to fight against the opponent. This is the first time in my life that I've encountered such a strong enemy. Weilang is very nervous now. The ghost in front of him gives him a huge sense of oppression. May I have your name? Kokushibo did not rush to take action, but asked Muchiro's name. Tokaito Muchiro. Muchiro answered Kokushibo very straightforwardly. So that's how it is. The name, succession of the country, has been lost. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, hundreds of years have passed. Kokushibo said lightly. Jiguo, who is that? Wheelang obviously had never heard of him. That was the name I used when I was a human, Shugaku and Iwakatsu, and you are a descendant of my children, which means I am your ancestor. Kokushibo raised a finger and said something that shocked Muchiro. Descendant? I'm actually his descendant. How is that possible? A swordsman who can control the breath of the primeval. Calm down, it doesn't matter, calm down. Chakra covering the body. Wheelang was forcing himself to calm down. He began to breathe, using breathing techniques to guide his physical and mental energy. As a talented member of the Demon Slayer Corps, unlike Shinobu Koko, he not only memorized the theory of chakra, but also condensed chakra. Don't ask, I have the system and I have the final say. Muchiro, if you encounter a powerful enemy that requires a life or death battle, raise your body and spirit to the highest level. Try to concentrate your chakra throughout your body, be prepared to risk your life, don't think, just feel that being able to see clearly is the true seeing. If that's the case, maybe there will be a turning point. I believe you can do it. After all, your nothingness is infinite. This was the answer Zhang Ji received when Wheelang asked him about chakra. Muchiro's hand stopped shaking, and he used breathing techniques to speed up the concentration of chakra. This was a method that Muchiro, a genius, had figured out. His expression began to calm down, he was no longer nervous. A faint blue light appeared on the hand holding the hilt of the knife. My mental quality can be said to be impeccable. After a brief panic, things quickly calmed down. Kokushibo touched his chin with his hand, and looked at Muchiro with 6 eyes. After Muchiro calmed down, his first reaction was to take action immediately. He immediately used Kazumi breathing second form Kazumi and launched multiple slashes at Kokushibo. Quite a nice slash, Kazumi, I see, not bad at all. Kokushibo's figure appeared behind Muchiro, but Muchiro didn't notice how he moved. When Muchiro missed his attack, he immediately turned around and activated the 5th form of the cloud breathing again, the sea of clouds. When he attacked, a large amount of colorful clouds rose up around him. It's empty again. It's moving very quickly. Muchiro attacked twice but failed to hit Kokushibo, and Kokushibo's sword was even still in the sheath. Muchiro, you should be only about 14 years old now. You are so young and you have mastered such superb fighting skills that even though you are afraid of me, you can still remain calm and attack me with your sword. Swinging a knife. There was a look of astonishment in Kokushibo's eyes. For some reason, a terrifying figure flashed before his eyes. You dare to swing a knife at me. You are very brave, but this is the only thing I can praise you for. Who is this? Fine beads of sweat began to seep out of the back of Kokushibo's hand. Flaw. Wheelang's eyes focused and he slashed with his sword. When Kokushibo raised his sword to block the attack. You are truly worthy of being a descendant of my clan. Even though the bloodline has been diluted, it is still harmless. Even though the family name is gone, my cells still remain in your body. Kokushibo exerted force with his hand, deflecting Muchiro's knife, and his face regained its calm expression. Are you insulting me? Even if I really am your descendant, hundreds of years have passed, so there must not be a trace of your blood or cells left in my body. Also, you just had a momentary flaw. Are you afraid of something? Wheelang's energy and spirit have reached the peak at this moment. A blue light appeared on his arm and extended to the knife. What kind of fighting skill is this? Kokushibo looked at the sword that was glowing blue, feeling a little confused. Kazumi's breathing 7's form Aburo. As Wheelang made his move, a thick glow appeared all around. This is the first time I've seen this move. No previous user of Kazumi breathing has ever used this kind of combat technique. Kokushibo stood still, and the blade suddenly appeared at the side of his neck in the blink of an eye. The rhythm is very unique. The movements are very stealthy and can also confuse the opponent's vision and hearing. It's a very exciting fighting technique. The movements are graceful and smooth. I guess he created it himself. Kokushibo's figure disappeared, Muchiro failed to hit him, and Kokushibo moved again. It would be rude not to respond with combat skills. Breath of the Moon, Form 1, Dark Moon, Palace of Night. Kokushibo drew his sword, but the speed was completely different from Muchiro's, it was much faster. Moon breathing, even if I become a ghost, I can still use the moves derived from the breathing technique. Oh no, it's too fast. I'm going to be chopped off. At the moment of crisis, Muchiro took a deep breath and a large amount of blue light burst out from his body. He actually reacted and the knife in his hand turned in a very unnatural direction and chopped together with Kokushibo's sword. The two swords clashed together, and it was obvious that Kokushibo's strength was much greater than Muchiro's. With the help of this force, Muchiro took several steps back and temporarily widened the distance between himself and Kokushibo. That was that feeling. I succeeded. Remember the feeling before that you can still fight. Muchiro adjusted his breathing and stared at Kokushibo. That's amazing, you can actually block my attack at this age. And it looks like he's planning to continue fighting me. He seems to have grown through the battle. Kokushibo's eyes revealed admiration for his descendants. Breath of the Clouds, shifting slash. Muchiro was extremely aggressive and immediately attacked Kokushibo again. Kokushibo stretched out his hand and skillfully snatched the Nichiren sword from Muchiro's hand. Give it back to me, Muchiro shouted loudly, his body suddenly twisted, his whole body glowing with blue light, and he grabbed with both hands, and unexpectedly took back his Nichiren sword. Oh, ha 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 ha, very good, isn't this very inspiring? My descendant, you too should transform into a ghost and serve that master. Kokushibo is very optimistic about his descendant, Tokito Muchiro. What nonsense are you talking about? Ghost King Muzan, today is his death day. And you, worthless ancestor, if Muzan dies, you will not be able to live anymore, right? Muchiro held the knife and began to move around Kokushibo. He was ready to change his tactics. After all, every attack had no effect. Behind the wall not far away, Fushiguro Swanya was sweating profusely. He found very nervous. The one standing in front is the upper rank one. Gulp Swanya swallowed and pointed the gun in his hand at Kokushibo. Swanya. Kokushibo in front of Muchiro suddenly disappeared. This time was different. Muchiro, who was still using breathing techniques to refine chakra, saw how he moved. He turned his head and saw Kokushibo standing behind Swanya. Xianmi was stunned. He felt a strong sense of oppression behind him. Kokushibo is standing behind him. Xianmi didn't see any attack at all. His arm holding the gun was directly broken off, and the wound was neat, as if it was cut off by a sharp blade. I see, that ghost eater is you. Kokushibo looked down at Swanya, as if he was looking at a dead person. Stay away from him, Kazumi's breath. Just as Wei-Lang raised his sword, he suddenly stopped. The anxious look on his face disappeared. I've already cut off his arm. Give me some face and let his attempt to sneak attack you go. A hand held down Kokushibo's shoulder. Kokushibo had no idea that someone was approaching him. Kokushibo slowly turned his head, and his 6 pupils suddenly shrank. The words Hajun Ichi matched the patterns of the kaleidoscope. Hey Muchiro, long time no see. How are you doing recently? Zhang Ji raised an eyebrow at Wei-Lang. Oh, everything is fine, and it will be the same in the future. A smile appeared on Wei-Lang's face. The sound of sharp blades clashing rang out crisply. At some point, Kokushibo's sword had already collided with Zhang Ji's sickle. Kid, hold your arms and walk away. Zhang Ji winked at Higurashi and signaled him to leave. Ah, good. Higurashi Swanya nodded immediately and reached for his broken arm. Suddenly, a very sharp feeling appeared in his waist, and Fushiguro Swanya got goosebumps all over his body in an instant. This feeling only lasted for a moment, because Kokushibo was knocked away by a blood-red skeleton arm that suddenly appeared. This is not a combat technique that humans can use. Are you a human or a ghost? Kokushibo stood up, with a sunken fist mark on his chest. Muchiro, I saw it all, you are truly a genius, you will become even stronger, and the day when you surpass your ancestors will probably be soon. Zhang Ji ignored Kokushibo and gave Muchiro a thumbs up. Mr. Zhang Ji of Aligato. But I'm still far from it. I can't touch my worthless ancestor at all. Unlike you, Mr. Zhang Ji, who can knock him away in one blow. Wei-Lang looked at Zhang Ji with admiration. Is this the man on top of the pillar that everyone's been whispering about? How amazing! He doesn't even take the upper rank 1 seriously. I heard that he killed upper rank 4 and upper rank 5 from the swordsmith village last time. What a shame. I was there, but I fainted and didn't see it. Fushiguro Swanya was very sorry about this. Zhang Ji, yes, I knocked him out. Kokushibo's expression was extremely grim. He had lived for hundreds of years, yet no one had ever dared to treat him with such disregard. You look angry. Don't worry, I'll be quick if I take action. I don't have the energy to mentally attack the ghost this time. Just die quietly. A strong blood-red aura burst out from Zhang Ji's whole body, and in the blink of an eye, half of Susanoo enveloped his body. Weapons. Why doesn't my Susanoo have a weapon? Just as Zhang Ji had this thought, the half-body Susanoo covering him pulled out a round fan from behind. The end of the fan was connected to a chain, and the chain was connected to a sickle. Well, exactly the same, worthy of being me. Susanoo holds a round fan in his right hand and a sickle in his left hand, which is exactly the same as Zhang Ji's posture of holding weapons. Kokushibo subconsciously took a step back. Why? What am I afraid of? Have you seen this thing before? My body. My body is instinctively refusing to fight this opponent. Kokushibo's body reacted in the same way as Muchiro, who had just seen him. Is he going to attack? From which direction? In what form? Kokushibo held the hilt of the sword, his face full of tension that he couldn't explain why he was nervous. I just feel like this kind of thing should be very dangerous. Sugyukuni Iwaki, it should be lively here soon. Wind pillar, rock pillar, and the like should be here soon. My teacher is tired of this place, so you will disappear from this world before others arrive. As soon as Zhang Ji finished speaking, Susanoo threw out a sickle with his backhand. The sickle was almost as tall as a person, it whistled and chopped towards Kokushibo's head. Stop it, no, I can't stop it. Kokushibo instantly overturned his thoughts and dodged immediately. The huge sickle smashed into the ground, creating a big hole in the ground. Oh, did you dodge it? Wei-Lang, are your ancestors only able to hide? Zhang Ji asked mockingly. Yes, Mr. Zhang Ji, He seems to like dodging very much. He dodged several of my slashes at the beginning. It seems that he has practiced dodging skills specially. Wei Lang looked honest. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding environment began to change wildly, and Zhang Ji and Kokushibo were getting farther and farther away. I don't know if it's Naruto or Muzan who is trying to separate Zhang Ji and Kokushibo. Bang, the sound of doors slamming shut was heard. Well, after all this time, you still want me to fight to the death, Mr. Zhang Ji. If I die, remember to avenge me. Tokaido looked at Kokushibo in front of him helplessly and gripped his sword tightly. Here, only Kokushibo and Tokaido Muchiro are left. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a violent vibration all around. Countless huge trees crashed through the buildings and came from all directions, all around, above and below. There were trees everywhere. After a while, the space here seemed to be forcibly opened up by the trees. It's very dark. Without a single ray of light. A pair of scarlet eyes flashed in the darkness. Zhang Ji came. That's a clever way to escape. Your boss seems to have had some ulterior motive. He knew you'd die quickly in my hands, so he deliberately separated you from me to squeeze out your surplus value. Zhang Ji's tone was faint. I will kill you. Kokushibo ripped open his coat, and his sword began to grow longer, with sharp blades extending from the blade. It's so dark, my vision is obstructed. Wei Lang held the knife tightly in his hand and leaned against the wooden wall. Zianzai, unlike other ghosts, Muchiro feels a lot of pressure. Okay, Muchiro, it's just right that you can't see. Don't look, feel, kill him within 5 minutes. Zhang Ji instantly moved to Wei Lang's side, put one hand on his back, and poured rich chakra into Wei Lang's body. Take your breath faster. I don't know how you did it, but well done. It's up to you to determine how far you can go in 5 minutes. I won't block any attack that's not fatal. After 5 minutes, I'll use the Mega Tama to completely destroy him. After Zhang Ji finished speaking, he pushed Wei Lang forward. Breathing of the moon formed 3 moon of disgust eclipse. Kokushibo took action. Obviously. He was already angry. Bang, before Muchiro could get into the state, Kokushibo slashed at Zhang Ji's round fan with his sword. The crescent-shaped blade that appeared with the slash collided with the round fan with a bang. Uchiha rebound. Zhang Ji used a fake Uchiha rebound. He just used the fan to send out a wind escape technique. Kokushibo was blown backward by a strong air pressure. Wei Lang, stop daydreaming. If you had been hit by that just now, you would have been dead. Zhang Ji's urging voice rang in Wei Lang's ears. Wei Lang breathed deeply, and blue light all over his body surged. Swish, he rushed out and slashed at Kokushibo with a knife at an incredibly fast speed. My body has become overly sensitive. I just had the thought of attacking, and my body rushed out on its own. My body's reaction is beyond my brain's control. This is outrageous. Muchiro himself hadn't realized that the Kazumi breathing technique he was using was actually a branch of the wind breathing technique. With such a huge amount of chakra pouring into his body, he frantically sped up his breathing, and invisibly, his chakra took on a change in wind properties. Just like the Raikage was covered in lightning chakra armor, he seemed to be wearing a cloak of wind chakra. The body is incredibly fast. As soon as the thought comes to mind, the body has already taken action. Muchiro's speed is very fast, but his attacks are hard to be effective. Although this attack has become very fast. And even comparable to mine, but its accuracy is still far behind. Moon breathing form 8 moon dragon wheel tail. Kokushibo swept his long sword fiercely. Breathing of the clouds, land form, moon's clouds disappear. In fact, as soon as this thought came to mind, Muchiro's body had already used this move, just like calling out the name of a move when making a move, just calling out the first word, and the move has already been used. Few Muchiro was hit, and he lost this head-on confrontation, with a long wound appearing on his chest. Don't think, feel. Muchiro endured the severe pain and swung his sword at Kokushibo again. He's getting into the groove. He's using me to feed Tokaido Muchiro a move. In fact, Kokushibo did not regard his descendant as a threat to him. He even admired him very much. He believed that if he was given time, he would definitely become an extremely powerful swordsman. But now, all the moves that could cause serious injuries to Muchiro were blocked by the guy with red eyes. Lu Ji Xing Chang Yegu Yuwu Jian. Kokushibo launched countless vertical circular slashes, trying to completely destroy everything around him. Oh no, I can't keep up with my breathing. This isn't the chakra I refined myself. Using it puts a lot of strain on the body. Muchiro raised his sword and slashed repeatedly, leaving several small wounds on his body from the moon-shaped blade. Wei Lang, are you okay? 5 minutes are almost up, and you haven't met your ancestor yet. Zhang Ji has been following Wei Lang. I'm fine, I can still fight. Wei Lang's breathing became very rapid, and the blue light on his body began to dim. It seemed that it was almost used up. It seems that your physical strength has almost reached its limit. What good is it to have this kind of combat skill that increases physical strength? The human body always has its limits. My descendants, as long as you become a ghost, you can completely break free from the shackles. You have unlimited time and you can become stronger. For hundreds of years, I haven't fought with one person for such a long time. You have great talent, don't bury it. Kokushibo looked at Tokaido Muchiro proudly, and had not even given up on recruiting his descendants to join the gang. Muchiro, hold your sword tight, use all your strength, don't stop breathing, give up your defense, attack with all your might, I will block the fatal blow for you. Show him the potential of humanity now. Zhang Ji shouted loudly and focused his attention to a very high level. If he gets out of control, he will lose face. Good. Wei began to get excited, even bloodshot appeared in his eyes, and his physical condition was once again pushed to the limit. Rich chakra burst out from the hand holding the hilt, and even a puff of green smoke came out of the hilt. The first form, Dang Tian Yuanxia. Muchiro immediately used his own moves and rushed straight towards Kokushibo. You are so stubborn and stupid. Kokushibo snorted coldly and used a series of sword moves corresponding to the moon breathing technique. Wei had completely given up on defense. Even though the sword blade had appeared between his eyebrows, he still maintained an offensive posture without blinking. Okay, that's it. The blood-red skeleton arm grabbed Kokushibo's sword. Muchiro lowered his head, and the Nichiren sword in his hand turned red. Hideo, you can make a Hideo at this age. No, the markings haven't been activated. How can I use the red blade without the markings? Kokushibo simply couldn't understand it. A red blade flashed by, and a wound was cut on Kokushibo's neck. Well done, Zhang Ji praised enthusiastically. For hundreds of years, no one has hurt me. It turns out, there's a flaw. Muchiro said this and immediately turned back. The knife in his hand was extremely red. In front of Kokushibo's shocked eyes, he stabbed it into Kokushibo's kidney. Next, a sharp blade must have grown out of Kokushibo's body. In the original plot, the sharp blade that came out of Kokushibo's body cut Muchiro in half from the waist. As expected, a blade grew out of Kokushibo's body, and Muchiro's sword could not be pulled out. Susanoo, two blood-red skeleton arms suddenly stretched out and protected Muchiro in front of him. The sharp blade slashed on Susanoo's arm, making a crisp sound. Okay, 5 minutes are up, you can die now. As soon as Zhang Ji finished speaking, a third hand stretched out from behind his half-body Susanoo, and on that arm, a Megatama was shining brightly, and the light illuminated the dark space. When Kokushibo looked at the Megatama, a scene of Muzan with his upper body blown off appeared in his mind. The memory of Muzan-sama. Kokushibo understood, and a strong sense of oppression appeared in his heart. It was a feeling of anxiety that rushed straight from the heart to the head, and it was like the body gradually stiffening from the inside out after its life was threatened. This is a disgusting yet nostalgic feeling. How pitiful, brother. 400 years ago, the elderly Tsugumi Yoriichi stood before him, his voice hoarse and tears streaming down his face. He was actually pitted by an old man who was once his younger brother but was now in his twilight years. The frail Yuanyi placed his hand on the hilt of the knife and uttered the 3 words, I am coming. Kokushibo immediately felt a huge rock pressing down on his shoulders. With just one blow, Kokushibo's neck was cut open. He was sure that if Yoriichi struck him again, his head would fall to the ground. But Yuanyi did not swing the fatal knife, he just stood there and passed away after his lifespan was over. The sickle arrived in an instant and chopped Kokushibo's neck. Just as Zhang Ji was about to pull the chain hard to cut off Kokushibo's head, Muchiro roared and chopped Kokushibo's neck with the same knife. Phew, there was astonishment in Kokushibaraku's eyes, his head was cut off. Muchiro's face was full of excitement, but as soon as he turned his head, Kokushibo's sharp blade pierced through his abdomen. Although the instantaneous attack caught him off guard, fortunately the chakra was still attached to his body. Wei immediately endured the pain and retreated, rushing behind Zhang Ji at an extremely fast speed. I don't know why, but ever since he became a pillar, he has been protecting others. Only when he is with Zhang Ji can he realize that he is just a teenager. Mr. Zhang Ji. Ahem. He's not dead yet. Ghost. Ghost. The chakra on Wei surface collapsed instantly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body was covered with wounds, and he collapsed to the ground and fainted. Well done, Muchiro, you've been amazing. In a sense, you are the strongest boy in the Demon Slayer Corps. Zhang Ji nodded approvingly, then reached out to help Wei stop the bleeding. I can still regenerate, I will never die. Kokushibo's head suddenly appeared, transformed into a hideous monster. Zhang Ji certainly knew that the final cause of Kokushibo's death was appearance anxiety. So he formed a seal with one hand, and a ball of water appeared out of thin air, forming a plane, in which was reflected the current appearance of Kokushibo. Is this what a samurai looks like? Kokushibo was stunned. How pitiful, brother. Beheaded, pierced. The ugliness of refusing to admit defeat. How humiliating. Have I lived for hundreds of years just for this kind of thing? It's because I don't want to lose, even to the point of turning into this ugly monster. Is it because he wants to become more powerful that he doesn't hesitate to devour others? Did I become this ugly monster because I didn't want to die? None of them are right. The place where Kokushibo's abdomen was pierced by Muchiro is disintegrating. He raised his head and saw a blood-red Megatama rushing towards him. Yes, brother, actually, I just want to become you. I'm sorry. Yuichi. Boom. Here. It's peaceful. After Doma, Kyokushibo.is also dead. Akaza. What is Akaza doing? At this moment, Muzan was hiding inside a huge tumor. He felt something was wrong. The Megatama that had blown his body to pieces must have come with something else attached. Although I don't know what it is, I have a distinct feeling of foreboding, as if I were to become a human. Ms. Tamayo, it looks like your potion is taking effect. Tamayo arrives in Yubayashiki Teriya's room. Mr. Zhangji is very powerful, but he is a person I never thought he would be. Based on the information Yushiro's blood demon art brought me before, I now feel that we are holding him back, that he can definitely kill Muzan by himself. Tamayo is very relaxed now. She believes that Muzan, the nightmare that has been haunting her, has met his end. The first team has already reached Muzan's location, and the second team will be here soon. What, so soon? Tell them not to get close to Muzan. They must wait until the pillar or Lord Zhangji arrives. Yubayashiki Teriyachi looked anxious. Found it, it's Muzan. It's too far, the knife can't reach it, who can get there? Instead of that, why not cut off the meat that's holding it in place first? The meat ball where Muzan is located is connected to the building by several meat tentacles, and the meat ball is hanging in the middle. At this moment, the first team of soldiers have surrounded this place. Wait a minute, that's the order to wait. There was a soldier with a crow standing in front of him, and he received information from Yubayashiki Teriyaki. Isn't this the time to wait? It should at least be of some use before the pillars arrive. Another soldier retorted. As soon as he finished speaking, Muzan broke through the tumor and jumped high. Muzan.is resurrected. A soldier stared blankly at Muzan in midair. On the arms, waist, legs. The body is covered with mouths with sharp teeth. I need to replenish my energy. Food was delivered to my door. Muzan aimed at a soldier and rushed out instantly. Destruction killing extermination style. Akaza appeared and punched Muzan hard in the chest. Akaza, I understand that. I've always felt this was strange. He grabbed Akaza's arm and pulled it hard, and Akaza's arm was torn off in an instant. Ah, Lord Muzan, you still can't see the sun these days. I've been out in the sun completely for a while now. Oh, I forgot. You don't know. My connection with you has been cut off. You just realized it now, Master Muzan. Akaza's broken arm regenerated instantly. He felt calm and determined to sever this cause and effect. The ultimate demon, Komeiji, has come before the man who gave her nightmares. Spirasi, then I don't have to look for Nezuko anymore. Akaza, ha 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 ha. I'm very happy, Akaza. A crazy expression instantly appeared on Muzan's face. That he was looking at Akaza now, and she was more attractive than anything else. All soldiers, evacuate immediately. This is not a battle you can participate in. Flame Pillar Rengoku Kyojuro arrived at the scene one step behind Akaza. Amatba. The origin of the evil spirits is right before our eyes. The rock pillar, Gyume of the Island of Grief, has arrived. Behind him, Fuzukawa Miyabi had a look of hatred on his face. The wind pillar, Fuzukawa Miyabi, has arrived. What an ugly demon. Let me kill him with all my might. Sound pillar Uzui Tenjin has arrived. Muzan. Tanjiro arrived at the scene panting, and the blood feud was right in front of him. Behind him, Yuyang silently drew his sword. Water pillar Tomioka Jiu and Tanjiro arrived. Suddenly, every direction Muzan was facing was filled with pillars. Everyone's morale was rising steadily, and a wave of fearlessness in the face of death filled the space. Everyone has spots on some part of their body. Why is it like this? If this happens, then everything I've done will be in vain. A hole exploded in the ceiling. Zhang Ji folded his arms across his chest, looking down helplessly. What? While we're still messing around, everyone has already reached Muzan. Kanroji and Aguro Obanai just received the message from the crows. Too clingy, you guys are so annoying and tangled up. From the bottom of my heart, I feel tired. Just as Muzan began to make remarks that would destroy Tanjiro's worldview, a huge ball of fire fell from above. Zhang Ji took action and didn't even give him a chance to speak. Evil ghosts are destroyed. This seemed to be a signal. Rock Pillar shouted and swung the huge hammer in his hand. All the pillars present launched a fierce attack, moving forward without hesitation. Even if it costs me my life, I must kill the evil spirit in front of me. This is the first time in hundreds of years that Muzan is right before their eyes. The battle situation is very tense. The attacks were too intense, and among them were ghosts like him. Infinite City.is starting to move. It doesn't matter. Zhang Ji clapped his hands, ready to change the terrain. Rumble. Countless huge trees appeared inexplicably, completely blocking off this place. There was even a blue light curtain pulled up. It's sealed, completely sealed. He can't escape. Uzui Tenjin slashed wildly, and the explosion burst into brilliant flames against the whip. Here, this is where Muzan was buried. Kill him. Fushigawa Miya's eyes were red and his face was ferocious. Muzan. Tanjiro's eyes are about to burst. Teacher. Zhang Ji didn't look back, and he hadn't used his would escape technique yet. Obviously, apart from him, the only one who can do this is Madara. Gee, you've been with them for a long time. why don't you just kill this monster yourself? If this continues, there will be casualties. Madara stood behind Zhang Ji with an inexplicable smile on his face. Mr. Madara, you must understand what humans are like, I don't need to say anything more. Zhang Ji looked at the melee below and was not in a hurry to take action. Uchiha Mada is here. Humph. That's not like me at all that I won't be able to rest from now on. There's going to be a big battle. Are you ready? Madara watched the battle below with great interest. Of course, I've been ready. I've always been in shape, Madara-sensei. Zhang Ji opened his arms, his face full of excitement. Madara-sensei, this is the anthem of mankind. From the moment I saw them, I felt the golden spirit. Hit him, but why are there no wounds? It certainly hit. This monster. Did the wound start to regenerate the moment the knife entered its body? Don't stop attacking, chop him into pieces completely. Even if Muzan cuts off his head, he won't die. But as long as we inflict enough damage on him, we will definitely be able to restrain his actions. The pillars attack frantically, determined to kill Muzan. Muzan fought against many enemies alone, swinging his whip rapidly. Tanjiro. The guy wearing the sun wheel earrings. Die. Mizuko and Miyabi stabbed Muzan's head with a knife, but Muzan didn't react at all and rushed towards Tanjiro at an extremely fast speed. Tanjiro, absolutely no one can die in front of me again. Yu Yang's whole body burst out with a strong fighting spirit, and the knife in his hand turned extremely red. Jiyuo was extremely fast and cut off the whip thorns that were stabbing Tanjiro with one sword, but there were more than one whip thorns. Muzan clearly wants to kill Tanjiro first. Oh shit. Too much. This monster completely ignores the attacks of the other pillars and simply wants to kill me first. How can I repair it? Speed up a little faster. I absolutely cannot hold everyone back, even if it means death. I will kill him. At this moment, Tanjiro entered the transparent world state. High place. Kill him. I've already seen the hymn of humanity. I have more important things to do next. Thank you for searching for this thing for so long. Madara raised his hand and gently patted Zhang Ji's shoulder, then crossed his arms and looked down with a calm expression. Good. Zhang Ji nodded and jumped down from a high place. Fire style, dragon flame song technique. Zhang Jiren was in the air, and suddenly pulled out his round fan, and several fireballs in the shape of dragon heads whizzed down. That's right, Kyojuro, get out of the way. Akaza punched away the whip in front of him and immediately reminded Kyojuro. Everyone get out of the way. Kyojuro shouted, and immediately began to do a series of backflips. Muzan gritted his teeth, turned his head, and his eyes suddenly widened. He saw the man from above. Subconsciously, he wanted to escape. After Yoriichi, there's actually another character who scares me. Boom! The flames exploded, and Muzan rushed out of the flames. His body, which was injured by the explosion, had almost recovered. His recovery ability was simply outrageous. Yasaka no Megatama. As soon as Zhang Jiren landed on the ground, his half-body Susanoo arm swung out a blood-red Megatama. That move again. If I get hit by this move, I'll definitely be left open. Muzan began to move towards Akaza. He wants to devour Akaza. Saquon style. Destroy the demon. Kibutsuji Muzan. Akaza threw a punch, with extremely strong black fighting spirit on his fist. Breath of Flame, Form 11, Flash of Skyfire. Kyojuro was right next to Akaza, and he immediately attacked, using his newly created and most powerful move. Bang! Akaza punched through Muzan's chest, and all the whip thorns on Muzan's body were also inserted into Akaza's body. A flash of red blade passed by, and Muzan's head was cut off. Ha, let's die together, Muzan. Akaza was not afraid at all. He hugged Muzan with his other hand and restricted his movements. The Megatama was a few meters away from Muzan's back when it was grabbed by Susanoo's arm. The destructive power lies in the hands of Susanoo. Don't be so heroic. I will kill him. No one else will die. You're sucking my teammates like jelly right in front of me. The whip that Muzan inserted into Akaza's body was vibrating, and Akaza felt that his body was being hollowed out. Yeah. Akaza took a deep breath, veins bulged on his forehead, and he stepped back, the whip being pulled out of his body. Even thicker whips appeared on Muzan's legs, and all of them were whipped towards Zhang Ji. Bang! Susanoo, no matter how strong it is, it doesn't move at all. Congratulations, will the sun no longer be a threat to you soon? But it's a pity that you won't be able to see the sun. Susanoo held the Megatama in his hand and pressed it against Muzan's forehead. A huge explosion erupted. This wasn't the end of it. Zhang Ji's Susanoo had 4 arms, just like Madara's, and Megatama appeared in the remaining 3 arms as well. The explosion of one Megatama had not yet ended when the other 3 Megatama were suppressed by Zhang Ji. Fire style, Great Fire Extinguishing. Zhang Ji suddenly jumped into the air and spit out flames from his mouth. Densely packed trees appeared on the ground. The moment the flames touched the trees, the fire became even more fierce. At this time, there were violent tremors all around. Mingnu was controlled by Yushiro, and the infinite castle collapsed. But after sucking the essence from Akaza's body, it's hard to say whether Musen is still afraid of the sun. Why.is regeneration. Slowing down. This is going to be very disadvantageous to me. Can I have retreated? My main goal has been achieved. Musen once again thought of retreating. After all, the man was still there, although he didn't know why he didn't take action. Puff! A blood-red sickle fell from the sky and nailed Musen to the ground. Musen looked up and saw a blood-red half-giant shrouding John G. A round fan, a sword, a crossbow, and a sickle. What kind of monster is this? A feeling of humiliation and fear began to spread in Musen's heart, and he recalled the experience of being torn into pieces by UN again. Disappear. John G uttered these 3 words softly. The sickle that nailed Musen to the ground suddenly emitted bursts of strong electric current. The blood-red giant crossbow shot out a crossbow arrow burning with blood flames. The crossbow arrow hit Musen, and the blood flames immediately began to burn. The round fan in Susanna's third hand shook. The wind fanned the fire. Blood flames rose into the sky along with Musen's screams. John G raised his hand and wiped his cheek. There was blood. His eyes were bleeding. It's over, John G said as he shook off the blood on his hands. The last thing Musen saw was a blood-red sword, and blood. It seemed like an endless amount of blood was drowning him. In this pool of blood. Musen's body completely disintegrated. There is not even a trace of evidence left of having ever been in this world. Have you seen me in my prime? The next day. So Mr. John G is leaving. Where is he going? Will he come back? Yubayashiki Yoya was smiling. His illness had completely disappeared, and Musen Kibutsuji's curse could no longer haunt the Yubayashiki clan. Although the scars on his body are still there and his eyes have long been blind, fortunately. His children no longer have to endure this pain. It's very far away. As for whether I will come back, I don't know. As John G spoke, he reached out and rubbed Rixion's head, ruffling her soft hair into a mess. And Yubayashiki Rika just looked at the man with a peaceful smile. This man eliminated Musen Kibutsuji. He is a benefactor not only to Yubayashiki, but also to humanity. Gee, are you really leaving? Remember to come back and visit. Rengoku Kyojuro said cheerfully. Mr. John G, can you please not leave? Tokaido Muchiro looked a little sad. Mr. John G. Juzu Yii bids farewell to John G. Juzu Yii bids farewell to John G. Mr. John G, take care, take care. Take care. Tanjiro and his friends saw John G off for a while, and Nezuko was still imitating Tanjiro's way of speaking. What a handsome man. Zenitsu sighed. Yeah, he's the same type of man as me. Inashuk nodded to himself. Ha, idiot, Inashuk, stop saying such shameful things. What, you want to fight, kid? Zenitsu and Inashuk's daily bickering continues. Kuka, classic transition effects. Gee, are you ready? We're leaving. Madara stood on the edge of the cliff, and the mountain breeze blew his black hair. Oh, ready. John G nodded immediately. In fact, he was a little curious about how the two of them would leave. Is this really the ninja world? No matter how you think about it, it shouldn't be Madara-sama who is in charge of this kind of time travel. The system is with me. I have a system. Yeah, I have a system. Official complaints about the system's minimal presence. But before that. Komeiji. John G turned around and saw Akeza standing not far away. That's right, he came to ask for his wife. We agreed to find me a wife. Now that the job is done, where is my wife? After Musen was destroyed, the only ones who could be called demons were Tamayo, Yushiro, Nezuko, and Akeza. Gee, after you finish this matter, leave. Madara's eyes were shining and full of spirit after his impure world reincarnation. Even he started to get excited at the thought of returning to the ninja world. Madara didn't care about resurrecting Komeiji's wife, so he taught his beloved disciple the forbidden technique, the impure world reincarnation, invented by the one he disliked the most, Tobirama Senju. Did you let it go in the first chapter? Don't worry about it, I think he can figure it out anyway, he just can. Okay, Komeiji, have you found Koyaki's remains? John G raised his head and asked Akeza. Found it, right here. There's no doubt about it, it's her. Akeza held a piece of cloth in his hand, and wrapped in the cloth were Koyaki's remains. It's very simple to do this. First, Komeiji, I need a living person to serve as a vessel to carry Koyaki's soul. This is how I can bind Koizu's soul within the container, which is. John G raised his hand and pointed at his own motor, Madare-sensen. I see, so all we need is a living person. Akeza's expression began to get excited. Yes, if it's a living person, then the person who commits it must be put to death. Leaving the Demon Slayer world. Heading to the next world. John G was halfway through his words when a system prompt appeared. There were no earth-shattering special effects, and John G wasn't even given time to prepare. The scene in front of John G changed abruptly. I'll start first. The woman who spoke earlier rushed over, and in her hand a dark substance with red crystals appeared, which looked like a cone. This time it was aimed at Zhang Ji's head, and Zhang Ji suddenly felt the same feeling as when Madara saw the spider ghost. Zhang Ji moved his head slightly and grabbed the woman's wrist with his hand. There was a crisp sound, and the woman's wrist broke. Zhang Ji clapped his hands and stood up. Then, as Akeza stared in shock, the dust cleared and before him appeared Koyayaki. Okay, now that we're here, there are two of those ghouls over there who want to eat me. You know what I mean, right? Zhang Ji pointed at the two stunned male ghouls beside him and said. It was so quick. With a snap, Akeza instantly appeared in front of the two of them, raised his hands and grabbed their throats, one on the left and one on the right. So you're called ghosts. Akeza's eyes flashed yellow. Where is this? Meiji. Koyuki's excited cry made Akeza tremble all over. He exerted force with his hands, and the necks of the two ghouls were instantly broken. Resurrection was impossible for them. Akeza had already used his fighting spirit to shake their brains into a pool of mud. Next is the show of affection that makes Zhang Ji jealous. What's the point of it becoming like this? What's the point of Liangxiu supporting me? What's the point of missing you? What's the point of crying my heart out? Madara, on the other hand, continued to look at the city below without saying a word, leaving the world of Tokyo Ghoul, heading to the next world. Zhang Ji only let out a cry, and he and his disciple Madara disappeared in an instant. Akeza and Koyuki were left in the world of Tokyo Ghoul. I'm confused now. Because just now, such a huge Uchiha Madara disappeared in an instant. The ninja coalition not far away looked like they were about to start a group fight against the Wu that they controlled. In a forest somewhere, Obito, carrying the impure world reincarnation Jinchuriki, stopped. He felt something was wrong and reached behind him to feel. Where's my fan? Where's my big round fan? Bang! A burst of smoke explodes, which is the classic way for a ninja to appear. Yes, it's a familiar feeling. Without any confused expression, Madara opened his hands with a look of slight intoxication on his face. The one who was controlling Wu from the dark was already numb. He was numb not because Madara kicked the coffin lid away and disappeared, then reappeared. What puzzled him was that Uchiha Madara reappeared, followed by a young man. And, there is no doubt about it, it is the Mangekyo Sharinan, and a pair of them. My first reaction was, this Titi is a member of the Uchiha clan, he even has an Uchiha fan on his back. Wait. Isn't that weapon in that man's hands? Who on earth is this? Kabuto, who had always believed that everything was under his control, felt a little anxious for a moment. The headquarters of the Shinobi Alliance. The medical team has suppressed all the enemies. Our choice was right. The tide of battle has turned. We have an overwhelming advantage. The tense expression on Nara Shikaku's face finally relaxed. With Naruto's joining, everything was moving in a good direction. Next, we just need to suppress Madara, who is leading the Jinchuriki to kill us, concentrate the remaining combat power and launch a focused attack. Shikaku walked over to Ai and Tsunade and said as he looked at the two of them, please wait a moment. Ching, who had been in a state of perception, suddenly interrupted their conversation anxiously. What's wrong? Tsunade frowned. Gaara's fourth unit, the enemy appears. Ching lowered his head, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He felt a surge of chakra that made him extremely nervous. Ching looks very nervous. Zhang Ji, who was undetectable, was completely unnoticed by him. On the battlefield. What is that? A ninja who was good at perception spoke. Did you sense anything? Onoki asked with a frown. That side. Everyone looked in the direction of the ninja's finger. What? This is the second Tsuchikage. Gaara saw it. It was a man covered in bandages. Hasn't he been sealed by you? Naruto asked in confusion. Onoki immediately explained that the second generation Tsuchikage Mura could split his body, but that was not a clone, but a split of the original body. It's not him, there's someone else. What? Someone else? Madara slowly walked in front of Wu and looked down at the allied ninja forces. This is coming. Cold sweat began to appear on Onoki's face. Who is it? Naruto asked anxiously. Uchiha. Mada. Onoki uttered the name that left a strong impression on the youngin. Is this guy Madara? The face under the mask looks like this. Naruto's mind flashed with the image of Obito before. Exactly the same as before. There was no way Onoki could forget that face. After all, what adult would get angry with a child? What's going on? Look carefully at his eyes. He's been resurrected through the impure world reincarnation. The impure world reincarnation can only bring the dead back to this world, which means he must have been dead before. Gaara was very confused. Wait a minute, but the news from headquarters says that Madara has led his Jinchuriki to launch an attack in another direction. Temari said she couldn't understand it at all. And there's one more, too. Those eyes also belong to the Uchiha clan. Following the reminders from several people, Zhang Ji appeared beside Madara, slightly lower than him by a shoulder. The Ninja Alliance. Naruto, Gaara. Zhang Ji whispered the names of the two people. Oh, do you know him? Is he a friend? Madara asked with a smile. Well, sort of. In a sense, he's a friend who has been with me for many years. Zhang Ji also smiled and nodded. Gee, after you left me, where did you go, what did you do, or why did you go to another world? I don't care. Do you know what is the most important thing for us right now? Madara and Zhang, the master and disciple, now completely treat Wu as heir and ignore him completely. I know. The first thing is to defeat the allied ninja army. Other matters will be discussed after we defeat the allied ninja army. Anyway, it seems impossible to sit down and have a good talk at the moment. Zhang said this as he reached out and took off his round fan. He was very excited now. For him, this was a battle that could threaten his life. The Fourth Ninja World War. The battle to annihilate Muzan is completely incomparable to the Fourth Shinobi World War. I wonder how many ninjas who could kill Muzan alone died in this battle. I fought him in my youth. So, who is the man in the mask? Onoki couldn't understand it at all. That guy's plan didn't go smoothly, did he? He actually used the impure world reincarnation technique to revive me. Who cast this technique? Madara asked directly. Do instantly took control of Wu's body, and Do's voice came out of Wu's mouth. My name is Do, his helper. It's so cruel to talk to me through the impure world reincarnation. Madara was a little unhappy. Your impure world reincarnation was specially prepared for you. Your current strength is even greater than that of Shengyu at his peak. As soon as Do finished speaking, you dared to talk about Madara Sensen's heyday. Did you see him in his prime? Zhang interrupted. I've wanted to ask from the beginning, who are you? Kabuto's voice was very low. He didn't remember that there was such a person in the Uchiha clan and had never heard of him, and the way this guy showed up. Call. A large amount of sand rushed over, and Gaara was the first to take action. Madara and Zhang immediately moved aside and jumped down. I can't catch him. Gaara's ninjutsu missed. The clouds were blown by the wind, bringing with them large shadows. The two Uchiha stood still. The atmosphere is a bit weird. Zhang is extremely excited now. He is standing with Uchiha Madara, with the ninja coalition in front of them. Leave everything to me, you bastards. Leave and do what you want. You can judge the truth and you will definitely help me solve the mystery. Who is using me? After saying this, Madara raised his foot and moved. The ninja coalition was all very nervous. Some were shaking, some were praying softly, and some were sweating profusely. Madara moved faster and faster, and finally started running. Coming, Naruto was ready to fight. Don't look him in the eyes. Onoki waved his hand. Aha! A ninja roared, as if to give himself courage. Then, this roar aroused everyone's blood, and the ninjas rushed towards Madara with roars. Here he is, the first ninja to charge Madara-sama. Let me see him up close. Zhang happily followed behind Madara-sama. Like a train hitting a crowd, this large wave of ninjas was unable to stop Madara-sama at all, and all the ninjas in the front soared into the sky. The uncle who rushed in first was the first to fly into the sky. Zhang jumped up and grabbed the uncle. The uncle was still dazed when he saw someone saving him. Just as he was about to thank them, he saw a pair of scarlet eyes. Don't be impulsive. I mean no harm, I'm Zhang. Hello, I've heard of your name a long time ago. Zhang looked at the uncle carefully and had to say that this was a man whose courage and will were no less than his own. I'm from Iwaigakur. Just as the uncle was about to give his name, Zhang raised his hand to interrupt him. No, I don't need to know your name. Then the legend would be incomplete. All I need to know is that you were the first man to rush towards Uchiha Madara. Uncle, you must survive. Then you'll earn a title no less prestigious than the legendary Sunin. So, it's called, the bravest man in the ninja world. As Zhang spoke, his body was covered by half of Susanoo, and his forearms began to attack, because at this time, there were already ninjas attacking him. Wu Piao was floating in the air, trying to condense the dust escape in his hands, but he couldn't condense it at all because his split body couldn't use the dust escape. His whole body became transparent, as if he had never appeared. Perceptive ninja, keep an eye on Master Mute. Onoki shouted immediately. Susanoo, can you? Who is this person? He looks about the same age as Uchiha Itachi. Could he be a ninja from the same period as Itachi? That's obviously Kaleidoscope. How come I've never heard of this person? Naruto's mind was full of question marks. That's a lot. Zhang eyes suddenly lit up, and he swept Susanoo's arm fiercely and rushed straight towards Naruto. Coming towards Naruto. Naruto, be careful. Gaara raised his hand and was about to perform a ninjutsu. Wait. Temari held Gaara's arm and continued. Gaara and the Tsuchikage should heal their wounds first. Naruto, stop using clones and switch to that mode. Now the situation is a little strange. Uchiha Madara is like a no man's land in the coalition army, simply crushing them. There is also an unknown Uchiha on this side who is driving Susanoo and rushing towards this side with excitement on his face. I can't change it, I've already used up all my chakra with that last blow. Naruto's clone spread his hands, indicating that he was currently unable to transform into the little golden man state. At this time, Madara has already grabbed the ninja's neck, and a classic scene is about to appear. Zhang seemed to have sensed something, and he jumped high with a kick of his feet. The ninjas below used various ninjutsu on him. Suzanu's four arms are waving weapons wildly. Do you want to dance too? Come on, transliteration and pictures are coming soon. Before Madara could make the next move, a gust of wind blew, and Zhang Ji fell from the sky, slamming the fan in Suzanu's hand into the ground. The strong wind was blocked. How could you possibly be so disrespectful, even if they're two Uchiha, so what? Temari swung her giant fan behind her, a look of annoyance on her face. Madara-sensei, don't kill him. He's lucky to be questioned by you. And you're obviously a companion, right? Why are you attacking together? Zhang Ji's words left all the ninjas confused, not knowing what he meant. Oh, good. Obviously, Madara was willing to listen to Zhang Ji's words. He threw the ninja in his hand away. In fact, he had originally intended to break the guy's neck. He always felt that Zhang Ji was a little jumpy now, and looked very excited. Yoshi, I've seen both the bravest person and the person who doesn't know if he wants to dance. Mr. Madara, after this, I'll be free to act. If I did something that you thought was strange, go, Ji, now the only person I trust is you as my student. Madara raised his head and looked at Zhang Ji with a very normal look. Zhang Ji nodded. After all, the only person who could make Madara-sama's face show obvious emotional changes so far was his master's wife. Only Hashirama Senju. Zhang Ji nodded to Madara, clapped his hands, and a wooden dragon sprang out from the ground, directly pushing Zhang Ji away. He remembered that none of the Naruto here were his real selves, and his real selves should have always been with Killer Bee. I don't know what to do, just stir it up into a mess, start a fight. I'm going to go beat up that brat Obito first. No, I don't think I can beat him. Never mind, let's go there first. That guy can't fly a Gundam. Zhang Ji's brain is now in a state of congestion, and he is showing signs of going completely crazy. He is really too excited. Fire style, great fire extinguishing. As soon as Zhang Ji left, Madara immediately spewed out a sea of fire towards the ninja coalition. The range of this technique is huge. Immediately, a row of ninjas came forward and used water style, water formation at the same time. Wall. The collision of flames and water flow caused a strong wind, and steam began to fill the air, as if a thick fog had suddenly appeared. The ninjas began to search for Madara's location. There, come over here. In the mist, Madara jumped high, followed by a dozen fireballs. He jumped into the crowd again and began to ravage them. Stop him here. Gaara took action, and a stream of sand stuck to Madara tightly. Super Daima Raiznan. Naruto's clone, holding a huge Raiznan, was already above Madara's head. Earth escape, earthquake core. Onoki slapped the ground with one hand, and the ground where Madara was suddenly rose into the air quickly, pushing him straight towards the Raiznan. Boom! The Raiznan exploded, and the huge wave swept away several nearby ninjas. As the saying goes, there is smoke but no harm. What appeared in Naruto's sight was blue plastic. It was the blue Susanoo. This is not the complete form of Susanoo. Only two arms appear, and swords made entirely of chakra appear in their hands. Madara stood still, while Susanoo slashed wildly with the sword. Are you still okay, Naruto? Onoki turned his head and asked. The one he was protecting was the shadow clone who was sitting cross-legged on the ground and gathering senjutsu chakra. At this time, the ninjas around could not get close at all, only Gaara's sand covered the shoulders of Susanoo. Snort! Madara just hummed softly, and two arms grew out of the back of Susanoo again, also holding swords. For swords slashed towards the ground, for strong sword beams cut through the earth and rushed out, sending a large number of ninjas flying. Sorry, we're finally done, everyone stand back. Came Naruto's voice. Now he was in sage mode, holding a huge raisin shuriken in his hand. Go, Kaze Cage, earth style, light and heavy rock technique. Onoki lightened the weight of Gaara's sand. Go ahead, Naruto. A large amount of sand passed Naruto and wrapped around Madara. He planned to use the sand at Madara's feet to attack. Sure enough, he succeeded. The large amount of sand rushing towards Madara was just to cover. The sand at Madara's feet successfully caught Madara and threw him out of Susanoo. The direction it was thrown in was the raisin shuriken thrown by Naruto. Madara's expression remained calm. His eyes transformed into the Samsara Eye, and he used the sealing technique to absorb the raisin shuriken. Why did that guy's eyes turn into the Rinnegan? Naruto was shocked. Madara, on the other hand, jumped back and stood beside Wu. Yes, he was going to use that move, the heavenly damage star. The ninjas of the allied ninja forces now have dazed eyes. What did that man named Uchiha Madara do? Shadows covered the earth. Some ninjas have already dropped their weapons, losing all their fighting spirit. Asshole. How is that possible? What the hell is this? Cold sweat dripped down between Naruto's eyes, which were covered with eyeshadow. Our strength is not even in the same dimension. Temari looked unwilling. The power of God. Gaara's eyes also revealed shock. Gradually, the thing blocking the sunlight revealed its true form. A meteorite. Is this a ninjutsu? You must be kidding. There's no way I can escape. Some scumbag boss, just a joke, I escaped. All the ninjas of the Ninja Alliance were numb and did not move at all. It seemed that everyone had given up resistance. It's not over yet. What depressing words are you talking about? Are you planning to throw your life away in vain? Try to do something within your ability. Onoki stepped forward and flew directly towards the meteorite. Everyone, get away. Gaara waved his hands and shouted, at a time like this, the one who needs to stand in the front is the shadow. All the ninja forces began to run frantically, trying to get out of the range of the meteorite. Attack us too, Wu asked, looking at the meteorite in the sky. Of course, the impure world reincarnation technique was originally designed to destroy both the enemy and the enemy. It won't take long for us to recover, Madara said as he saw a little flying old man. A flying ninja, then he should be that kid from Iwagakure, Ninenhira. Madara recognized the flying old man. Onoki plans to reduce the weight of the meteorite. He flew to the bottom of the meteorite, pressed his hands on it, and used the earth escape, superlight and heavy rock technique. Ha! Gaara took a deep breath, raised his hands high, and the sand rose up like a waterfall flowing against the current, trying to hold up the meteorite. Almost, just a little bit more. It will be successful. Onoki roared angrily, risking his life. That kid Tianping has become more capable. Madara never hesitates to praise him. Even if the person is just a small fry, as long as he has some merits, Madara will probably praise him. The huge meteorite was lightened by Onoki, and then supported by Gaara with sand, and finally successfully stopped. Very good. Stop. All the ninjas in the Ninja Alliance felt like they had escaped death. Shadow gave them great confidence. Well, what can you do with the second one, Onoki? As soon as Madara-sama finished speaking, another meteorite had already fallen. It hit right on top of the first meteorite. A huge tremor was felt at the headquarters of the Shinobi Alliance. What happened? Lu Ju asked immediately. The Intermediary Intelligence Department has sent a message. A meteorite that almost blocked out the sun has fallen from the sky above the 4th Brigade's battlefield. That's why the vibrations are generated. The ninja in charge of perception and communication responded immediately. Is there any follow-up news about the 4th Brigade? Reikage felt that something was wrong. Oh my god. Oh my god. So many people at once. Ching closed his eyes and trembled all over. Shikaka was still able to maintain his composure and immediately said, there's no doubt that this was done by Madara, Lady Tsunade. If this continues, at this moment, they have already felt the horror of Uchiha Madara. I'll go myself, Tsunade said with a determined look. It's the heavenly star. A lot of people died, after all, war. Means death. But this is a civil war. The person who truly poses the greatest threat to the ninja world is not on Earth. Mr. Madara, you must obtain the power of the Sage of Six Paths, otherwise, I trust Madara-sensei more than the protagonist here. Mr. Madara must be resurrected. Janji's face was determined and he quickened his pace. Is this the power of the Six Paths Sage? It's amazing. Ryuben's figure was restored, and Kabuto's voice came out of his mouth. The young Uchiha who just left is my student. Your name is Kabuto, right? You must hide yourself well, he might come looking for you. I can't say what that guy will do. After all, I won't care about him. A half-smile appeared on Madara's face, and his Rinnegan looked into Wu's eyes. Do, who was hiding in the dark, did not take this seriously. After all, he had shed his snakeskin and turned into a dragon. He's just a little Uchiha kid, so what if he has a mangekyo? Kabuto, how much do you know about my plan? Seeing that he didn't say anything, Madara asked. I know a thing or two. I'm on your side, but I'm not sure if that fake spot intends to follow your plan. Kabuto's IQ is also at the top level in the ninja world, and his words are slightly profound. Madara just sneered, because he didn't care at all, so he let his students make trouble. Having said that, there are still quite a few survivors. The Tsuchikage and the Wind Shadow are indeed difficult to deal with. What should we do? Kabuto looked at Battlefield said. There are some things I want to confirm first. The art of spiritual communication. Madara formed seals with his hands and slapped the ground. My stomach. Is so hot. Naruto is feeling it. This chakra that calls to me, is it Madara? Julama gritted his teeth, his eyes revealing hatred. You haven't caught the nine-tailed fox yet? Madara asked, standing up. That's what this battle is about. The Nine-Tails is still inside the Jinchuriki. Look, that's him. That boy is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto. Wu pointed in a direction. Uzumaki, a member of Mito's clan, the guy who attacked me just now. Mito's face appeared in Madara's mind. How to say it? He is an acquaintance. That kid is also difficult to deal with. It's no problem to catch him, but that's just his clone. Should we go find the real one now? Kabuto suggested. No, there's a ninjutsu I need to try. There are too few people here. The more crowded the place is, the more beautiful it will be, Madara said as he walked forward. Would release, unbutton your pants. The tree world is born. He used this move. In fact, he had used it before in the world of Demon Slayer, but he did not use his full strength at that time. even would release. Looks like this is the limit. The hearts of the Uegakure ninjas were once again filled with despair. It seemed as if an endless sea of trees was appearing before everyone. Not much to say, let's go straight to the scene. The world of Tokyo Ghoul. Mr. Komeiji. He's so pitiful. Lien Shui grabbed Komeji's arm and hid behind him nervously. The two of them were running around aimlessly. What a coincidence. In this place, on the ground in front of him, a man was covered in blood, holding a painting stained with blood. If Zhang Ji was there, he would definitely recognize immediately that this is Hinami's father. I really can't do anything with you. Akaza touched Liang Xiu's head lovingly. Hurry up and leave, if you scare my wife, she will die. Akaza's voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears. I'll deal with him. Onoki's old voice was heard. Stop messing around, you're badly injured. Temari looked anxious. She felt that if the old man continued to attack her, she would be dead. Madara and Wu appeared in front of everyone. I want to try other ninjutsu, but you are too weak to dance, right, Onoki? Madara asked in a calm tone as he looked down at Onoki. Onoki glared at Madara with a very unwilling look. His breathing was rapid. Just as Temari said, he was badly injured. What does that expression mean? With the lessons we've learned before, you should be aware of how big the gap is between us. Madara didn't consider this old man as an opponent at all. We ninjas have been fighting among ourselves for the benefit of our own country and village, ignoring other countries and villages and only caring about plundering. If something is taken away, take it back. The hatred grew so strong that it even led to 3 major wars. Onoki's answer was a bit off topic. He just spoke out the purest dark side of the ninja world. This is what it means to live. You've lived to this age and haven't learned from the pain of the past. Madara frowned. With Zhang Ji's presence, he no longer believed that infinite Tsukuyomi could achieve peace. But as long as ninjas exist, the fight will never end. I've lived longer than you and learned more. Because I've experienced more pain, I'm thinking about what I can do to get better results in the future. Onoki is competing with Madara, with his mouth. And then, there was this 4th war. Is this what you call the best outcome? Dojo also used the method of mouth to mouth. This time is different. Okay, I don't want to hear any more of your big talk. What do you want to do now? Do you want to have a good talk with me? Madara ruthlessly interrupted Onoki's talk. Even if you ask the Ninja Alliance to smash their heads, no one would think of saying we should have a good talk at this time. The war is over. The headquarters of the Shinobi Alliance at this time. The one called Ma Bai Ai. Prepare the heaven-sending technique. Come over. Tsunade's tone was firm, and she was ready to face that man, Uchi Hamada. But Tensong Jutsu is a ninjutsu used to transfer items. It's different from summoning and reverse summoning. Don't use it on humans. Ma Bai Ai immediately explained the function of the Tiansong technique. I don't have time to worry about that. How will you know if you don't try? Tsunade is not afraid at all. It really won't work. The human body can't keep up with such a fast transmission speed. The person will be torn into pieces and die. Mavi said that the only person who had ever resisted the Tensu technique with his physical strength alone was the 3rd Reikage, whose physical strength exceeded that of a monstrous being. Shikaku, who had been watching them, immediately suggested using the Flying Thunder formation technique of the Xianjian team. This was a formation passed down by the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, which could bring a person to a marked location. Don't bother, I'll use this, Tsunade said as she put her thumb on her forehead. Shikaku immediately understood what she meant. It was the seal of the 100 heroes. I see. However, this is a dangerous gamble. Lady Tsunade has never had good luck with gambling. Shikaka covered his forehead. That's only the case when we're gambling. It's a different story when it comes to gambling with your life. That's why I'm still alive today. Tsunade looks very brave. It's a pity that Zhang Ji couldn't catch up because the distance was too far, otherwise he would have to argue with Tsunade about Jireya's matter. But obviously, the price of asking this is to fight the Reikage and the Hokage alone. While Mabi was still asking the Reikage to persuade the Hokage, the Reikage said in a deep voice, prepare the heaven sentence technique. 2 people. How can even Reikage-sama be like this, Mr. Shikaku? Ma Bai Ai looked at Shikaku anxiously. Shikaka covered his head with his hands, feeling a headache, and said, the war has reached its final stage. It's time for the general to take action. But the enemy is from the Uchiha clan. If we don't find a way to deal with fire style, we won't have a chance of winning. Use the Flying Thunder formation technique on her. Obviously, this is referring to the Mizukage, Meiterumi. Whispering sound. For some reason, Madara suddenly felt very irritated. He took action directly and rushed forward with Wu. A blinding white light exploded in front of him. Tsunade whipped and kicked Wu, and the Reikage punched out. Madara crossed his hands to block it, but his body was still blown back. It's the bad boy and Princess Tsunade. Onoki's heart calmed down a little because 2 more shadows came. Yin Seal release, ninja technique creates regeneration. This is an extremely powerful recovery ninjutsu. Tsunade's body was covered with wounds by the heaven-sending technique. Brush Team Genma also arrived at the scene with Meiterumi. Everyone is still alive, which means we are not too late. Mei Terumi had a faint smile on her face. I can finally show my skills, I can't wait. The rakeage is ready to charge forward. Everything is ready. Tsunade has recovered. Live long, and it's great to see the day when the 5 cage fight side by side. Onoki felt a little relieved. The 5 cage stood side by side. Alright, with such a lineup, it's worth it for me to fight you. Madara's irritability subsided a little. Rakeage, Mizu Cage, I'm leaving you two in charge. I'll help heal their wounds first. Tsunade began to heal Gaara and Onoki's injuries. Go, Mizu Cage. Strong thunder erupted from the Rakeage's body, and his entire aura exploded. Good. Dissolving escape, dissolving monster technique. Mei Terumi's bloodline limit once dissolved Suzuki's Susanoo. The war is about to break out. Janji moved frantically, getting closer and closer to Obito. You've spent some time in the Naruto world, and your use of Susanoo has improved a bit. The system prompt sound also appeared. The white sticky liquid formed by the monster dissolving technique didn't even touch the corner of Madara's clothes. I'm too lazy to absorb this little trick. Just when Madara was secretly sighing, how could the ninjas nowadays be so weak? They didn't even have the ability to cheer themselves up. The rakeage punched out and sent Madara flying. So fast. The rakeage is indeed fast. This is a fierce and fast instant attack. Behind the rakeage, Mei Terumi used the melting release again, wrapping up Madara and rushing to the ground. The blue Susanoo opened up the dissolving escape technique, and Madara's expressionless face appeared again in the sight of AI and Mei Terumi. Thunderbolt level Chomai. The rakeage roared and attacked Susanoo with a knife. It's just Susanoo, who hasn't had a head-on fight with it? Mei Terumi made another finishing move, spitting out a large amount of dissolving sticky substance, completely burying Madara. I don't think I should be here. That guy wouldn't just die like that, would he? He's turned this area into this mess. We must not underestimate the enemy. This battle. Has no place for us to interfere. The surviving members of the Shinobi Alliance began to discuss. Come with me and keep an eye on that guy. The ninjas of the Ninja Alliance immediately pointed their spearhead at Wu. AI felt something was wrong and immediately turned around and asked, "Is your healing not over yet, Naruto? Wait a little longer." Tsunade was speeding up the recovery of Onoki and Gaara's injuries. Is Granny Tsunade okay? Won't she turn into an old woman and faint after using the forehead mark? Naruto asked with a worried look on his face. Fortunately, it is the Ninja World War now. If it were any other time, Naruto would have been stunned by this statement. This time is different from the time with pain. I'm just healing myself and this minor injury. I still have plenty of chakra. Tsunade's tone was filled with confidence. Then please help me heal my wounds. Even though it's just a clone, I can't disappear just yet. I have to. There's no need for that. Tsunade interrupted Naruto ruthlessly. Why? Naruto was very confused. Because the purpose of this war is no longer just to protect you, Onoki replied in a deep voice. As soon as Onoki finished speaking, a violent vibration occurred and the huge Susanoo rose from the ground. The combination of lightning releases flickering body and dissolution releases Kekkei Genkai? The attack is very strong. It appeared, this is the comment from Director Ban. I like men who won't melt, but as for you, forget it. Mei Terumi feels that compared to others, she likes Juzuru more. He can withstand my speed. As soon as the rakeage finished saying this, Madara raised his hand and swept it, and Susanoo's arm swept out at the same time. AI and Mei Terumi immediately moved their bodies to avoid it. Looking at the blue giant in front of him, AI's previous feeling told him that he was completely unable to break this blue Susanoo by himself. I need more speed, to exert enough force to break this guy's defense. AI's meaning is very clear, he needs others to stack you up for him, and then he will rush forward, crush this blue plastic bag. So what about your defenses? Madara asked calmly, then Susanoo threw out several Megatama with his backhand. A huge rock giant emerged from the mud, and behind the rock giant was Mazo Nengu. This is the double defense of Stoneman and Sand Shield. This has become a battle to protect each other. It seems that Onoki has recovered from his injuries. Then I'm going to fight Madara here too. Naruto's shadow clone looks very brave. The double defense of sand and rock is quite impressive. Madara continued to comment, and then the huge Susanoo began to run wildly, and the earth began to shake, and this was not the complete form of Susanoo. Alright, now let's start the all-out attack. Mizu Cage, Rakeage, come closer. Onoki thought of a tactic, and Gaara immediately controlled the sand to completely cover Madara's Susanoo, and the sand became a pyramid shape. The pyramid barely lasted for a second before it exploded. Okay, I understand. AI nodded. Water style, mist hidden technique. Mei Terumi immediately used water jutsu according to the tactics, and a thick fog rose at the scene. Kirigakure, do you want to use this to blur the vision of the Rinnegan? Wu rushed behind Madara and, controlling his Kabuto, immediately began to calculate the tactics of the 5 cage. Go, Rakeage. Onoki is lying on AI's shoulder, Ash and Pikachu. Good. The Reikage disappeared from the spot in an instant, which can be called amazing speed. Did this Tsuchikage guy reduce the Reikage's own weight to further increase his speed? But then, Kabuto immediately guessed his intention, but Kabuto had been hit by a punch using this method by the Tsuchikage before. Yes, the punch was very light and had no power at all. Just like last time, don't worry about it. The clever Do thought he was extremely clever. As soon as this thought came to mind, the Reikage instantly appeared in front of Wu and punched him with an uppercut, almost sending Wu flying through the sky. Super, Heavy Rock Jutsu. AI jumped into the air with Onoki and punched out. This punch pierced through Suzanu's abdomen. Hurry, mother-in-law, heal my wounds now. Naruto's clone looks very anxious. Naruto, listen to me, I joined the coalition only to bring down Akatsuki in the beginning, out of helplessness, but when I fought alongside you, I developed a different kind of feeling than before. Now, I want to stay here as the Tsuchikage of the Shinobi Alliance. Similarly, the once fragmented ninja village has become a whole and is developing in a positive direction. Perhaps the rules of the ninja world that gave birth to countless dark events can also be changed with this opportunity. Naruto, leave Madara here to us. We must make an end to him. If you want to end the evil that has continued to this day, this is the first step. We, like Madara, have brought countless evils to the world. This is our unshirkable responsibility, so Naruto, rest assured and leave this place to us. But, Madara on that side, I leave it to you. That's the first step towards future hope. Onoki launched a full-scale verbal attack on Naruto's clone. Even Naruto, who thought he was unrivaled in talking, was silenced by this barrage of attacks. Whether it's an old or new spot, defeating one will mean the end of this battle. We will protect you on this battlefield, so please go to the battlefield over there and fight to protect us. Clone Naruto, the 5-Kage entrusts this sentence to you. Tsunade's eyes revealed that she was ready to die. We must win. The 5-Kage spoke at the same time. Bang! The clone of Naruto exploded into smoke on the spot. In the woods, Naruto said to himself with a determined look in his eyes, I must win. Right in front of him, Naruto's figure appeared in Obito's Rinnegan. The two met by fate. Ha 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 ha, I finally caught up. I'm just fanning the flames. A very discordant sound appeared, and Zhang-Ji rushed out from the side, using his round fan to create a fire tornado at Naruto and Obito. What? Obito reached behind him, but he didn't touch anything. His whole body began to become erratic, and the space where his body was located twisted and moved to another place. Water style, water mirror technique. A mirror made of water appeared in front of Edo Tensei Yagura. In the water mirror, a person who looked exactly like Zhang-Ji jumped out and also used the same trick of fanning the flames. The two fire tornadoes collided with each other, causing a violent explosion. Copy the opponent from the mirror. The power of the technique seems to be the same. Naruto and Killer Bee also stepped aside. Yakura, I don't like this move of yours. I'm not very good at sealing techniques, so I will prioritize blasting you out of this battlefield. Zhang-Ji pointed at Yagura and said with an unhappy face. It's that guy, the Uchiha clan ninja who appeared with Madara. Naruto immediately recognized Zhang-Ji. The Uchiha clan? Those eyes. Are the Sharingan, and they are Mangekyo. Uzumaki. Naruto said they appeared with Madara? Do you Kaujida? What's going on? Obito stood with the impure world Jinchuriki, Naruto stood with Killer Bee, and Zhang-Ji squatted on a branch alone. The atmosphere at this moment was a bit weird. Hey, what the hell are you? You appeared with Madara, and you're not a reincarnated ninja? Who on earth is it? Naruto asked loudly, pointing at Zhang-Ji. Naruto, this guy looks like an enemy. There's no way he can answer you. For Killer Bee, no one with the Sharingan is a good person at the moment. My name is Zhang-Ji, and I'm a student of Uchiha Madara. Similarly, you can also consider me a member of the Uchiha clan. Naruto, you've been busy lately, haven't you? Zhang-Ji pointed at his face and said. Oh, yes, I've been very busy lately, training all the time. While I was training, the Fourth Shinobi World War broke out, and then Uchiha Madara appeared. That guy's strength. Naruto suddenly stopped talking, he raised his finger and pointed at Zhang-Ji and shouted with bared teeth, Hey, don't talk to me like you know me very well. How do you know my name? We don't know each other. Ha 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 ha. Zhang-Ji laughed, and then made a very sudden move. Two blood-red skeleton arms stretched out from behind him, one holding a round fan and the other holding a sickle. The sickle was swung out suddenly and hit Yagura in the chest. Then Yagura was pulled back by the sickle. Two arms appeared behind Zhang-Ji again. A total of 3 skeleton arms holding round fans smashed out fiercely. Bang! Yagura. Gods of heaven. And it seems to fly farther than nothing. People from the Ninja Alliance. When did Madara start accepting students? Why are there still Uchiha clan members alive, and they have Sharingan? That Susanoo. Looks like it's going to be tough to deal with. Obito's eyes narrowed, keeping a close eye on not only Naruto but also the mysterious Uchiha. Did you take action against this fake spot? Could it be? Could it be friendly forces? Kirabi was a little confused. Uncle Bai, this guy looks friendly. Before Naruto could finish his words, a blood-red crossbow arrow had been shot out by John-G Susanoo, and the target was Naruto. Naruto! Killer Bee shouted, and all 8 tails stretched out to protect Naruto. After the violent explosion, Naruto broke through the smoke and dust with a huge Rasengan in his hand. You bastard, what's your purpose? Naruto shouted and fired the Rasengan at his face. First, let's kill this guy who's not part of our plan. What's the power of those 2 kaleidoscopes? It would be best if he doesn't get a chance to use them. John-G, do you think my kaleidoscopes can deal damage? And that looks like an Uchiha fan. How did you do that? Taken without my knowledge. Obito stood still, and all the impure world Jinchuriki behind him rushed out. Uchiha rebound. John-G held the round fan horizontally and performed a fake Uchiha rebound. But obviously, Uzumaki Naruto's wind jutsu is more powerful than his. John-G didn't even hold on for a few seconds before he was blown away by the Rasengan, breaking several trees. Finally, Susanoo's arm was stuck in the mud before it stopped. Ahem. This thing has a lot of stuff in it. John-G coughed a few times. He felt the blood and energy in his body surging from the Rasengan. The impure world Jinchuriki lost his target because Naruto had knocked him away, so he attacked Uzumaki Naruto nearby. The impure world 6 tails Jinchuriki blew out a large number of bubbles, which instantly surrounded Naruto and Killer Bee. A bubble landed on Naruto's shoulder. As both were Jinchuriki, Naruto and Bubble entered the same realm of consciousness, and the two began to communicate. Naruto also learned about Bubble's experience. But the awakening of Bubble's consciousness did not last long. Within the realm of consciousness, his eyes turned into a Sharingan and a Samsara eye. He lost consciousness again. Water style, Bubble technique. Bubbles snapped his fingers. Boom boom boom. All the bubbles explode one after another. Naruto. Killer Bee stretched out an octopus-like tail and pulled Naruto out of the range of the explosion. Thank you for your help, Uncle Bai. Naruto immediately thanked him. When I turned my head, I found that there was sparkling dust around me again. Secret, scale powder hiding technique. Edoka had spit out scale powder from her mouth, trying to block Naruto and Killer Bee's vision. The surroundings became white and very dazzling. The Edo Man and Yukito immediately launched a physical attack. Naruto and Killer Bee were not at all blocked by the dazzling white light. They quickly blocked it and jumped to the back. The light blocking effect of these sunglasses is top-notch, Kirabi said while squatting. I can clearly see your malicious intentions, Naruto said in a firm tone. The white light dissipated. And in front of them appeared 5 reincarnated Jinchuriki. Whoosh! Naruto and Killer Bee reacted extremely quickly, dodging to the sides in an instant. A blood-red Megatama was dodged by them and flew straight towards Obito. Yasaka Megatama, disperse! Obito and the impure world Jinchuriki immediately dispersed, and the Megatama exploded violently not far away. As soon as Obito landed on the ground, he immediately felt something was wrong. He activated his hollowification on the spot, and a tree sprang out from under his feet and grew into a towering tree in the blink of an eye. What's going on? Can you even use wood release? Manjikyo S. Susanoo and wood release. He's simply the current Uchiha Madara's rendition. Obito began to feel irritated. Not far away, John-G was squatting on a tree, still maintaining the posture of making hand seals. What the hell is this guy doing? He doesn't distinguish between his teammates, he's attacking them all. Naruto expressed his doubts frankly, and when he looked up, the Uchiha was spitting out a mouthful of anger at him. Didn't I just get attacked? Why didn't you summon a character for me? John-G was very confused. You blocked the Rasengan's attack with your fan before it flew away. This wasn't actual damage. John-G speculated that the system might not have detected the damage. Does this mean I really want him to throw the Rasengan at my face? Then will I still be alive? John-G was very unhappy, so he vented his anger at Naruto. The situation is unclear, a 3-way melee, let's just start fighting. Oh yeah, let's go, Naruto. After Killer Bee gave a greeting, his body covered with rich-tailed beast chakra, and he rushed towards the flames in front of him. Yoshi, whether it's the fake Madara or this Uchiha who suddenly appeared, just defeat them all. Naruto's fighting spirit was ignited, and his body shape changed rapidly, leaving golden flashes in the woods. Anyone who stands in my way. Get rid of them all. Obito's face under the mask was unusually gloomy. He reached back and touched. How can I repair it? Have you forgotten again? Suga actually took my fan. This means that this guy's Manjikyo ability is the same type of eye technique as mine, that is, the technique of time and space. That's absolutely right. All the impure world Jinchuriki rushed out, and Obito went straight towards Naruto. No matter what, the 9 tails was his primary target. The 3-way melee has begun. Okay, Susanoo. Anyone without a Gundam is unfit to fight me in close combat. Before John-G opened Susanoo, he did not forget to mock Obito. Then, half of the Susanoo enveloped John-G, and all 4 arms stretched out, with a sickle that burst out with red thunder, a crossbow burning with blood-red flames, a round fan that could stir up red whirlwinds, and a long sword that summoned scarlet blood like liquid. Moreover, this half-body Susanoo looks more solid than before. Thunder Blade. It's complete nonsense to think that you can kill Killer Bee with just one fire escape. Killer Bee just walked through the flames with bursts of lightning on his hands. What greeted him was the sickle connected to the red chain, and Susanoo swung the sickle out. No problem, you'll see my strength right away. Killer Bee roared, and almost condensed-tailed beast chakra exploded from his body. He chopped the sickle with a fierce knife, but the sickle of Susanoo was unexpectedly smashed back by Killer Bee with a thunder-hot knife. As expected of the ninja world, the Demon Slayer world is incomparable to the strong ones here. Zhangji's Susanoo arm pulled the sickle suddenly, and with the force of Killer Bee hitting the sickle, he shook it violently in the air. The sickle immediately changed direction and cut off the waist of the filthy man, who jumped into the air, spewing steam all over his body, and didn't know who he was going to hit. Wind style, Raisin Shuriken. Naruto jumped into the air, and the spiral shuriken drew an arc in the air, targeting Zhangji as well. Uchiha. Never mind. Just as he was about to leave, the space in front of him twisted and Obito's figure appeared. Marata. As Obito spoke, he raised his hand and pressed it on Zhangji's head. Yamatai. Zhangji didn't dare to be hit by Shinwei. He was afraid that he would be dead before his character was even summoned. If word gets out that the time traveler is carrying a system and is killed instantly by the natives, how the hell is that going to happen? Susanoo thrust the long sword in his hand downwards, and Obito's body began to twist, and the sword could not hit him. But it doesn't matter. A large amount of blood-like liquid burst out from the sword, instantly covering Obito and Zhangji. Water style? No, that's not right. This is the Manjiki Sharinganzai technique. In this case, even if I hit him, I will also be hit by this technique. Obito hesitated for a moment, then immediately used Kamui to escape. It was because the Raisin Shuriken was already at his head. It doesn't matter. The Raisin Shuriken will hit. Obito disappeared with the distortion of Kamui. Since I met Madara-sama, I haven't had such a difficult battle. A lot of blood flowed from Zhangji's eyes. All four arms of Susanoo are placed horizontally in front of the body, with the round fan placed on the outside, because this thing has the best defense. Armor quickly appeared on Susanoo's body. Tailed Beast Ball. Killer Bee was lying on the ground with 8 tails appearing behind him. Because the other Impure World reincarnation Jinchuriki had all entered the Tailed Beast Chakra mode, Han, whose body was cut off by Zhangji, had now fully recovered. Fight. I'll be the last one. How can you repair it? You're so annoying. Obito raised his head, and the two Narutos, each holding an oversized Raiznan, were about to attack him in the face. There were 4 balls in total. Super Otama Raiznan. Naruto's real body had already started fighting with the Impure World Jinchuriki. It was obvious that after he threw the Raisin Shuriken and was attacked by the Impure World Jinchuriki, he took the opportunity to create 2 shadow clones and tried to wash his face with the balls. Obviously, Brother Tuzu would not be hit so easily. He twisted his body and disappeared on the spot. Boom! A series of explosions occurred where the 3 parties were fighting. The forest was razed to the ground. Missed. Where's the guy? Naruto immediately looked towards Zhangji's position, and in front of him appeared a half-body Susanoo in a defensive posture. The half-body Susanoo shook twice and disappeared immediately. Zhangji supported himself on the ground with a fan. I can't stand washing my face with this thing. No wonder I can make balls until the end. Zhangji stretched his limbs as he spoke. The battle between Killer Bee and the Edo World Jinchuriki continues, but it is obvious that Killer Bee is at a disadvantage. I will definitely stop you too. Naruto raised his fist. There was a chill in Obito's Rinnegan's eyes when he saw Madara in the coffin. He almost couldn't help but kill Kabuto right then and there. Obito never regarded Madara as a companion, and similarly, Madara only regarded Obito as a chess piece. Otherwise, just use your old name, Afei. The war has already begun, and the name doesn't matter at all. Ban, Afei, whatever you want to call me. Obito said it didn't matter. Who are you? Naruto frowned. I am nobody, and I don't want to be anyone. As long as the Moon Eye project can succeed, that's enough. This world is filled with despair, and there is no value in existence. You Jinchuriki, how can I repair it? Obito changed the subject and the scene in front of him immediately began to distort. A Megatama was transferred away by his Kamui. Zhangji's Yasaka Megatama did not hit the target. Sign, Hollow Dog. Zhangji shouted loudly, and several crossbow arrows burning with blood and flames were shot at Obito. In the air, 2-tailed beast balls were also shot at Zhangji. Susanoo, Impure World Reincarnation is so annoying, Itaki, hurry up. After Zhangji used Susanoo to fight hard, he soared into the sky and nailed the wooden man to the tree with a sickle. This flame.is wrong, why can't it be transferred by divine power? Yes, Tuzi dodged repeatedly and accidentally burned his sleeves. Is it similar to Itaka's technique, the Amaterasu that burns everything? Obito tore off his sleeve and threw it away. The new 6 paths of pain are difficult to deal with. Like the previous ones, their vision is all linked together by the Rinnegan, allowing them to share vision. By the way, fighting like this is too disadvantageous for us. It can be understood that the enemy has increased. You know what to do, right? The voice of Eight Tails appeared in Killer Bee's mind. Yeah, of course. I am Uncle Killer Bee. Killer Bee immediately transformed into a complete tailed beast. Naruto was the closest to it and was directly hit on the head by Killer Bee, which had fully transformed into a tailed beast. Don't get thrown out, Naruto. The real show is just beginning, just watch. 8 octopus tentacle-like tails completely wrapped around the body. Tailed Beast Volume 8. Killer Bee, fully transformed into a tailed beast, began to spin madly with such great power that sand and rocks began to fly all around and the earth began to shake. This is a carpet attack. United Ninja Headquarters. Kiribi has transformed into a tailed beast. I can feel the powerful chakra of the 8 tails. From what we perceive, they seem to be at a disadvantage. Ching, who was in charge of perception, began to convey information. If this continues, it might not be good, but the 5 Kage are currently suppressing Madara, so there's no problem for now. Upon hearing this, Shikaku immediately said, the 5 Kage are all here. If we can't suppress them, we're done for. How are the troops doing? Shikaka needs the most timely intelligence to make the most accurate judgment. This is what the Raikage and the Hokage must do when they rush to the front lines and are ordered to be the commander-in-chief in times of crisis. The 1st and 2nd troops are about to destroy all enemies. The 1st and 2nd troops are led by Darui of Kumagakur and Akagi of Iwagakur respectively. As for the 3rd team, there are only 2 impure world reincarnationists left, and the only one left among the 7 ninja swordsmen is Mainjutsu Hojiki. The captain of the 3rd team is Kanaha Wyavyukai, Heite Kakashi. The 5th division seems to still need some time, but the advantage in the battle will not be shaken. The 5th division was led by Mifune, a samurai from the land of iron. Very good, tell the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 5th teams to rush to support Naruto and Killer Bee immediately after cleaning up the battlefield. Ching, what are the coordinates? Luju began to plan his next strategy. In the middle of the forest, a huge circular wasteland appeared. Killer Bee used the 8-tailed beasts volume to completely change the terrain. Wow, so awesome. All of them fell down. Naruto looked around and found the impure world Jinchuriki lying on the ground. Seal it quickly, urged Yaoi. Uncle Killer Bee, you also know sealing techniques? Naruto looked shocked because he didn't know how. No matter whether it is controlled by those nails, use the ink clone to fix it in the swastika shape. Yaoi directly expressed his thoughts. Sealing technique, billions of wrathful slaves. Killer Bee, who transformed into a tailed beast, spat out a mouthful of ink from his mouth, and the ink turned into an ink clone after falling to the ground. The ink clone rushed forward and locked up all the filthy world Jinchuriki, strong man locking up men. This is one of B's sealing techniques. In just 3 seconds, the ink will cover the enemy's entire body, freezing their movements. Wait until they can't move, then pull out the black stick from their bodies. Yaoi continued to act as a commentator. 1, 2, 3, the ink began to melt. And then, ha ha ha, the seal is so gorgeous? Uzui Tenjin, I think I heard someone say gorgeous? Naruto was stunned for a moment, because it looked like that was not a seal, but a tailed beast transformation. The impure world Jinchuriki were wrapped in red-tailed beast chakra. No, it's the enemy's strength that's been magnificently enhanced. Right, Uzui Tenjin, who else said magnificent? Yaoi's tone was filled with embarrassment. Obito emerged from underground. He was the one who controlled the impure world Jinchuriki to transform into tailed beasts. That masked man is hiding in the ground. At this time, the Jinchuriki of the tailed beast had already rushed out. The 8 tails stretched out its giant hand and grabbed the 6 tails Jinchuriki in its hand. Insect food. Cat scratch. Naruto is attacked by the 7 tails and the 2 tails. Suddenly, a highly corrosive liquid flowed out of the hand of 8 tails, who was holding Vulpix. He let go of the hand because of the unbearable pain. It's Vulpix's move, Hiruma. It's the strongest alkali, my skin has melted. Kiribi said angrily. Uncle Bai. Naruto immediately wanted to ask him if he was okay. Coral Palm. The 3 tails Jinchuriki launched a sneak attack from behind Naruto, and with a slap, a piece of coral was smashed out from behind Naruto, and it stuck tightly to Naruto's back. Naruto was knocked away from the head of the 8 tails by the 3 tails, and was greeted by the 4 tails Jinchuriki. The ground began to crack and lava gushed out. Huiguo Mountain. The 4 tails Jinchuriki, Lao Zi, uttered these 3 words. Have you been to Lianiangan? You're so damn crazy about Huiguo Mountain? Zhang Ji also exploded from the ground, and his body was covered with blood-red Susanoo in the blink of an eye. Boom! Susanoo inserted a sickle into the body of the 4-tailed beast, and then the fan hit the 4-tailed beast's head fiercely. The fan smashed Lao Zi's head, leaving it covered with stars. Corner fold. The five-tailed King Mew has completely transformed into a tailed beast, charging towards John G's Susanoo. John G controls Susanoo and releases the four tails. Bring it on! As John G shouted, Susanoo rose from the ground, grew legs, and stretched out four arms to press down King Mew's head. After King Mew ran for a distance with Susanoo on his head, he was forcibly pinned down by Susanoo. Then a thick blood-red lightning struck down and hit John G's sickle. The sickle chopped King Mew's body fiercely, and bursts of blood-red thunder erupted. What an unexpected guy. This Susanoo. It hasn't even reached its complete form yet it can suppress the tailed beast so easily. Don't worry about him, Kyuubi, I'll take it. Obito went straight towards Naruto. At this moment, Naruto was stuck by the coral and couldn't move. Even though we're both Jinchuriki, and even with that little Uchiha kid who showed up out of nowhere messing things up, you're feeling pretty stressed, right? When this hand touches you, I win. Obito stretched out his hand and grabbed Naruto's head. Oh no. Naruto was unable to resist at this time, and the tailed beast chakra arm that was shot out from his body was also dodged by Obito. Excite, Konoha's Diamond Force Cyclone. A confident voice came. In order to avoid the attack, Obito turned into a hollow, and the moment he turned into a hollow, Kakashi picked up Naruto. Obito grabbed nothing. Using Naruto as bait, you're waiting for me to materialize? Two more people getting in the way. Obito was not panicked at all until he turned his head and saw that the five tails and the four tails had been stunned by John G. Now, the four weapons in the hands of the huge blood-red Susanoo were all aimed at him. And the eight tails that was closest to him. He feels a little bad now. Standing before Naruto was Heite Kakashi and Konoha's blue beast, Might Guy. Red, a dense red energy shot out from John G's Susanoo's four gathered weapons like rays. John G squeezed the chakra of the four weapons in an instant and then shot them out violently. I'm going straight to Social Security. What the hell is this? Never mind, Zapolio Rays. He randomly gave this move a name. Zapolio Ray? What a weird name for this ninjutsu. Obito immediately began to hollow out. This thing looked wrong. If he washed his face, he would be finished. Uncle Killer Bee, run away. Naruto shouted anxiously. The clever Killer Bee immediately released his tailed beast mode, and ran wildly with the chakra of the eight tails wrapped around his body. Any attack against my Kamui is useless. Obito seems very confident. What? Obito was shocked. The moment he became hollow, the damn Zapirian light suddenly shrank very small, and its speed suddenly increased. It instantly hit his shoulder. Unbelievable, this technique is actually faster than the masked man's transformation speed? And it hit? Kakashi's eyes widened because he saw that the right half of the masked man's body was completely gone. Blood flowed from under the mask of the masked man. This is definitely a serious injury for him. Psychic communication. The masked man coughed violently, then used the summoning technique with one hand to summon back Yagura, who was knocked away by John G at the beginning. I have to recover first. 6 impure world Jinchuriki, all completely transformed into tailed beasts. The scene is very chaotic. Inside a secret base somewhere. Yami Lu, why are you doing this? White Zetsu looks very scared. A purple arrow shot out from the darkness, nailing by Zetsu to the wall, and then black flames burned on by Zetsu's body. Go try outside. My eyes can see clearly in the dark. Suzuki pulled off the cloth covering his eyes, revealing his eyes as a kaleidoscope. At this moment, Suijutsu and Yugo were also moving towards Orochimaru's former base. Ah, you are here, Teacher Kakashi, Teacher Thick Eyebrows. Naruto got up from the ground. The students in Class 7 are almost exhausted. How can we rest? Kakashi said in a gentle tone. Ah, that guy has the Sharingan, the Samsara eye connected to the left and right eyes, and also, there's a nail stuck in the left chest. And that guy, he has a Mangekyo Sharingan and a giant Susanoo. I've never seen one before. Besides, Naruto immediately wanted to tell Kakashi and Might Guy all the information he knew. Calm down, I don't understand what you are trying to say. Might Guy had no idea what he wanted to say. The right eye is the Sharingan, the left eye is the Rinnegan, and there's a nail stuck in the left chest like pain. And that one over there is a member of the Uchiha clan I haven't seen before. He possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. His specific abilities seem to be currently unknown. Kakashi glanced at John G, who was not far away, and analyzed. I understand, as expected of Kakashi, his ability to understand is outstanding. Might Guy immediately praised his friend. Rumble the earth was shaking, and King Mew was running towards the three people. 5 tails? 5 tails? The three of them were on full alert. Naruto lay down on the ground as soon as he was about to take action. The coral behind him really affected his movements. Kai immediately understood, and used a move that was as powerful as the Etsutsuki elbow strike. Konoha Bad Rock Rising. Kai elbowed Naruto and pushed him into a vicious dog pounce. What, the target of the attack isn't us? Kakashi was stunned because the Five Tails was heading for the masked man. Obito stretched out his hand, and a huge chain appeared in his palm, which immediately wrapped around the neck of the Five Tails. The Five Tails was hit by the chain, and its huge body fell to the ground. I'm so unwilling to be manipulated by such a person. Naruto and Killer Bee heard the Five Tails' voice at the same time. Looks like we need to work harder. Obito's body twisted, and just as he disappeared, sharp thorns from tree roots sprang out from where he was. Tisk. Did he hide in the Divine Might space? How boring, it's too chaotic here, and the mysterious hollow dog is away for the time being. Even though it's supposed to only be 5 minutes, I don't want to fight six-tailed beasts. So, by roar, a wooden dragon exploded from the ground and knocked Zhang away with its head. Ah, so cunning. Naruto gritted his teeth. Kakashi, what's wrong with you? Cheer up, these big guys don't look very friendly. Might Guy discovered Kakashi's abnormality. Oh, I understand, Kakashi responded. Did that Uchiha clan member just mention Kamui? Who is that masked man? Kakashi's mind was a mess. Formed by a sea of trees, sea of fire. The temperature here is extremely high and there are flames everywhere. Water style. Mei Terumi, I can't spray any more water. All 5 kage fell. Onoki held a stone in his hand and crushed it. Dust release, original realm separation technique. Onoki's dust release cut off all the trees under the feet of the 5 people, and the burning flames were also extinguished. The other 4 figures got a chance to catch their breath and all stood up. This is Onoki. Onoki, who was floating in the air, immediately noticed that everyone had awakened. Are you awake? Very good, now start fighting back. In the end, it was not the Mizukage who resisted the Uchiha fire style, but the Tsuchikage. Beautiful dance. Madara slowly turned around, and his body was also swept by dust release. Tsunade's eyes were full of shock, but it's still a long way off. Madara's body is regenerating, and he has a human face on his chest. That's the face of the first Hokage. AI was also shocked. No wonder you can even use wood release. Tsunade said, gritting her teeth. Ha ha ha, you realized it a long time ago, but it's a pity that Hashirama died too early. If he were still alive, I might have a lot to discuss with him. Madara suddenly raised his hand. Immortal reincarnation? That's right. You were so busy dancing that you forgot about this, ha ha ha. Madara laughed wildly, as if he remembered something happy. That woman who uses medical ninjutsu, you inherited this guy's bloodline, right? Madara asked, pointing at the face on his chest. So what? Tsunade's momentum did not decrease at all. I'll start with you. Madara snorted coldly. It's common to kill the team's medical ninja first. We already know your plan. Do you think you can succeed easily? Mei Terumi retorted. No, that's not it. I want to deal with her first, simply because that woman is the descendant of Senju Hashirama. That your medical ninjutsu alone can only delay her death slightly. Compared to Senju Hashirama, it's nothing more than a trifle. He can heal his wounds without even forming hand seals. All of his ninjutsu are unmatched, and he's known as the strongest ninja. The fight between him and me is a life or death struggle, not a joke like this. As Madara said this, his body completely recovered, even the armor he was wearing had returned to its original state. In a wood somewhere, Suzuki killed a white Zetsu with one sword and then ran wildly in the forest. A familiar figure flashed before his eyes. Suzuki's pupils dilated instantly. Tsunade took a step forward and faced Uchiha Madara. It's true that I'm the descendant of the first Senju Hashirama, and even if I share the same blood as him, I can't use wood release. So is my medical ninjutsu. Compared to the first generation who didn't use hand seals, I'm nothing special, and I'm a woman. I know. Madara waved his hand casually at Tsunade, and then said, what you inherited is not power, but the will of Senju Hashirama, right? So, will you inherit his dream, little girl? Tsunade was stunned and suddenly felt that this kind of question should not be asked from someone like Madara. What's wrong? Peace, the same dream as mine, peace in the ninja world. It seems that the will left by Hashirama didn't allow you to go very far. Didn't the war still happen? Madara spread his hands, a smile actually forming on his lips, and continued, besides, you don't think you can defeat me by relying on the will passed down by the deceased Hashirama, do you? Strength is not the will, but a phenomenon caused by matter. No more nonsense, let me see your own special skills. The will of the dead will inspire the living, and then manifest strength. The medical ninjutsu I created was born from this will, and set the rules for medical ninjas. First, medical ninjas must never give up on treatment until a team member dies. Second, medical ninjas must never be on the front lines. Third, a medical ninja must never die before any other member of the team. That's all I teach my students. However, there is another rule, the fourth one. Only medical ninjas who are proficient in the ninjutsu of creating regeneration and the 100 healings technique are allowed to break all of the above rules. By the time Tsunade finished speaking, the mark that had appeared from her forehead had already covered her entire body. The other 4 figures were all very surprised. Apparently, this was also the first time they had seen this technique. The 100 healings technique, I've never heard of it. Madara seemed a little curious. This is my own forbidden technique. Tsunade rushed out directly, taking the lead in punching Madara's Susanoo skeleton. His speed is not as good as the Raikage's, but his strength is better than the Raikage's. The blue Susanoo barrier that was hit by Tsunade cracked. Go! The Raikage shouted, and the remaining 4 cages all launched an attack. Madara jumped back and used a great fire extinguishing arrow. Water style, water formation pillar. Water style, water dragon bullet. May Terumi first used the water pillar to intercept Goju Amimiyashi, and then used a water dragon bullet to push Madara into the sky. Wait in the rock. Thunder level Chomai. The buffed Raikage threw a dagger, and Tsunade followed and kicked him. Madara was knocked away and Susanoo's skeleton was shattered. Very good, you are worthy of being the descendant of Senju Hashirama, you are also very powerful. Well done, little girl. Madara sat on the ground, full of praise. Papa the 5 cage stood in front of Madara, and Tsunade, standing in the center, had a determined look on her face. Hashirama, I vaguely saw your reflection in this little girl. Maybe it's true. What you left behind is more than just the vitality of the cells in your body. So, Izuna. Are these eyes the only ones left? Madara stood up, dusted himself off, and then formed a seal with one hand. Zhang, who was running around, heard what Madara said. This was a technique that was set up from the beginning. Using 2 pairs of Sharingan, he established a connection between Zhang and Madara. Ji, what are you doing? I haven't noticed any changes in the war. Next, I'm going to get serious. The 5 cage will be eliminated by me. Zhang thought for a moment after hearing this and replied, the power of the 6 paths sage can only belong to Madara sensei. Only by gaining the power of the sage of 6 paths can we cope with what is about to happen. I gotta. Stinky boy, do I have to listen to you now? A smile appeared on Madara's face and he slowly took a few steps forward. He didn't want to waste any more time here. Inside the cave, Itaki placed one hand on Kabuto's head. I admired my brother when I was little, but because of this, the closer we became, the more I understood you. I also hated Konoha for torturing you. This hatred is stronger than before. I know what you want me to do. Maybe it's because you are my brother that you deny me. But it's precisely because I am your younger brother that no matter what you say, even if I want to protect Konoha, I must destroy it. Sasuke was speaking his heartfelt words to Itaki. Then Itaki didn't speak to him, but just controlled Kabuto to perform the seal of the impure world reincarnation. Goodbye. Sasuke whispered these 3 words. Yin, Chen, Hai, impure world reincarnation technique. Found it. Take my punch. A blood-red Susanoo arm shot out and punched Itaki. What? When did you get close? I didn't sense you at all. Itaki was knocked away, his eyes looking somewhat puzzled. Sasuke immediately activated Susanoo, the cave began to shake, and the blood-red and purple half-bodies of Susanoo collided with each other, but Kabuto still remained in the state of being hit by a Zenimai. Sharingan, Susanoo? Danzo's lackey, is he a root man? I never thought there would be any remaining followers. Sasuke saw Zhang face clearly and immediately concluded that this guy was a product of the root. Asshole, stop insulting the dead Uchiha clan members, return their eyes. Sasuke's face was filled with hatred, and his resentment towards Konoha became even stronger. Itaki's body was broken up, but he recovered quickly and immediately joined the battle. This was a team-up of brothers to beat the fake Uchiha. If you fight like this, the cave will collapse. Don't be so impulsive, let's talk. I'm Uchiha Madara's student. We are also members of the Uchiha clan. The 4 weapons held by Zhang Susanoo gathered together directly, and a heart-pounding chakra condensed on them. Uchiha. Madara's student? How is that possible? Itaka frowned, but stopped attacking and stretched out a hand to block Sasuke. How is it impossible? Even you can do something like exterminating your own people for the village. It's no wonder that Uchiha Madara has students. Think back, the night of genocide happened during your lifetime. Have you ever seen me? Zhang pointed at his face and asked, the Sharingan in his eyes slowly twisted into a kaleidoscope. Mangekyo Sharingan, or a pair. And that's the Uchiha clan's weapon, the Uchiha fan, right? Sasuke asked, pointing at the round fan on Zhang back. Yes, but this is a replica. The real one is in Madara-sensei's hands. Let's not talk about it. Itaki. The impure world reincarnation solution can eliminate the other reincarnated beings and leave you behind, right? He can select his targets, and he doesn't have to eliminate them all at once. Zhang asked, pointing at Itaki. There is no need for those who are dead to exist in this world anymore. Itaki replied with a frown. That's so easy to say, Itaki. You have to stay and atone for your sins. Whether it's for the village or the country. No matter how noble the motivation behind what you do is. You must keep it to atone for your sins, atone for the sins of my Uchiha clan. Zhang looked serious and spoke righteously. Itaka didn't know how to refute him for a moment. Quiet. Strangely quiet. You too, can you please say something? For some reason, John-ji felt a little embarrassed. I don't understand your position. What is your purpose? Madara has been resurrected as a reincarnated jutsu. If you are truly a student, you simply want to prevent me from releasing the reincarnation jutsu, right? It's clear that Itaki has strong reasoning skills. First of all, I am indeed Madara-sensei's student. That you don't need to question me on this point anymore. Secondly, you don't really think you can remove Madara-sensei's impure world reincarnation state and let him go to paradise, do you? Third, you won't understand my purpose even if I tell you. You'll understand it when the time comes. In short, your vision can only see one ninja world. John-ji raised 3 fingers. Sasuke, stop him. I need to undo the impure world reincarnation technique. The war cannot continue. Itake didn't want to pay any attention to John-ji at all. He greeted Sasuke and then walked towards Kabuto. Really? When will you understand that what you think is just what you think? Have you ever counted how many innocent people you killed? How many brothers like you and Sasuke were there? Go, and cancel the impure world reincarnation. Madara-sensei holds the seal of the impure world reincarnation. He has the ability to perform the imperishable world reincarnation release technique himself. In other words, once he is resurrected, everything will be out of the control of the caster. It doesn't really matter to me whether you're here or not. Just saying. Never mind, you won't understand even if I tell you. John-ji took off his round fan and assumed a fighting stance. You bastard, I feel it, it all smells like conspiracy. Sasuke drew his sword and attacked directly. John-ji picked up the round fan and fought with Urjuzi. Sasuke's sword burned with black flames. This was a technique he created himself, which he called Flame Release Kagutsuki. A blade of light burning with black flames slashed out from Sasuke's sword. Yes, this thing is Amaterasu. I can do that too. A Susanoo arm holding a crossbow appeared behind John-ji, and the crossbow was burning with blood-red flames. Yours is Amaterasu. Mine will be Zurong. A crossbow arrow burning with blood flames shot out and collided with the black flames slashed out by Sasuke. The two sides collided, flames exploded, and burning black and red flames appeared all around the cave. The flames also splashed onto Itake's body, but Itake didn't react at all and continued to control Kabuto to form hand seals. Don't you want to see it, Sasuke's daughter? John-ji's voice seemed to have a magical power, which made Itake stop his progress and turn around to look at John-ji with a confused face. The pupil of his only remaining Sharingan suddenly dilated, and he used an illusion on John-ji. John-ji's face froze, and he suddenly stood there with his hands hanging down. A ninja with a mangekyo was so easily fooled by your illusion? Sasuke said in disbelief. I didn't feel any resistance from the illusion at all. Either he's immune to illusions, or it was successful. He might be a ninja who's not good at illusions. Itake felt like he didn't even believe what he said. The mangekyo Sharingan has no resistance to illusions at all. Successful, right? Logically, in a battle like this, you shouldn't just sit there and wait for death. Sasuke analyzed, frowning. Although he was analyzing, the Susanoo behind him had already drawn its bow and was aiming at John-ji. If anything goes wrong, just shoot this strange Uchiha who suddenly appears. Itake walked a few steps to John-ji and asked, what's the name of Sasuke's daughter? Uchiha. Sarada. John-ji answered in a daze. Sasuke's brows were twisted into a frown. Suga, what does Sarada look like? Itake looked very interested. Black hair, black eyes. Her skin is very white. Very similar to her father. I'm nearsighted and wear glasses. My current glasses were given to me by Sasuke's friend. Karen. John-ji knows everything. Suga, it seems that the girl named Karen is Sasuke's wife. A smile actually appeared on Itake's lips, and the image of an older niece appeared in his mind. Sasuke already wants to shoot an arrow. What's Sarada's personality like? Does she have any hobbies or dreams? Itake continued to ask. Now he felt that it didn't matter whether this was true or not, he just wanted to ask. He likes things that taste like black tea. Part of his expression is very similar to Sasuke. His reasoning and analytical abilities have shown to be stronger than Sasuke's in his youth. My dream is to become Hokage. John-ji continued to reply. Oh, becoming Hokage? Ha 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 ha, what a wonderful dream. Itake couldn't remember how long it had been since he last laughed. Sasuke's face has already shown a strong murderous look. Yes, right, the child is very different. She is the only one in the Uchiha clan who has opened the Mangekyo because of love. What a pity, Sasuke is the only one left of her clan. I'm not lying to you. These are things that will definitely happen in the future. A playful smile appeared on John-ji's face, and his eyes regained their spirit. He wasn't under the illusion. Sasuke is about to take action. Wait, there's no need. He's not an enemy. Itake raised a hand to stop Sasuke, then walked a few steps to Kabuto and performed the impure world reincarnation technique. John-ji did not stop him. He wanted Sarada to have an uncle, and Pineapple Head and Sunflower to have an uncle. This was his selfish desire. Now that he had said so much, Itake decided not to talk any more about what he wanted to do. Of course, the truth was that he had already finished talking. Impure World Reincarnation Technique, Release. As Itachi growled, Kabuto completed the hand seal. On the battlefield, dense spots of light appeared, and all the reincarnated ninjas ascended to heaven. At the headquarters of the Allied ninja forces, Shikaku was very excited after receiving the intelligence, which greatly boosted the morale of the troops. And at this time, the battlefield between the Five Cage and Madara. The chakra that had begun to dissipate is now firmly attached to Madara's body. Has it recovered? Mei Terumi looked very unhappy. Why hasn't it disappeared yet? The impure world reincarnation has clearly been lifted. AI was very confused and felt very angry. Tsunade, Gaara and Oniki all looked nervous. A very bad idea came to their minds. The so-called impure world reincarnation is a technique to summon the dead, but it has a risk. As long as the seal is known, the deceased who has been called back from the impure world reincarnation can voluntarily cancel the summoning contract for impure world reincarnation. White light burst out from Madara's body, but he was not panicked at all. Cancel it actively? Tsunade was a little confused. Obviously, this touched on her blind spot in knowledge. That would put you in big trouble. Immortality, unlimited chakra, and freedom of movement beyond the control of the caster. Go tell the sorcerer that forbidden techniques cannot be abused. Tobirama, although he is an evil Uchiha, he is right. Impure world reincarnation, release. Madara formed a seal. After completing the seal, he slapped the ground with his palm. The impure world reincarnation has been lifted. All of them have been lifted except me. Itachi turned his head to look at Zhang Ji, his eyes full of meaning. Mr. Madara is your senior after all. If you want to be smart, just wait until you meet him in person and tell him directly. Zhang Ji seemed unconcerned about the fact that Uchiha Madara's impure world reincarnation was thwarted by Itachi. Just as he said, Madara-sensei cannot be controlled and will untie himself. Boom! The wall in the cave suddenly exploded. Found it, hee. Suijutsu and Yugo appeared in the sight of several people. Well, a man with the Sharingan? Well, isn't that Suzuki's brother? Suijutsu grabbed Kongyu and for a moment he didn't dare to move forward. Suzuki, is it an enemy? Yugo tore off his cloak, and as long as Suzuki confirmed that it was an enemy, he would go up and fight immediately. Suzuki, is this your companion? He looks very reliable. I'm glad you have such a companion, Itachi said as he looked over Suijutsu and Yugo. Yeah, Suzuki just hummed. You have always been like this, never willing to explain things to others properly, so what is the situation now? Shuiyu looked very dissatisfied. Kabuto, it's Kabuto, he used impure world reincarnation. Suzuki pointed in Kabuto's direction. This kind of thing. Mei Terumi looked at Madara-sama in front of her, who looked like he was back at work, and a look of fear appeared on her face. The white light that erupted from Madara-sama's body due to the cancellation of the impure world reincarnation disappeared, and he stood in the same place, not affected at all. A ninjutsu of this level is simply not enough to restrain me. You who have fought with me until now should understand this, right? Alright, I want all the power of the nine-tailed beasts. I don't have the mood to continue messing around with you guys anymore. Besides, my favorite disciple once asked me for a favor. Madara folded his arms across his chest, standing high above, looking down at the five cage. He was ready to slip away. We can't let him go, he must go to Naruto. Onoki flew directly above Madara. Suchikage, he is no longer someone we can defeat. Mei Terumi immediately shouted at Onoki. Even so, we must stop him here. Onoki's gaze was determined, his will of stone burning. Ha. Don't worry, before that, I will prioritize completing the request of my kawaii disciple. Kuwabai, ranked second. No, maybe third. Madara laughed loudly and activated the complete form of Susanoo, soaring straight into the sky. Onoki had no time to stop him. How can I repair it? Onoki's eyes were about to burst. This is where Naruto and Obito are fighting at the moment. Obito has summoned the Outer Path Demon statue. Kakashi, Guy and Naruto work together to knock the huge body of the Outer Path Demon statue to the ground. You don't look well, Naruto said to Obito. What do you mean? Obito was also a little straightforward at this moment. Because you're covering your face, you can let me think whatever I want. If you're not convinced, take off the mask and let me see how calm you are. Baka, Naruto taunted, pointing at Obito's face. Good job, that's a lot. Kai immediately gave Naruto a thumbs up. I told you not to provoke your opponent. Kakashi was helpless. Then there's no other choice but to attack. I originally wanted it to appear in its complete form, but even if it's only a part, its power won't be greatly affected. Obito used the summoning technique, and the six paths ninja tools appeared beside him. The chakra of the six-tailed beasts, the tail of the eight-tailed beast, and the chakra of the golden horn and silver horn. In this way, theoretically, the chakra of all nine-tailed beasts has been gathered. Kurama also explained why Kinkaku and Ginkaku possessed the nine tails chakra. He had eaten Kinkaku and Ginkaku had eaten his flesh and blood in its stomach. So Kinkaku and Ginkaku also possess some of the Nine Tails chakra. We have to think of a way before it revives. Kakashi tightened his gloves, his mind working rapidly. Kakashi, you put it so lightly. A life full of regrets really suits you. Sand and rocks flew around Obito. He looked at Kakashi and said something that made Kakashi very confused. What on earth are you? Might Guy took a step forward and asked. What's the point of telling you if you can't even remember someone's face? Obito even complained about him. The Ten Tails is being resurrected, and everything is starting to develop as it should. How dare you say that? You're going to search the deep sea for Jiraiya's remains? But Sasuke, there are 3 Uchiha gathered together at once. I haven't seen so many Uchiha clansmen at the same time in a long time, Orochimaru said quietly. Suijutsu hid behind Yugo and trembled. That's right, they used the curse seal and part of Kabuto's body to resurrect Orochimaru. Can you do it? Zhang Ji asked. I can't do that. It's a place that humans can't reach, and it's been so long. Jiraiya must have been eaten clean by the fish in the sea. Jiraiya, you've ended up being so pitiful that you don't even have a decent grave. A hint of reminiscence appeared on Orochimaru's face. He didn't even ask where Zhang Ji came from, he didn't care now. Jiraiya's body fell into the vast ocean. Putting aside whether there are any remains, this is truly like looking for a needle in a haystack, Orochimaru said as he walked towards Zhang Ji, his pair of snake eyes staring at Zhang Ji's Mangekyo. The Mangekyo Sharinan is truly the Eye of Sparasi. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked his lower lip. Zhang Ji feels a little uncomfortable. Do you know how fast the complete Susanoo can fly? Zhang Ji suddenly asked. I don't know. Orochimaru was very honest. As for flying speed, the complete form of Susanoo requires a large amount of chakra and is generally not used for regional movement. Itaki expressed his opinion. Yes, but my teacher's body is a reincarnation of the impure world reincarnation, and he has infinite chakra. He has already set off. His destination is the Hidden Rain Village, the place where Jiraiya and Pain fought. There are Jiraiya's cells, blood and stuff. Zhang Ji spread his hands and said very calmly, Masaka, is it true? Unbelievable. Itake frowned. To be honest, he didn't really want to see this ancestor. The legendary Uchiha Madara, Suga, was he also resurrected by the impure world reincarnation? Looks like we can finally get a glimpse of Konoha's founder. Orochimaru doesn't have any psychological pressure. What's the point of going there? That battle happened a long time ago. How could we possibly still find the cells? Could it be that someone collected them at that time? It was obvious that Sasuke was very resourceful. Itaki, there is more than one organization like Urakatsuki. There is another organization in the Hidden Rain Village, hiding right under Urakatsuki's nose. The leader of this organization. What he represents is more terrifying than what you have known so far. But during this period, if the reincarnated Madara-sama goes there, he should be able to get it. I don't know the details. Anyway, Madara-sensei possesses divine power, so it's entirely possible that he brought Jiraiya's cell sample to me. No, absolutely. Zhang Ji directly transformed into Madarabuki. Hidden Rain Village. At this moment, there are only ordinary people in the village. Almost all the ninjas have joined the Ninja Alliance. There is no way, this is a war concerning the ninja world. Madara fell from the air and landed in a puddle, splashing water as high as a person. A small village like the Hidden Rain Village. Is there really someone who can fight me? Madara walked slowly in the Hidden Rain Village. He was not in a hurry at all. He only had one feeling about how the Ninja World War was going, what Obito was doing, and what would happen next. That was none of my business. Zhang Ji had mentioned to him before that there was a real threat lurking in this vast ninja world. No one could be immune to it. The village may not be big, but if we want to find a hiding place, how funny, Uchiha Madara, don't even have anyone called subordinates. Forget it. If we destroy everything, those scum hiding in the dark will come out. Madara's chakra began to surge. In the sky, a meteorite appeared, neither too big nor too small, just enough to destroy you. Under the meteorite, space suddenly twisted, opening up a huge black hole. The meteorite was swallowed by the black hole, as if it had never appeared. You are causing me a lot of trouble. There are things here that I have accumulated over the years. A man in white clothes, with a ponytail tied behind his head, a diamond-shaped mark on his chin, and only a patch of hair on the top of his head appeared in front of Madara. Is that you? That's the real threat my student mentioned. It doesn't look like a big deal. Even though he used a black hole to transfer the Tenkai Shock Star in front of Madara, Madara still didn't take him seriously. I know you, Uchiha Madara. Oh, no wonder he's so arrogant. Is he an immortal being reborn from the impure world reincarnation? Then it's fine if we just seal it away. As the man spoke, his body slowly floated into the air. Your name is Haiki Atsutsuki, right? Really? How much did my disciple know behind my back? Madara asked with a smile, pointing at the man's face. Did your students tell you Atsutsuki is Haiki's name, this name? Excuse me, where is your student, what's his name? The man's face darkened. This body is called Jijin, and no one should know that he is at Satsuki Yasuhiki. Would release, Tree World Advent. Unbutton your pants. Fire style, Great Fire Extinguishing. Perfect Susanoo. Yasaka no Megatama. Yuyin. Now it's almost gone. The trees were still growing wildly, and Madara had already set them on fire. Then a huge Susanoo stood on the ground, with 4 ridiculously large Megatama in its 4 hands. The violent explosion completely destroyed everything around it. Jijin never expected that Uchiha Madara would behave so extreme. After a moment of confusion, he immediately entered the second state of the wedge, and a horn grew on his head. Ah! At this time, the huge Susanoo had completed its run-up, and its 2 swords crossed together, directly slashing Jijin, and a mountain in the distance was also cut off by this huge sword light. Earth-shattering star. Madara stretched out his Susanoo forward, and a huge suction force appeared. The surrounding rocks and other messy things gathered towards Jijin frantically. You think you can rely on this kind of thing? Just as Sixian had a black stick in his hand and was about to take action. A meteorite is very close to my head. Before Madara unbuttoned his pants, he released the heavenly thunder star again. 4 arms grabbed forward together, held Sixian tightly, and then swung her hard towards Tianai Gensang. This place has turned into ruins. Well, I'm starting now, please stay away from me. At this moment, Orochimaru and everyone else have obtained the death mask from the Uzumaki clan's Namendu. The death mask allows the death god sealed by the Shiki to attach himself to his upper body and lure it out. As long as the belly of the god of death is cut open, the seal can be released, but Orochimaru must become a sacrifice so that he can retrieve his hands that are sealed in the body of the god of death. Orochimaru put on the mask and his whole body began to twitch a few times. Finally, the shadow of the god of death appeared behind him. The god of death had a knife in his mouth. The god of death used the knife to cut open his stomach. Similarly, a huge wound appeared on Orochimaru's abdomen. I'm back. Orochimaru raised his hands and felt them and said, "This way I can use the impure world reincarnation technique." Orochimaru's hoarse voice appeared in everyone's ears. Janji didn't say anything from beginning to end. He didn't want to say anything. He was worried that some seemingly awesome reincarnated ninja would point his finger at him and say he was an evil Uchiha kid. Impure world reincarnation requires a sacrifice, and the clever Orochimaru had already made a plan. Yugo transferred his cursed power to Suzuki, and as the cursed power was output, Yugo turned into the appearance of a child. And stimulated by the power of the curse seal, the person responsible for White Zetsu, who was monitoring Suzuki, showed up. A full 6. Damn it. Why? A White Zetsu facing Orochimaru asked with an unwilling look on his face. You guys, because I have a full understanding of Hashirama's cells through experiments, of course. Including the method of perception. Sure enough, there are 6. It seems that Afe is still very cautious. Orochimaru half knelt on the ground, covering the wound on his abdomen with his hands. He was gasping for breath and blood was flowing from his abdomen. I already have the personal information of 4 people on hand, because I like to accumulate it. Suijutsu, Yugo, the remaining 2 will be left to you. Orochimaru's breathing began to become more rapid. Okay, Lord Orochimaru. Suijutsu pressed a White Zetsu under her body and pried open its mouth. The White Zetsu that Jugo pressed down on him was sucked dry by Jugo. Itaka stood behind Suzuki, watching all this with an expressionless face. He should be able to see the 3rd Hokage soon. Impure world reincarnation technique. Great, here it comes. After Orochimaru completed the impure world reincarnation, he opened his mouth wide, and a white snake with a human head on it jumped out of his mouth and drilled into White Zetsu's mouth. He easily took over the body, and there were no adverse reactions. After watching it on the spot, Janji secretly wondered whether it was because of the quality of White Zetsu or Orochimaru's technique. This was too smooth. He took over White Zetsu's body in an instant, without even a moment's delay. It appeared, Itaka's expression changed slightly. The people who know everything, the former Hokage. Orochimaru looked somewhat excited. The first Hokage is Hashirama Senju, the second Hokage is Tobirama Senju, the third Hokage is Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the fourth Hokage is Minato Namikaze. The 4 of them lined up from left to right. Is this the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, known as the god of ninja? Suijutsu asked, pointing at Hashirama. At this moment, the 4 Hokage had opened their eyes. Is it the ninja named Orochimaru again? Tobirama saw Orochimaru at the first sight. What's going on? Hashirama asked Sarutobi Hiruzen directly. I guess the Shiki fusion technique that sealed us has been broken. Then, he used the impure world reincarnation technique again. Sarutobi Hiruzen stated his own inference. I didn't expect that the technique could be broken. Orochimaru, how did you do it? Minato looked at Orochimaru and asked. As soon as Seiyan opened his eyes, he asked 4 questions in a row. You underestimate me, Minato. The Uzumaki clan's sealing technique is in an old site that no longer exists, and the documents are scattered everywhere. I have been studying it since the sealing technique was lost. Orochimaru secretly sighed at his own brain, which was really powerful. John-ji gave Orochimaru a thumbs up, and Orochimaru smiled at the unfamiliar Uchiha. Shodame-sama, it seems that we have been resurrected in this world. Minato turned around and looked at Hashirama and said, who are you, kid? There was a big question mark on Hashirama's face. Oh. Minato immediately turned around and showed the words Yondaime Hokage on his back to everyone. I'm the Yondaime Hokage, Minato explained. You are the fourth Hokage, so, it looks like the village is peaceful now. Hashirama looked very relieved. Well, I'm not sure if it's peaceful now, because I died 3 generations ago and was sealed earlier than him. Namikaze Minato looked a little embarrassed. What followed was a casual conversation between the four. The god of ninja. Not what I imagined. A look of disappointment appeared on Shuiyu's face. It's the impure world reincarnation technique again that you are actually abusing the ninjutsu I created, Tobirama said unhappily while looking at his hands. This jutsu isn't too difficult, it's just that you really shouldn't have created it in the first place. Second generation, the policies you implemented and the jutsu you created have brought trouble to future generations. It's the same this time. Orochimaru started criticizing directly. Do you want to attack Konoha again? Tobirama asked angrily, pointing at Orochimaru. I clearly took away your ninjutsu at the cost of my life. Why did this happen? This time you even resurrected me, your teacher, through the impure world reincarnation. Are you seeking revenge on Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen was also very angry. Alas, as expected, no matter what era, there is always war. But, Tobirama, this is indeed not a good ninjutsu, so you should have done as I said. Hashirama touched his face with his hands and said helplessly, but he was interrupted by his younger brother halfway through his words. Brother, stop talking nonsense. I'm talking to this young man. Tobirama crossed his arms across his chest, impatience written on his face. But, shut up. Shuiyu looked at the scene in front of him and said in a very low voice, the god of ninja has no prestige at all. I don't want to do that kind of thing anymore, so I'm looking for you this time. It's because of this person. Orochimaru walked to John-ji's side. Me? Oh, yes. John-ji was stunned for a moment. He was watching a show and was enjoying it very much when suddenly it was his turn to speak. That's Itake, you were also reincarnated by the impure world reincarnation. Are you dead? Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head and noticed Itake standing behind Suzuki and John-ji. Well, it's hard to explain that it seems like things will never go according to one's will, even if you rack your brains and give it your all, Itake said in a deep voice. Well, not only did you order Itake to kill his compatriots and brand him a traitor, but you also left him alone to monitor Akatsuki, right? Besides, Itake, you also have a problem that there is something wrong with your brain. You were monitoring Akatsuki, so how could you know the intelligence? When Jiraiya was fighting pain, he was completely in the dark and didn't have any useful intelligence at all. If he had known the intelligence from the beginning, Jiraiya might not have died. No useful information came out, but you did a lot to capture the tailed beasts. What, is capturing the tailed beast and strengthening that guy part of your plan? John-ji started to criticize directly, and he criticized indiscriminately. Suzuki glanced at John-ji sideways that he was unable to refute. Of course, Itake and Sarutobi Hiruzen could not refute either. No matter how you refute it, once you see the 10 tails having fun outside, all your rebuttals will become pale and powerless. When Itake was 7 years old, he was already a young boy with the thinking of a Hokage. That we entrusted everything to Itake, and Itake regarded it as a mission and completed it very well. He annihilated his compatriots and put an end to the rebellion. When Sarutobi Hiruzen said this, I don't know if it was John-ji because of sentimentality, or because of his identity as a member of the Uchiha clan, a surge of rage rushed straight to the top of his head. Shut up. Bullshit Hokage thinking. It's a good thing you're all dead, otherwise I would definitely be the one to kill you and Itake. John-ji's face was filled with anger, his eyes opened instantly, and the scarlet Mangekyo stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen. He didn't want to hear what Li Fujian said next because he knew. Orochimaru's analysis was correct. The culprit who forced the Uchiha clan to this point was Senju Tobirama. The Uchiha Police Department founded by Tobirama is the root of everything. As the one who punishes criminals, it is easy to be hated by others. Such an organization will become arrogant because of the power it holds. In the name of monitoring criminals, it built the police department and the prison together, blatantly driving the Uchiha family to the corner of the village. It was practices like this that fueled the rebellion. What's the will of fire, what's for the village? From my Uchiha eyes, it's all bullshit. Hokage, Orochimaru should have been the Hokage at that time. If he were in charge, everything might be different. Minato, after you died, your son lived like a stray dog in the village. You didn't even see it, did you? A child called a demon fox by the villagers actually dares to hide his identity as a Jinchuriki? Is Tobirama Senju really blind to let Sarutobi Hiruzen be the Hokage? John-ji started to rant. Itake, Suzuki, Suijutsu, Yugo, and even Orochimaru all looked at him in bewilderment. Even Minato opened his mouth but didn't know what to say, and looked at John-ji with a dull expression. You're focused on the first chapter, right? Please don't discuss who's right or wrong or anything like that. I just wrote it like this for fun after all. The original work has a lot of unexplained or unfilled holes. Tobirama moved, but unlike before, he did not release his chakra to scare Suijutsu into turning into water, but he took action directly. How fast is the flying thunder god technique? Tobirama thought that this Uchiha was so evil that it was outrageous. This child must not be allowed to stay, he will be a disaster in the future. In other words, Zhang had already found a way to his own death. Zhang had a Mangekyo after all, so he subconsciously dodged. A kunao scratched Zhang left cheek. Damage from ninja detected. You are being matched with a character of equal strength to the enemy target. Match successful. Summoning. Summoning completed. Aizen Sosuke has arrived. Aizen Sosuke, that's a sure thing. Let's bring all the known Itsutsuki styles. I guess he's never seen a real death god. Zhang gave up resistance and stood still. Sure enough, just like when Madara smashed Spider Ghost Mother's head with one blow, he pinched the kunao in Tobirama's hand with 2 fingers. No one knows how this man with glasses appeared. It seems that he has always been there, but no one noticed him. Quiet. Everyone looked at the man who suddenly appeared. Zhang glanced sideways. It was Captain Aizen from the beginning. But even so, the Death God is still the Death God, and he still feels that he has secured this wave. The identity of Vice Captain of the 5th Division of the Godai 13 is fitting. An extremely powerful energy called Ryatsu has been detected. To ensure complete safety, the system will activate Perfect Fit. And begin instilling memories. Long time no see. After death, I was reincarnated into this place, right? No wonder neither Hueco Mundo nor Soul Society can find your spirit. Oh. I'm sorry, now you probably don't remember me. Aizen had a gentle expression, a smile on his face, and his tone was very gentle. The summoned character believes the host has lost his memory. Perfect Fit interrupted. Fuck you. Zhang was immediately speechless. It really breaks my heart that my most capable subordinate is looking at me with such doubtful eyes. Also. There doesn't seem to be Soul Society in this place. Why are the dead still standing here like this? Is it artificial corpse? Aizen looked at Tobirama carefully. If we talk about science, what Aizen studied is several levels higher than Orochimaru's. Even more than playing strategy. Sorry, Aizen's wave in the atmosphere. Compared to Black Zetsu's 1,000-year plan to save his mother, Aizen. I'm sorry, if Aizen were caught, he would be sentenced to 20,000 years in prison. Tobirama attacked again, and he launched an attack on the God of Death right in front of the God of Death. Aizen raised his Zanpakuto and blocked Tobirama's kunao. Tobirama immediately flashed back to Hashirama's side. Now even a fool could see that this man with glasses who suddenly appeared was a strong man. Aizen's sword was not unsheathed, he looked very casual. If Kyoka Suijutsu was unsheathed, Tobirama would be able to feel what it meant to lose all 5 senses. Captain Aizen. Zhang spoke, interrupting the tranquility at the scene. Oh my, you still remember my name? That's great, awesome. Aizen looked very happy and raised his hand and put it on Zhang head. When most people see Aizen, they will definitely have this feeling, yes, he is just an ordinary handsome uncle. Excuse me. Who are you? Hashirama asked seriously. It's times like this where the eldest brother has to step in. I'm so sorry, I just arrived and saw that person attacking my subordinates, so. He must disappear. It looks like the 4 of you are together, right? Please let me deal with him directly and don't make things difficult for me. Aizen spoke in a steady tone, as if he was talking about a trivial and ordinary matter. As for answering Hashirama's question about who he was, I'm sorry, Lord Aizen has no interest in this at all. He is the God of Death. The person opposite him is just a dead person. No need, Captain Aizen, the real enemy is not here. I have a teacher in this world, and I am his student. I am still alive today thanks to that teacher. He should be fighting the real enemy right now. Zhang keenly caught the key words in Aizen's mouth. In Aizen's cognition, I am already dead and was reincarnated into this world. He also thinks that my memory should be incomplete, so that makes it easy. Aizen still had a gentle smile on his face, just looking at Zhang without saying a word. Zhang was a little nervous. He even felt the thing called Ryatsu. Under Aizen's gentle gaze, he was like a small boat in the stormy sea. Do you remember me? Look at this thing, I succeeded. Aizen took out an object from somewhere and it was in his hand. It's broken jade. Did it succeed? A complete broken jade? Zhang raised his eyebrows. Come on, if they mess with Madara-sama, there will be a ninja war, and the whole ninja world will have to kill them both. Now another big guy came and got Urahara Kisuke's half-finished Hogyaku blue dye. If his guess was correct, if he followed Aizen back to the world of the Shinigami, he would probably be surrounded by the captain-level Shinigami of the Seireitei as soon as he landed. Remember, I was doing this experiment. That's great. I'm very happy. Let's go to your teacher. I must thank you in person for taking care of my subordinates for so long. Aizen grasped the hand, and the broken jade disappeared instantly. Zhang had reason to suspect that the thing had entered Aizen's body. Excuse me, I'm very interested in this matter. I wonder if you could take me with you. Orochimaru took a step forward. What is the real enemy? What is the broken jade? What is reincarnation in this world after death? He was so interested, he was so curious. Aizen glanced at Zhang Ji, who nodded slightly. Suga, you have to listen to your subordinates sometimes, so please show me the way. Aizen raised his hand and stretched it back, and the space cracked. When Aizen, Zhang Ji, and Orochimaru are all gone. So what's the situation now? Shuiyu had no idea what to do. The scene was a little awkward for a moment. Is that all you can do? But there's absolutely no way you can defeat me. It can't even tire me out. Madara then pulled out the black rod from his chest and he saw clearly that it had suddenly grown larger and pierced his body. Although the black rod had the function of absorbing and disrupting the opponent's chakra. However, it is also possible to create Madara-sama, the one who possesses the Rinnegan. The body of the impure world reincarnation is really troublesome. No matter how hard I try, I can't kill it. The only way is to find a chance to seal it away. Jijin also looked very calm. Logically, he shouldn't be in a hurry. It was just a complete form of Susanoo. It wasn't like he couldn't break it. But this body, I'm afraid it's going to be a pineapple. What went wrong? Why is Uchiha Madara here? He should just continue with his plan. His students must know something. Actually, Jijin. No, it was Satsuki Ishiki who didn't want to fight anymore, because Jijin's body couldn't stand it anymore. The more the Uchiha on the opposite side fights, the more excited he looks. And ninjutsu has no consumption and no cooldown. Jijin didn't know at the moment that something more exciting was about to happen. Congratulations, the number of summoned characters has reached 3. After testing point, one of the characters is in another world. To facilitate communication between peers, communication channels are being generated. Communication channel generated. The world of Tokyo Ghoul. Akaza was stunned, because he clearly felt that something was wrong. Something entered my consciousness. Oh, this is a new type of ghoul. What kind of Hibao do you have? I really wanted to dig it out and take a look. Mato looked very excited, and even started to have one eye bigger than the other. That's right, he was not talking about Akaza, because Akaza now looks like Komeiji, and he just looks like a handsome little boy. And Lien Shui, those reincarnated pupils and the cracks on her face aroused Mato's extremely strong curiosity. Mr. Komeiji. Koyuki looked a little scared and quickly grabbed Akaza's arm. Akaza was still in a daze. In his consciousness. Akaza, what is this? Akaza, what the hell? Zhang Ji, I can't explain it to you clearly right now. Zhang Ji, you are not still in that world, are you? Akaza, yes. Aizen Somadasuk, smile, expression off. You can even send emojis. What kind of communication channel is this? Isn't this just a fucking chat group? Is your summoning system so complicated? And Captain Aizen, how did you manage to send emojis so easily? Zhang Ji, who was in the ninja world, obviously discovered something and was shocked. Gee, this is what your teacher taught you. Is this a method of communication? It seems very convenient. But how did you manage to enter my consciousness without my consent? It's very similar to the tools inside a cell phone that people use in this world. Aizen looked at Zhang Ji with a smile, and cold sweat broke out on Zhang Ji's head. You have to know that in terms of danger level, Aizen is definitely more dangerous than Madara. Madara's personality is still such that he wouldn't attack a small fry twice, and wouldn't get angry with a child. And Captain Aizen. Zhang Ji is willing to call him the #1 smiling tiger in the animation industry. 1 second I give you a gentle smile, and the next second I poke a few holes in you with a knife. It's these eyes. I gained special eyes after reincarnation. This is my ability. I can connect my companions and convey information as quickly as possible. Zhang Ji's eyes instantly turned into a kaleidoscope. He pointed at his eyes and explained to Aizen very seriously that he put all the blame on the Sharingan. What a naughty subordinate. It seems that after this matter is over, I still need to teach you a lesson again. Aizen smiled and nodded, and Zhang Ji swallowed hard. Am I seeing this right? This is positioning. Zhang Ji discovered that the positioning function also has. He opened it, and just as he remembered the words Union Village, the coordinates appeared in the group. Aizen Somadasuk, what a convenient ability. Akaza, who the hell are you? Zhang Ji, Komeiji, are you always so brave? Retreat quickly. Or you'll die. Akaza, withdrawn a message. Zhang Ji, withdrawn a message. Ninja World. Zhang glanced at Aizen imperceptibly. Aizen's expression remained calm as he casually tore open the space again. Zhang Ji breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he didn't see. I saw it. If possible, I would like to meet this person called Akaza later. I will tell him my name in person. Aizen turned his head and smiled at Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji, Komeiji. Prepare for your funeral. Akaza, really? No way, Gaku nii. Obviously, Akaza still trusted what Zhang Ji said very much. After all, he acknowledged Uchiha's promise. Captain Aizen, he's a companion I can trust. Zhang Ji immediately said with a stern face. Really? I see. Now it seems my name is on it. So I don't need to tell him in person. Okay, let's go and see your teacher. Aizen nodded to John G and stepped into the space crack. John G, okay, there's no need to prepare for the funeral for now. What are you doing now? Akeza, I was so scared, I don't know what I was doing. Akeza, wait a minute, this old man seems to want to reach out and touch my wife, I can't kill him. Old immortal, Mato, how pitiful. John G shook his head and also stepped into the space crack. Orochimaru. What were they talking about? Damn it, I really want to know. Orochimaru also stepped into the space crack. Very good, apart from Senju Hashirama, I've never had such a satisfying battle. I admit, your taijutsu is superior to mine, but unfortunately. I am immortal. My strength seems to be a little weaker than before. What's wrong? Is this body going to fail? Madara's body recovered quickly, and his awesome combo did not take Jijin away directly. Instead, Jijin's counterattack was very fierce. He could actually fight against his own complete form of Susanoo just by relying on physical skills. Even dry crushed. But obviously Zhang Ji and he revealed a lot, such as this guy's body is not durable enough. Indeed, this body is not suitable as a vessel to contain my power. But it doesn't matter, I have plenty of time to wait. Let's stop here for today. A dark space appeared behind Sixian's body. He was about to slip away. At this moment, the space above Madara's head suddenly cracked. Zhang Ji and Orochimaru jumped down directly, while Aizen stood directly in the air. Mr. Madara, we're here, and brought help. Zhang Ji immediately ran to Uchiha Madara with a happy look on his face. He didn't think Jijin could escape from Aizen's hands, as he was being targeted by Abe Grim Reaper. Helper, that guy, this feeling. Isn't chakra. It's another kind of energy. It seems endless. Gee, who is this person? Madara asked in confusion. According to his personality, he, Uchiha Madara, does not need help. Zhang Ji is just a student, not a teammate in the strict sense. Hello, my name is Aizen Sosuke. My subordinates seem to have received a lot of care from you. Thank you very much. Aizen bowed slightly to Madara very politely. Madara's brows furrowed. Subordinates. Madara's face looked a little unhappy, because although this guy looked very polite and spoke in a good tone, however, Madara was standing on the ground, while Aizen was in midair. Oh, I'm sorry, that's rude. I'll express my gratitude after I've dealt with this guy, Aizen said, pushing up his glasses. And Sixian was completely confused. The space portal he opened is gone. This four-eyed guy who suddenly appeared in front of us waved his hand, and such a huge portal disappeared in the blink of an eye. Tokyo Ghoul World. Mr. Mato, danger. Yaman's hair stood on end. He grabbed Mato's arm and swung it aside, holding the quinqua in front of him. His quinqua is called Dojima, and it's a giant black metal club that's quite heavy. Akeza saw through the old man in front of him at first sight that he was just an ordinary human being, but if he dared to reach out his hand to Liangxiu, he would definitely die. Boom! Akeza punched Amon's quinqua, and the black stick didn't even last for a second before breaking in the middle. Yaman was thrown backwards by a huge force, crashing into a small train in the distance and immediately falling unconscious. This was just a random attack from Akeza. Amen. Unbelievable. There is such a powerful force. These eyes. Don't look like a ghoul. Mato is not afraid. His hatred towards ghouls is no less than that of Fuzukawa Minoru towards demons. Akeza's eyes glowed with yellow light. He slowly raised his hand, forming it into a knife-like shape, and swept it towards Mato, who was not far away. Mr. Komeiji, stop killing people. Koyayaki shouted immediately. Akeza's hand trembled slightly, and a wound appeared on Mato's shoulder as if it had been cut by a sword, and blood gushed out. Cut! Don't appear in front of me again, you're an eyesore. Akeza is filled with a fierce and murderous aura. In the world of Tokyo Ghoul, the only person who can help him control his emotions is Koyuki. After all, he has been a ghost for hundreds of years, and the violence in his heart is not something that can be dissipated overnight. Mato's legs were shaking slightly, not because he was afraid, but because he was no longer afraid of anything. He just wanted to kill more ghouls and create more quinquas for the rest of his life. It's his body is shaking instinctively. Hinamai's father was lying on the ground with his mouth facing the tree. He turned his head with difficulty and was now out of breath. It seemed that he was not going to die. It seems we have no choice but to retreat. Mato walked to Amon's side and shook him hard, and Amon opened his eyes in a daze. Oh, you're awake? That's great, it saves me from having to carry you on my old bones. Go back, this is not someone we can fight against, Mato said while pressing the wound on his shoulder. But Mr. Mato, SHH, don't talk, don't look at those two people over there, leave, stand up quickly. Mato raised a finger to his lips, immediately stopping Amon from speaking and urging him to leave quickly. He interrupted Dojima with a punch. He casually swung his fist through the air and cut his shoulder open. If that strange woman hadn't stopped him, his head would have rolled on the ground by now. Amon supported Mato, whose shoulder was injured, and left. Just as Mato said, he didn't even look at Koyuki and Akeza. Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Madara, the ability of Manjikyo? Akaza, Madara-sama? Akaza, is Lord Madara okay? Uchiha Madara, I'm fine. When Madara in the ninja world saw Akaza's greeting, he subconsciously replied with the words I'm fine. A rustic girl with a ponytail appeared in his mind. Oh, is it that little girl called Yuka? The first person who has ever formally greeted me in such a long time. Almost as missed one, a faint smile appeared on Madara's lips. He originally wanted to match Yuka and Zhang-Ji to get married, and then let Yuka die in front of Zhang-Ji. However, he didn't expect that this kid didn't need any stimulation at all. His Sharingan seemed to be very sensible and opened the Mangekyo by itself. What did you do? Sixian's face is as cold as frost. Very interesting, how can you have two souls in your body? There seems to be a lot of things worth studying in this world. After Aizen said this, all the spiritual pressure in his body burst out. Aizen's spiritual pressure is several times that of a captain-level Shinigami, not to mention that the Hagyaku is on him now. The level of spiritual pressure is even more outrageous. Just by relying on his spiritual pressure, he was called one of the 5 special combat forces by Wiwak, the final boss in Bleach. What is that? Madara's eyes widened as an extremely strong pressure acted on him. As for Zhang-Ji, Aizen acted as if nothing had happened and deliberately avoided him. As for the others, to be honest, Aizen didn't take them seriously at all. He was just being polite to them on the surface. After all, they were his most trusted subordinates. How could anyone else be his teacher? Aizen saw it just now. He was carrying a strange round fan and a sickle. That thing probably doesn't even have a real name, so it naturally can't be a Zanpakuto. Now his own vice captain doesn't even have a Zanpakuto? Captain Aizen is very dissatisfied with Zhang-Ji's current state. Orochimaru is already lying. Sixian fell to the ground from the air and couldn't stand up at all. Aizen walked down from the air step by step. He stood beside Zhang-Ji, put one hand on Zhang-Ji's shoulder, and said with a smile, he said, extremely, the god of death should look like the god of death. You don't look like a god of death at all right now. Madara frowned and said, where on earth did you come from? Aha, you died. Jijin's whole body burst out with rich chakra, and he kicked Aizen. Shatter, the mirror flower and the water moon. Aizen didn't even look back and directly drew his Zanpakuto. Obviously, everyone present saw the knife. This means that I have been infected. This wasn't an illusion, but rather a forced control of the target's 5 senses. Even if they realized something was amiss, they couldn't escape it unless they touched the blade of the mirror flower water moon. This is a buggy solution. Jixian suddenly changed direction and attacked the air. Finally, he opened the space channel, and a monster could be vaguely seen inside. It was another 10 tails. 10 tails, ha 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 ha. Madara rushed directly into that space. Get rid of it. Why? Aizen raised his eyebrows. It was obvious that Madara had broken free from the constraints of Kyoka Suijutsu. What he didn't notice was that one of Madara's Sharingan had turned white, which meant it was blind. He used the eye technique of the Sharingan, but the price of that eye technique was to sacrifice one of the Sharingan. 6 paths 10 tails coffin seal. Madara-sama's frame is just sucking. This 10 tails is actually in its juvenile stage, but it doesn't matter. Madara is not picky. As long as it's powerful, he wants it. No, Madara-sama, you're still dead. Can a dead person complete the 6 paths mode? Zhang-Ji felt that his brain was not enough for a moment. And Aizen, at this moment, was standing behind Zhang-Ji, holding a knife, looking at him with a smile. Because you are in the midst of the ninja world war, the atmosphere of war is constantly stimulating you. Your Sharingan has completed its evolution, and your overall strength has become even stronger. The system prompt suddenly appeared. Zhang-Ji's whole body twitched violently, and then he fell to his knees in pain, covering his eyes. The smile on Aizen's face disappeared. Gee, what's wrong? Under attack? That doesn't make sense. I'm right here. Aizen frowned and glanced around. He even wondered if someone from the Seireitei had followed him. And something seems to be wrong with Madara-sama. There are more and more cracks on his body, and chakra is starting to leak out. Aizen glanced at Madara-sama and had no intention of helping him, while Jijin attacked the air like a madman. He had already noticed something was wrong, but he just couldn't get out of this state, which completely overturned his 3 views. Role, Zhang-Ji. Compatible identity, Uchiha clan, captain of the 5th division of the Godai 13. Ability, ninjutsu. Physical evolution, Sharingan, Samsara Eye. Features, unable to be sensed, unable to judge the authenticity of information, and unable to be attacked mentally. Left eye of the Samsara Eye, Ghost Gate. Ghost Gate absorbs the target's life energy. Right eye of Samsara, platform for rebirth. Rebirth platform grants life energy to the target. Item, Sunblade Fan. Aizen moved, walking forward with his sword in hand. Captain Aizen. Please wait a moment. Zhang-Ji slowly stood up and greeted Aizen. Aizen stopped and looked back. Zhang-Ji's pupils changed, and stripes like tree rings appeared in his eye sockets, and his eyes turned light purple. You've truly been reborn into a special body. Are your eyes still evolving? Aizen seemed a little interested. That guy keeps moving, and it's bothering me. Captain Aizen, please tell him to stop moving. Zhang Ji pointed at Sixian and said. Aizen nodded at Zhang Ji that he didn't know what Zhang Ji wanted to do, but his subordinates had asked him for help. As a boss, he should take action and let his subordinates see how powerful he was. Aizen raised his hand slightly and began to chant. A faint, turbid emblem, an unruly and arrogant talent, a surge, a denial, a paralysis, a moment, hindering eternal sleep. The crawling iron princess, the clay doll that constantly hurts itself, combines, rebounds, and stretches to the ground. Recognize your own powerlessness. 90 of the broken path, black coffin. A dark and frightening spiritual pressure appeared, and a dark rectangle trapped Jijin inside like a coffin. Aizen stretched out his hand and clenched it gently, and dense black thorns appeared and all inserted into the black coffin. Leave it to me next. Zhang Ji closed his right eye, while the pupil of his left eye widened. Inside the black coffin, a stream of pure life energy emerged and was absorbed into Zhang Ji's left eye. Although he's not as Heike in his prime, he must have suffered life-threatening injuries from Kagaya's surprise attack. But this life energy. After all, it belongs to the Itsutsuki clan. I want them all. Zhang Ji increased his horsepower. At this moment, Madara is absorbing the Ten Tails, and Zhang Ji is absorbing the Itsutsuki. There was a violent vibration inside the black coffin. As Heike started to struggle, and even Aizen frowned. Even for a soul, it's a very strong one. But my subordinates seem to be doing something important. Please be quiet. Aizen took off his glasses, which instantly shattered into pieces in his hands. He raised his hand to push his hair back, leaving only a strand of hair hanging in front of his forehead, fluttering in the wind. Aizen activated his magical skill, Hairspray Hand. Quiet. Aizen uttered these two words softly, and another black coffin appeared, directly covering the outside. Madara's mind is in a mess right now. It's obviously a bit of a stretch to use his reincarnated body as a container to seal the Ten Tails, but he is Uchiha Madara. Boom! Behind Zhang Ji, a huge blood-red Susanoo suddenly appeared. Obviously, Captain Aizen did not expect such a thing to suddenly appear, and he still showed a hint of shock. You have been dormant for 1,000 years. All your life energy will be used to make wedding clothes for Mr. Madara. Blood began to appear in Zhang Ji's left eye, and the force of the suction increased to the limit. The huge-tailed beast chakra, and what on earth happened? Why did such a powerful energy appear in the hidden rain village? Ching was shaking all over and started bleeding from his nose. Madara, who was fighting with the 5 cage, suddenly left. As perception ninjas, their mission must be to track down Madara's whereabouts. In the end, Ching discovered that Madara was in Yuyan. It seems someone is spying here. Aizen felt something and glanced in one direction. Ching was in shock. He exchanged glances with the god of death. The Ten Tails chakra and the life energy of the Itsutsuki. Don't bother me, Mr. Madara, you've been helping me and teaching me, and you're a really good teacher. Now, I can help you, too. Zhang Ji's left eye suddenly closed, blood flowed out in large quantities, the clothes on his chest were already blood red, and his right eye was open. Place of rebirth. The life energy of Itsutsuki entered Madara's body. Zhang Ji believed that the Ten Tails and the life energy of Itsutsuki could completely create another Six-Paths Sage. He could have used this power to strengthen himself, but he chose to help Madara without hesitation. Even he himself has realized that his ability of the Rinnegan is probably due to his urgent desire to help Madara-sama. For Zhang Ji, Uchiha Madara is no longer just a simple anime character, but his real teacher. Captain Aizen was obviously very interested in this transfer of life energy. He took several steps forward